Chapter 61 The mere Immortal Sect also deserves. Lin Tiancheng ignored Yu Tai and Elder Lin. He glanced at everyone present and shouted coldly. His gaze stayed on the Imperial Prince Yu Fei for 2 breaths. In Lin Tiancheng's view, in the entire empire, only the Imperial Prince Yu Fei had the strength to kill Yi Feng. When Lin Tiancheng's voice fell, Yu Tai and Elder Lin were first shocked and then furious. They were still wondering why Yi Feng was not here, but they were killed. What? Fei Yuzong Yi Feng was also killed. Hey, this time the Demon Sealing Conference has lost so many top geniuses. Something happened. Many sect powerhouses on the high platform exclaimed in low voices and looked at each other in dismay. No wonder the Feiyu sect was so popular, and the fall of the top genius, even for the sect, was an extremely heavy price. Xiao Chen, Tian Sang and others who wanted to end the Immortal Sect stopped. They were not in a hurry, they wanted to see who dared to kill the top genius of Feiyu sect. Anyway, in the eyes of the two of them, the Immortal Sect was an ant that could be manipulated at will, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Chen Lai's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed Lin Tiancheng's action just now. He turned to look at the Imperial Prince Yu Fei, and saw the Imperial Prince Yu Fei shook his head gently. He was relieved. Sect Master Lin, there is no one who has the courage to move the top arrogance of your sect. I'm afraid there is no one else except the Immortal Sect. The beautiful woman in Taoist robe of the Tianqin sect said coquettishly. Shimin Chueshue glanced at the beautiful woman in the Taoist robe of the Tianqin sect, her hand holding the sword clenched tightly. This woman was jumping. The Immortal Sect. Lin Tiancheng frowned. He had never heard of the Lao Shitzi Immortal Sect. Elder Lin on the side hurried forward and whispered in Lin Tiancheng's ear. Sect Master Lin doesn't know, this Immortal Sect has also killed the top genius of the Zhanghai sect, and offended the Sifang temple. The beautiful woman in Taoist robe said again. And her words made Tian Sang, sect master of Zhanghai sect, and Xiao Chen, master of Sifang palace, frown at the same time. This woman. Although what this woman said is indeed the truth, it will hurt to open a scar. My disciple, Yi Feng, was killed by you. Lin Tiancheng looked at Shimin Chueshue and the others. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he snorted coldly. He had a wave in his heart. He didn't expect a dark horse to appear at this Demon Sealing Conference's edge. But dare to move the top genius of his Feiyu sect, no matter how dark the horse is, he has to die. At the same time, Wang Feng had just taken Yi Muqing and Chong Feng out of the ancient land of the gods, when the cold voice of the system came to his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the elite mission. Teach the 3 major sects of Feiyu sect, Zhanghai sect, and Sifang Hall who came to trouble. Complete the task reward, 1 special summon, 2 random summons, Heavenly Soul Pill. Wang Feng's eyes froze. This time, let the Empire see the true strength of his Immortal Sect. However, although Shimin Chueshue and the others are strong, the 3 top sects, Shimin Chueshue and others may not be able to hold it. Wang Feng didn't know what was going on in Shenlin City at the moment, but this time, if he wanted to truly shock the quartet, his current strength alone was not enough. System, spend 10,000 sect value to upgrade the system level. Wang Feng pondered for a moment, secretly said. Originally, Wang Feng wanted to upgrade the sect level after he recruited all the disciples, but now he can't wait, so he can only upgrade the system level first and raise the sect level. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading the system to the 2nd level and unlocking the fusion mechanism. The system can combine 5 random summoning opportunities into high-level summoning opportunities. The powerhouses summoned by the advanced summoning opportunities have the lowest cultivation base to reach the Xuanzun realm. The cold voice that sounded in his mind shocked Wang Feng, and the whole person was a little excited. Xian Zunjing, once a powerhouse of this level is summoned, then these 3 major empires will be invincible, and he will be invincible, must be the pinnacle of the sect, above the empire. But unfortunately, he only has 2 random summoning opportunities now. Otherwise, fusion can be advanced summoning opportunities, summoning the powerful Xuanzun realm. What are the 3 major sects in that area? Ding, congratulations to the host. You can spend 50,000 sect value to upgrade the sect level. May I ask if the host has improved? Ma Dan, the system is getting darker and darker. The corners of Wang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely, and his belly was full of slander. It's halfway there in no time. Let's improve. Although the flesh hurts, Wang Feng still secretly said. Strength is the foundation. The stronger it is, the more sect value can be earned. Ding, congratulations to the host for raising the sect level to the 2nd level. The number of sect elders has exceeded 10, and the number of sect disciples has exceeded 100. In addition, the host can set up a position by himself, and the number of positions is 5. Hearing this, Wang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The 50,000 sect value seems to be quite worth it. If there are 10 elders, another position can be set up. Altogether, he will upgrade the system to the 3rd level. Before that, 10 strong men could be summoned. Ness. Ding, it takes 100,000 sects to upgrade the system to the 3rd level, please make persistent efforts. At this moment, a cold voice resounded in his mind, like a basin of cold water, drenching Wang Feng through. According to the urine quality of the system, it takes 100,000 sects to upgrade the system, and it takes at least 500,000 to upgrade the sect level. Ma Dan, how long does he have to save? System, use 2 random summoning opportunities. After that, Wang Feng said directly without hesitation. At the same time as he was summoning, he had already faintly seen the behemoth. Wang Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. It is best that Shimin Chueshue and others are fine, otherwise. Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning Wuxiang Monk. May I ask the host to check its attribute panel? Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning Xiao Shiyilang. May I ask the host to check his attribute panel? Check. Wang Feng secretly said without hesitation. Ding, the Wuxiang Monk attribute panel is as follows. Name, Wuxiang Monk. Cultivation, peak of the Xianhuang realm. Profound skills, unthinking 10 forms. Xian Bing, Wuxiang Zen beads. Ding, Xiao Shiyilang's attribute panel is as follows. Name, Xiao Shiyilang. Cultivation, late stage of Zuen Wangjing. Profound skill, deer cutting sword technique. Xian Bing, cut the deer knife. Looking at the virtual panel that appeared in front of him, Wang Feng's face was overjoyed. With the participation of these two, this time, the 3 major sects dared to deceive him and try to Immortal Sect. System, use 20,000 sect points to exchange for 20 lottery chances and draw directly. Wang Feng secretly said again. Although Shimin Chueshue and the others were terrifying in combat power, their cultivation base was a bit low. Since they wanted to shock the world, they were fortunate to have a big one, and let the name of his Immortal Sect resound throughout the entire Shining Sun Empire. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 1/10 of the Wuxiang Monk's cultivation base. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 1/10 of Xiao Shiyilang's cultivation. Ding. After Wang Feng's words fell, a series of cold voices of the system suddenly sounded in his mind, his eyes flashed slightly, and he directly said to himself, System, directly instill these cultivation bases into Shimin Chueshue, on Yikuching and the Queen of Yin Juyuyan. With these extracted cultivation bases, the cultivation base of Shimin Chueshue and the 3 should be able to rise to the peak of the Profound Emperor realm. At that time, he will have 5 members of the peak Profound Emperor realm and 1 late-stage powerhouse of the Profound Emperor realm. The strength is more than enough to deal with the 3 major sections. At this moment, the void in front of Wang Feng and the others trembled violently, causing Zhong Feng to tighten his body, his eyes fixed on the place where the void trembled, and a pounding was all over his body. Lin's power fluctuates. My own people, don't be alarmed. Wang Feng said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, waving his hand. Under Yimuqing's curious gaze, a crack in the void split open in an instant, and 2 figures stepped out of it. One is a monk wearing a red cassock, with a snow-white goatee and 2 curved white eyebrows. He looks old, but his skin is as tender as a baby, and his eyes are refined and restrained, but he seems to be hiding unfathomable wisdom. The other was dressed in a wide, scarlet robe, with a lifelike ink dragon embroidered on his chest, his jet-black hair was loose, and his body was tall and burly. See Sect Master. Wuxiang Seng and Xiao Shiyilang bowed to Wang Feng at the same time and said aloud. At this moment, Chong Feng, who was behind Wang Feng, was staring at Wuxiang Seng and Xiao Shiyilang. He could see at a glance that these 2 were masters www.novel.com not weaker than him. Master. Originally attached to the sword, he suddenly became curious about the Immortal Sect. What kind of Immortal Sect is this? Don't be too polite. Wang Feng waved his hand and smiled. After that, without further delay, he directly led the crowd towards Shen Linqing galloping away. At the same time, facing Lin Tiancheng's question, Shimin Chueshue opened his eyes and looked at Lin Tiancheng indifferently. He was about to answer, but he was shocked, and he quickly mobilized the power in his body, and the suppression almost broke out. Breath. The same is true for the Yin Queen Zhu Yuyan and Yikuching behind him. It took a moment for Shimin Chueshue and the others to absorb the skyrocketing power in his body, and it was at this moment that he made a sound. What if it is? What if it isn't? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Shimin Chueshue's plain words, Lin Tiancheng laughed in anger. It's been so many years, it seems that since he became the sect master of Feiyu sect, no one dared to speak to him like this. Sect Master Tian and Sect Master Xiao also want to take action against the Immortal Sect. Lin Tiancheng didn't look at Shimin Chueshue again, but looked at Tian Sang and Xiao Chen and said, "This is natural, with Sect Master Lin. Although this person has not been confirmed, he has not denied it, and at the Demon Sealing Conference, as the Tianqin sect elder said, the only one who dared to kill the Feiyu sect disciple was this ignorant immortal." Zong. Xiao Chen glanced at Lin Tiancheng and said, "There is only one immortal sect, so it's worthy to let my three major sects take action together." Lin Tiancheng snorted coldly, with a look of disdain in his eyes. The three top sects have joined forces to deal with the force, and it has not appeared for hundreds of years. Past such a thing. Chapter 62. This woman, the prince wants it. Hearing Lin Tiancheng's words, the two sect masters Xiao Chen and Tian Sang nodded in agreement. There was only one immortal sect, and their three sects shot together, which was really embarrassing. The surrounding sects and powerhouses were also shocked when they heard this sentence. The three major empires have never had such a major event for hundreds of years. It is worthy of the three major sects to work together. However, it's all here, so let's move your hands and feet. Lin Tiancheng changed his words and said again. Now that he has already made a big fight and lost his face, if he doesn't make a move, wouldn't it be a joke? After that, Lin Tiancheng took the experts from Feiyu sect and slowly walked towards Shimin Chueshue and others, and within a moment, he stood together with the experts from Songhai sect and Sifang Hall. The three top sects of the Yeri Empire, there are hundreds of powerhouses, including nearly 20 masters of the Xianhuang realm, and 3 powerhouses of the peak of the Xianhuang realm. This kind of power instantly makes the entire Shenlinqing sky. The situation is changing. On the high platform of the entire square, there was a depressing atmosphere, which made many of the sect disciples present almost breathless, and all of them looked terrified. Even those powerful sects are shocked. How long has it been since they experienced such unparalleled coercion? Some people, even in their entire lives, have never seen so many Xianhuang realm powerhouses gathered together. There are nearly 20 powerhouses in the profound sovereign realm. This force, even General Chen Lai, who is sitting in the first place, has a solemn expression on his face. Although the big sects in the empire are worms in the empire, their strength is indeed true. Cannot be ignored. The Immortal Sect has a big event. It's more than a major event. After today, this Immortal Sect will be removed. It's the first time I've seen so many powerful people in the Xianhuang realm. I'm really lucky for 3 lives. Isn't it true? This Immortal Sect can make so many Xianhuang realm besieged. Even if it is destroyed, it will be glorious. It's just an arrogant sect, and it's really cheap for them. Many practitioners on the square looked at Lin Tiancheng and the others on the high platform, and their hearts were shaken, and they talked a lot. That terrifying pressure made their whole body tremble. This is the terrifying pressure that hundreds of powerhouses gathered together. It is no exaggeration to say that this pressure, even for the powerhouses at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, would be overwhelming. Can't stand it. On the high platform, Lin Tiancheng, Tian Sang, and Xiao Chen, the 3 major sect masters, stood side by side. Behind them, there were many powerhouses from the 3 major sections. They walked slowly towards Shimin Chueshue and the others, not in a hurry. However, although their pace was slow, a terrifying power slowly rose from them. The terrifying power, condensed by hundreds of strong men, condensed into a stormy wave, swept away towards Shimin Chueshue and others. This is a kind of trend, a general trend that is formed by 3 peaks of Xianhuang, nearly 20 Xianhuang realm, and nearly 80 phase entry powerhouses. Invisible and intangible, but enough to captivate the soul and destroy people's will. The beautiful woman in the Taoist robe of Tianqin sect on the edge of the high platform saw this scene. A sneer appeared on her pretty face, which made the Shenxian sect that she hated in her heart finally perished. It's just a pity that the sect master's plan could not be carried out, and that was doomed to die. However, at this moment, the 3 of Lin Tiancheng frowned. They thought that under the terrifying power of their 3 major sects, Shimin Chueshue and others would be terrified, and they even knelt down and begged for mercy. But aside from the pale faces of the disciples of the Immortal Sect, Shimin Chueshue and the others remained calm, and even sat firmly on the chairs without the slightest panic. How can they have a sense of accomplishment after pretending to be so calm? Yes, whether it is Lin Tiancheng, Tian Sang and others, they all think that Shimin Chuexiue and others are pretending. Their level of power, let alone the mere Immortal Sect, even if General Chenlai faces it, they will never be able to take it lightly. Even an empire must be cautious, and this Immortal Sect is so light, if it is not pretending, then they absolutely don't believe it. It's just that, under their power, being able to pretend like this is something. The three of Lin Tiancheng looked at each other, and a deep meaning flashed in their eyes. They pretended to be good. They are so calm at this time. Anyway, let's put the sense of accomplishment at the end. That shrill scream can form a wonderful melody. It was at this moment that Shimin Chuexiue stood up. His face was calm, his eyes glanced at Lin Tiancheng and the others. He stretched out his hand and said indifferently, "Whoever crosses the line, die." The line drawn by Shimin Chuexiue was just 1 meter in front of Lin Tiancheng and others, and 5 meters away from Shimin Chuexiue and others. What did he say? The person crossing the line died. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Shimin Chuexiue's words, Lin Tiancheng and the others were stunned for a moment, then looked up to the sky and laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. Their laughter resounded throughout the square, and everyone could hear the meaning of their laughter. Of sarcasm. Not only Lin Tiancheng and the three laughed, but the 3 strong men also laughed. They all looked at Shimin Chuexiue with mocking eyes and shook their heads. The frog at the bottom of the well is ridiculous. The big sect powerhouses and many sect disciples on the edge of the high platform also shook their heads with a smile. They suddenly felt that this Immortal Sect was a bit pathetic, and they were immersed in the splendor of their own sect and could not recognize the reality. This kind of sect is really living in a dream. Yeah, in the face of the 3 strong sects, you dare to be so strong, I really don't know whether to live or die. This is ridiculous pride. Without strength, what qualifications are there to be proud of? I don't know where this sect came from, but it was able to make such waves in this demon sealing conference. When did my Yeri Empire become so out of grade? Everyone in the field laughed softly, and everyone thought Shimin Chuexiue's words were ridiculous. When the sect master returns, these people will all die. Dare to insult my Immortal Sect, it's just courting death. Ling Feiwu and Mu Yunfei roared with anger on their faces when they heard the mocking voices around them. They regard the Immortal Sect as glory and the only sect in this life. How can they calmly watch the Immortal Sect being insulted? If it weren't for their lack of strength, they really wanted to kill all these people with one sword. Li Tianqin and Monk Wunyan, although they did not speak, also showed a touch of anger in their eyes. Although the 2 of them joined the Immortal Sect not long ago, they were also in awe of the Immortal Sect. That sect master, when they were in distress, came down like A and saved them, making them always grateful, and naturally they could not see the insults of others to the Immortal Sect. Compared with the anger of Ling Feiwu and others, Li He did not speak. He was not even angry, he just glanced at those who were mocking and took them in his heart. The small book in his heart has already engraved the faces of these people, which is the list of must-killers. For the first time in so many years, this sect has heard such a funny joke. For the sake of pleasing this sect will leave you a whole corpse. Lin Tiancheng glanced at Shimin Chuexiue, and said with a sneer, he didn't have any killing intent, but his words made people feel a chill. Although Tian Sang and Xiaoqin didn't speak, they nodded unanimously. It was really funny. It was okay to make them laugh so happily and give him a whole corpse. Benzong, I'll leave you a whole corpse too, okay? At this moment, a sound like a bell exploded over the entire Shenlin city, causing everyone to be stunned for a moment, and then they all looked towards the void. The 3 of Lin Tiancheng also frowned and looked in the direction from which the voice came. Chen Lai, who was sitting in the first place, glanced at him, and there was a smile that was not a smile on his face. Is the sect master of the Immortal Sect here? This drama is getting better and better. It's a pity that His Majesty is not here, otherwise he would probably slap melon seeds and watch with great interest, which would make His Majesty happy. Sect master is here, these people are dead. And this voice made Ling Feiwu look happy. www.novel.com waving a small fist and said with great certainty. Although these 3 sects are very powerful, even the strongest team Ling Feiwu has ever seen in her life, she still firmly believes that as long as Wang Feng comes, these people will die. Mu Yunfei and the others also had expressions of joy on their faces. Although they were not as firm as Ling Feiwu, they also felt that as long as Wang Feng was there, everything would be no problem. For them, Wang Feng was a god. Such a stalwart existence. Under the eyes of everyone, the figures of Wang Feng and the others appeared in the sky above the square. Wang Feng looked at Lin Tiancheng and the others with indifference, while Yimuching stood beside him, and behind him were Chong Feng and Wu Wu. Think Monk and Xiao Shiyilang. This guy is here, or he is buried with the Immortal Sect. The beautiful woman in Taoist robe of Tianqin sect glanced at the figures of Wang Feng and others with a sneer on her face, thinking in her heart. When Yimuching's face was clearly revealed in the eyes of everyone present, the entire square was silent, deadly silent. Everyone, there is only one thought in their minds: is there such a beautiful elves in this world? Even Chen Lai, the general of the Shining Sun Empire, when he saw Yimuching, his pupils shrank and his heart throbbed. And Lin Tiancheng and other 3 sect masters also had dull expressions on their faces. This is probably the most beautiful woman they have ever seen in their lives, right? Compared with women, the so-called beauties, such as Yinghua and Hao Yue, are incomparable at all. Yu Fei, the imperial prince who was sitting beside General Chen Lai, radiated fiery light in his eyes. Those eyes stared at Yimuching. He firmly said, "This woman, this prince wants it." There is an unquestionable will in the words. Chapter 63 Where is the Elder of the Immortal Sect? As the Crown Prince of the Shining Sun Empire, Yu Fei has obtained hundreds of women, but he has never had one that he really likes, even if everyone he gets, in the empire, is first-class beauty. But now, when he saw Yimuching's first glance, he knew his heartbeat. He thought that no woman in this world could make his heart move, even Li Tianqin, the first beauty of the heart sect that day, he actually just as a furnace. And Yimuching, at a glance, he knew that in this life, this woman was indispensable, and she had already stolen her heart. Yu Fei even felt that even her own father and emperor could not keep calm in front of this woman. To say something outrageous, his father is a powerful old man. The number of women in the harem of the great Emperor Yari is among the 3 largest empires, the well-deserved first. Yu Fei stared at Yimuching with a fiery look in her eyes. Only Yu Fei can have this type of woman, and only this type of woman is worthy of him. In the void. Wang Feng frowned as he looked at the pig brothers of the people below. He looked at Yimuching beside him, and said softly, "Would you like to wear a veil in the future?" "Okay," husband said, to bring it, then bring it. Yimuching smiled, those beautiful eyes narrowed like a crescent moon, very cute. And when Yimuching laughed, the strong people below were all stunned. This smile, like the spring breeze, warms people's hearts, like the sound of mountains and flowing water, it washes the soul. The beautiful woman in Taoist robe of Tianqin sect looked resentful, and another came, but, oh, I am afraid that the end is worse than that. Tianqin. You are the suzerain of the Immortal Sect. Lin Tiancheng stabilized his mind, looked at Wang Feng, and said solemnly. And this voice also pulled back many of the strong people present from their sluggishness. They then remembered that the 3 major sects are besieging the Immortal Sect at this moment. Who are you? Wang Feng looked down at Lin Tiancheng and said indifferently. At this moment, Wang Feng stood with his hands behind his back. Although he didn't exude any imposing manner, he had a noble aura permeating his own, and he was extremely stalwart. The sect master of the Feiyu sect of this sect. Lin Tiancheng also stood with his hands behind his back, and replied proudly. His body was quite stiff. While speaking, he didn't look at Wang Feng at all, but at the figure beside Wang Feng. Oh, never heard of it. Wang Feng shrugged and said nonchalantly. The frog at the bottom of the well is the frog at the bottom of the well, and I don't know the dragon of Feiyu sect. Wang Feng's words made Lin Tiancheng look angry, but when he saw the beautiful figure beside Wang Feng, he held back his anger and said contemptuously. Anger has somewhat lowered the style of this sect, and in front of the beauty, it has to be maintained to some extent. You just said you wanted to move my Immortal Sect. Wang Feng glanced at Lin Tiancheng, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly. If you move, how are you doing? Lin Tiancheng sneered, stood up, and said proudly. A mere little sect master dares to call himself the sect in front of him. There is really no tiger in the mountains, and the monkey is king. No, this Immortal Sect can't even be called a monkey, at most it's an ant. What about you? Wang Feng passed Lin Tiancheng, looked at Tian Sang and Xiao Chen, and asked. A mosquito bites a tiger. Although the tiger doesn't feel pain and the mosquito meat is small, the tiger still wants to eat it. Tiger's prestige must not be violated. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed slightly, and he chuckled. Although there is little mosquito meat, it's not bad to have a slow taste occasionally. Tian Sang also said with a smile. The conversation between Wang Feng and others was like chatting with friends, but many of the strong people present felt a chilling atmosphere gradually permeating. Those big sect powerhouses looked at Wang Feng with sympathy, while those big sect disciples were thinking, what a pity that immortal woman. Benzong actually doesn't like publicity. When it comes to being a human being, Aizong has always been low-key. However, you have to force me, so Aizong has to fulfill you. Wang Feng shook his head and sighed helplessly. And when everyone present heard Wang Feng's words, at least half of them rolled their eyes. Are you so low-key? Who started the Qin Yun Pavilion? Who slashed the arm of the elder Guixiong of the Sifang Hall with one sword? Who killed Kang Heizong Feng Mo? Who killed Fei Yuzong Yi Feng? Under the details, Wang Feng came to this city of God, but in just a few days, he has offended the 3 top sects in a row. As far as the Sunshine Empire is concerned, no one can compare to this kind of ability to cause trouble. When Lin Tiancheng and the 3 heard Wang Feng's words, they shook their heads and laughed. This person is probably living in a dream. With such a suzerain, it's no wonder that the people of the Immortal Sect are all out of their minds. Where is the elder of my Immortal Sect? Wang Feng stood in the void with his hands behind his back, and roared softly, his voice resounding throughout the square. Shimin Chuishue is here. Yiguqing is here. I Wuxiyan here. Xiao Shiyilang is here. Monk Wuxiang is here. Just as Wang Feng's voice sounded, the 5 low voices also resounded, and then, 5 figures appeared in front of Wang Feng and respectfully saluted Wang Feng. At this moment, Shimin Chuishue and the others did not hide anything anymore. The cultivation at the peak of the Shenhuang realm exploded directly. 5 terrifying powers swept the entire Shenlinqing square. The entire square seemed to have a huge mountain invisibly. The repression is generally down, and a terrible pressure permeates. Quiet. Deathly silence. Lin Tiancheng was stunned. Tian Sang was stunned. Xiaoqin was shocked. The smile on Qin Lai's face stagnated, and the sneer of the beautiful woman in the Taoist robe of Tianxinzong also stopped abruptly. Everyone present, their minds were blank, and the terrifying pressure made their entire bodies tremble involuntarily. They seemed to be in a quagmire, unable to move easily. Ancient Sect. After Qin Yun Pavilion, I will try my best to befriend the Immortal Sect. Elder Qin Sheng on the edge of the high platform was about to pull off his beard. However, Elder Zhu Qin did not answer at the moment. She stared at the 5 figures in the void with a dull expression. The cherry-red mouth was slightly opened, and her chest was turbulent due to extreme shock. How is it possible? Lin Tiancheng exclaimed, and for the first time there was a hint of fear in those eyes. A total of 5 powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, what kind of terrifying power is this? How could the Immortal Sect, who came out of nowhere, have 5 powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm? And Lin Tiancheng's exclamation also pulled everyone back from their sluggishness. When they came back to their senses, they all took a deep breath. Hiss! Am I dreaming? 5 peak powerhouses of the profound Emperor realm, how could this Immortal Sect be so powerful? Oh my god, in the entire empire, I'm afraid no sect has so many peak Shenhuang realm powerhouses, right? It's so terrifying. I thought this Immortal Sect could only be easily crushed to death by the 3 major sects, but I didn't expect such a terrifying power to erupt in vain. Everyone present frantically discussed with the people beside them, in order to release their extremely shocking mood, how much they despised Shengxianzong before, how shocked they are at this time. The 5 peaks of the profound Emperor realm. I am afraid that even the 3 major empires will have to weigh in on such forces. In the territory of the 3 major empires, having a peak Shenhuang realm powerhouse is enough to be called a top sect. Very few large sects have 2 peak Xuan Wangjing realm powerhouses, which can shock the quartet. No one dares to imagine how terrifying a sect with 5 peaks of the profound Emperor realm would be. Kill. Wang Feng stood with his hands behind his back. If he looked down at the crowd like a god, he ignored the shock of the crowd and gave a low voice. Boom. When Wang Feng's voice fell, Shimin Chuishue's 5 people suddenly burst out with a cold killing intent. At this moment, the temperature of the entire square dropped, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily, and the whole person was terrified. Endlessly. Shimin Chuishue and Yiguqing slowly pulled out the swords in their hands. An inch. 2 inches. Every inch they pulled out, the swords on Shimin Chuishue and Yiguqing became stronger, until at the end, the long swords in their hands were completely pulled out, and a cold sword intent was already permeating their bodies. Zhu Yuyan took out the Inho sword, and Xiao Shiyilang took out the deer-cutting knife. www.novel.com Wuxiang Monk sacrificed Wuxiang Zen beads. However, the 5 people swooped down at the same time, like 5 long rainbows, and rushed towards the powerhouses of the 3 major sects in an instant. Countless sword energies permeated from Shimin Chueshue and Yigucheng. Fall towards the powerhouses of the 3 sections. Xiao Shiyilang waved several sword chi, each of which ripped apart the void. In Hoyu held a sword and pulled a few sword flowers, strands of black energy wrapped around these flower-like sword energy, slowly falling, but at a very slow speed, but if you look closely, you can see the surrounding sword energy. Void has been twisted. Wuxiang Sang didn't have any extra movement, so he took the Wuxiang Zen bead and swiped it out. Wuxiang Zen bead suddenly spun towards the 3 strong sects, and each bead was blooming with golden light, just for a while. The rapidly spinning Wuxiang Zen beads disappeared, and only a golden circle slammed down. Resist together. Lin Tiancheng's face changed greatly. He didn't have time to think about other things, he just roared, the whole person took off, and the power of the peak of the Xianhuang realm swept out. He flipped his left hand, and a large knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom. The big knife fell to the ground, and the entire platform trembled. He clenched the big sword tightly, and strong profound energy permeated out, lingering on the big sword, and instantly burst out with an incomparably thick aura. Without any hesitation, Lin Tiancheng slashed out with a knife, and the terrifying edge swept across in an instant, and a huge crescent-like blade shot out immediately, cutting a huge crack in the high platform ground in front of him. Tian Sang and Xiaochen also reacted at the same time, and they also burst out with their own powerful moves. At this moment, the powerhouses of the 3 major sects rioted. Chapter 64 The world's most respected swordsman, Xiao Lang's first person. In the face of the 5 powerhouses at the peak of the profound emperor realm, none of the powerhouses in the 3 major sects dared to neglect. Nearly 20 powerhouses in the profound emperor realm directly erupted with all their might, with various moves bursting out, and colorful powers in the sky. Shock. Among them, the offensive of Lin Tiancheng's 3 people was the most terrifying. A sword light, a fist light, and a palm print, like 3 generals, led the offensive from the nearly 20 Xianhuang realm 3 powerhouses. Following the offensive of Shimin Chueshue and others, they rushed away. In addition, the nearly 80 powerhouses from the 3 sects who were above the stage of entering the phase did not look at them. They also burst into the power of the whole body, but they did not dare to resist the offensive of Shimin Chueshue and others alone. More than a dozen unite to attack Shimin Chueshue and others. Among the dozen or so, there are several strong princes, and the nearly 80 strong men above the phase of the 3 sects are divided into 7 teams. Under the leadership of several princes, they attack. Boom. In an instant, the offensive launched by Shimin Chueshue and others collided with the offensive launched by Lin Tiancheng and others. The deafening sound of the explosion resounded throughout the entire Shenlinqing square, and a terrible storm of power swept away in all directions. The big powerhouses on the edge of the high platform, their faces changed greatly, and they hurriedly used their power to resist this powerful storm of power. Even Chen Lai's eyes narrowed, and he stretched out his hand and waved a protective shield to protect the Crown Prince Yufei and the people around him. Many strong people in the square ran away as if they were running away. The impact of such terrifying forces would be seriously injured if they touched it. The big powerhouses on the high platform, after guarding their own people, also fixed their eyes on the center of the explosion. This is definitely a showdown with the largest number of powerhouses in the 3 empires. Wang Feng had already appeared on the high platform at this time, blocking this powerful attack for Ling Feiwu and others. Beside him stood Yimuching, and behind him stood Zhong Feng. Wang Feng did not let Zhong Feng go up too, but if he kept one hand, he might be able to have a stronger effect. And Zhong Feng, who was behind Wang Feng, was also staring at the battlefield at this moment. When the sword intent of Shimin Chueshue and Yigucheng broke out, Zhong Feng's eyes were shining brightly, and he knew at a glance, these 2, in Kendo, far surpassed him. The sect master really didn't lie to him, the Immortal Sect really has more powerful Kendo masters. After a while, the terrifying force impact slowly dissipated, revealing the scene in the field. After seeing the scene in that scene, the pupils of the many powerful sects present shrank, and their hearts were shaken to the extreme. I saw that the 5 Shimin Chueshue were still standing in the air at this time, and they were not injured in the slightest. And Lin Tiancheng's 3 sect masters were not injured, but behind them lay a group of 3 sect powerhouses, at least nearly 23 sect masters, fell to the ground and wailed, and the rest were also affected differently. Degree of injury. Only the powerhouses in the Xianhuang realm were not injured at all, but their faces were also a little pale. The three of Lin Tiancheng looked at each other with solemn expressions on their faces. The strength of the Immortal Sect was beyond their imagination, causing them to be caught off guard by Shimen Chueshue and others. I and the other three hold one person each. You are divided into two groups, a group of 10 people, each will deal with one person, and the rest of the strong will support them from the side. Although the strength of Shimen Chueshue and others made Lin Tiancheng and others a little flustered at first, when the three of Lin Tiancheng were also the masters of a sect, after a collision, they reacted and responded quickly. Although they are the only 3 sect masters of the 3 sects who are the powerhouses at the peak of the Zhuan Wangjing realm, there are so many masters in the realm of the Zhuan Wangjing realm that they can't stand it. Although the powerhouses at the peak of the Zhuan Wangjing realm are terrifying, they are defeated by 10 masters of the Zhuan Wangjing realm and even dozens of them. Besieged by a master who is above the stage of entering the phase, that is also the end of 9 deaths. It's just that Lin Tiancheng and the others never thought that they were not facing ordinary experts at the peak of the Xianhuang realm. Yes. The powerhouses of the Xianhuang realm of the 3 sects, without any hesitation, were quickly divided into 2 groups. One was led by the Great Elder of Feiyu Sect, the other was led by the Great Elder of Songhai Sect and the Great Elder of Sifang Hall, and behind them, they stood respectively, with nearly 30 strong men above the phase entrance realm. For a time, the power of the 3 sects was not weaker than Shimen Chueshue and others, and even slightly stronger. This is the real dog bites dog, the real big show. Not bad, not bad. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on General Chenlai's face, and he whispered softly. He was indeed shocked by the strength displayed by the Immortal Sect, but at this moment, seeing the reaction of the 3 sects, the boulder in his heart was put down. I have to say that Lin Tiancheng is worthy of being the sect master of Feiyu Sect. Under these circumstances, making such an arrangement can almost turn the tide. Even if it is Chenlai, he has to escape in the face of the siege of 10 Xianhuang realm powerhouses and 30 powerhouses above the stage of entering the phase. How can the Shangxianzong's peak Xianhuang realm powerhouse be able to stop him? In this battle, whether the Immortal Sect wins or the 3 sects wins, there will be heavy losses, and this, for the Empire, is beneficial and harmless. Which one do you choose? Just as Chenlai was secretly laughing, an indifferent voice sounded in the square, causing him to be stunned for a while before he heard the sound and looked away. And the many strong sects present were also stunned for a moment, looked up, and found that it was Shimen Chueshue who made a sound. At this time, Shimen Chueshue held a sword in one hand and looked at Yigucheng beside him. Obviously, what he said was to Yigucheng. Just, what does this mean? Not only Chenlai was puzzled, but also the great powerhouses present were puzzled. Then Yigucheng pointed at random and said nonchalantly, and the person he was referring to was Tian Sang, the sect master of Songhai Sect. What the fuck? Yigucheng's finger also made many strong people present react, and they suddenly looked confused. Is this choosing an opponent or a good match? That indifferent look, as if they were facing a group of ants. Shimen Chueshue looked at Inho, his eyes were self-evident. Giggle, the little girl will choose them. Queen Yin pointed to the team of strong men led by the Feiyu Sect elder, and smiled tenderly. Quantity doesn't have the slightest effect on heavenly demon Dafa. I choose him. Xiao Shiyilang held a deer-cutting knife, pointed at Lin Tiancheng, and said. In the field of knives, I, Xiao Shiyilang, are invincible. The poor monk has a relationship with him. Wuxiang Monk pointed to Xiao Chen, the master of the Sifang temple, and said plainly. At this moment, everyone present was stunned, watching Shimen Chueshue and others as if picking vegetables, picking on their opponents. Nima, although you are the powerhouses at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, do you want to be so arrogant? Court death. Seeing the gestures of Shimen Chueshue and others, Lin Tiancheng and the others were furious at the same time, and the power of the peak of the Xianhuang realm burst out again, with a stack of heels, and with a bang, the high platform directly exploded 3 huge pits, and the 3 of them seemed like a cannonball, it shot out. When the 3 of them came violently, Yigucheng, Wuxiang Monk and Xiao Shiyilang didn't hesitate, and flew out directly towards the 3. Flying feather sword technique. Lin Tiancheng, who was in the bends, held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and let out a low growl. The profound energy in his body poured into the body of the sword, and suddenly aroused a heavier aura. The veins in his arms burst, and the sword was raised high, suddenly moving towards Xiao Shi. Ichiro beheaded. The big powerhouses in the distance suddenly showed panic, and their mouths were wide open, because in their field of vision, there was a flashing light, a 3-meter-long saber aura, volleyed into the sky, and struck out. Tear dash. Wherever he passed, there was a pitch-black crack in the void. Hiss. The big powerhouses and the powerhouses in the square sucked in the air. Lin Tiancheng is worthy of being the sect master of Feiyu sect, and he is worthy of being a powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm. The power of this blow could easily kill an ordinary powerhouse at the early stage of the Xianhuang realm. Next moment, everyone looked at Xiao Shiyilang. Faced with such a powerful blow from Lin Tiancheng, how should the elder of the Immortal Sect deal with it? What shocked everyone was that Xiao Shiyilang slowly pulled out the deer-cutting knife at this moment. He was not nervous at all. He pulled the knife inch by inch. Previously, the knife was hidden in the quaint and outdated scabbard, and everyone did not feel the edge of the knife, but when Xiao Shiyilang pulled it out inch by inch, everyone present was shocked, even Chen Lai, his eyes were full of surprises. Shine a lot. Just at a glance, he knew that this was a good knife, a peerless treasure. This knife is only about 2 feet away from the handle. The light of the knife is crystal clear and bright. If there is an autumn water, the knife is light blue, and the light of the knife is also light blue, which is not conspicuous, but when it is pulled out, it has a frightening effect. Murder emerged. Chung. Xiao Shiyilang pulled out the deer-cutting knife in an instant. He didn't have any other action, so he pulled it out like this. Then, a light blue light of the knife shot out like a blue rainbow. When this azure sword light flew out, an indescribable evil spirit descended along with it, pressing the eyebrows. This sword light was so close that everyone could not see clearly, and when they barely caught it, they had already hit the heavy sword energy. Bang. With a loud explosion, the sword energy was directly cut off. If the azure rainbow-like knife light continued to slash towards Lin Tiancheng, dragging a dark tail, it was a crack in the void that was torn apart. Not good. Lin Tiancheng looked horrified, and subconsciously put the big sword in his hand across his chest, and the power in his body surged out at the same time. Boom. The knife light slashed on the big knife, and there was a sound of golden squeaks. Boom. There seemed to be a strong force, pushing Lin Tiancheng back, his forehead was sweating, and he stepped on the high platform with heavy feet, causing a huge pit to burst on the high platform. Every time he took a step back, a huge pit exploded. After taking a full 10 steps back, Lin Tiancheng barely stabilized his body. Chapter 65. Swords are like flying immortals, people are like flying immortals. Lin Tiancheng stared blankly at the hilt of the knife that was stained red due to the crack of the tiger's mouth, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Who is he? He is the sect master of the dignified Feiyu sect, the powerhouse at the peak of the profound emperor realm. Was beaten back by a knife. In terms of swordsmanship, Lin Tiancheng has always been quite proud. In the entire Yari Empire, there are only a few people who can compare with him in terms of swordsmanship. And now, he was repelled by a move on his proud swordsmanship. Many of the major sect powerhouses present were also stunned, but that was Lin Tiancheng, the sect master of Feiyu sect, who was just repelled by one move. How is this possible? Chen Lai, who had been watching the play for a long time, stood up in vain, a look of fear flashed in his eyes. He is also a knife wielder, so he is more aware of the horror of Xiao Shiyilang's knife just now. It seems like a simple swipe, but it blooms with a breathtaking knife light. This is the master of repairing the knife to the extreme. Even Chen Lai, if he asked himself, could not have been bettered by Lin Tiancheng under Xiao Shiyilang's knife. Is the elder of this immortal sect so strong? And Ling Feiwu and the others behind Wang Feng looked excited. This was the elder of his immortal sect, so powerful. Only Monk Wunyan was also shocked, but his more attention was on the battlefield between Monk Wuxiang and Xiao Chen, the master of the Sifang Palace. I saw that Sang Wuxiang folded his hands together, and looked at Xiao Chen, the master of the Sifang Hall, with a faint smile on his face. Quartet fist. Lin Tiancheng next to him was repelled by a knife, which made Xiao Chen's heart even more solemn. For Wuxiang Seng, he did not dare to be slighted in the slightest. The first eruption was the strongest move. He stretched out his fist, and the profound energy in his body surged wildly, pouring into the fist, causing his fist to shine brightly. The void around his fist was faintly twisted at this moment. A violent aura erupted from Xiao Chen's body. He punched out, and a huge fist shot out in an instant. This punch, like a bright sun, is dazzling and touching. At first glance, it is soul-stirring. Trembling. And this punch also pulled everyone back from the shock of Lin Tiancheng being repelled, and they all turned their attention to the battlefield between Xiao Chen and the two. Facing Xiao Chen's terrifying punch, Seng Wuxiang was still smiling slightly. The light above his head was illuminated by the sunlight, making Seng Wuxiang seem to have a layer of Buddha's light on his body. Feel serene and revered. Then, under the dazed eyes of everyone, Wuxiang sang through the string of beads in his hand without any extra movement. As soon as he threw it out, the string of beads quickly turned, and turned, the whole string of beads will bloom brightly. Even if it is spinning, the speed of this string of Buddha beads is still extremely fast, like a ray of light, and it hits the fist in an instant. Boom. A violent wave of power swept away in all directions, and the entire high platform was shocked. If the high platform was not made of special material and was guarded by imperial soldiers, it would have burst. The collision between the two powerhouses at the peak of the profound emperor realm would be enough to destroy a small mountain if it were changed elsewhere. Then, under the horrified eyes of everyone in the field, the string of Buddha beads, after touching the fist light for a few breaths, smashed the huge fist light into pieces, turned into a little star light, and dissipated on the square. After crushing the fist, the string of Buddha beads did not have any stagnation, and shot straight towards Xiao Chen. The rapidly spinning Buddha beads seemed to be crushing the void, bursting out with a shocking shock. Terrible breath. How can it be? Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's eyes widened, he exclaimed, and hurriedly resisted. He thought he was cautious enough, and with all his strength, he should be able to resist Wuxiang Seng. But he didn't expect that Seng Wuxiang could burst out such terrifying power just by throwing this string of Buddha beads at will. Boom. The string of Buddha beads hit Xiao Chen's body without any accident. Even though Xiao Chen had already covered the layers of profound energy, his complexion was still pale, his entire body was in a bow shape, and then he flew out backwards. After tumbling in the void for a few laps, he was barely able to stabilize his body. After landing on the ground, he took a few steps back, all burst the high platform. Puff. Xiao Chen couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, his whole body trembled slightly, and his eyes flashed with fear when he looked at Monk Wuxiang. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone in the field took a deep breath, their pupils widened, and they were inexplicably horrified. Xiao Chen is the master of the Xifang Palace. Although his strength is not comparable to Lin Tiancheng, he is also a peak powerhouse of the Xianhuang realm, but now, he was directly injured by Wuxiang Seng. Nima, what kind of monster sect is this Immortal Sect? All the elders are so powerful. Among these sect powerhouses, there is a monk, the elder of Wuxiang Sect, the one who had made a sound transmission with Wuxiang Monk before. The monk bowed. In the way of Buddhism, he is not such a person, and he even thinks that even the suzerain of Wuxiangzong can't compare to this eminent monk. And the Wuxiang monk standing behind Wang Feng also has his eyes shining. He didn't choose the wrong way. The Immortal Sect is the sect that really suits him. Chen Lai's brows furrowed even deeper. This Immortal Sect would probably become a thorn in His Majesty's eyes. Impossible, this sect doesn't believe you are so powerful. Xiao Chen roared, and a formidable power erupted from his body. Although he was injured, it was not serious, and he could still fight. The majestic profound energy was poured into his fists, and the whole person was like an angry lion, roaring out, and fiercely bombarded Wuxiang Seng. Seeing this, Seng Wuxiang put away the Buddha beads, and the whole person also floated out. Compared with Xiao Chen's madness, Seng Wuxiang seemed to be indifferent, and there seemed to be a Buddha's light on his stalwart body. On the other side, Lin Tiancheng also burst out in rage, his sword will never be defeated. Holding the sword in both hands, the power in the body poured into the long sword along the hands, and the body moved, like a shadow, and instantly slashed at Xiao Shiyilang. The two battlefields affected the hearts of everyone present, but the battle between Yiguqing and the sect master of Canghai sect also shocked everyone present. Everyone present, at this time, a feeling emerged in their hearts, the eyes are not enough to see. These are the battles of the powerhouses at the peak of the profound emperor realm. Such battles may not be seen once in decades, but now, they are dazzled and trembling. At this moment, Yiguqing stood with his sword in his arms, looking at the sect master of the Canghai sect indifferently, while the sect master of the Canghai sect looked at Yiguqing solemnly. The loss of Lin Tiancheng and Xiao Chen made Tian Sang very jealous. This fat man, who had always been smiling, couldn't smile for the first time. Although he was a powerhouse of the same level as Lin Tiancheng, and he was a step ahead of Xiao Chen, this immortal sect was too strange, and he did not dare to neglect him in the slightest. War. Tian Sang stared at Yiguqing, shouted in vain, and the voice resounded throughout the square, attracting the attention of most people. This shout, it seems that Tian is cheering for himself, and it seems that Tian wants to deter Yiguqing. When his shout fell, a majestic force surged out from his fat body. His body seemed to be inflated, and a little fatter. He stretched out his hands, those chubby hands, instantly wrapped in majestic profound energy, bursting out with a dazzling light. It was a kind of blue light. 9 waves of waves. Tian let out a low roar, and slapped his hands continuously, slamming out 8 palms, and then slapped a 9th palm in the layered palms. The 9 palm prints, layered on top of each other, like waves, condensed together in an instant, forming a huge palm print, which was shot straight towards Yiguqing. From clap to palm out, the whole process is extremely fast. When everyone was still shaken by Tian's roar, Tian had already blasted that palm. It was a wave-like palm. Hey, I didn't expect Sect Master Tian to directly display the 9 styles of Tsang Haizong's unique skills. I'm afraid it was the defeat of Sect Master Lin and Sect Master Xiao that made Sect Master Tian dare not relax and burst out with the strongest moves. I don't know if the Elder of the Immortal Sect can block this blow from Sect Master Tian. I'm afraid this is impossible, right? The two who fought against Sect Master Lin and Sect Master Xiao www.novel.com. I am afraid that he is already the most powerful Elder of the Immortal Sect. This one should not be able to stop Sect Master Tian. It's hard to say, this Immortal Sect is too weird. Who would have thought that this Immortal Sect would have 5 peak Xianhuang realm powerhouses? When Tian burst out with that palm, everyone present, staring at him, whispered. Just as everyone was discussing, Tian's palm print had already slapped less than 5 meters in front of Yiguqing. After this palm print, there was a huge void in the crack. At this moment, Yiguqing moved. He stretched out his slender hand and held it on the hilt of the sword. A sword light flashed across, causing everyone to be lost for a moment. When they looked again, Yiguqing's hand was still on the hilt, as if from no sword drawn. But everyone present knew that Yiguqing was pulled, but it was so fast that they couldn't see it at all. The reason why everyone is so sure is because at this moment, a sword light, brilliant and fast, carrying a sword energy that even the bone marrow seems to be cold, like a shocking light, like a long rainbow passing through the sky. That sword light strikes from a high position, and the edge of the sword is terrifying and irresistible. This is a stunning sword. Shocked Tian. Shocked Qinlai. Surprised everyone present. When Wang Feng, who was behind Wang Feng, saw this sword, his whole body was shaking. His eyes were staring at this sword, as if he was on a pilgrimage. This sword is the supreme swordsmanship, changing at will, superhuman thinking. In just an instant, this sword hit Tian's palm, and under the eyes of the public, that palm suddenly collapsed. Chapter 66. Like a shadow, unforgettable in a lifetime. When that sword smashed Tian's overlapping palms, Tian's people were dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his strongest palm was easily chopped to pieces like this. He was the sect master of the Zhanghai sect, a powerhouse at the peak of the Profound Emperor realm, and he was not an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Profound Emperor realm. When Tian was stunned, the undiminished Jian Guang slashed down fiercely and slashed on his shoulder. 1/3 of Tian's body, including the right arm, flew out and landed 3 meters away. On the high platform outside, blood sprayed the entire ground, dyeing a corner of the high platform red. What? On the high platform, there was a painful scream in an instant. This scream made everyone present tremble, a flash of fear flashed in their eyes, and the whole body froze. They stared blankly at the white-clothed figure standing in the sky. At this moment, the white-clothed figure was like the immortal King Linchen, which brought great deterrence to everyone. Even Qinlai, a general of the empire, a high-ranking person, trembled in his heart and showed fear in his eyes. They can no longer describe this sword, even the masters of Kendo can't see the mystery of this sword, it is like a fairy, it is so unfathomable. Instead of a strong swordsman, there is only one feeling in his heart, this sword is so handsome. It's so strong. Tian's screams also made Lin Tiancheng and Xiao Chen, who were madly fighting Wuxiang Monk and Xiao Shiyilang, froze. In particular, Xiao Chen, the weakest, was even more frightened in his heart. Even Tian couldn't stop the sword of the Xuanzun elder, how could he resist? Originally, they regarded the Immortal Sect as if they were ants, but now, the Immortal Sect was pressed against the ground by the Immortal Sect and rubbed against the ground, and they had no resistance at all. Who would have thought that the 3 top sects of the Shining Sun Empire were besieged by a sect, and they were unable to defeat them, but instead were hammered. How can it be? Every elder of the Immortal Sect is so powerful. It's so terrifying. After today, the Immortal Sect will surely be famous all over the world. The strong men of various sects on the high platform recovered from their shock and talked about it, and their tone was full of awe for the Immortal Sect. A big sect strongman said solemnly, "That sword, I am afraid it is already a sword that Xian Wang is invincible." This sentence is recognized by everyone. With a sword, he slashed the right arm of the powerhouse at the peak of the profound sovereign realm and seriously injured him. With such strength, I am afraid that he is the master of the three major empires. What? When everyone was trembling, the continuous ups and downs of screams suddenly made everyone tremble again. They hurriedly searched for the sound, and immediately a blood-red color was reflected in the bottom of their eyes. I saw that Shimin Chuishua's sword was not sheathed, but his people, in the team headed by the great elder of the Songhai sect, kept flickering, and every time they flickered, a strongman from the three major sects was cut off in the middle. In just a moment, the dozens of strong men of the three major sects have already fallen down a dozen. The blood like a spring flows on the high platform, and a strong smell fills the air, causing some low-quality sect disciples couldn't help but vomit. What shocked these sect powerhouses even more was that on one side of this place was the battlefield of the beautiful elder of the Immortal Sect. Compared to the scene of Shimin Chuishue, the beautiful elder's battlefield was even more bizarre. I saw that beautiful elder, with a pair of pure white jade hands, constantly dancing. She walked slowly in the Yifei sect, in the team headed by the great elder. As long as this beautiful elder walked by, the three strong men fell together with satisfied smiles on their faces, but their consciousness had already dissipated. Such a strange and terrifying picture made the big sect masters on the high platform tremble, and the whole person was terrified. This elder of the Immortal Sect is so terrifying. One by one is simply a monster, and they are not ordinary people. Even if the battle is not over yet, many of the powerhouses present already know the ending. These three major sects are not the opponents of the Immortal Sect at all. Even if they are not completely destroyed, they will have to die half. After today, these three major sects will inevitably end. Even if the Immortal Sect does not take action, the other major sects or empires will never miss this opportunity to get down on the ground. Seeing that the strong men of their sect were brutally killed by Shimin Chuishue and Queen Yin, both Lin Tiancheng and Xiao Chen's eyes were red. Court death. Lin Tiancheng roared angrily, and an even more violent aura erupted from his body. In vain, a sword light nearly 10 meters long shot out from his broadsword, and slashed towards Xiao Shiyilang. After cutting out this knife, Lin Tiancheng didn't hesitate at all, turned around and swept towards Wang Feng. His figure was almost at the extreme. Lin Tiancheng knew that at this rate, even if his Feiyu sect was not destroyed, it would be almost the same. Therefore, even if he died, he would drag Wang Feng into the water. Although the elders of the Immortal Sect were very terrifying, Wang Feng was too young and had never shown his cultivation. Therefore, Lin Tiancheng felt that he could kill Wang Feng. As long as he kills Wang Feng, or hijacks Wang Feng, perhaps his Feiyu sect can escape this catastrophe. Thinking of this, Lin Tiancheng's speed was faster, but in the blink of an eye, he came to Wang Feng, holding the big knife in both hands, raised it above his head, and slashed at Wang Feng. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shiyilang was not surprised. After he destroyed Lin Tiancheng's knife, he stood quietly in the air and did not go to help Wang Feng. This is what he thought in his heart: did this person think he didn't die fast enough to dare to take action against the sect master? On the high platform, except for the two elders of Qinyun Pavilion who vaguely knew Wang Feng's cultivation base, the rest of the people were all shocked. In their opinion, Wang Feng was afraid to die. After all, since the birth of the Immortal Sect, Wang Feng has made a move once, and everyone does not know what his strength is, but looking at Wang Feng's young age, it is obvious that his strength is not much stronger. That's right. Killing the sect master of the Immortal Sect will make it impossible for the Immortal Sect to become a climate. Lin Tiancheng has done a good thing. Perhaps, I can let His Majesty open the net and let him be a lackey. Seeing this scene, Zhenlai laughed secretly, thinking to himself, Die, die. The beautiful woman in Taoist robe of Tianqin sect also stared at Wang Feng with a sneer, as if she had seen Wang Feng being split in half. The strength of the Immortal Sect made the beautiful woman in Taoist robe fearful, and her heart was twisted. Your Immortal Sect is indeed strong, but if this sect killed you, your Immortal Sect is also abolished. Lin Tiancheng roared with a grim face, the long knife in his hand flashed with dazzling light, and the speed was too fast to cover his ears. Zhan Luo, that terrifying blade, split the void into a hole. Facing this terrifying knife, Wang Feng's face was still calm, and he just stood there quietly. And this scene gave everyone the feeling that Wang Feng was already scared and stupid, and also, facing the attack and killing of a powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, I am afraid that anyone would be scared and stupid. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Wang Feng indifferently stretched out 2 fingers, and with a light squeeze, he caught the big knife that fell fiercely. How? Lin Tiancheng was dumbfounded, his sneering sneer immediately froze, and a bone-chilling chill swept through his entire body, making his body a little stiff. Boom. Then, Lin Tiancheng saw Wang Feng clamp the fingers of his sword, flicked it lightly, and a terrifying force rushed into his body along the sword in an instant. He flew all of a sudden, flying for more than 10 meters, and just hit the high platform. The entire high platform was shocked, and a human-shaped pit suddenly appeared. I must be dreaming. Really? 2 fingers caught the angry knife of the peak of the Xuanwangjing realm. What's wrong with this world? Everyone is stupid. Do they feel that they are living in a dream? Otherwise, how could such incredible things happen? Chen Lai, who was in the first place, and Yu Fei, the imperial prince, looked at each other, and both felt a chill that swept through their bodies, causing them to shudder. That day, the beautiful woman in Taoist robe of Xinzong shivered and hid in the crowd. She was scared, really scared. Xiao Chen, who collided with monk Wuxiang, saw this scene without any hesitation. www.novel.com turned around and wanted to run, but the strong sect ignored him, and his son was no longer needed. He just wanted to escape. The land of nightmares. Donor, let the poor monk send you to the land of bliss to serve the Buddha. However, just as Xiao Chen couldn't escape a mile away, a word came from his ear that made his soul fly away. Just as he turned around, there was an increasingly larger aperture in his pupil, and then there was no more. Xiao Chen's entire body fell vertically from the sky, and with a bang, a big hole was blown out on the high platform. At the same time, Shimin Chueshue and Queen Yin also ended their battle. Queen Yin swayed her graceful figure and slowly walked towards Wang Feng. There was a satisfied smile on everyone's face. As for Shimin Chueshue, it was like a of death who had returned from hell. Behind him, a scarlet, rolling red stream rolled on the ground, and his whole person was still dressed in white, with fresh blood that did not touch him at all. A piece of clothing. At this moment, needles could be heard in the entire Shenlinqing square. Except for the screams of Tian Sang, the sect master of the Shanghai sect, there was no sound. The big sect powerhouses and the big sect disciples on the high platform held their breaths one by one, not daring to breathe, for fear that they would provoke a group of killing gods from the Immortal Sect. In the past, it was the big powerhouses like them who were terrifying, but now, they are terrified. Those 5 figures are deeply imprinted in their minds. If it is like a shadow, it will not be forgotten in this life. As strong as Chen Lai and as tall as Crown Prince Yu Fei, they all subconsciously lowered their breathing at this time. They didn't even know that they were lowering their breathing. This was a natural reaction of extreme panic in their hearts. Chapter 67. This flea is buried in winter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the elite mission. Lesson: the 3 sects of Feiyu sect, Shanghai sect, and Sifang Hall who came to trouble. Get the reward for completing the quest: 1 special summon, 2 random summons, Heavenly Soul Pill. When the 5 Shimin Chueshue had just walked up to Wang Feng, a ding-dong notification sounded in Wang Feng's ears. Wang Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. This time not only made Shengxianzong famous, but also won the task reward, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But seeing the smashed corpse on the high platform and the strong smell of blood on his nose, Wang Feng frowned, his stomach surging for a while, and he almost vomited out. This is the first time he has crossed over to see such a terrifying situation, and it is difficult to adapt. It is a normal thing. After all, in the previous life, in normal life, it was difficult to see a broken hand, let alone this piece of corpse. In this cruel world, those who want to move themselves and even the Immortal Sect must fight back with cold and severe means, otherwise, one day they will be farted. Wang Feng gave him a reason to comfort himself, and his mood slowly calmed down. He did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He has always given himself a principle: if people do not offend me, I will not offend others; if anyone offends me, they will pay back 100-fold. General Chen, after the show is over, is it time to announce the ranking of the Demon Sealing Conference? Wang Feng looked at Chen Lai and said with a half-smile. And Wang Feng's words also pulled everyone back. They looked at Wang Feng and then at Chen Lai, bowing their heads in silence. Who would have thought that the three top sects of the Shining Sun Empire would fall directly at the Demon Sealing Conference this time? It might even be destroyed. The major powerhouses present, at this moment, deeply remembered Wang Feng's face in their minds. This is an existence that they must not offend. Chen Lai took a deep look at Wang Feng and thought to himself that His Majesty would be so frightened that he would have trouble sleeping and eating. It will be announced that the winner of this Demon Sealing Conference is Li He of the Immortal Sect. Mu Yunfei of the Immortal Sect ranked 2nd, and Ling Feiwu of the Immortal Sect ranked 3rd. You can go to Yaori Imperial City in 3 days to meet His Majesty. The rewards of the Demon Sealing Conference will be awarded to the 3 by His Majesty in person. With an inexplicable look in Chen Lai's eyes, he glanced at Li He and the 3 behind Wang Feng, and said. As for Chen Lai's words, many of the sects present did not have the slightest objection. They glanced at Wang Feng and the others, as if they saw a bright sun rising slowly, which will eventually shine in the world. There's no need for an audience, and he doesn't deserve an audience with my Immortal Sect disciple. Wang Feng waved his hand, glanced at Chen Lai, and said nonchalantly. And this sentence shocked many of the great powerhouses present again. How dare he? Is this Nima provoking Emperor Yaori? Is he floating? Many sects present looked at Wang Feng blankly. They admitted that the strength of the Immortal Sect was indeed very powerful, and no sect in the entire empire could compare with it. But this does not mean that the Immortal Sect can compete with the Shining Sun Empire. No one knows how deep the foundation of the Shining Sun Empire is, but all the major sects know that there are no less than 10 powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm of the Shining Sun Empire. There are also hundreds of thousands of troops, and the hundreds of thousands of troops alone are enough to make any large group terrified. These large groups of them seem to be powerful, but looking at the entire empire, they are like ants and elephants, there is no comparison at all. And Wang Feng, how dare he directly refuse to meet Emperor Yaori? This is more than just floating, it is simply arrogant. Even for the strong sects like them, it is a great honor to have the opportunity to meet the Emperor Yaori, and the entire sect will celebrate for 3 days. However, Wang Feng scoffed at what they regarded as an opportunity for glory. While this shocked them, it also raised a disgust for Wang Feng. Act recklessly. Crazy also depends on who. This Immortal Sect master thinks that after defeating the 3 top sects, he is invincible in the world. What a joke. Dare to not give face to the great Emperor Yaori like this Immortal Sect is destined to not last long. Zongman, how can you compete with the Empire? If you can't see the reality, you are destined to be reduced to the dust of history. There are many strong sects present, whispering, and in the words, there is a lot of ridicule to Wang Feng. Presumptuous. Dozens of Imperial soldiers standing beside General Chen Lai shouted angrily in unison. An aura of killing, even at this moment, filled the entire high platform. All the Imperial soldiers glared at Wang Feng angrily, and their whole body was full of murderous intent. To them, Emperor Yaori was there and could not tolerate any insults. Sect Master Wang, calamity comes out of your mouth, don't think that with a little strength, you can be lawless. General Chen Lai's eyes narrowed slightly, with a cold aura blooming all over his body, he said coldly. Beside him, Yu Fei, the Imperial Prince, also looked at Wang Feng with indifference. In the depths of his eyes, there was an astonishing killing intent. The cauldron that he liked was next to Wang Feng, and the woman he was moved by was also beside Wang Feng. This son of Wang Feng is immortal. This sect is just telling the truth, you don't need to see it. As for the treasures, my Immortal Sect is not lacking, and you can't come up with the treasures that my Immortal Sect can see. That's it. Facing the angry killing intent of Chen Lai and even many soldiers of the Empire, Wang Feng still said nonchalantly. The casual look on his face made Chen Lai almost unable to suppress the killing intent in his heart. You. A soldier beside Chen Lai saw Wang Feng's attitude, his eyes were red, and he was about to speak out in anger, but was stopped by Chen Lai. Chen Lai also had strong killing intent in his heart at this time, but he knew that with the imperial power in Shenlinjing at this time, he could not stop Wang Feng and others, and he might even be killed by Wang Feng and others. Sect Master Wang, don't be too arrogant, it's easy to die prematurely. Chen Lai narrowed his eyes and said coldly. This is arrogant. Then you have never seen this sect really arrogant, it will scare you to death. Wang Feng shook his head and laughed. Chen Lai was not talking, but he looked at Wang Feng with no emotion at all, as if he was looking at a dead man. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first hostile mission, winning the first place in the Demon Sealing Conference, and the disciples within the sect occupy the top spot on the Demon Sealing ranking.
Task completion, 100%. Get the quest reward, 5 random summoning opportunities. Open the quest hall in the sect. The quest hall, where the hostile forces are released for the disciples of the sect to receive. The hostile quest can be selected by the host, and it will be displayed in the quest hall for the disciples to choose. This time, the host has dug up 2 top geniuses in total, obtained Tianjiao luck, and rewarded 30,000 sects. Kill 2 top Tianjiao and 10 ordinary Tianjiao in total, 1 Tianjiao luck, and rewarded 40,000 sects. Hearing the quest completion notification sounding in his ears, Wang Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't for this quest, he really wouldn't have provoked Emperor Yari like this. But now, Wang Feng hopes that there will be more such tasks. When it comes to hating people, Wang Feng thinks that in this world, there is probably no one who can match him. Everyone, farewell. Wang Feng smiled and bowed to the many powerful sects and General Chen Lai, and then he waved his hand. Let's go. Yes. Ling Feiwu and others quickly followed Wang Feng, while Shimin Chueshue and others fell behind. After walking a few steps, Wang Feng seemed to remember something. He turned around, glanced at the many strong sects, and said with a smile, "My Immortal Sect, you are welcome to join in. If you are dissatisfied with your own sect, or suffer, those who come to the sect to persecute are welcome to join my Immortal Sect. I don't dare to say anything else, but the sect promises that if you join, no one will dare to deceive you." After the voice fell, Wang Feng couldn't get everyone to react, so he directly took Shimin Chueshue and others into the air, and gradually disappeared. This sun is shameless. It's just awful. It's ridiculous, dare to provoke the great Emperor Yari. It's hard to say whether this divine immortal sect can survive. How dare you say so? The many strong sects present immediately scolded, each with a face full of anger, digging the corner of their sect in front of them. If it wasn't for Wang Feng and others' opponents, they would have slapped the past. However, the angered sect powerhouses did not realize that after hearing Wang Feng's words, several disciples in their sect had a ray of light in their eyes. www.novel.com. Just when many sect powerhouses were furious, a sound of breaking the air sounded, and a figure in white floated down. It is the Shimin Chueshue who kills without blood. Many big powerhouses suddenly shut up. The sect master said that weeds must be eradicated. Don't forget things. Shimin Chueshue said indifferently, and then killed Tian Sang, who was pale with only half of his body left. Then he put his fingers together to form a sword, and gave Lin Tiancheng and Tian Sang another sword. The 3 major sect masters were completely cold. Then, Shimin Chueshue reached out and grabbed it, and took the space ring of the 3 major sect masters directly, and his figure floated and disappeared completely. And this scene also caused the strong sects present to shudder involuntarily. If this immortal sect is immortal, they will have trouble sleeping and eating. The 3 top sect masters all perished here, and the fear in their hearts grew even more when they thought of this. General Chen, just let these madmen go. Yu Fei, the prince of the empire, said to Chen Lai beside him, her tone very dissatisfied. Watching the woman who was in his heart helplessly followed other men away, this made Yu Fei, the crown prince of the empire, mad with hatred. He is a dignified crown prince of the shining empire, with a noble status. One person is more than 10,000 people, and he can't even get a woman. What is the use of this prince? His Royal Highness, it will be a long time to come. Look, these fleas will eventually be buried in the winter. Chen Lai narrowed his eyes and said with deep meaning. Hearing this, a sullen smile appeared on Yu Fei's face, the crown prince of the empire. Even though he couldn't wait, let these fleas live a little longer. Chapter 68 Martial Arts Wizard Zhang Sanfeng. In the void, Wang Feng ran with everyone. This time, Wang Feng did not take the flying boat on the return trip. Without him, it was too flamboyant, which did not match his low-key style of Wang Feng. As long as the strength is strong, fart is fragrant. System, integrate 5 random summoning opportunities. Wang Feng was not idle during the flight, he said with anticipation. High-level summoning opportunity, at least one can summon a strong person in the Xuanzun realm. With such a strong person, what kind of blazing sun empire can become every minute and every second? Ding, it is detected that the host has a special summoning opportunity. Is it possible to combine 5 random summoning opportunities to form an advanced special summoning opportunity? When the cold voice sounded in his mind, Wang Feng was stunned and asked, what is the difference between a special summoning opportunity and a random summoning opportunity? Ding, the special summoning opportunity will summon a special powerhouse, and the high-level special summoning opportunity will also summon the Xuanzun realm powerhouse at the lowest level. Using one special summoning opportunity and 5 random summoning opportunities to combine into a high-level special summoning opportunity. The cold voice sounded in his mind, so Wang Feng did not hesitate at all, and secretly said he would like to see how special the powerhouses summoned through the advanced special summoning opportunities are. If it's not what he wants, it's just a waste of a special summoning opportunity. Now that the Immortal Sect is on the right track, Wang Feng's heart is naturally bigger, and he is not very concerned about the ordinary Shenhuang realm powerhouse. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting an advanced special summon opportunity. Use the advanced special summoning opportunity directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning Zhang Sanfeng. May I ask the host to check his attribute panel? The cold voice in his ears made Wang Feng's eyes light up. Zhang Sanfeng, he has long admired this man. Unparalleled martial arts genius in the world. This sentence is to describe Zhang Sanfeng. One can imagine how strong Zhang Sanfeng is. This special summon opportunity is worth it. Wang Fengchang restrained his excitement and said quickly, check Zhang Sanfeng's attribute panel. Ding, Zhang Sanfeng's attribute panel is as follows. Name, Zhang Sanfeng. Name, Zhang Jinren. Cultivation, Peak of Xuanzun Realm. Profound skills, Wudong Jiyangang, Chunyang Wujigong, Ti Yunzong, Mianzhang, Jintian Iron Palm, Etian Dragon Slayer, Wuji Xiangong, 72 Wei Round Finger Soft Sword, Shinman 13 Swords, 2 Instruments Swordsmanship, Xuanshu Swordsmanship, Jinwu 7 Section Formation. Supernatural Powers, Taiji Swordsmanship, Taiji Quan. Xianbing, True Martial Sword. Special Skills, Alchemy, Alchemy Level, 9th Grade Alchemy Venerable. Value. So worth it. Wang Feng was stunned, staring blankly at the virtual panel that appeared in front of him. This gorgeous attribute panel is indeed the first time he has seen it. He has summoned 7 or 8 powerhouses, but this is the first time he has seen such a gorgeous attribute panel. Zhang Sanfeng is worthy of the title of the unparalleled martial arts genius in the world. This is still because of the limitations of the world where Zhang Sanfeng lives. Wang Feng believes that in this world, Zhang Sanfeng's achievements will only be higher. Especially the 9th grade alchemy sage. Going out, the masters of the 3 empires have to pay their respects, right? System, what is the difference between supernatural powers and profound skills? After a long time, Wang Feng came back to his senses and asked suspiciously. Ding, supernatural powers are martial arts that have evolved from profound skills to the extreme. Even the lowest level supernatural powers are not comparable to profound skills. Note, Taiji Quan and Taiji Swordsmanship are Zhang Sanfeng's self-created supernatural powers, which are most suitable for Zhang Sanfeng, so that these 2 supernatural powers, when used in Zhang Sanfeng's hands, can explode with the greatest formidable power, which also causes Zhang Sanfeng's combat power to be far away, beyond the peak of the Xuanzun realm. If Zhang Sanfeng displayed these 2 kinds of magical powers, he would barely be able to compete with the powerhouses in the early stage of the profound emperor realm. Wang Feng was shocked again. His body trembled several times. This was the first time he had a feeling that he had made it himself. Awesome. After a long time, Wang Feng slowly spit out these 2 words. Wang Feng suddenly looked forward to the arrival of Zhang Sanfeng. What Yari Empire, what Yari Emperor, in front of Zhang Sanfeng, all became scum in seconds. Sect Master, does my Immortal Sect have sect clothing? Just when Wang Feng was shocked by Zhang Sanfeng, an inquiry sounded in his ear. He heard the sound and looked around, and found that it was Mu Yunfei who spoke. Sect clothing? Yeah, Sect Master. Didn't you realize that the major sects that appeared in this Demon Sealing Conference all have uniform sect costumes? As long as the disciple goes out, people can recognize which sect he is from at a glance. The facade of the sect is not only the strength of the strong in the sect, but also the sect's clothing and sect station. Mu Yunfei said as a matter of course, this is common sense, but the sect master doesn't know it. You're very observant. Wang Feng glanced at Mu Yunfei and said lightly. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he feels that Mu Yunfei's words make sense. He has uniform sect costumes, and he goes out with his own style. System, is there any sect clothing for sale? Wang Feng thought for a while and asked inwardly. In his opinion, only what the system comes out of is suitable for his Immortal Sect, and also has the force that this world sect does not have. Ding, the following are martial arts costumes, please choose your own host. Yunlong Taoist robe, a set of low-grade profound stones is priced at 10,000. The grade can be automatically locked to the disciple's cultivation base, which is 1 grade higher than the disciple's cultivation base. Xuanzun, a set of 10,000 low-grade profound stones, the grade will automatically lock the disciple's cultivation base, which is 1 grade higher than the disciple's cultivation base. After Wang Feng's voice fell, a virtual panel suddenly appeared in front of him. On this panel, there were dozens of gorgeous costumes. Looking at the virtual panel in front of him, Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, choosing the system was the most correct choice. Looking at this virtual panel, Wang Feng suddenly had the feeling that he was playing those online games in his previous life and choosing martial arts costumes. It's just that things have changed, and now we can't return to the good old days. System, choose Yunlong Taoist robe, and come with 18 sets first. Wang Feng said without hesitation. He was fortunate that he had let Shimin Chueshue go back to harvest the wealth of the 3 great sects, otherwise, at this time, he was afraid that he would be too embarrassed to buy it. Ding, the host spent 180,000 low-grade profound stones to buy 18 sets of Yunlong Taoist robes. The profound stones have been automatically deducted and sent to the system space. When the sound of the system sounded, Wang Feng saw 18 sets of gorgeous costumes lying quietly in the system space. When the sect returns, I will distribute the sect costumes of my Immortal Sect for you, 2 sets per person. Then, Wang Feng glanced at Mu Yunfei and the others, and said. Hearing this, Mu Yunfei and the others suddenly had a look of anticipation in their eyes. What would they look like as the sect's costumes of the ancient great sect of the Immortal Sect? Shimin, Guqing, Queen of Yin, the 3 of you will take a trip and kill all the powerhouses above the general level of the 3 major sects, Sifang Hall, Songhai Sect, and Feiyu Sect. Bring the wealth of their sects back to this sect. Then, Wang Feng seemed to have thought of something, his eyes froze, and he said solemnly. He didn't just talk about the words, cut grass and root. Since these 3 major sects dared to provoke him, don't blame him for being ruthless. This time, although the 3 major sects have dispatched most of the powerhouses, there are still some powerhouses who stay behind. I'm afraid it will take revenge on his Immortal Sect. He is not afraid of himself, he is worried about the disciples of the Immortal Sect. After all, the prestige of his Immortal Sect has already been released. Next, his Immortal Sect will not be crowded, but some people will join. In this way, the safety of the disciples of the sect can only be guaranteed if the future troubles are completely resolved. Yes, Sect Master. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Shimin Chueshue and the others responded with a flash, and disappeared immediately. As for Ling Feiwu and other disciples, watching Shimin Chueshue and others leave, they were all shocked. They didn't think Wang Feng was cruel, but thought that the sect master's move would shake the Yeri Empire again. Does Qing'er think her husband is too cruel? Wang Feng looked at Xianing beside him and said. No, it's damned if you hurt your husband. Yimuqing shook her pink fist and said viciously. It's just that Yimuqing will only make people feel cute even if you reading www.ukangsha.com is fierce. Wang Feng smiled and smiled happily. Wang Feng felt that he must have been single for 30 years in his previous life to cultivate such a good relationship in this life. Listening to Wang Feng's conversation, Ling Feiwu and others lowered their heads consciously. The sovereign and the sovereign's wife really love each other. Probably only someone who is not like a mortal person like the sect master's wife can be worthy of the sect master. Ling Feiwu and others thought so in their hearts. At this moment, a light sound rang in front of Wang Feng and the others. When this sound rang out, Sang Wuxiang and Xiao Shiyilang were all shocked, their entire bodies tense, and their eyes were fixed on the place where the void trembled, as if they were facing a great enemy. This sudden change also made Ling Feiwu and others nervous. Could it be that someone wanted to hunt them down? Only Wang Feng looked at the place where the void trembled with a smile, and the real pillar of heaven of his Immortal Sect came. Under the nervous eyes of everyone, a burly figure slowly emerged. It was an old man wearing a yin and yang robe, with white hair and a white beard hanging down naturally. He looked old, but his face was red and his skin was delicate and without any wrinkles. At the first glance, Ling Feiwu and others sighed in their hearts, what an immortal figure. As for Li He, who was beside Mu Yunfei, his pupils shrank, and his heart trembled to the extreme. He could not see through this person's cultivation. Although he is reincarnated now, he still has a soul at the peak of the profound emperor realm, but his body can't bear it, and he rarely uses it. Even if it is Shimin Chueshue and others, if he really wants to investigate, he can clearly know them as practice. Chapter 69 Sword Emperor Yan Dao. However, Li He couldn't see through this old man with immortal style, which made Li He's heart tremble, and his whole face became more cautious. Although he has always been taciturn, during his time in the Immortal Sect, he has already recognized the Immortal Sect. Until he recovers to the peak of the Xuanzun realm, he will always regard the Immortal Sect as his own sect. Therefore, Li He didn't want anything to happen to Xuanzun. Thinking of this, Li He glanced at Wang Feng, wanting to see if the sect master would panic in the face of such an existence, but at a glance, Li He was stunned. Is he actually smiling? The sect master is actually laughing. In the face of his existence, a reincarnator at the peak of the profound emperor realm, who couldn't see the details, how could the sect master still laugh? Yes, the sect master must not know the horror of this person. Li He was a little helpless in his heart. This is the gap in vision. Zhang Sanfeng has met the sect master. Just when Li He was thinking about whether he wanted to help the sect master to improve his vision in the future, a vicissitudes of life and gentle voice suddenly sounded, and then Li He was stunned. I saw that the existence that even he could not see through, actually bowed respectfully towards the sect master. Hiss. Li He almost bit his tongue. He suddenly found that he underestimated this sect master, and also underestimated the Immortal Sect. Don't be too polite. Wang Feng stretched out his hand and said with a smile. System, set the sect position, Dharma Protector Elder. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully setting up a new position. Currently, the Guardian Elders are limited to 5 people. Let me introduce to you, this is Zhang Sanfeng, the Guardian Elder of my Immortal Sect. Just woke up from a deep sleep. Wang Feng glanced at Ling Feiwu and the others behind him, and said with a smile. Wang Feng's words shocked Ling Feiwu and others, and Li He was the most shocked. Could it be that the Immortal Sect is really an ancient hidden world sect? Li He thought deeply in his heart. I have seen the Dharma Protector Elder. After the shock, Ling Feiwu and the others did not neglect, they all bowed to Zhang Sanfeng and said. Seeing the movements of Ling Feiwu and others, Zhang Sanfeng showed a gentle smile on his face, stretched out his hand to lead, a gentle and majestic force immediately lifted Ling Feiwu and others up. The peak of the Xuanzun realm. Feeling this power, Li He's heart shook to the extreme. Yeah, husband, look. At this moment, Yi Muqing, who was beside Wang Feng, pointed to the forest below, and said softly. The sweet and pleasant voice made Wang Feng's heart rippling. He looked in the direction of Yi Muqing's fingers, and suddenly saw a middle-aged man in simple robes in the forest, carrying a grinning young man with a smirk on his back. And Ling Feiwu and the others also looked up, and there was a hint of pity in their eyes. How could they not see that the young man behind the middle-aged man was a fool? Where is this place? Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, took a deep look at the middle-aged man, and asked. Sect Master, this is the Forest of Water Abyss outside Yaoshui City. Li Tianqin said quickly. Li Tianqin used to be the top arrogant of the Tianqin sect, and his understanding of the entire Yaori Empire was incomparable even to Ling Feiwu. Wang Feng nodded. He knew this place. The forest of Shuiyuan and the Xingyao Mountains were equally famous. They were the 2 major mountain ranges in the Shining Sun Empire. The trend of beads. By the way, Sect Master, Yaoshui City has the top sect of the Yaori Empire, the Yuanling sect. This time, because the Saintess of Yuanlingzong retreated, the Yuanlingzong did not send disciples to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. Li Tianqin said again. Apart from Yuanlingzong, is there any strong person in Yaoshui City? Wang Feng asked with narrowed eyes. A powerhouse at the peak of the profound emperor realm, carrying a fool on his back, such a scene is so strange. In Yaoshui City, in addition to Yuanlingzong, there is also a general of the Yaori Empire guarding it. Oh! Who is this imperial general? This imperial general, named Yan Dao, is a true master of the Dao of the Blade. In the entire Yaori Empire, no one can surpass the Dao of the Blade. Even the Emperor Yaori praised him and gave him the title. For the Sword Emperor, order him to guard this Yaoshui City. It is precisely because of the guard of the Sword Emperor Yan Dao that Yuanlingzong, the top sect, has always been well-behaved and even cautious. Li Tianqin said, and a pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of respect. Although Li Tianqin is not used to the empire, some people are truly worthy of admiration, and this King of Swords is one of the people Li Tianqin admires. As soon as Li Tianqin's voice fell behind, Xiao Shiyilang's eyes narrowed, and he held the hand of the long knife tightly. Does this person have children? Wang Feng glanced at the middle-aged man and asked.
There is a son, but it is said that no one has ever seen the son of the Sword Emperor Yendao. Li Tianqin said quickly. Wang Feng nodded. He had basically confirmed it, and said, go down and have a look. As soon as these words came out, Li Tianqin and others were stunned. What is there to see in a middle-aged man and a fool? Although Li Tianqin and others feel pity for the fool, it does not mean that they will help the middle-aged man. The water in the cultivation world is deep, and sometimes the kindness to others will become the greatest for oneself. Malicious. Only Zhang Sanfeng had a gentle smile on his face, and his eyes were full of deep meaning. Under the leadership of Wang Feng, the group landed on the forest of water abyss, and appeared in front of the middle-aged man within a moment. When Wang Feng and others appeared, the middle-aged man stopped. The young man behind him was still smirking, and the robes on the shoulders of the middle-aged man were soaked. But the middle-aged man did not dislike it at all. He patted the back of the young man's hand, as if to signal to the young man not to be afraid, and then his weather-beaten eyes stared straight at Wang Feng and others. Even when he saw Yi Muqing, he was only slightly shocked, and then he regained his old-fashioned appearance. Fellow Taoist, meeting his fate, I wonder if we can chat. Wang Feng also looked directly at the middle-aged man, and smiled. Tao is different, don't conspire with each other. The middle-aged man said, his voice was a little hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time. Hearing this, Wang Feng shook his head and said with a smile, there are thousands of ways in the world, and different paths lead to the same goal. The so-called conspiracy also has unexpected conspiracies, and perhaps it is also a surprise. The middle-aged man took a deep look at Wang Feng, did not speak, but did not leave. Ling Feiwu and others stood quietly behind Wang Feng, looked at Wang Feng, and looked at the middle-aged man. They didn't know why Wang Feng was so interested in this middle-aged man. I don't know if you knows the Sword Emperor Yendao. It is said that this person has a son that the world has never seen before. Wang Feng ignored the middle-aged man's attitude and laughed again. When Wang Feng's voice fell, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Ling Feiwu and others tensed in vain, as if they were being targeted by some terrifying existence, but this feeling was only fleeting, so that Ling Feiwu and others felt that it was their own illusion. Only Li He, Xiao Shiyilang, and Wuxiang Monk looked at the middle-aged man, and a deep meaning flashed in their eyes. As for Zhang Sanfeng, he has been standing calmly beside Wang Feng. Do not know. The middle-aged man said hoarsely. After speaking, the middle-aged man seemed to have no interest in continuing the conversation with Wang Feng. With the foolish young man on his back, he turned around and prepared to leave. I didn't expect Your Excellency Yan Dao's son to be a fool. At this moment, Wang Feng's laughter sounded, making the middle-aged man's preparation to leave suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Wang Feng, and in those weather-beaten eyes, a touch of coldness flashed, and the surrounding temperature at this moment, it seems to have dropped to the extreme. It made Ling Feiwu and others shudder involuntarily, and subconsciously tighten their clothes. At the same time, Ling Feiwu and others were also shocked. They suddenly looked at the middle-aged man. They didn't expect that this quaint and unpretentious middle-aged man turned out to be the Sword Emperor Yendao. Young man, trouble comes from your mouth. Yendao stared at Wang Feng and said coldly. This sect doesn't mean to ridicule, it's just a pity for Your Excellency the Sword Emperor. Wang Feng restrained his smile and said sternly. This emperor doesn't need anyone's pity. Although my son is stupid, he is still my son. Yendao glanced at Wang Feng and said solemnly. After the words fell, Yendao completely lost interest in talking with Wang Feng. www.novel.com directly carrying the foolish youth on his back, turned around and left. Just after taking a few steps, there was a voice that made him freeze. Benzone guessed, you came to this forest of water abyss, you should be looking for the soul flower of water abyss, so as to make up for your son's missing heavenly soul, right? At this moment, Yendao turned around abruptly, and an unstoppable terrifying aura erupted from his body. He stared at Wang Feng, and said solemnly, how do you know? Tell me, which party sent you here? People. Facing the terrifying power that erupted from Yendao's body, Wang Feng smiled slightly, his arms swayed slightly, and this power that was enough to shake any profound Emperor Realm powerhouse was invisible. This scene caused Yendao's pupils to shrink sharply. He was no longer exploding with power, but those eyes were still staring at Wang Feng. Of course this sect guessed it. In this world, no one can command this sect. Wang Feng stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. In fact, Wang Feng's heart was far less indifferent than he seemed on the surface. He did not expect that Yan Dao's son was actually a genius. Ding, I have detected a defiant arrogance who lacks a heavenly soul. If he can make up for his heavenly soul, this person can instantly become a monster against the sky. With a power of comprehension far beyond that of ordinary people, cultivation will be as smooth as running clouds and flowing water. Before, when Wuxiang's voice just came out, Wang Feng's mind sounded the cold voice of this system, and it was this cold voice that made Wang Feng think about Yan Dao and his son. Strong interest. The son of Yan Dao who can be evaluated by the system as a monster against the sky is not easy. Although he is a fool at this time, if he can recover, he will definitely soar into the sky. Chapter 70 Heavenly Soul Emperor Pill. Although Yan Dao's son is now a fool, Wang Feng always prefers to kill his disciples by mistake and never let them go. Even if there is a slight possibility of becoming a monster against the sky, Wang Feng will not let it go. His huge Immortal Sect can't afford to support a fool. Moreover, this is a fantasy world. According to the urine nature of this fantasy world, this stupid son of Yan Dao is probably a proper protagonist template. Especially when Yan Dao, a foolish son, was able to soar into the sky with only one chance. Therefore, how could Wang Feng miss such an opportunity? Even if you don't count this stupid son, Yan Dao alone is worth it. Raising a fool, in exchange for the addition of a powerhouse at the peak of the Xianwang realm, this business, I am afraid that no one in the world is unwilling to do it. The most important thing is that Wang Feng learned from Li Tianqin that Yan Dao has a withdrawn temperament but has a righteous heart, and because of this, even if he is as strong as Yan Dao, he is disliked by the Emperor Yaori and said to him, "Come and sit in Yaoshui City." Otherwise, with Yan Dao's terrifying strength, he would have long been the right-hand man of Emperor Yaori, and his position in the entire Yaori Empire would never be weaker than that of the General Chen Lai. As for Yan Dao, when he heard Wang Feng's words, his eyes narrowed, and he could hear that Wang Feng's confidence when he said these words did not seem to be fake. This made Yan Dao very puzzled. He never mentioned his son's situation to anyone. Even the great Emperor Yaori only knew that his son was stupid, but he didn't know that his son was stupid because of the lack of heavenly soul. The human body has three souls, the heaven soul, the earth soul, and the life soul. The absence of the heavenly soul will lead to a decline in sanity, like a fool, that is, an idiot. But now, Wang Feng, a stranger, could see the state of his son at a glance, which shocked Yan Dao's heart. "Since you can see my son's condition, is there any way to solve it?" Yan Dao stared at Wang Feng with a pair of eyes, and asked in a deep voice. For the treatment of his son, Yan Dao didn't know how much effort he put into it. He was as strong as the peak of the Xianwang realm, but he was helpless against his son's symptoms. It was because of this that he did not want to find a way to cure his son's symptoms. He is very clear that the lack of heavenly soul is not so easy to make up for, and even he, the powerhouse at the peak of the Xianwang realm, has no way to do it. In these three empires, who else can heal his son? But Wang Feng could see his son's symptoms at a glance, and guessed that he was looking for Shuiyuan soul flower, which made Yan Dao feel hopeless. The Shuiyuan soul flower is a kind of soul treasure that reaches the Xianwang realm. It is extremely rare and can make up for the lack of soul. In the three major empires, only the Shuiyuan forest is very likely to appear. Shuiyuan soul flower. System, is there any way to make up for the lack of heavenly soul? Hearing Yan Dao's words, Wang Feng's eyes flashed slightly, and he asked secretly. He knew that if he wanted to subdue Yan Dao, he would most likely fall on his stupid son. Ding, you can use the heavenly soul pill to make up for the heavenly soul. Hearing the cold voice in his mind, Wang Feng's expression suddenly changed. Tian Hunden. Didn't he just get a heavenly soul pill? Is this God's will? System, what is the specific use of the heavenly soul pill? Ding, the heavenly soul pill is in existence at the level of a pill emperor. It is a rare pill in the world that is obtained by ingesting the free spirit of heaven and earth, refining it, and reaching the emperor's rank. The cold voice in his mind shocked Wang Feng again. He thought that the most precious quest reward he had obtained before was that special summon, but he did not expect it to be this heavenly soul pill. Emperor pill, if a pill of this level were to appear in the world, the entire Xianlan continent would be shaken by it, and it would even cause a storm. No one can stay calm under Daidan. Ding, the heavenly soul is missing. At least 5 heavenly soul pills are needed to restore it. 1 heavenly soul pill can restore 2/10 of the heavenly soul, raising its sanity to the level of a 6-year-old child. When Wang Feng's heart shook, the system's voice of explanation sounded again, causing Wang Feng's eyes to flicker with a ray of light. This condition is good. If a single pill can restore the soul of the sky, then Wang Feng will directly restore it to Yan Dao's son in a short time. After all, although he learned about Yan Dao's temperament from Li Tianqin is also hearsay, which is not necessarily accurate. If he recovers Yan Dao's son, but Yan Dao runs away with his son, wouldn't he lose a lot? He might be able to kill Yan Dao and his son, but it is the Heavenly Soul Emperor pill that really hurts. But now, 5 Heavenly Soul pills are needed to truly replenish his son's Heavenly Soul, which gives Wang Feng a lot of room for exertion. Wang Feng believed that in this world, apart from him, no one could take out a Daidan to give to a fool. Thinking of this, Wang Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, looked at Yan Dao, and said, "This sect can indeed help your son replenish the Heavenly Soul, but what will you give back to this sect?" Although Wang Feng's words were light, they sounded like a thunderstorm in Yan Dao's ears. For the first time in his life, he felt a little light in the darkness. Wang Feng's words directly illuminated his dark heart. "You really can cure my son?" Yan Dao stared at Wang Feng with a pair of eyes, and asked in a deep voice. A cold aura pervaded his body. If Wang Feng hadn't seen his son's symptoms at a glance, he would never have believed Wang Feng, and even he, a powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, was helpless. How dare Wang Feng, a stranger in the area, dare to speak out? What's the benefit to this sect by lying to you? You are a dignified and powerful person at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, and this sect will make fun of you. Wang Feng glanced at Yan Dao and murmured. Hearing this, Yan Dao fell silent. After a while, he raised his head, looked at Wang Feng, and said seriously, "As long as you can cure my son, I can do anything." This sentence, Yan Dao said very seriously. No one can imagine how much a father can do for his son. Even if you betray the Shining Sun Empire. Hearing this, Wang Feng smiled, looked at Yan Dao, and asked. "As long as you can cure my son, I can do anything." Hearing Wang Feng's words, Yan Dao only hesitated for a second before speaking again. And this sentence made Wang Feng smile. Although Yan Dao did not answer directly, Wang Feng already knew Yan Dao's answer. If you want to make up for your son's symptoms, Shuiyuan Soul Flower alone is far from enough. Only the Heavenly Soul Pill can make up for your son's heavenly soul. After that, Wang Feng said directly without hesitation. Heaven Soul Pill. Wang Feng's words made Yan Dao stunned for a moment and wondered. And Ling Feiwu and the others behind Wang Feng also looked at Wang Feng with a puzzled look, especially Li Tianqin. She, an 8th grade alchemy master, didn't even know about Tianhunden. Heaven Soul Pill, it's Emperor Pill. Aware of everyone's suspicious eyes, Wang Feng said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Ling Feiwu and the others were shocked, and looked at Wang Feng blankly. That was Daidan. Who would give Daidan to a fool? Moreover, in the territory of these 3 major empires, how could there be such a peerless treasure as Emperor Pill? You wanna die? After hearing Wang Feng's words, Yan Dao broke out directly. His eyes became blood red, and a majestic sword force surged from his body. This sword force is extremely domineering, and as soon as it appears, it makes people tremble, as if there is a large sword on the neck. When Yan Dao burst out with this sword force, Xiao Shiyilang, who was beside Wang Feng, squinted his eyes, and the long sword behind him trembled slightly, as if he was eager to see his opponent. On Xiao Shiyilang's body, a huge sword force rose in vain, and this sword force collided with the sword force of Yan Dao, causing the void to twist in a posture that was visible to the naked eye. The eruption of Xiao Shiyilang caused Yan Dao's scarlet eyes to shrink suddenly, passing Wang Feng to look at Xiao Shiyilang, intuitively telling him that he was a top swordsman master. Just from Xiao Shiyilang's sword power www.novel.com, Yan Dao knows that Xiao Shiyilang is by no means weaker than him, or even stronger. Dare to amuse this emperor, even if you have such a strong bodyguard, this emperor will make you pay the price. Yan Dao glanced at Wang Feng, snorted coldly, and there was a killing intent all over his body. If his Yan Dao could get Daidan, would his son still be like this? This sect didn't entertain you, unfortunately, this sect just happened to have a Heavenly Soul Pill. Wang Feng said indifferently, and then with his right hand, a pitch-black elixir appeared in his palm. It was an elixir engraved with dense lines. There is a fragrance in the middle. Under this fragrance, the surrounding trees seemed to be even more emerald green, growing several layers out of thin air. And Ling Feiwu and the others next to Wang Feng felt even more profoundly. They just took a sip of the fragrance, and they all felt that the power in their bodies had increased by a point. This made Ling Feiwu and others tremble in their hearts.
They stared at the simple medicine pill in Wang Feng's palm, and greedily sucked the fragrance scattered around. But when this medicinal pill appeared in Wang Feng's hand, Yan Dao, who was originally furious, was instantly stunned. His eyes stared at the medicinal pill floating in Wang Feng's palm, and he could see it with just one glance. The extraordinariness of the pills. Even the powerhouse at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, after absorbing the fragrance wafting around him, had a slight increase in strength. Yan Dao couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying he would achieve if he completely absorbed this medicinal pill. The point. I'm afraid that I can break through to the Xuanzun realm in an instant, right? Are you willing to give this medicinal pill to my son? Yan Dao stared at Wang Feng, tremblingly, his whole body's blade swayed with extreme shock. Dissipated, the body is constantly shaking. Chapter 71 Full Yenshin. Yan Dao didn't know, it had been a long time since he had such a big mood swing. It seemed that since he learned that his son's heavenly soul was missing, there would be no more. But now, Yan Dao was really surprised by Wang Feng, not only because Wang Feng was able to take out a Daidan, but also because Wang Feng seemed to intend to give this Daidan to his son. This is Daidan. Although Yan Dao hopes to cure his son's symptoms, he doesn't think he has anything worthy of the divine pill. Even if he is a powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, in front of D pill, he is worthless. Worth it. What can be called emperor pills can definitely be refined by the pill emperor level powerhouses. Each one is a rare treasure, rare in the world. Even the powerhouses of the profound venerable realm are not enough to see in front of Emperor Dan. Your son, the heavenly soul, is missing. Only one heavenly soul emperor pill can only restore 20% of your son's heavenly soul. If you want to completely restore your son's heavenly soul, you need 5 heavenly soul emperor pills. Looking at Yan Dao's excited eyes, Wang Feng smiled and murmured softly. And Wang Feng's words, like a basin of Jiuyo cold water, drenched Yan Dao from the beginning to the end, making his whole heart cold. From the beginning of despair, to hope, to despair, and then to hope, to despair, in this short period of time, Yan Dao seems to have experienced several journeys from heaven to hell. Even with Yan Dao's character, almost collapsed. 1 heavenly soul emperor pill, he has no ability to get it. How about 5? That is the emperor pill, it is not a random pill. Getting 1 is a chance against the sky. If you want to get 5, you would not dare to do it in your dreams. This sect has, but there is one request. When Yan Dao was in despair, a voice like the sound of heaven made his whole body explode again. He suddenly raised his head, stared at Wang Feng, and said hoarsely, "No matter what you ask, I can do it. Accept." He has ignored Wang Feng's purpose for him, and he is more unwilling to think about whether Wang Feng has 5 emperor pills in his hands. At this time, Wang Feng's words are like the last straw. If he doesn't catch it, he is afraid there is no more chance. No one can imagine what a father is willing to pay for his son. Ling Feiwu and others standing behind Wang Feng were not only moved by Yan Dao's fatherly love, but also shocked by Wang Feng's audacity. Daidan, give it to others like this, and still give it to a fool. To tell the truth, Ling Feiwu and the others asked themselves that it was absolutely impossible for them to have the spirit of a suzerain. Even Li He was shocked by Wang Feng's spirit. As a reincarnation of the profound emperor realm, Li He is more aware of the preciousness of emperor pill than ordinary people. Even a strong Xian emperor realm, it is not so easy to obtain emperor pill. Among the powerhouses in the profound emperor realm, the pill emperor has the highest status. There is no one. All the powerhouses in the profound emperor realm basically require the pill emperor. And an emperor pill, and the emperor pill at the soul level, is definitely one of the most precious emperor pills. Even if it is a pill emperor, it is not that it can be refined by refining. One can imagine how precious the emperor pill in Wang Feng's hand is. If Wang Feng is willing to disclose the news of this emperor pill, even a strong Xuandi realm would be willing to sacrifice his life for Wang Feng. Every man is innocent, but he is guilty. This sentence is more vividly interpreted in this cultivation world. Li He really wanted to ask, what was Wang Feng thinking in order to give a Daidan to a fool? If it is given to a strong person at the peak of the profound emperor realm, in an instant, the cultivation base can be raised to the profound venerable realm, and even its potential will be greatly improved due to the heavenly soul emperor pill, and the future is limitless. Isn't this more fragrant than giving it to a fool? Join my Immortal Sect and become a disciple of my Immortal Sect, including your son. Wang Feng didn't know about the shock of Ling Feiwu and others. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. He took a serious look at Yan Dao, solemnly wrote. To be honest, if it wasn't for Yan Dao's son, he would most likely be the template for the protagonist of Destiny, and Wang Feng would really be reluctant to give Daidan to a fool. If this Emperor Pill is given to Shimin Chuexiue or Yiguqing and others, it won't be long before another strong person at the peak of the Xuanzun realm will appear in his Immortal Sect. Moreover, in order to cure Yan Dao's son's symptoms, he still needs 5 whole Heavenly Soul Emperor Pills, and Wang Feng does not know how many powerhouses he can create with these 5 Heavenly Soul Emperor Pills. Despite this, Wang Feng still intends to take the Heavenly Soul Emperor Pill to Yan Dao's silly son, without it, just because of that possibility. This Emperor Pill, perhaps to others, is extremely precious and can be called a peerless treasure. But for Wang Feng, it is not difficult to obtain. Once he upgrades the system to the 3rd level, he can open the system mall. At that time, he can use the sect value to exchange treasures from the system mall. And this Heavenly Soul Emperor Pill will also appear in the system mall. It is precisely because of this that Wang Feng is so sure that he has 5 Heavenly Soul Emperor Pills. That's that simple. When Wang Feng's words fell, Yan Dao was stunned. He stared at Wang Feng blankly and trembled. He thought that Wang Feng would make a request that would be difficult for him to accept, or make him pay a price for a treasure, but he didn't expect it to be such a simple request. As long as his son can be healed, let alone leave the Yari Empire to join the Immortal Sect, even if he is allowed to take action against the Emperor Yari, he will not hesitate to take a knife and immediately rush to the imperial city of Yari to take the Emperor Yari. Chop over. He has a withdrawn personality and is not suitable for being a high-level executive of the Shining Sun Empire. If it wasn't for the purpose of obtaining some intelligence and resources, so that he could find information that could heal his son and pay for it, he would not be in the Shining Sun Empire. Serve as the Emperor of Naruoshi. He is a dignified and powerful person at the peak of the Xianwang realm. Why does he need the title of Emperor Yari? Yes, it's that simple. But there is one thing you have to remember: once you enter my Immortal Sect, you will be a member of my Immortal Sect. If you die, you will be a ghost of my Immortal Sect. If you betray, not only you, but even your son will die. Wang Feng said seriously, his eyes flashing indifference. He hates betrayal the most. Anyone who dares to betray him or the Immortal Sect has no place in the ends of the earth. From now on, I, Yan Dao, join the Immortal Sect. If you live, you will belong to the Immortal Sect. If you die, you will be the ghost of the Immortal Sect. From now on, I, Yan Shen, join the Immortal Sect. If you live, you will belong to the Immortal Sect. If you die, you will be the ghost of the Immortal Sect. After receiving confirmation from Wang Feng, Yan Dao said without hesitation, the first sentence was for himself, and the second sentence was for his son. Yan Shen, what a good name. Hearing Yan Dao's words, Wang Feng smiled and praised. Ding, congratulations to the host for recruiting a peak Xianwang realm powerhouse, rewarding 50,000 sects and a chance to summon randomly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, recruiting 10 disciples. Get the task completion reward: 5 random summoning chances, 5 random lottery chances. At this time, 2 system prompts sounded in Wang Feng's mind, making the corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitch wider. Emperor pills are indeed precious, but Emperor pills are always just pills, just treasures. How can they compare to real people? After thinking for a while, Wang Feng asked inwardly, System, with the physique of God Yan, I'm afraid I can't bear the medicinal power of Emperor Pill. The medicinal power of Emperor Pill is extremely terrifying. Even a strong Xuanzun realm can't bear it, let alone Yan Shen, a mortal fool. Even a wisp of Emperor Pill's power can directly support Yan Shen's body. Wang Feng didn't want to lose both people and money because of his own negligence. Ding, we need a strong person in the Xuanzun realm and 5 strongmen in the peak of the Xianwang realm to channel the medicinal power and disperse most of the medicinal power of the Heavenly Soul Emperor Pill into his entire body, and the most essential part to make up for it. It's missing Heavenly Soul. Hearing the cold voice in his mind, Wang Feng not only did not solve his confusion, but he was even more puzzled. It is impossible for Yan Shen's mortal body to withstand such terrifying medicinal power. Ding, Yan Shen has a special physique, and the meridians and acupuncture points in the whole body are extremely thick, which can accommodate power that others can't accommodate. Ding, in addition, once God Yan absorbs 5 Heavenly Soul Emperor Pills and completely restores Heavenly Soul, his cultivation will be lifted to a very high level in an instant, and he may be able to achieve Xuanzun realm in an instant. Even higher. Wang Feng was shocked, his eyes flashed with a ray of light, and he was more and more sure that Yan Shen was the template of the protagonist of Destiny.
Although Yan Shen does not have any special physique, only the meridians and acupoints of the whole body are thick, but he can hold a Daidan with the body of a mortal. How thick of a meridian can it be? At least, Wang Feng has never seen such an existence before. In his Immortal Sect, it is not a person without special physique, such as Li Qing, who has the body of a turtle spirit and a mysterious immortal, but even Li Qing may not be able to use it. The current cultivation base completely stores the power of an emperor pill. With your son's physique, you can't bear this heavenly soul emperor pill for the time being. When you return to the sect will summon the strongmen of the sect, with a strong person of the Xuanzun realm and even 5 peaks of the Xianhuang realm. You, guide the power of Daidan for your son. Wang Feng didn't hide it either, and said directly to Yan Dao. However, Wang Feng didn't know how much of a shock his words brought to everyone present. Apart from Wuxiang Monk, Xiao Shiyilang, and Li He, who had already noticed Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation, Ling Feiwu, everyone, including Yan Dao, was shocked. The Immortal Sect actually has a powerhouse at the Xuanzun level. Yan Dao was shocked in his heart, while Ling Feiwu and the others were both surprised and delighted, very shocked. Chapter 72 Famous Empire. Why Xuanzun? Supreme Profound Tao. There was a saying on the mainland, if you don't enter Xuanzun, you will end up as ants. In the eyes of real powerhouses, the Xuanzun realm is the beginning of the road of cultivation, and only when one reaches the Xuanzun realm can one truly enter the path of cultivation. Not only because of the power of the Xuanzun realm with the ability to teleport at short distances, but also because only by reaching Xuanzun can you initially get in touch with the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, for the Immortal Sect who possessed the power of the Xuanzun realm, whether it was Ling Feiwu and other Immortal Sect disciples, or Yan Dao, they were deeply shocked. In the field, the only one who could remain calm was Li He alone. Thank you, Sect Master. After being shocked, Yan Dao did not dare to neglect, and quickly bowed respectfully to Wang Feng, looking at Wang Feng with gratitude. No one knows how tormented Yan Dao has been in his heart after so many years. For his son, Yan Dao has always felt guilty. If it wasn't for his lack of strength, and if it weren't for that incident, his son would not have lost his soul, and would have been stupid for more than 20 years. Even if his life could be exchanged for his son's health, Yan Dao would not hesitate. Even in this cruel cultivation world, there are always some people who are willing to sacrifice their lives for the ones they love. That's why people are human beings. Wang Feng waved his hand with a look of indifference on his face. And Wang Feng's calm look made Ling Feiwu and others shocked again, and Yan Dao's eyes showed a deeper awe. That's the Emperor Pill, and the Sect Master didn't feel the slightest distress when he gave it to the Sect Master, just like the Emperor Pill was like garbage to the Sect Master, and this kind of spirit is worthy of being the Sect Master of my Immortal Sect. Only Zhang Sanfeng, who was standing beside Wang Feng, smiled slightly. Wang Feng's hand behind his back was shaking constantly. If he hadn't helped to block it, the Sect Master would have been exposed. Yi Muqing on the other side was also smiling again and again. She stretched out her crystal-clear hand, held Wang Feng's trembling hand, and patted it gently. Feeling the softness in the palm of his hand, Wang Feng glanced at the lovely person beside him, forced a smile, hesitant, that was a Daidan. Before it was confirmed, Wang Feng thought that he would not care, but when it was decided to give the Daidan to Yan Shen, Wang Feng's heart felt as if it had been hit by an iron rod, and it was so painful that he couldn't breathe. Wang Feng felt that he needed a warm embrace to comfort him. He looked at Yi Muqing pitifully, but what he got was Yi Muqing's lovely white eyes. Back to the sect. Wang Feng's heart ached again, he waved his hand and said solemnly. Ma Dan, if this Yan Shen was not the protagonist template, Wang Feng felt that he might not be able to resist pinching him to death. Wow, there's a dark horse at the Demon Sealing Conference. What? The leader of the Demon Sealing Conference is not the prince, but a sect disciple named Shengxianzong. What? The disciples of the Immortal Sect occupy the top 3 on the Demon Sealing list. What? In the face of the attack and killing of the 3 major sects, the Immortal Sect can turn defeat into victory, and destroy the 3 top sects of the empire. The cultivators who were not in Shenlinqing learned from the practitioners who returned from Shenlinqing. The expressions were very uniform, as if they had been trained, and they were all extremely shocked. Without any exaggeration. Whether it is the disciples of the Immortal Sect occupying the top 3 of the Demon Sealing Conference, or the 3 top sects of the Immortal Sect destroying the empire, or the Immortal Sect rejecting the award from the great Emperor Yari, just one thing is enough to cause a sensation in the entire Yari Empire. When Wang Feng paid a Daidan, subdued Yan Dao, and took everyone back to the Immortal Sect with a depressed face. The entire Yari Empire exploded in just half a day, and all the practitioners were arguing. Even the arrogance that ranks first in the empire, like the prince, lost to the disciples of the Immortal Sect. Impossible. What kind of sect is this? I've never heard of it before. How could it be so powerful? Still rejecting the emperor's reward. It's ridiculous. Where did the news come from? Is it based on falsehood? It really isn't. After I got this news, I personally went to the residences of the 3 major sects to find out, and without exception, they were all ruins. Hey! This is incredible. Without a sound, why did such a terrifying sect suddenly appear? Hey, it's not a good thing to be too sharp. Dare to refuse the emperor's award. Just wait, what kind of immortal sect can't be arrogant for long? Although the practitioners of the entire Yari Empire are shocked, most of them are worried that the Immortal Sect rejects the Emperor Yari so much, and they will be hated by the Emperor Yari. Encirclement and suppression. After all, there are still rumors in the Empire now that the person who planned to take action against many large sects in the Empire, and the Immortal Sect was so arrogant, just gave him an excuse. When many practitioners in the Empire were talking about it, no one dared to talk about it in Yari Imperial City. Since the Prince and General Qinlai returned to the Imperial City, the atmosphere in the entire Yari city seemed to be a little dignified. The guards have all improved several grades. Let the many practitioners in the Imperial City tremble with fear, even if their hearts are shocked by the appearance of the Immortal Sect, but their mouths are firmly guarded, and they dare not talk about it. In the center of this radiant Imperial City, there is a group of square palaces, the ultimate splendor atmosphere. Even if you just stand on the periphery, you can feel the majesty of the Emperor that makes you surrender. Standing all around the majestic soldiers of the Imperial City made the practitioners in the Imperial City not dare to take a step beyond the thunderous pool. This is the Shining Sun Palace, the real power center of the Shining Sun Empire. The Hall of Yari was the place where the Emperor Yari held a great court meeting, discussed matters with the imperial officials and issued decrees, and was also the real hub of the empire. At this time, General Qinlai and the Imperial Prince Yufei stood respectfully in the hall, not daring to look at the supreme being sitting on the throne. It was a middle-aged man in a yellow dragon robe. At the first glance, one could feel the endless Emperor's coercion, and those eagle-eyed eyes flashed with extreme sharpness. Your Majesty, that's what happened. General Qinlai respectfully bowed to the great Emperor Yari and said. Even if he was as strong as Qinlai, he would not dare to overstep the slightest in front of the great Emperor Yari. 5 powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm. Well, there is such a large sect in our empire, and the people in the Falcon Pavilion don't even know about it. Haha, what a good minister of this emperor. When Qinlai's voice fell, a majestic voice sounded in the hall, and a cold light flashed in the eyes of the great Emperor Yari, and he shouted in a deep voice. There are 5 powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm. Even the great Emperor Yari is shocked by this power, and no one in his huge empire can know this power in advance. How can this make Emperor Yari not angry? The appearance of Xuanzun interrupted some of his deployments, making Emperor Yari very angry. Especially when the Immortal Sect refused him the reward, it made him furious. How many years has passed? How has he ever had such a loss of face happen to the great Emperor Yari? It seems that no one has dared to provoke him like this since the old ghost of Xuanzun was suppressed. It seems that these years have been immersed for too long, and people in this world don't know the majesty of the Emperor Yari. Your Majesty, calm down. Hearing the extremely ironic words of Emperor Yari, General Qinlai and the Imperial Prince Yufei shuddered and hurriedly bowed. Relieve your anger. How can you let this emperor relax? There are 5 peak powerhouses in the Xianwang realm. You know, if this immortal sect wants to oppose the empire, how much trouble can he bring to my empire? Calm down your anger. Emperor Yari snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Hearing Emperor Yari's angry roar, General Qinlai and the Imperial Prince Yufei lowered their heads. Remove the position of the Falcon Pavilion Master, Ing, from today onwards, you will be the Falcon Pavilion Master. Emperor Yari said coldly. When Emperor Yari's voice fell, General Qinlai and the Imperial Prince Yufei were all shocked. Yes. At the same time, a dark figure like a shadow appeared out of nowhere in the hall, and after a response www.novel.com disappeared again, as if it had never appeared before. And when this person appeared, General Qinlai's eyes flashed with extreme fear, and even Yufei, the crown prince of the empire, was a little afraid. It is rumored that His Majesty has an underworld ghost army in his hand, which can hook people's souls into the invisible. This one is probably one of them. The order goes on: from today, the Shengxianzong will be listed as the first-class observation object, and any actions will be communicated to this emperor. Then, the Emperor Yari said again. When Emperor Yari finished speaking, the figure did not appear again, and he did not answer any more, but whether it was General Chenlai or the Imperial Prince Yufei, they all knew that the Immortal Sect was finished, and was defeated by the legendary ghost army of the underworld. Keep an eye on it, the Immortal Sect has no more secrets to speak of. Go down and face the wall and think about it, the dignified prince, you can't even get the first place in the conferring demon conference, you waste. Emperor Yari shouted angrily when he looked at the Prince Yufei, who was still standing in the hall. Yes. Emperor Yari's anger made Yufei, the crown prince of the empire, tremble all over. He quickly said, bowed and bowed, then turned and retreated, but the moment he turned around, there was a flash of hatred in his eyes. Chenlai. The minister is here. You secretly mobilized the flame army and assembled it in the Xingyao Mountains. Your Majesty, this. Hearing the words of the great Emperor Yari, Chenlai was shocked, suddenly looked up at the great Emperor Yari, and said in surprise. As the general who commanded the imperial army, Chenlai knew very well what the raging flame army was. It was one of the top armies in the empire. There were 5,000 people in total, and each of them was a powerhouse in the phase entry realm. Those ordinary troops are not in the same class at all. Every top army in the empire will make those sects fearful when they are born. Chapter 73. The disciple can't stand it. Flames, frost, divine weeping, shining sun, and the most mysterious ghost army in the legendary underworld are also known as the 5 top armies of the empire. The birth of any army will shock the world. And now, His Majesty actually used the flame army to deal with the Immortal Sect. Is this a bit of a fuss? Although the divine Immortal Sect has 5 powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, there are 5,000 troops at least at the level of the Enlightenment realm, let alone the 5 powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, even if they are 10 powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm. Have to retreat. Although the existence of the pinnacle of the profound Emperor realm is powerful, it is also vulnerable to the top army of the empire. Therefore, General Chenlai was very puzzled about His Majesty's use of the flame army to deal with the Immortal Sect. Marquis Changlin is dead, or in the hands of the sect master of the Immortal Sect. Emperor Yari said with a gleam of coldness in his eyes, gnashing his teeth. He just learned this news, and it is precisely because of this that he is so angry. This Immortal Sect is simply trampling the face of his shining empire on the soles of his feet. He will not retaliate for this revenge. What is the face of the Shining Sun Empire? What? General Chenlai was shocked, and his eyes widened. Although he had guessed in his heart, he still did not dare to confirm that the Immortal Sect was so courageous that he dared to attack the princes of the empire. This is simply provoking the Shining Sun Empire. I understand, Your Majesty can rest assured that this time, I will personally lead the flame army and bring the head of the Lord of the Immortal Sect for His Majesty. Chenlai bowed and saluted, said solemnly, his face also showed anger, he is the general of the empire, the face of the empire, not only His Majesty's face, but also his face. Now that the prince of the empire has been killed, if the empire does not take action, how will the world view him as a shining empire? What do you think of him, the general of the Shining Sun Empire? I naturally believe in I Ching, but this Immortal Sect is mysterious and unpredictable, and I intend to let the Frost Army also take action. Emperor Yari looked at Chenlai, nodded, and said. Being able to dispatch 5 peak powerhouses of the Xianhuang realm at will, the Emperor Yari believes in the strength of the Immortal Sect, and it goes beyond that. If lore. Hearing the words of Emperor Yari, Chenlai was shocked, as if he had thought of something, and a look of admiration flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Frost Army, led by the eldest princess of the empire, is not only the #1 beauty of the Glory Empire, but also the #1 Valkyrie of the Glory Empire. She is famous and the #1 expert in the royal family's sister. The eldest princess of the empire is still unmarried, and she has never wanted to get married. She trains an army, the Frost Army, and becomes one of the 5 top armies of the empire. Even Her Majesty can't do anything about her. But Chenlai knew very well that in the entire empire, if there was anyone who could make His Majesty treat her with kindness, it was only the eldest princess. In the entire empire, I don't know how many men love this eldest princess, including him Chenlai, but no one dares to express their love for the eldest princess. Not only because the identity is not worthy, but also because the eldest princess who dared to make a clear statement, no matter what identity, was killed. She once said, in this world, no man can be worthy of her. The minister must and His Royal Highness the eldest princess, completely crush the Immortal Sect into ruins, avenge the Marquis of Changlin, and gain face for our shining empire. Chen Lai bowed and saluted again. It is his Chen Lai's luck to be able to walk with that person. I believe, I am waiting for you and Xuan'er to return triumphantly. Remember, don't be impatient, find out the details of the Immortal Sect, and then make sure to be foolproof. Emperor Yeri nodded and said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. I retire. Looking at Chen Lai's disappearing back, Emperor Yeri's eyes narrowed, and a sneer appeared on his face. Shen Xianzong. Thank you very much, I pushed this emperor's game, chi. The gloomy laughter sounded in this hall, and then the figure of Emperor Yeri slowly disappeared. On the other side, Yu Fei, the imperial prince who returned to the prince's mansion, locked himself in the room. His face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with a touch of astonishing hatred. This old man is immortal, dare to scold the prince, die. Yu Fei's face was extremely ferocious, she roared in a low voice, and a tinge of scarlet oozes from her clenched fists. Master, when will you succeed? My disciples can't wait. A hint of hope appeared in Yu Fei's crimson eyes, and she whispered softly. Your Highness. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the room, making the ferocious complexion of the imperial prince Yu Fei instantly calm down. The speed was unimaginable. What's the matter? I just found out that Chen Lai led the Flame Army and Her Royal Highness Princess led the Frost Army, and left the imperial city at the same time. The voice outside the door replied in a low voice. Hearing this, Yu Fei was shocked, stood up in vain, strode out of the room, looked at the confidant standing respectfully outside the door, and asked in a deep voice, can you tell which direction they are going? Back to Your Highness, it's the Xingyao mountain range. Hey, the ants who don't know how high the sky is, dare to let the old man lose face and seek death. Hearing this, Yu Fei's face suddenly showed a sneer, and joked. The confidant lowered his head and pretended not to hear Yu Fei's words. Let Feng Lao take action and go to the Immortal Sect of the Xingyao mountain range and bring back a woman next to the sect master of the Immortal Sect. Yu Fei's eyes flashed with desire, and she instructed. To this day, he still can't forget the beautiful and fairy-like appearance of that shadow, the pretty appearance like a elf of nature, and it was firmly imprinted in his mind. Only such a woman is worthy of his jade, this woman can only belong to him. Yes. Seeing the figure of the confidant leaving, the imperial prince Yu Fei showed a sullen smile on his face. He was looking forward to the scene of embracing that unforgettable beauty, it must be wonderful. Wang Feng, who returned to the Xingyao Mountains, did not know that Emperor Yeri had laid out layers of measures against him. However, even if he knew, Wang Feng was not imaginary. After finally traversing the other world, are you still obedient? How is this possible? He is the great sect master of the Immortal Sect. If he knew that the Yeri Empire had attacked his Immortal Sect, Wang Feng would not be afraid, but would expect that when the world thought that his Immortal Sect would be killed by the Yeri Empire, he directly killed the army of the Yeri Empire, the shock to the world will be more intense. That can not only enhance the prestige of the Immortal Sect, let the world know that even the Shining Sun Empire can't afford to offend the Immortal Sect. It is also beneficial for his Immortal Sect to recruit disciples and expand the sect. However, at this time, Wang Feng didn't know what the Empire was doing. He looked at the familiar mountain gate with a gentle smile on his face. It's like a wanderer who has traveled far back home, there is nothing unfamiliar, some are just familiar and nostalgic. If it weren't for the fear of affecting his suzerain's image, Wang Feng really wanted to shout, the sect is back. Metropolitan. When Wang Feng led Ling Feiwu and others to the ground, a shrill roar sounded, which shocked Wang Feng, Ling Feiwu and others. Immediately afterwards, Wang Feng saw a black, charcoal-like figure running towards him, so frightened that Wang Feng subconsciously kicked. Boom. The black figure flew out in an instant and smashed on the ground in the distance, causing the whole ground to shake. With the figure as the center, the ground showed a crack like a spider web. It can be seen that Wang the strength of Feng's foot is not low. He Feng evildoer, dare to attack this sect. Wang Feng frowned, his eyes flashed a sharp color, and snorted coldly. Sect Master, it's me, Li Qing. The dark figure crawled up in vain, snot and tears, and the miserable appearance was enough to move people. What? Wang Feng was stunned. Ling Feiwu and others were also stunned. Big brother. Ling Feiwu exclaimed with a cute face, as if thinking about how Li Qing became like this. As the eldest disciple of the Immortal Sect,
What kind of demeanor does he look like? Wang Feng scrutinized the dark figure, and Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com confirmed that the dark figure was Li Qing, and immediately frowned and scolded. Ma Dan, he just led the newly recruited disciples back to the Immortal Sect, but Li Qing did such a thing, isn't he ruining the face of his Immortal Sect? Sect Master, the disciple doesn't want it either. You don't know how badly the disciple has been abused by teacher Yao Yue during this period of time. One time I pushed the boulder to the door, one time I ran down the mountain with the boulder on my shoulder, one time I made a free fall from the cliff, and another time I banged my head against the wall. During the time you left, the disciple was in dire straits every day, and he couldn't bear it any longer. If this goes on, the disciple will die. Li Qing cried and cried, a big man, crying so sadly, one can imagine Li Qing's experience during this period. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Yao Yue would be so dark. Thanks to Li Qing's body of a turtle spirit and a mysterious fairy, otherwise, Yao Yue would have been ruined. When Ling Feiwu and the others behind Wang Feng heard the words, thinking of the iceberg-like figure, they shivered involuntarily, and looked at Li Qing with pity. It is probably the senior brother who can afford the teaching of instructor Yao Yue. Li Qing. Just when Wang Feng was about to say something, a cold voice came, and then, Ling Feiwu and others saw the figures that made them all dread. And Li Tianqin and Monk Wunyan, who newly joined the Immortal Sect, were shocked all of a sudden, another peerless beauty that is rare in the world. This Immortal Sect is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Even Li Tianqin can't compare to that handsome figure if he asks himself. Maybe she is not weak at all, but in terms of temperament, she is much worse. Yan Dao's eyes narrowed slightly. When did the powerhouses of the profound Emperor realm become so common? Chapter 74 opened the most expensive room. When he heard this voice, Li Qing's whole body instantly froze, and he stood upright in vain, like a benchmark. There was no more grief and anger on his face, and it turned into seriousness in an instant. Ling Feiwu and the others who were not far away were stunned. See Sect Master. Yao Yue came to Li Qing and glanced at Li Qing indifferently. This glance made Li Qing's heart go straight. Cough, invite the moon, it's almost done. Wang Feng coughed lightly, and said with a somewhat unnatural expression. Although he really wanted to activate Li Qing's tortoise spirit and mysterious immortal body, he wanted to do it step by step, not to torture Li Qing to death all at once. Wang Feng knew very well that if he hadn't been able to bear it seriously, Li Qing would definitely not be like this. As a mortal Li Qing, when he saw that his junior sister and junior brother were all stronger than him, Wang Feng believed that Li Qing will not miss any opportunity to become stronger. Sect Master, do you think that with the strength of your kick just now, can a mortal bear it? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Yao Yue did not answer directly, but asked aloud. And this sentence made Wang Feng instantly stunned, and Ling Feiwu and others who were watching the joke of Li Qing, the senior brother, were instantly stunned. Even Zhang Sanfeng squinted his eyes. Yes, what is the existence of the suzerain? Even if it is just a random kick, it is not something that a mortal like senior brother can bear. But now, after taking the sect master's kick, the senior brother was not injured in the slightest, but jumped alive, which immediately made Ling Feiwu and others shake their hearts. System, check to what extent Li Qing's tortoise spirit mysterious immortal body is activated. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and asked secretly. Wang Feng is very clear about how powerful his subconscious kick just now was, let alone a mortal. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the psychic realm would have to be kicked to death by him, even a powerhouse at the profound general realm cannot bear. Ding, Li Qing's turtle spirit mysterious immortal body has been activated by 10%. The strength of his physical body is now comparable to that of a princely realm powerhouse, and the inheritance of his turtle spirit mysterious immortal body is gradually being activated. Once the turtle spirit and mysterious immortal body is activated to 20%, Li Qing's inheritance of the turtle spirit mysterious immortal body will be fully activated, and his cultivation level may soar to the peak of the Xianhuang realm in an instant. When the sound of the system sounded in his mind, Wang Feng was stunned. Whoa fuck! Soaring directly to the peak of the Xianhuang realm. How terrible is this? And even now, Li Qing's physical strength is comparable to that of a princely realm powerhouse. That is to say, in terms of his physical body, Li Qing is already a princely realm. This change is too big. A few dozen days ago, Li Qing was still a mortal, but now, although he is also a mortal, he is no longer an ordinary mortal, and his punch is enough to easily kill a powerhouse in the profound general realm. Take it away and train him well.
Wang Feng glanced at Li Qing and waved his hand. When Wang Feng said this, Li Qing was stunned. He looked at Wang Feng aggrieved, like a little daughter-in-law who was angry. He thought that the sect master would be his savior, but he did not expect the sect master to push him. Bundle. Yayuikio's face evoked a radiance, and then she looked at Li Qing without speaking, and those beautiful eyes stared at Li Qing like that. This disciple will go to complete today's task. Li Qing, who was stared at with hair all over his body, said quickly, then turned around and ran away as if he was running away. Looking at Li Qing slowly disappearing back, Wang Feng's mouth twitched, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. When Li Qing truly awakened, it would be the day when he truly became a senior brother of the Immortal Sect. Fei Wu, Yunfei, you two take Wu Nian and Tian Xin to find a suitable residence. Wang Feng glanced at Mu Yunfei and the others and said. Yes, Sect Master. Hearing this, Ling Fei Wu and the others said directly without any hesitation. After that, Ling Fei Wu and Li Tianqin left directly. Xian Sha, you take Yan Dao to find a place to live. Yes, Sect Master. The great demon Xuanxia looked at Yan Dao, and there was a glint in his eyes. Although the Emperor of Swords had not yet appeared when he ravaged the Shining Sun Empire, with just a glance, the great demon Xuanxia could feel the difficulty of Yan Dao. However, Yan Dao did not move, but looked at Wang Feng with hope in his eyes. Let's take a day's rest for now. Tomorrow, this sect will let the strongmen of the sect heal your son. Wang Feng smiled and said when he noticed Yan Dao's gaze. After receiving Wang Feng's answer, Yan Dao did not hesitate and left with the great demon Xuanxia. Beside Wang Feng, only Yao Yue, Wuxiang Seng, Xiao Shiyilang, and Zhang Sanfeng were left. I'm afraid that my Immortal Sect will not be peaceful recently, you should pay attention to vigilance. Wang Feng glanced at Zhang Sanfeng and the others, and said solemnly. Wang Feng is very clear that this time the Demon Sealing Conference, although he made a show of the limelight, he also buried some hidden dangers. Now, I am afraid that the great Emperor Yaori is going to take action against his Immortal Sect. Yao Yue and the others looked at each other and nodded in unison, with a gleam in their eyes. Sect Master, there are some mice spying on my Immortal Sect, do you want the old man to take action to clean them up? Zhang Sanfeng, who was beside Wang Feng, narrowed his eyes and muttered softly. With Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation base, he can easily cover the entire Xingyao mountain range with his soul thoughts, and no one can escape his perception. When Zhang Sanfeng's voice fell, the eyes of Yao Yue and the three of them turned cold. As the elders of the Immortal Sect, anyone who dared to peep into the Immortal Sect would be a challenge to them. No, these are just appetizers, don't startle the big snake behind. Wang Feng waved his hand and said with a sneer. He didn't expect that the man's movements would be so fast. However, if he really thinks that his Immortal Sect is a sect that can be manipulated at will, then Wang Feng can only say that that person is destined to have a big somersault in front of his Immortal Sect. His Immortal Sect is not those sects in this empire, he can bully as much as he wants. Dare to touch a hair of his Immortal Sect, he slapped the entire Yaori Empire. At this moment, the void in front of Wang Feng and the others trembled for a while, and then, the figures of Shimen Chueshue and the others suddenly appeared slowly. See the Sect Master, I will not be humiliated fortunately. As soon as Shimen Chueshue and others landed, they all bowed and gave Wang Feng a space ring. Very good, fortunately everyone. Wang Feng helped Shimen Chueshue and the others with a satisfied smile on his face, and said, when he sensed the mountains of treasures in the space ring, the smile on Wang Feng's face became even deeper. You are tired too, let's go back and rest. Next, there will be a battle in my Immortal Sect, and this battle is also the time to fully display the prestige of my Immortal Sect. Wang Feng glanced at Shimen Chueshue and the others, waved his hand, and said solemnly. After the voice fell, Wang Feng took Yimuqing and walked straight towards his sect master's hall, leaving only Shimen Chueshue and the others to look at each other in dismay. Haha, hemp, it really is the fastest way to get rich. After returning to the sect master's palace, Wang Feng wanted to hug Yimuqing and laugh, but when he felt Yimuqing's eyes, Wang Feng could only cheer himself up. Yimuqing, who was on the side, giggled and laughed. Those beautiful eyes were curved like crescent moons, which was extremely cute. Qing'er, your husband is rich. Tell your husband what you want to buy, without blinking your eyes. After laughing, Wang Feng looked at Yimuqing, patted his chest, and said proudly. Although he doesn't really need these profound stones or even treasures, the treasures in these space rings are definitely the most treasures that Wang Feng has seen since he came to this world, and also the greatest wealth he has obtained. With all this wealth, he will no longer have to worry about how much it will cost to open a room when he goes out in the future. He can finally clap his hands in a big way and say, "Open the most expensive room for Lao Tzu." Okay, but Qing'er doesn't need anything. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the smile on Yimuqing's face became wider, like a beautiful flower in full bloom, and Wang Feng was intoxicated by the gentle voice like a yellow warbler. Endlessly. Then, can you keep the money for Qing'er? Wang Feng handed the space ring to Yimuqing and smiled. My husband is now the head of a sect, so he can't be without money, so Qing'er will keep 2 of them. Yimuqing picked out 2 space rings and said in a sweet voice, www.novel.com, worthy of being a good husband for her husband. Seeing that Yimuqing was so knowledgeable, Wang Feng really wanted to hug Yimuqing for a kiss, but he was afraid of offending the beauty. Husband, don't take advantage of Qing'er. Yimuqing withdrew her hand, winked at Wang Feng, and said playfully. Cough, how could it be? Wang Feng, who was dismantled by Yimuqing, forced a natural smile and said. Qing'er first go to the apse to find a room, and then let her husband live in the sect master's palace. Wang Feng pointed to the rear of the hall and said. Okay. Yimuqing nodded, blinked at Wang Feng, then turned and walked towards the apse. Looking at Yimuqing's graceful back, Wang Feng's heart swayed, and he quickly calmed down. He said solemnly, System, the open task hall is set in the free hall in the sect. Ding, the mission hall has been automatically set. When the cold sound of this system sounded, an idle hall in the residence of the outer sect of the Xuanzun suddenly shook in vain, and a ray of light flickered past. At this moment, in the originally empty hall, a huge virtual screen appeared, suspended in the void. On the screen, countless words flickered, and there were clear ranks and classifications. These categories are divided into tasks, completion rewards, accepting task disciples, task completion or not, and so on. Ding, is the host investigating the tasks that have been refreshed so far? When the cold voice sounded in his mind, Wang Feng nodded without hesitation. Chapter 75 Broken Sky City Xiao Family. Ding, the task list is as follows: Gold task, kill the spy of the Lord of the Yari Empire x10, Silver task, kill the spy of the Yari Empire in the phase x20, Bronze task, kill the spy of the Xian General of the Yari Empire x100. Looking at the attribute panel that appeared in front of him, Wang Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, but he did not expect that the great Emperor Yari really looked down on his Immortal Sect, and deployed so many spies around his Immortal Sect. However, these spies can only be the stepping stones for his Immortal Sect disciples to complete tasks, and provide experience for the growth of his Immortal Sect disciples. Speaking of which, Wang Feng would also like to thank the Bright Sun Emperor, otherwise, how could the disciples of his Immortal Sect get such an excellent training opportunity? The most important thing is that the rewards of these tasks are very good. The gold tasks have the most abundant rewards, which directly reward a royal-level mysterious skill or mysterious art. The silver tasks are second, and the bronze tasks are the weakest. Speaking of which, the reward for the bronze quest is also very good. Moreover, Wang Feng also found that the advantage of this mission hall is that he can clearly know the movements of the forces or powerhouses that are hostile to the Immortal Sect. The tasks that can be refreshed in this task hall are all tasks related to the hostile forces of the Immortal Sect or the enemies of the Immortal Sect. Xuanxia. Thinking of this, Wang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he said softly. Although his voice was soft, it condensed into a beam of sound waves, which instantly spread to the ears of the great demon Xuanzun, who was cultivating with his eyes closed in the room. Hearing Wang Feng's voice, the great demon Xuanxia didn't dare to neglect. He quickly moved and appeared directly in the sect master's hall. He respectfully bowed to Wang Feng and asked aloud, "Sect master, what are you looking for as a disciple?" Before he knew it, Xuanxia had let go of his pride as a great demon and stayed in the Xuanzun wholeheartedly, witnessing the terrifying strength and mysterious origin of the Xuanzun, and the big devil Xuanxia had no other thoughts in his heart. The sect's mission hall has been awakened. You ordered to go down and let the disciples do what they can, receive the mission according to their own abilities, and complete the mission to get the reward of the mission hall. Wang Feng glanced at the great demon Xuanxia and instructed. Hearing this, the great demon of Xuanxia was shocked. The sect was really a hidden sect, and there was even a mission hall, and this mission hall could refresh missions on its own. Wait, these are 20 sets of sect costumes, take them down and let them put them on. Wang Feng slapped his hand, and 20 sets of gorgeous costumes appeared neatly on the table in front of him. These costumes are all robes. The men's robes are embroidered with a few clever dragon patterns, which at first glance look powerful. The women's robes are embroidered with a few phoenix patterns, which are elegant and noble. The great demon of Xuanxia, who was once a powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, saw at a glance that these 20 sets of sect costumes were not simple, and his heart was mad. This is the essence of the hidden world sect. It's just that the sect's clothing is so extraordinary. How lucky he is to join the Immortal Sect. As soon as you put it on, you can't make the outside world cultivators envy to death. Disciple understands, this will be arranged. The great demon Xuanxia bowed his hands respectfully towards Wang Feng, said aloud, and then waved his hand to take away the sect costumes in front of him. He was already a little impatient to try it. Try this sect clothing. Go. Wang Feng waved his hand and chuckled. After receiving Wang Feng's instructions, the great demon Xuanxia bowed his hands again and turned to leave. Looking at the back of the great demon of Xuanxia leaving, Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction. He intends to train the great demon of Xuanxia to become the great butler of the Immortal Sect. He doesn't know the people of the Shining Sun Empire, and he knows that thousands of years ago, he had ravaged the whole country. The great demon of the Xuanxia of the Shining Sun Empire turned out to be the great butler of the Immortal Sect. Will his jaw drop in shock? After the great demon of Xuanxia left, without hesitation, he summoned many disciples and let them go to the square of the Immortal Sect. In less than a moment, many disciples of the Immortal Sect had already come to the square. Now, there are 10 disciples of the Immortal Sect, including the idiot Yan Shen. They are, Li Qin, the body of the eldest disciple, Guiling, Xianxian, Ling Feiwu, the second disciple, Li He, the reincarnation of Emperor Xuandi, the fourth disciple, Mu Yunfei, the protagonist of Tianming, the fifth disciple, Li Tianqin, the master of alchemy of the 8th rank, and Wu, the sixth disciple, the inheritor of Buddhism. The monk Nian, the seventh disciple Fu Yenshen, and the great demon of the Xuanxia, the emperor of swords Yen Dao, and the great sword Heavy Feng, who were used by Wang Feng to recharge. Each of them has their own extraordinary abilities. Even Ling Feiwu, who seems to be the weakest, has an extraordinary background behind him, and Yenshen, the fool, is still a fool now, but once he repairs his heavenly soul, the future will be unimaginable. Everyone, the sect's mission hall has awakened. The sect master let Air and others do what they can, and receive the quest according to his own quest. After completing the quest, submit it in the quest hall, and you can get the reward of the quest hall. The great demon Xuanxia glanced at everyone present, and said loudly, the young disciples of the Immortal Sect, except for the fool Yan Shen, are all in place. When they heard the words of the great demon Xuanxia, they were all shocked, and their faces flashed with different expressions. Ling Feiwu and Li Qin were good friends. Mu Yunfei was shocked. Li Hei's eyes were deep and flickering with inexplicable light. Li Tianqin and Monk Wu Nian looked at each other, and they were also very shocked. The sword Emperor Yen Dao and the great sword Heavy Feng, which were used to make up the number, did not appear on the square. With their strength, those mere spies had no experience at all for them. I will obey the order of the sect master. I'll take you to the mission hall. Remember, do what you can. Great demon Xuanxia nodded, glanced at Ling Feiwu and the others, and said solemnly. Also, this is the sect costume of my Immortal Sect. You wait for 2 sets per person. With a big wave of the big demon of Xuanxia, a dozen sets of robes suddenly appeared in front of him, and he said. When they saw these sect costumes, Ling Feiwu and the others' eyes suddenly burst into brilliance, and their faces were filled with joy. The sect's costumes are extremely gorgeous at first glance. If you wear them, they will be the object of the world's attention. Thinking of this, Ling Feiwu and others hurried forward and happily received 2 sets of sect costumes. Then, under the leadership of the great demon Xuanxia, he headed to the mission hall. Wang Feng, who was bored in the sect master's hall, stepped out of the hall with his hands behind his back. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, Wang Feng saw layers of dark clouds above the sky in the distance. Benzong's hands have the ability to push aside the dark clouds and see the sun. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and murmured with a chuckle. Shaking his head, Wang Feng carried his hands on his back and walked on Zongmen Avenue, looking at his Zongmen station with a satisfied expression on his face. In just a few months after arriving in this other world, he had already developed a foundation. Wang Feng believes that one day, he will lead the Immortal Sect to stand above the entire Xianlan continent and become the strongest sect in this Xianlan continent. While walking, Wang Feng found that he had actually reached the gate. Just as Wang Feng was about to go back, he frowned. What happened to this sneaky figure? Ma Dan, this spy of the Shining Sun Empire, dare to come to the gate of his Immortal Sect. Is this too arrogant? Is it true that the sect master Wang can't draw his sword? Wang Feng's figure flashed, and he appeared directly after the figure. He grabbed the figure's shoulder and scolded, eating a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Dare to come to the gate of my immortal sect to spy on secrets. Just when Wang Feng was about to slap this guy to death, he saw clearly the face of this man. It turned out to be a handsome young man. He was stunned. Yaori Empire is so reckless. Still employing child labor. Are you Wang Feng, the sect master of the Immortal Sect? After Wang Feng was stunned for a moment, the young man turned to look at Wang Feng with a calm expression on his face, and his eyes flashed with maturity beyond his age. Oh. You still know Ben Zong? Wang Feng let go of the boy, looked at the boy with interest, and said. This young man looked tattered, but apart from the panic at the beginning, there was no surprise at all. The calmness on his face was not something he could have at his age. This made Wang Feng suddenly interested in this young man. The young man said, the disciples of the Immortal Sect won the Disciples of the Demon Sealing Conference. The sect master Wang Feng of the Immortal Sect led many elders of the Immortal Sect www.novel.com to kill the 3 top sects of the empire. In the name of sect master Wang, the entire Shining Sun Empire, who doesn't know? I see. Wang Feng nodded, feeling very happy. Is he so famous now? It doesn't fit his low-key personality. He doesn't want to be so ostentatious, but in order to increase the popularity of the sect, in order to strengthen the sect, he can only sacrifice his own principles. He, the great sect master, worked hard for the development of the sect. Wang Feng glanced at the young man and said with a smile, what are you doing here in the Xingyao Mountains in a mere psychic realm? I want to join the Immortal Sect, and I also ask Sect Master Wang to complete it. The boy bowed his hands and said. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Apart from this suddenly famous Immortal Sect, he didn't know which sect in the empire would accept him. My Immortal Sect, you can't join casually. Who's your last name? Where do you live? Wang Feng glanced at the young man and asked. Hearing this, the young man took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, my name is Xiao Yunfeng, from the Xiao family in Broken Heaven City. You are from Broken Heaven City. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Xiao Yunfeng deeply. Broken Sky City, a big city on the edge of the 3 major empires. It is rumored that this big city is the only medium connecting the 3 major empires and other places. At the very edge of the 3 major empires, there is an endless mountain range that separates the 3 major empires from the wider world, and this heaven-breaking city stands in the center of this mountain range, cutting the entire mountain range into 2 halves. No one knows how this Broken Heaven City came into being. Chapter 76 Don't Bully the Poor. In the territory of the 3 major empires, Broken Sky City is a taboo, and few people will mention it. Not only because Broken Heaven City blocked the only way for the 3 major empires to reach the outside world, but also because the strength of Broken Heaven City far surpassed the 3 major empires. In Broken Heaven City, there are powerful people in the profound venerable realm, and there are more than one. In the territory of the 3 major empires, the profound sovereign realm powerhouses who can sweep one side can only be regarded as the strong ones in Broken Heaven City. The real top existence in Amaji. Wang Feng did not expect that this seemingly destitute young man actually came from Broken Heaven City. Being from a family in Broken Sky City, your starting point is much higher than the so-called top geniuses of the 3 major empires. Why did you fall to this level? Wang Feng looked at Xiao Yunfeng with interest and chuckled. Those who can establish family power in Broken Heaven City are at least those with the power of Xuanzun realm. This kind of background is far from the top talents in the 3 empires. On the other hand, Xiao Yunfeng only had the cultivation level of the psychic realm, and he was so abject. If he said there was no story, Wang Feng would definitely not believe it. His Immortal Sect, not everyone can join, even if it comes from Broken Heaven City. If you don't look down on it, the King of Heaven is here, and he has to stay at the gate of his Immortal Sect. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Xiao Yunfeng was silent for a while, with a look of unwillingness flashing in the depths of his eyes. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. After all, he was young and couldn't hold his breath. It seemed that his words touched the sore spot in Xiao Yunfeng's heart. This sect is very skeptical. How can you, who are born in Broken Sky City, look down on the sects in these 3 major empires? If you don't make it clear, even if you kneel to death at the gate of the Shenxian sect, this sect will not accept it. You. Wang Feng restrained his smile, looked at Xiao Yunfeng, and said seriously. He is not a good person, not just a down-to-earth person who came to his Immortal Sect and said that he wanted to join, and he would accept it. The reality is cruel, sometimes saving people, but actually hurting yourself. I am a genius. After being silent for a while, Xiao Yunfeng raised his head, looked at Wang Feng seriously, and said solemnly. Hearing Xiao Yunfeng's words, Wang Feng was stunned for a moment. Why is there such a shameless person? If he wasn't interested in Xiao Yunfeng's origins, Wang Feng would have slapped him out. In front of him Wang Feng said he was a genius. Eating bear heart and leopard gall. A little guy in the psychic realm said he was a genius in front of him, a powerhouse at the peak of the Xianwang realm, and he wanted to laugh when he thought about Wang Feng. I cultivated at the age of 5. It only took me 1 day to build a foundation. It only took me a year to reach the psychic realm, and I reached the mysterious general realm in 2 years. At the age of 10, I reached the stage. The voice that came from his ear made Wang Feng tremble. He looked at Xiao Yunfeng and narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he was really a genius? 1 day to build a foundation. At least Wang Feng is in the territory of the 3 major empires, and he has never heard of it. It is a fantasy to reach the stage of entering the phase at the age of 10. He didn't suspect that Xiao Yunfeng was lying to him. From the pain in the eyes of this young man, Wang Feng knew that the story behind this young man was very deep, far beyond what his age could bear. On that day, I met her in a place where peach blossoms were in full bloom. With just one look, I fell in love with her, and she also fell in love with me. This kid is so daring, dare to show affection in front of him. Although he was sulking in his heart, Wang Feng did not interrupt Xiao Yunfeng's words, but just listened quietly. I thought it was my Xiao Yunfeng's luck that I could find this good person in this life. I thought this was very spiritual. Wang Feng has roughly guessed the result. What's the matter? If you inspect the sect, you can come across such a story. When I was 15 years old, I had reached the peak of entering the phase, and I was only half a step away from entering the Profound Emperor realm, but when I broke through the Profound Emperor realm, an accident happened, which caused my cultivation base to drop sharply, until now. Psychic realm. In the past year, I have been ridiculed by the world, even my family has treated me indifferently. I thought, even if the world will blame me, as long as she is here, everything will have a color. This is still a lunatic. Wang Feng glanced at Xiao Yunfeng and marked Xiao Yunfeng in his heart. But I never imagined that all of this was just her appearance. The reason why she still stayed by my side when I was reduced to a waste was simply to explore the mystery of my Xiao family's practice and give it to the broken man. Young city lord of Tiancheng, climb up that tall branch. Speaking of this, Xiao Yunfeng's face was extremely ferocious, his eyes were full of red, his hands were tightly clasped, and a strand of blood dripped from his fingers. After she got my Xiao family's mysterious skills, she completely revealed her true nature. Not only did she break off the marriage directly, but she also hit me hard. If you don't repay this kind of shame, what do I, Xiao Yunfeng, talk about? Xiao Yunfeng stared at Wang Feng with stubborn eyes, and roared. There was a madness in those eyes. Wang Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Peerless Tianjiao has become a waste, and the woman who loves each other will break off the marriage? Isn't this the standard opening in previous life novels? Aren't they all the protagonists of destiny? Sure enough, the luck of his great sect master is not bad. If you visit the sect at will, can you meet a destiny protagonist? Wang Feng did not speak, just looked at Xiao Yunfeng calmly. After the divorce, the family was completely disappointed in me and expelled me from the Xiao family. I hate the Xiao family. Hate her. When I was bright and beautiful, everyone was looking after me. When I fell down, no one was with me. I should have thought that this world is so cruel, and it's ridiculous that I was blinded. Shame needs to be paid back with blood, so I want to join the Immortal Sect. Xiao Yunfeng just stared at Wang Feng and said solemnly. He left the Xiao family in a state of despair, left Broken Heaven City, and appeared in the territory of the 3 major empires that were regarded as a barren land by the people in Broken Heaven City. He went to several large sects, and no one was willing to take him in. Apart from being driven out, the Immortal Sect was his last hope. At his current age, even in the territory of the 3 major empires, he is not considered a genius, and in Broken Heaven City, he is like a waste. But Xiao Yunfeng did not give up. The hatred in his heart made him do everything he could to grab a life-saving straw, so that he could wash away his shame and regain everything he had lost. If you only have hatred, you are not qualified to join my Immortal Sect at all, but this sect feels that the cliff hundreds of miles away from my Immortal Sect is very suitable for you. If you jump down, you may be able to obtain adventures and become the top genius again. Wang Feng glanced at Xiao Yunfeng and said calmly. Xiao Yunfeng glanced at Wang Feng expressionlessly, and said, should I really not live? Shouldn't I wash away my shame? Your heart has long been filled with hatred. Even if you live, it's just for hatred. It's better to die than that. Wang Feng shook his head and said. From the moment I became a waste, from the moment I was abandoned by her, from the moment I was expelled from the Xiao family, there is nothing but hatred that can support me to live. Xiao Yunfeng, he smiled sadly. I hate it. You are really useless, understand? Wang Feng shouted in a low voice, this kid only knows hatred, even if his talent is still there, he is still a waste. One's life, live for oneself. Don't let hate lose your eyes. You have to remember that you are Xiao Yunfeng. Only a strong heart can be truly strong. You should be glad that she abandoned you, and the Xiao family abandoned you, so that you can see their true colors. Although you were bright and beautiful before, behind this bright and beautiful, there is a mist hidden, and when you fall into the trough, it will swallow you up. Wang Feng looked at Xiao Yunfeng and said lightly. Wang Feng's words, like a heavy hammer, slammed into Xiao Yunfeng's heart, the clenched fist gradually loosened, and the blood dripped down the fingers to the ground. Do you still hate it? Wang Feng said lightly. Xiao Yunfeng shook his head and knelt heavily on the ground with his knees, silent. What should you do? Become stronger. Be strong for what? For myself, for the original intention of becoming stronger. Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction, he breathed a sigh of relief, and said to himself, Mass www.novel.com finally let this kid not indulge in hatred. Hate can sometimes be a very good motivation, but excessive hatred can make people lose themselves and become a puppet of hatred. As for Xiao Yunfeng, he had a tendency to become a puppet of hatred before. If he couldn't pull it back, Wang Feng would definitely not let Xiao Yunfeng join the Immortal Sect. Remember what you said today. Wang Feng glanced at Xiao Yunfeng and said solemnly. Xiao Yunfeng nodded, looking at Wang Feng with hope. From now on, you will be the 8th disciple of the younger generation of my Immortal Sect. 30 years of Hedong, 30 years of Heshi, don't bully the poor. With a strong heart, no one can defeat you. Under Xiao Yunfeng's hopeful gaze, Wang Feng said indifferently. Thank you, Sect Master. Disciple Xiao Yunfeng, see Sect Master. Xiao Yunfeng's eyes were wet, he slammed his head 3 times at Wang Feng and whimpered. This 16-year-old boy, at this moment, shed tears, and the hatred he had always felt almost crushed him. Those kinds of blows were extremely cruel to a 16-year-old boy. Xiao Yunfeng was able to endure it so far because of that hatred. But now, after being awakened by Wang Feng, the hatred in his heart is still there, but what supports him is not hatred, but his heart. I'm a waste now. Over the past year, no matter how much I tried, I couldn't break through my cultivation base. Is the sect master really willing to raise a waste? Xiao Yunfeng stood up after kowtowing, staring at Wang Feng tightly, and asked aloud, in the territory of these 3 major empires, he has been unsuccessful in his search for a sect, but now he can suddenly join such a powerful sect as the Immortal Sect. It made Xiao Yunfeng feel very dreamy. Entering my Immortal Sect, even if it is a waste, it can become a true dragon. Wang Feng stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. Chapter 77 The Emperor looks at his anger, jokes and kills. Wang Feng's words shocked Xiao Yunfeng. At this moment, Wang Feng's figure became stalwart in Xiao Yunfeng's eyes. These were probably the most domineering words he had ever heard in his life. The strange thing was that Xiao Yunfeng actually believed Wang Feng's words in his heart. This made Xiao Yunfeng feel incredible in his heart. Even in Broken Sky City, no one dared to say such words, and in the territory of the 3 major empires that were regarded as a barren land by the people in Broken Heaven City, someone dared to say such arrogant and domineering words. Remember to clean up those blood stains. Later, someone will lead you to choose the disciples' residence. Your 7th senior brother is a fool now, and the sect thinks that you and 7th senior brother should be able to get along well. Wang Feng pointed to the little blood on the ground and said solemnly. A waste, a fool, don't they get along well? Hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng twitched the corners of his mouth and remained silent. He silently used his profound energy to clean the blood on the ground. He wanted to roar at Wang Feng, although I can't improve my cultivation, but I am also a powerhouse in the psychic realm. Can a fool compare to him? Children can be taught. Seeing Xiao Yunfeng being so self-conscious, Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction, put his hands behind his back, and turned to leave. At the same time, Wang Feng also informed the great demon Xuanxia by voice transmission, asking him to come and lead Xiao Yunfeng to choose the disciples' residence. Ding, congratulations to the host for recruiting a special genius, rewarding the Emperor's Qi-looking technique and Xuanxu Gamai pill. When Wang Feng turned around, this cold voice suddenly appeared in his mind, which shocked Wang Feng, and a ray of light shot out of his eyes. The name of the Emperor's Qi technique, he is like thunder, but he did not expect that when Xiao Yunfeng was accepted, there would be such a surprise. The Emperor is angry, talking and laughing to kill. From this sentence, you can see the horror of the Emperor's Qi technique, but Wang Feng doesn't know whether the Emperor's Qi technique rewarded by the system is the same as what he imagined. System, what is the effect of the Emperor's Qi technique? Thinking of this, Wang Feng asked secretly. Ding, the Emperor's Qi technique, no grade supernatural power, how much power can be exerted depends entirely on the cultivator's comprehension. Cultivating the Heavenly Sun's Qi technique, you can gain the ability to see through the opponent's Qi machine and see the changes in the three talents of heaven, earth, and people, and at the same time, you can also see through the luck of Tianjiao. By cultivating the Heavenly Sun's Wang Qi technique to its peak, one can gain insight into the mysteries of heaven and earth, laughing and killing people, knowing the enemy's temperament and attacking its flaws, knowing the enemy's flaws and attacking its temperament. The cold voices that sounded one after another in his mind made Wang Feng's heart agitate, and the whole person was a little excited. This was the first time he had obtained supernatural powers. It is terrifying to be able to obtain such miraculous abilities even with the most basic cultivation. After possessing the Heaven's Sun Wangqi, he did not accept his disciples based on his feelings. He could easily see the disciples' luck and infer their future talents. In this way, every disciple of his Immortal Sect would be a rare genius in the world. At that time, his Immortal Sect, why is he not strong? System, bless the Emperor's Qi technique on this sect. After learning that the Emperor was looking for breath, Wang Feng couldn't wait to secretly say. When Wang Feng's voice fell, he was shocked, and a mysterious aura emerged from the whole person, and a huge memory suddenly emerged in his mind. This huge memory, even Wang Feng, who is at the peak of the Xianwang realm at this time, has a feeling of dizziness. If it weren't for his 2 lifetimes, his natural soul was strong and his cultivation reached the peak of the Xianwang realm, he probably wouldn't be able to bear this terrible news. The essence of the Tao is secretly secretive, the extreme of the Tao, faint and silent, ignoring and not hearing, holding the spirit to be still, seeing nothing with the eyes, hearing nothing with the ears, knowing nothing with the heart, only when the form of the gods is unified, can we hope. Breath of life. I don't know how long it took, Wang Feng's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, a ray of light flashed from his eyes, his whole person's breath changed, became casual and natural, those eyes were even more like it is as deep as the vast starry sky, and at a glance, it seems to be sinking. Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and directly and truly inherited this Tianzi Wangqi technique. Only then did Wang Feng know the horror of this Tianzi Wangqi technique. At this time, he was just getting started. If he wanted to truly cultivate the Tianzi Wangqi technique to the peak, he was afraid that he would not be able to. So easy. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Feng turned around and walked towards the gate of the sect. He planned to try the heavenly seeking Qi technique on Xiao Yunfeng. Sect Master, are you going out? Xiao Yunfeng, who was cleaning the floor, turned around and saw Wang Feng. He hurriedly bowed and said in surprise. Emperor Wang Qishu. Wang Feng did not answer Xiao Yunfeng's words, he secretly said in his heart, a mysterious light flashed through his eyes, and a mysterious light seemed to rise in Wang Feng's eyes. At this moment, Wang Feng saw the purple gold luck on Xiao Yunfeng's body, which was a top-level luck. It's just that on Xiao Yunfeng's purple gold Qi luck that was rushing into the sky, there were illusory mists that hovered above his Qi, like chains, blocking his Qi transport. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he took a deep look at the mists, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He waved his hands at Xiao Yunfeng and said, since it's cleaned up, then go into the sect. This sect has already let someone lead you to choose a place to live. Yes, Sect Master. Hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng cupped his hands towards Wang Feng, turned around and stepped into the Immortal Sect. Wang Feng stood with his hands behind his back and quietly watched Xiao Yunfeng go away. After he couldn't see Xiao Yunfeng's back, Wang Feng said indifferently, this disciple of this sect has gone from being a genius to a waste. It's your fault. When Wang Feng's voice fell, the void in front of him suddenly trembled, and then, an illusory mist appeared from the void. This illusory fog stood quietly like that, but the time and space around it suddenly seemed to stand still. Ordinary people couldn't see the shadow of this illusory fog at all. His cultivation base reached the peak of the Xianhuang realm, and he could not see the existence of this misty shadow. I didn't expect that a character like you would appear in this wild land. An ancient and vicissitudes of life voice came from the misty shadow. The strange thing was that this voice only sounded in Wang Feng's ears, but it did not sound between the heavens and the earth. It was as if this voice came from a different dimension. Before, this sect didn't care. But now, Xiao Yunfeng has entered my immortal sect. If you dare to harm him, this sect will make you shattered. Hearing the misty shadow, Wang Feng was noncommittal, and his eyes flashed with a cold light, staring at the misty shadow, and said coldly. At this moment, although Wang Feng did not have any killing intent, he felt a chill to his bones, as if it was a declaration from the of death. Do you think that with my ability, I need to harm a young junior to show me? Hearing Wang Feng's words, the misty shadow was silent for a while, and then said again. This sect knows your extraordinary origin and also knows your existence. For Xiao Yunfeng, it is a greater benefit, but this sect still wants to tell you, don't touch the details of this sect, otherwise. Wang Feng took a deep look at the misty shadow and said without a doubt. After the voice fell, Wang Feng ignored the foggy shadow and turned around and left. He had already said what he had to say. If this thing dared to touch his immortal sect, Wang Feng would let him know that his disciple of the immortal sect, even if he was a god. If it is moved by magic, it will surely die. Wang Feng did not stop this thing from continuing to stay on Xiao Yunfeng, because Wang Feng knew that according to the urine nature of the protagonist of Destiny, this misty shadow was probably the biggest adventure on Xiao Yunfeng's body, and it was also an introduction to Xiao Yunfeng becoming the protagonist of Destiny. He didn't want to change Xiao Yunfeng's original destiny, but since Xiao Yunfeng had already entered his immortal sect, then his immortal sect was Xiao Yunfeng's support. Anyone who moves a disciple of the immortal sect can only die. After he was far away from the foggy shadow, Wang Feng stopped slowly, with a deep flash in his eyes, and said secretly, System, may we investigate the origin of that thing? Although Wang Feng sensed the existence of the misty shadow on Xiao Yunfeng's body through the heavenly seeing qi, but he could not see the origin of the misty shadow. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. His Tianzi Wangqi technique has just been passed down, and it is only an entry, and it is far from reaching the point where he can see through his past and present life. Ding, the host's cultivation base is insufficient and cannot be probed. The cold voice that sounded in his mind shocked Wang Feng. It seemed that that thing was more mysterious and powerful than he imagined. Based on his current cultivation level at the peak of the Profound Emperor realm, even a strong Profound Emperor realm can be detected by the system. That is to say, the misty shadow on Xiao Yunfeng's body is at least beyond the existence of the Profound Emperor realm. Hemp egg. Thinking of this, Wang Feng couldn't help but spit. The 8 young disciples of his immortal sect are indeed extraordinary, but some of their mysterious origins, or troubles, are not small. If it was an ordinary sect, I am afraid that it would not be able to bear the various causes and effects carried by these 8 young disciples. Heck, in this world, there is no such thing as Wang Feng, the cause and effect that his immortal sect can't bear. His immortal sect may have only just started, but from the moment he has the system, there must be a place for Wang Feng and his immortal sect in the heavens and the world. On the other side, after Wang Feng left, the misty shadow still stood above the void, as if a gaze shot out from the misty shadow, passed through layers of obstacles, and projected onto Wang Feng who was far away. How many years have passed? There are still people on the Xianlan continent that this saint can't see through. Interesting, this sage would like to see, what kind of existence does this sect master exist? The vicissitudes of life and the ancient voice sounded, and disappeared in an instant. And that misty shadow also dissipated with the wind, as if it had never appeared before. Chapter 78 Long Princess Jade Frost. System, check this sect's attribute panel. Wang Feng, who returned to the sect master hall, said secretly. Ding, the host properties panel is as follows. Host, Wang Feng. Cultivation, peak of the Xianhuang realm. Physique, none. Bloodline, none. Profound skills, flying immortals outside the sky, Mingyu Gong, Wagwan Kendo, 15 deadly swords, heavenly demons. Magical powers, heavenly seeing qi. Create a sect, Shengxianzong. Sect value, 80,000. Looking at his attribute panel, Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction, but there was one thing he was very dissatisfied with. When would he be able to have an awesome physique and bloodline? The tiger's body was shocked, and the kind of domineering gas burst into the air. The disciples of his immortal sect are all awesome, either the strongest physique, or the reincarnation of the strong, or the protagonist of destiny, but his suzerain is ordinary. How does this work? System, is there any way to make this sect have an awesome physique? Thinking of this, Wang Feng asked expectantly. In a dream. Hearing this sentence, Sect Master Wang collapsed directly on the Sect Master throne, his face collapsed. The special system is getting more and more skinny. Call out the Xuanzun Zhang attribute panel. After a long time, Wang Feng straightened his body and said secretly. Ding, the Xuanzun Zhang attribute panel is as follows. Sect, Immortal Sect. Sect level, 2nd class. Sovereign, only Wang Feng, the peak of the Xianhuang realm. Dharma protecting elders, up to 5 Zhang Sanfeng, the peak of the Xuanzun realm. Elders, up to 10 Yiguqing, Xianhuang peak, Shimin Chuexiue, Xianhuang peak, Yao Yue, Xianhuang early stage, Yin Queen Zhu Yuyan, Xianhuang peak, Yan Shisan, Xianhuang peak, Xiao 11 Lang, Xianhuang period, Wuxiang Monk, Xianhuang peak. Disciples, up to 100 Li Qing, owner of the mysterious immortal body of the turtle spirit, Ling Feiwu, the peak of entering phase, Li He, reincarnation of Emperor Xian, Mu Yunfei, Li Tianqin, Wen Yan, Yan Shen, Xiao Yunfeng, Xian Great Demon, Chong Feng, Yan Dao. Zhongmen Station, the outer valley of the Xingyao Mountains. Looking at the sect attribute panel, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, the elder of his immortal sect is powerful, but his disciples are a bit small. Like the top sects in the Shining Sun Empire, which one doesn't have hundreds or thousands of them. Disciple. With the strength of his immortal sect, if it really broke out, it would definitely surpass the many sects in the 3 major empires. With such a small number of disciples, it is obviously not suitable for his immortal sect's identity. Wang Feng pinched his chin and wondered to himself, does he have to hold an admissions meeting? Recruiting disciples for the 3 major empires. After thinking about it, Wang Feng decided to wait a little longer. Now his Xuanzun Zhang and the Yari Empire are at war with each other. If an admissions conference is held, not many people will dare to attend. Forget it, then use this Shining Sun Empire as a stepping stone. Wang Feng's eyes were slightly cold, and he said solemnly. Use 5 random summoning opportunities to merge into a high-level random summoning opportunity. Now he still has 8 random summon opportunities in his hand, which is enough to enhance a large part of his immortal sect's strength. Either don't be an enemy, and once you are an enemy, you have to step on it completely. With a major empire as a stepping stone, within the territory of these 3 major empires, it is also his immortal sect, right? As a result, he will hold the Xuanzun Zhang admissions conference again, and all the geniuses of the 3 major empires should not swarm. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting an advanced random summoning opportunity. May I ask if the host is summoning? Summon. Wang Feng nodded without hesitation, expecting. Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning the magic knife Dingpeng. May I ask the host to check its attribute panel? The cold voice that sounded in his mind shocked Wang Feng, nodding and saying, check it out. Ding, the magic knife Dingpeng attribute panel is as follows. Name, Dingpeng. Name, magic knife. Cultivation, the peak of the early stage of Xuanzun realm. Profound skills, meteor from outside the sky, great compassion of yin and yang of heaven and earth. Divine ability, divine sword slash. Xian Bing, full moon scimitar. Looking at Ding Peng's attribute panel, Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction, as expected of an existence on the same level as Xie Xiaofeng, really strong. This person's accomplishments in the Tao of the Blade, even Xiao Shiyilang, can't compare. Its final state has already reached the state where the sword is me and I am still me. In terms of the Tao of the sword, Ding Peng's achievements are the top in the world. It is the supreme martial art of the demon sect, and it is not owned by the human world. Only those with great wisdom, only those with the most affection and nature can completely control it, and Ding Peng has been able to completely control this sword. This sword, although there is no change, contains all the essence of swordsmanship. One sword is sacrificed, and the person who is the one will die. One can imagine how terrifying Ding Peng's strength is. After summoning the magic knife Dingpeng, Wang Feng did not hesitate at all, and waved his hand. System, use all the random lottery opportunities. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 1/10 of Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the 2 swordsmanship. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 1/10 of the magic knife Dingpeng's cultivation base. Ding. After Wang Feng's voice fell, Wang Feng's mind sounded the system prompts one after another, which made Wang Feng excited. In the 8 lottery draws, except for the 2 swordsmanships, the rest were the cultivations of Zhang Sanfeng and Dingpeng. System, bless all the cultivation bases. Afterwards, Wang Feng did not hesitate in the slightest, and said with anticipation, can the cultivation of the 2 powerhouses in the Xuanzun realm raise his cultivation to the Xuanzun realm? Boom. When Wang Feng's voice fell, a terrifying force emerged from the void, as if the water of the Tianhe poured down and poured into Wang Feng's body, causing Wang Feng's body to tremble constantly. The powerful force spreads out in the body, and a majestic breath explodes instantly. Wang Feng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes twinkling with determination, and said, no matter how much pain, this sect can resist it. Ding, congratulations to the host, the cultivation base is loaded. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the Xuanzun realm, and rewarding 50,000 sects. 3 random lottery chances. The corners of Wang Feng's mouth twitched wildly, but the loading was completed so quickly. He is already ready to face great pain, ready to enjoy the joy after he has successfully broken through to the Xuanzun realm after life and death, but this is too simple, too casual, right? The realm of Xuanzun, is it so easy to break through? Next second. Wang Feng took a deep breath. He noticed that the profound energy in the surrounding heaven and earth had become extremely active. As long as he ran the exercises a little, the profound energy of heaven and earth would swarm up and scramble to be absorbed. Moreover, Wang Feng also felt that after breaking through the Xuanzun realm, there have been some changes between the world, there are some mysterious and ancient runes, and they are constantly flickering in this world, flickering and disappearing. Wang Feng knows that this is the law between heaven and earth. The power of the law is first touched by the powerhouses of the Xuanzun realm, and naturally they can also feel the power of the law between heaven and earth. Wang Feng clenched his fists and felt the majestic power in his body. He grinned and said, the feeling of getting stronger is really cool. Xianhuang and Xuanzun are 2 completely different realms. For ordinary people, being able to reach the Xianhuang realm is already very remarkable, but only when they reach the Xuanzun realm is the real powerhouse. When our great sect master Wang broke through to the Xuanzun realm, the periphery of the Xingyao mountains was silently filled with silhouettes. 500 miles away from the valley where the Immortal Sect was located, tents appeared, and a group of soldiers shuttled through these tents. Every soldier had a serious face, and he carried a fierce killing spirit all over his body. Terrifying. Some of these soldiers are wearing fiery red armor with a mysterious flower like a flame inlaid on their chests, while the other part is wearing azure armor with a mysterious flower carved like ice and snow inlaid on their chests. If practitioners of the Glory Sun Empire see this group of soldiers, they will be shocked beyond measure. This will be the Flame Army and the Frost Army, 2 of the strongest top armies of the Glory Sun Empire. Among these tents, there is a tall tent standing in the center, surrounded by dozens of soldiers of the Flame Army and the Frost Army. At this moment, Chen Lai, the general of the Shining Sun Empire, is in this tent. His Royal Highness Princess, now that our 2 armies have come to the periphery of the Xingyao Mountains, why don't we just besiege and go up www.novel.com and completely end the Immortal Sect? Chen Lai respectfully looked at the figure sitting in the first place, and said solemnly. It was a slender figure in silver armor, with a face-covering helmet, only showing 2 eyes. But these 2 exposed eyes are as cold as a sword of autumn water. This is a woman, and a woman with extremely beautiful eyes. That suit of armor not only did not block her charm, but instead showed her figure to the fullest. Her valiant appearance was enough to make any man be moved by it. As long as a cultivator who has some understanding of the empire, he can see the identity of this woman at a glance. She is the #1 beauty in the entire Shining Sun Empire, Her Royal Highness the eldest princess of the empire, a legendary goddess. Even if no one has seen her face, she is still recognized as the #1 beauty in the entire empire, and she is the #1 beauty in the empire. The dream lover of male practitioners. It's just the Demon Sealing Conference, and the Immortal Sect has revealed 5 peak powerhouses of the Xianhuang realm. The details are unknown, and they rushed up directly. You are still the general of the empire, and you don't know the truth of knowing yourself and knowing your enemy in 100 battles. A soft and crisp voice like a yellow warbler came from the mouth of the eldest princess, Yushuang, and resounded in the tent. His Royal Highness, what you said is correct, but now my 2 major armies are on the expedition, and your majesty has sent several elders to follow. With such strength, how can the mere Immortal Sect resist? General Chen Lai said quickly. He doesn't want to show any bad situation in front of the woman he loves. As a general of the empire who has won every battle, how could he not know the truth of knowing that he knows his enemy in 100 battles? But Qinlai believes that with the strength they dispatched this time, there is no sect in the entire empire that can stop the attack of their group, even if it is the Immortal Sect. Chapter 79 Yushuang appeared in the Immortal Sect. Don't underestimate any enemy. The eldest Princess Yushuang looked at General Qinlai indifferently, and opened her lips lightly. His Royal Highness, the last general did not underestimate any of the enemies, but now that the empire has dispatched such a force, it is lingering on the periphery of the Xingyao Mountains. It has not moved for a long time. How should the world view the empire? The 2 top legions, plus the elders of the elder group, dare not attack a small sect. Your Highness knows that during this time, there have been many large sect spies around the empire. Also, His Majesty has a secret order to bring back the remnants of the Ling family. General Qinlai stared at the eldest Princess Yushuang, and said solemnly. He's still coveting that thing. The eldest Princess Yushuang's eyes flashed slightly, and she whispered softly. Hearing this, General Qinlai fell silent. He didn't know how to reply to this sentence, and he didn't dare to reply. His Royal Highness, with those spies, it is impossible to find out the true strength of the Immortal Sect. Qinlai said bitterly. Now he and the eldest Princess Yushuang led the 2 legions to the periphery of the Xingyao Mountains. It has been a few days and has already been known by many majors in the empire. If they wait any longer, not only the reputation of the empire will be lost, but also Qinlai and his Royal Highness the eldest princess's reputation will also suffer. Ben go there in person. The eldest Princess Yushuang's eyes flashed slightly, and she whispered softly. Your Highness. As soon as these words came out, Qinlai's expression changed and he said in shock. Although the eldest Princess Yushuang's cultivation base is strong and has reached the peak of the Profound Emperor realm, the Immortal Sect has 5 powerhouses at the peak of the Profound Emperor realm. Even he does not dare to go to investigate alone. But can't come back. Moreover, Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, is so noble, how can she be in danger? Needless to say, you should step back. Ben Gong's intentions have been decided. If Ben Gong has not returned after a day, you can take the 2 armies to attack the Immortal Sect. The eldest Princess Yushuang waved her hand and said without a doubt. Hearing this, although Qinlai's face was full of worry, he did not continue to speak. He knew very well that once His Highness the Princess had decided, even Her Majesty would not be able to pull it back. Yes. Qinlai cupped his hands, turned around and walked out. The Immortal Sect. Is it hope? In the pair of beautiful eyes of the eldest Princess Yushuang, complex colors flashed, and she whispered in a tone that only she could hear. When her voice fell, her figure disappeared into the tent. And Qinlai, who had just walked out of the tent, after feeling the breath of Her Royal Highness eldest princess disappeared, he waved at the lieutenant guarding outside the tent. General. The deputy hurriedly came to Qinlai and saluted respectfully. The order goes on, and after 3 hours, the 2 armies will set off to go to the Immortal Sect, and there will be no armor left. Qinlai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, the killing intent contained in his words made the lieutenant tremble. Subordinates take orders. The lieutenant said quickly without any hesitation. Looking at the back of the lieutenant's departure, Qinlai's eyes flashed with determination. He would never let His Highness the eldest princess have an accident. If the Divine Immortal Sect dared to touch the eldest princess' hair, he would definitely make the Divine Immortal Sect doomed. Thinking of this, Qinlai turned and walked towards the tent beside him. When Qinlai walked into the tent, the 5 old men in yellow Taoist robes opened their eyes at the same time and looked at Qinlai. General, but are you going to attack the Immortal Sect? The old man at the head asked. Elders, Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, went to the Shengxianzong alone to investigate the details of the Shengxianzong. The general has already sent an order. After 3 hours, the 2 armies will set out to attack the Shengxianzong. General Qinlai glanced at the 5 old men and said solemnly. What? Qinlai. You are confused. When Qinlai's words fell, the 5 old men suddenly looked shocked, and the old man at the head even reprimanded them directly. How noble is Your Highness the eldest princess? Don't you know Qinlai? How can you let the eldest princess take risks alone? If something happens to the eldest princess, can you bear the wrath of Your Majesty? The old man at the head, with sharp eyes, shouted coldly. He is not afraid of Chen Lai's identity at all. Although Chen Lai is a general of the empire, their elders are also the foundation of the empire. Perhaps their existence, few people in the empire know about them, but their status is not weaker than Chen Lai is a little bit. Those who can rank among the elders of the empire are all existences above the late Xianhuang realm, and the 5 of them are the peak powerhouses of the Xianhuang realm, and their cultivation status is not weaker than that of Chen Lai. The elders of the empire are a sharp sword hidden by the great Emperor Yaori. If it wasn't for the terrifying power that the Immortal Sect erupted, His Majesty had to be cautious, and they might not have been born yet. Your Highness's temperament, it's not that you don't know, if I could have stopped it, would something like this happen? Chen Lai glanced at the 5 elders and said solemnly. Hearing this, the 5 elders of the Shining Sun Empire suddenly fell silent. They almost watched Yushuang grow up. They knew the temperament of the eldest Princess Yushuang, and even His Majesty couldn't stop her, let alone Chen Lai. Forget it, let's start after 3 hours. No matter if there is anything wrong with the eldest princess, there is no need for the Immortal Sect to exist. The 5 elders of the empire looked at each other, and the elder in the lead spoke directly. In the vicissitudes of life, there was an amazing cold glow in the eyes, and the temperature in the entire tent dropped a lot in vain. Chen Lai nodded and turned to leave. Immortals. In a pavilion on the top of the valley, Wang Feng and Yimuqing sat opposite each other. There was some tea on the table. Yimuqing brewed the tea, handed the teacup to Wang Feng, and said, "Husband, drink tea." Wang Feng picked up the tea and took a sip. The tea was fragrant and sweet, just like the perfect fairy in front of him. "Thank you, Qing'er." Even though Yimuqing is now with him, and even lives in the same hall with him, every time he sees her, he can't help but wonder how could there be such a perfect woman in this world. "One day, my husband will take you to travel around the world and see the world's scenery." Wang Feng looked at Yimuqing and chuckled, but there was a firm look in his eyes. "Okay. But why should there be a day, not now?" Hearing Wang Feng's words, Yimuqing laughed, eyes narrowed into crescents, nodded and asked in confusion. "Because there are many bad people in this world, and my husband's strength is not strong enough. If I go out at this time and meet someone stronger than my husband will not be able to protect Qing'er." Wang Feng looked at Yimuqing and smiled softly. "Qing'er can protect your husband." Hearing Yimuqing's words, Wang Feng smiled and didn't say anything, just taking it as a joke from Yimuqing. Yimuqing may have an extraordinary origin, but now he has no trace of cultivation, just like a mortal person, and he is already a powerhouse in the Xuanzun realm. Men are born to protect women, Qing'er only needs to stay behind her husband. With her husband, no bad person can hurt Qing'er. Wang Feng grinned and said, his words contained a smile, but it was like an oath, so firm. Yimuqing also laughed. She stared at Wang Feng with her beautiful eyes, her eyes twinkling with tenderness. But at this moment, Wang Feng frowned, and suddenly looked towards the void somewhere, with a gleam of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Qing'er, sit down for a while, husband, go catch a flea." Wang Feng looked at Yimuqing and said softly. "Husband, let's go, Qing'er will make tea for you." Yimuqing said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, thank you Qing'er." Hearing this, Wang Feng laughed and said, and his figure appeared in the void in vain. "Are you showing up yourself, or let this sect catch you out?" Wang Feng, who appeared in the void, stared at a void and said indifferently. Many elders in the Immortal Sect also sensed a strange aura appearing in the Immortal Sect, but after seeing that Wang Feng had appeared, they did not take action. When Wang Feng's voice fell, a figure dressed in silver armor and a face-covering helmet emerged from the void in vain. It was Her Royal Highness Yushuang, the eldest princess of the empire. When he saw that the person who came was a woman with such a turbulent figure, Wang Feng was a little stunned. Even though this woman was wearing a face mask, she could guess from the pair of beautiful eyes she showed www.novel.com Wang Feng, she was extremely beautiful. When did such a character appear in the Shining Sun Empire? With just one glance, Wang Feng realized that this woman's cultivation was at the peak of the Xianhuang realm. "Who is your excellency?" Could it be that your excellency doesn't know that it is very impolite to break into other people's sects? Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, looked at the beautiful figure, and shouted in a deep voice. His Immortal Sect is not something that anyone can provoke. Even a peak powerhouse of the Xianhuang realm, even a peerless beauty, dares to provoke his Immortal Sect, and his great sect master will turn him into ashes. As expected of the sect master of the Immortal Sect. "Wow Chow, the voice is so nice." The crisp sound that came from his ear made Wang Feng stunned for a moment. Tell me the purpose of your coming to my immortal sect, otherwise, don't blame this sect for being rude. Although this woman's praise made Wang Feng very happy, he couldn't buy it with a random compliment. But Gong wants to see if the sect master King Feng of the Immortal Sect is as powerful as rumored. The eldest Princess Yuxuang stared at Wang Feng with beautiful eyes and said. There was an inexplicable gleam in her eyes, no one knew what she was thinking. If Chenlai knew that when the eldest princess came to the Immortal Sect to investigate, she directly showed her figure, and she just entered the Immortal Sect, Chenlai would never let the eldest princess come to investigate. Who is to investigate other people's details in an open and honest way? Do you want to start with Ben Zong? Wang Feng's face was surprised, and he glanced at the eldest Princess Yuxuang strangely. He didn't understand what this strange woman was thinking. As soon as the sect master Wang broke through to the Xuanzun realm, someone took the initiative to send him to the door to let him practice. Chapter 81 Move to Grab. Wang Feng laughed. It was the first time he saw this kind of silly woman, and he rushed to the door. He didn't even know the details of his immortal sect, so he wanted to challenge him, Sect Master Wang. Is this self-confidence in his own strength, or does he not take his sect master Wang in his eyes? Come on, this sect will give you one hand. If you can't catch you with one move, this sect will lose. Wang Feng's left hand was behind his back, his right hand was stretched out, and said indifferently. At this time, Wang Feng, like a looking down at ants in the world, did not show any contempt, but just a glance made people tremble. I didn't expect the sect master of the Immortal Sect to be so arrogant. The beautiful eyes of the eldest Princess Yuxuang stared at Wang Feng, and snorted coldly, with a disappointment in her tone. She originally thought that the sect master of the Immortal Sect could lead the Immortal Sect. In this short period of time, the entire Yaori Empire must be a remarkable figure, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Shi Yuxuang is not the most powerful person in the empire, but at least she is also a peak powerhouse of the Xianwang realm. She doesn't believe that Wang Feng can't perceive it. Hearing this, Wang Feng smiled without saying a word, he just looked at Yuxuang quietly. As a powerhouse in the profound sovereign realm, even if he has just broken through, Wang Feng knows that his current self is far from being comparable to that of the profound sovereign realm. Even the powerhouses at the peak of the profound sovereign realm could not withstand his casual blow. This was the gap between the profound sovereign realm and the profound venerable realm. Unless they were at the level of Shimen Chueshue and the others, it was simply impossible for ordinary people to cross the gap between Xianwang and Xuanzun and fight at a higher level. Therefore, this stupid woman has no idea what kind of existence his sect master Wang is. Since sect master Wang is so confident, let this palace see if your sect master Wang's strength is worthy of your confidence. The eldest Princess Yuxuang stared at Wang Feng with a pair of beautiful eyes, and shouted coldly. Boom. When her voice fell, a majestic might erupted on her delicate body instantly, shaking the entire void. After this might erupted, the surrounding void was distorted in a visible manner to the naked eye. Accompanying this power burst out, was a terrifying killing energy. At this moment, Wang Feng seemed to see a sea of corpses and blood. This made Wang Feng frown. He did not expect that this woman would have such a terrifying killing aura. How many people would have to be killed to develop such a killing aura? This kind of killing energy, even Wang Feng's heart trembles. It has nothing to do with cultivation, but Wang Feng is from that blue planet after all, and he has rarely seen the real battlefield. Even if he came to this world, I have personally killed several people, but I have never experienced the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But at this moment, the killing aura that erupted from the woman made Wang Feng feel the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. This woman looks stupid, but she has such a terrifying aura. She really can't be seen. No wonder she is wearing armor. Could it be that this woman is a general of the Shining Sun Empire? Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Sword come. Yuxuang's beautiful eyes were sullen. She snorted softly, stretched out her slender jade hand and grabbed it gently. An azure blue long sword suddenly emerged from the void, and she was caught in her hand. It was an azure long sword with mysterious lines engraved on it, and a cold light flashed on the sword. With just one glance, Wang Feng knew that this sword was of extraordinary quality. Wang Feng took a deep look at Yuxuang, and he suddenly felt that this silly woman seemed a little complicated. How could ordinary people get such a level of mysterious soldiers? 9 days of frost and cold. The moment Yuxuang took hold of the long sword, the breath all over her body changed, and a cold chill burst out from her delicate body. It surged out in an instant and merged into the long sword in his hand. Hum. When the majestic profound energy of the eldest Princess Wuxiang poured into the long sword, the sound of a sword chant suddenly sounded, and a cold sword intent burst out from Wuxiang, and a sudden appearance appeared in the entire void. The femur was chilling to the bone, and the temperature dropped a lot in vain. All over her body, dense sword chi instantly appeared, and every sword chi was flashing with a pressing cold light. If ordinary people looked at it, they would definitely tremble with fear. This kind of power made Wang Feng's eyes slightly narrow. This woman looked stupid, and her strength was not weak. The ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the Xianhuang realm were probably not her opponents. Go. Wuxiang's eyes narrowed, she snorted softly, and the long sword pointed sharply, and the sword energy around her body shot out in an instant, forming a rain of swords that filled the sky and shot towards Wang Feng. The entire void, at this moment, was trembling constantly, and the cold edge carried on these sword chi cut the void into pitch black holes. Even if there is a rain of swords in the sky, this sect's palm is enough. Facing Wuxiang's stern blow, Wang Feng snorted angrily, stretched out his hand, and grabbed it gently. Boom. There was a sudden shock in the void, the surrounding profound energy condensed in an instant, and a huge palm print appeared in the sky, like the hand of a god, covering the sky and the sun. From this palm print, a majestic power burst out, causing Wuxiang's pupils to shrink, and the pretty face hidden under the mask flashed a dignified color. The power emanating from this palm shocked Wuxiang, and her entire body tensed up, as if she was facing a terrifying existence. Boom. Under Wuxiang's trembling gaze, the giant palm easily shattered the sword rain that burst out from the sky, and grabbed her like a broken bamboo. At this moment, Wuxiang seemed to feel that the whole world was suppressing her, and the almost suffocating feeling made her abruptly change. Boom. The eldest Princess Wuxiang didn't have time to think about anything else, and the power in her body burst out wildly. Burst out. If it were normal, the battle between a powerhouse at the peak of the profound Emperor realm and a powerhouse in the profound Venerable realm would surely be a sensation in all directions, at least in the entire Xingyao mountain range, this terrifying power would be felt. But at this time, the momentum that the eldest Princess Wuxiang erupted was bound within the entire divine Immortal Sect, and it was not passed on at all, and even the power it erupted could not hurt the house of the divine Immortal Sect in the slightest. How is it possible? Just when the eldest Princess Wuxiang burst out with the strength of her whole body, the huge palm print came in an instant. She burst out with all her strength and wanted to smash this palm print. However, the power she burst out, bombarded that palm print, but did not cause any harm to that palm print, even if it was just a little barrier, nothing. She stared at herself, being held tightly by that palm print. The eldest Princess Wuxiang could feel the terrifying power coming from this palm print. This kind of power made the power in her body like a mouse seeing a cat, and she didn't dare to show up. Her dignified eldest princess, a powerhouse at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, was really captured by the sect master of the Immortal Sect so easily. At this time, Wuxiang's eyes were about to bulge out, and the face hidden under the mask showed a shocking color. She looked at Wang Feng in disbelief. Before, she was very disappointed with Wang Feng's arrogance, but now, when she was captured by Wang Feng, she realized that Wang Feng was not arrogant, he really had such terrifying strength. On the contrary, she herself, like a fool, rushed directly into the Immortal Sect and challenged the sect master of the Immortal Sect. How terrifying is it to be able to capture her, a powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, with one move? Seriously terrified. After being horrified, the eldest Princess Wuxiang did not have the slightest fear, but in those beautiful eyes, an unknown bright light burst out, which was a look of hope. Wang Feng did not see the inexplicable meaning in the eyes of the eldest Princess Wuxiang at this time. He chuckled lightly. Can you still challenge this sect now? Although he captured the woman, Wang Feng did not intend to kill the woman. It is true that the woman rushed to his Immortal Sect to challenge him, intending to provoke his Immortal Sect, but Wang Feng could feel that the woman's body there was no murderous intent. Otherwise, at the moment he captured the woman must have been crushed to pieces by the palm print that he burst out. Win the king or lose the bandit. UU reading www.uukangsha.com wants to kill or cut, please listen and respect. When the eldest Princess Wuxiang heard Wang Feng's words, she snorted coldly. Even in her current situation, she is still very imposing. She is the eldest princess of the dignified and shining empire. No matter what situation she is in, she cannot weaken her aura. Have courage. Wang Feng smiled and clapped his hands, jokingly said. With a stroke of his hands, the palm print that held the eldest Princess Wuxiang instantly turned into a chain, locking the eldest Princess Wuxiang. Then Wang Feng stretched out his hand and captured the eldest Princess Yuxuang. Looking at the eldest Princess Yuxuang up close, Wang Feng just felt the turbulent waves, which made Wang Feng involuntarily have a throbbing. He quickly made up his mind and took the eldest Princess Yuxuang back to the pavilion. "Husband, tea has been brewed for you." After seeing Wang Feng fall, Yimuching greeted her and said with a tender smile, her clear eyes were always on Wang Feng's body, and she didn't even look at the eldest Princess Yuxuang, as if Wang Feng was the only one in her entire world. Maple is like a single person. "Thank you, Qing'er." A look of satisfaction appeared on Wang Feng's face, and he chuckled lightly. With a wife like this, what can a husband ask for? At this time, Wang Feng had a gentle expression all over his body, and he didn't have the arrogant look just now, which made the eldest Princess Yuxuang, who was behind Wang Feng, stunned. This change is too great, it is not like a person at all. What really shocked the eldest Princess Yuxuang was Yimuching's face and temperament. Even the eldest Princess Yuxuang, who had always been very confident in her beauty, couldn't help sighing in her heart when she saw Yimuching for the first time. How can there be such a fairy in the world? That kind of temperament that is not like a mortal person makes Yuxuang feel ashamed. Chapter 81. The army is coming. Probably only this kind of woman is worthy of him. Yuxuang glanced at the gentle Wang Feng and thought to herself. Wang Feng threw the eldest Princess Yuxuang aside, walked to the stone table and sat down, picked up the tea that Yimuching brewed, and took a sip. The whole person suddenly felt refreshed. Sure enough, the tea the fairy brewed was different, it was really delicious. After drinking a sip of the tea that Yimuching brewed, Wang Feng just set his eyes on the eldest Princess Yuxuang, and said solemnly, "Tell me, who is your surname? Why did you come to my immortal sect? Why did you challenge this sect?" The tone and demeanor were as if they were checking the account. Hearing this, Yuxuang, the eldest princess of the empire, rolled her eyes. Probably this idiot didn't know her identity. Who knows the name of her eldest princess in the entire Shining Sun Empire? The #1 beauty in the empire, that's not just talking about it. The sect master Wang De of the Immortal Sect was indeed a fool, and he dared to capture her without even knowing her identity. But also, if it weren't for a foolish critic, how could she have done such an earth-shattering event, making her brother very angry? Bengong advises you to release Bengong, otherwise, you will be in big trouble. The eldest Princess Yuxuang looked natural and did not feel nervous at all. She glanced at Wang Feng lightly and said softly. If Wang Feng can detain her, Yuxuang will be more beautiful in her heart. Her troubles are getting closer and closer. Only by finding a powerful sect to hide from, can she get rid of troubles. And this immortal sect is obviously that powerful sect. Although this great sect master Wang is a little silly, her strength is really unbelievable. She can be captured with a single move. Besides the powerhouses in the Xuanzun realm, Yuxuang really doesn't know who else can do it. As Her Royal Highness the eldest princess of the empire, she has experienced countless killings in her life to achieve what she is today. How can she be a foolish woman in Wang Feng's eyes? Yo, in the hands of this sect, you dare to be so arrogant, you have a good courage. Hearing Yuxuang's words, Wang Feng smiled, looked Yuxuang up and down, and joked. Today, in the 3 major empires, there is no force that can cause his great sect master to be in big trouble, even the 3 major empires can't do it. This woman is really stupid, maybe there is some power, self-righteous. There is no one in the 3 major empires who can give this sect trouble. This sect will capture you, what's the matter? You let the people behind you come out and try, and this sect will beat them into pig heads. Wang Feng raised his brows and smiled arrogantly. Ma Dan, dare to be arrogant to his great sect master on the territory of his great sect master. Can this be tolerated? Hearing Wang Feng's arrogant words, the eldest Princess Yuxuang showed a smile on her face hidden under the mask. It was indeed a foolish criticism. After a little provocation, she was fooled. Although your immortal sect is powerful, and your great sect master Wang is powerful, in front of the forces behind me, it is not worth mentioning at all. The eldest Princess Yuxuang said proudly, with a strong confidence in her tone. Hearing this, the smile on Wang Feng's face was even greater. He glanced at Yuxuang and joked, "What force is behind you, let's hear it." Hearing Wang Feng's words, the eldest Princess Yuxuang didn't speak for a while, she just stood there quietly, not worried about her situation at all. It was as if she was not captured by Wang Feng at all, but invited by Wang Feng. General guests. Hemp eggs. Seeing Yuxuang's posture, Wang Feng scolded inwardly. His sect master Wang is really a pity and cherished jade. If a man dared to be so arrogant in front of him,
if he didn't turn into ashes at this moment, his sect master Wang would not be surnamed Wang. Of course, Wang Feng never wanted to admit that he wanted to see Yushuang's turbulent eyes more, so he was arguing with Yushuang. Wear a face mask, is it too ugly to be seen? Let this sect see your face. In vain, Wang Feng glanced at Yushuang, who was wearing a mask that covered his face. A sly smile appeared on his face, and said solemnly, "Perhaps, from the appearance of this silly woman, you can infer some of the details of this woman," and Wang Feng secretly performed the Emperor's Qi technique just now, and the sight he saw made Wang Feng's heart secretly shocked. This stupid woman's luck is not weaker than Xiao Yunfeng's at all, but Xiao Yunfeng's luck is purple gold, and it is entangled with that ghost thing, and it can't stop its light. But the luck of this silly woman turned out to be black and shiny, which shocked Wang Feng's heart. Although Wang Feng didn't know much about luck, he still knew a little bit about it. The highest level of luck is chaotic, and no one can see it clearly. Even Wang Feng, who possesses the heavenly seeing qi, cannot detect it. Unless he cultivates the heavenly seeing qi to the highest level, can he see through the owner of chaotic luck. Next, there are colorful luck, red luck, purple luck, golden luck, and so on. But Wang Feng has never heard of black luck. There are only two possibilities for this kind of situation. Either the stupid woman's luck has mutated, resulting in black luck. Or, it was because the stupid woman's luck was being watched, and they wanted to swallow her, causing her luck to gradually blacken. Because of this, Wang Feng wanted to see who this woman was. Ben Gong once swore that, apart from my family members, whoever saw the face of Megong for the first time, Megong would marry you, and if you saw it, I had to marry me. Just when Wang Feng's hand was just stretched out, the sound from his ear made him freeze, and the outstretched hand stopped in midair. In particular, the gaze from Wuxiang on the side made Wang Feng look like a beam on his back. He smiled embarrassingly, withdrew his hand, and roared in his heart, "What kind of broken promise is this?" Seeing Wang Feng's appearance like this, a smile appeared on the face of the eldest princess Yushuang. This idiot was afraid of his wife. After Wang Feng withdrew his hand, Wuxiang also withdrew his gaze and sat quietly and gracefully. Xuanxia. After not seeing the face of the eldest princess Yushuang, Wang Feng lost his interest in talking with Yushuang, and said through voice transmission, "It is impossible to let go. How can he come to the Immortal Sect casually? How could his great sect master be able to challenge him casually? Since he dares to challenge his sect master Wang, he has to pay the price." Metropolitan. In less than a moment, the figure of the great demon of Xuanxia appeared in the pavilion. He glanced at the eldest princess Yushuang, and then saluted Wang Feng respectfully. But this look made the eldest princess Yushuang's pupils shrank, her whole body trembled, and her heart set off a storm. With just a glance, the eldest princess Yushuang recognized the identity of the great demon Xuanxia. She did not expect that the great demon who ravaged the Shining Sun Empire 1,000 years ago was actually a member of the Immortal Sect, and he was so respectful to Wang Feng, as if not the tyrannical gesture of 1,000 years ago. Thousands of years ago, the great demon Xuanxia caused a huge storm in the entire Yari Empire. At that time, the eldest princess Yushuang was still a little girl. And living in the palace, it is normal that the great demon Xuanxia does not know her, but she does know the great demon Xuanxia. After all, the reputation of the great demon of Xuanxia at the beginning was known to everyone in the entire Yari Empire, and the appearance of the great demon of Xuanxia was well known by all the members of the Yari royal family. At least, the members of the Yari royal family in that era knew the appearance of the great demon Xuanxia. What kind of sect is this Immortal Sect? Even characters like the great demon Xuanxia are members of his sect. The eldest princess Yushuang was both shocked and curious at this moment. Take this girl down and lock it up for a few days. Dare to come to my Immortal Sect to provoke me. I want to see what the forces behind her are capable of. Wang Feng glanced at the eldest princess Yushuang and snorted coldly. This woman is so arrogant on the territory of his great sect master Wang, and she doesn't know how powerful he great sect master Wang is. Yes, sect master. The great demon Xuanxia respectfully said, and then looked at the eldest princess Yushuang. His eyes were full of indifference. He took up the chains bound to the eldest princess Yushuang, and directly pulled the eldest princess Yushuang away. The eldest princess Yushuang did not resist at all. She took a deep look at Wang Feng with an inexplicable look in her eyes, and followed the great demon of Xuanxia away. Husband, this woman is a little strange. After the eldest princess Yushuang was taken away by the great demon Xuanxia, Wuxiang frowned and said softly, "Oh. What did Qing'er find?"
Hearing this, a smile appeared on Wang Feng's face, looked at Wuxiang, and asked www.novel.com. She seemed to want to stay in the Immortal Sect on purpose. Hearing Wuxiang's words, Wang Feng smiled even more, but he did not expect that Wuxiang's observation was so delicate. Husband knows that this woman has been agitating for her husband from the very beginning. Then why? Qing'er, no matter why this woman deliberately provoked her husband and asked her husband to keep her in the Immortal Sect, it is a fact that she provokes the Immortal Sect and challenges her husband. If my husband let him go unscathed and spread it out, wouldn't he fall into the name of my Immortal Sect? No matter what her purpose is, since she has been captured by her husband, then everything about her and even her life is in the hands of her husband. In my hands, I can't make any waves. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled confidently. Now, in his Immortal Sect, plus him, there are 3 powerhouses in the Xuanzun realm, as well as several powerhouses in the peak of the Xianhuang realm. With such strength, in the territory of these 3 major empires, who can provoke them? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Wuxiang nodded her head and laughed. She liked Wang Feng's confident appearance very much. At this moment, the void in the pavilion trembled violently, and a burly figure in tight black clothes stepped out of the void, with a machete hidden in a black sheath on his waist. Dingpeng, see Sect Master. The visitor is the magic knife Dingpeng. Don't be too polite. Wang Feng was not surprised by Dingpeng's appearance. He stretched out his hand to support Dingpeng and chuckled. As expected of the magic knife Dingpeng. The moment he lifted Dingpeng, Wang Feng could feel the majestic power in Dingpeng's body. Once it burst out, it would be earth-shattering. Wang Feng, get out. Chapter 82 Immortal 3 Sins. At this moment, a sound like a bell echoed in the entire Shangxianzong Valley. Wang Feng and Dingpeng squinted their eyes at the same time, and looked up. Above the sky in the distance, there was a rolling black cloud pressing towards his Immortal Sect. Above the black cloud, countless figures appeared. As if divine soldiers descended from the sky, a depressing aura filled the valley. Many elders of the Immortal Sect who closed their eyes and cultivated in their respective halls, opened their eyes at the same time, and there was a flash of coldness in their eyes, and their bodies moved, and they instantly appeared in the pavilion where Wang Feng was. After Zhang Sanfeng and the others appeared, they saluted Wang Feng slightly and looked at the dark cloud. All the experts of the Immortal Sect were extremely indifferent and showed no signs of nervousness. And the eldest Princess Yushuang, who was being taken to the Shangxianzong Hall by the great demon Xuanxia, squinted when she heard this roar, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. How dare Chenlai not listen to her? But the eldest Princess Yushuang was not worried about the Immortal Sect at all in her heart. After seeing Wang Feng's terrifying strength, the eldest Princess Yushuang knew that her elder brother, the Supreme Majesty, this time, I am afraid that she will be in the gods. There was a big somersault on Zhong's body. Someone is coming to commit a crime against the Immortal Sect, aren't you worried? The eldest Princess Yushuang glanced at the great demon of Xuanxia beside her, and said with a light tooth. The man's arm stops the car beyond its own capabilities. Facing the inquiry from the eldest Princess Yushuang, the great demon Xuanxia said indifferently. The eldest Princess Yushuang took a deep look at the great demon of Xuanxia but did not speak. She quietly followed the great demon of Xuanxia. She became more and more curious about this Immortal Sect, and the hope that emerged in her heart became stronger and stronger. This prestigious existence who ravaged the Sunbright Empire 1,000 years ago, actually respected the Immortal Sect so much. On the other side, Li Qing, the eldest disciple of the Immortal Sect, stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the figure in the sky in the distance. His face was indifferent, his eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. This is very different from Li Qing's temperament in the past. At this time, Li Qing seems to have experienced countless experiences and has a detached temperament. At the same time, on the top of the mountain hundreds of meters away from the Immortal Sect, stood dozens of figures, each of them wearing different clothes, divided into several groups. And the beautiful elder in the Taoist robe of the Tianqin sect was among the group of people. At this time, she respectfully stood beside a burly middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. This is Jiang Tian, the sect master of Tianqin sect. Standing with Jiang Tian, there are several other figures. They are the suzerains of the other top sects of the Yari Empire. This time, the empire dispatched 2 top legions, Flame and Frost, to deal with the Immortal Sect. Although they were extremely secretive, they were still inquired by these top sections. Faced with such a grand occasion, how could these top sects not come to join in the fun? Of course, their main purpose is also to see if they can fish in troubled waters. The Immortal Sect is too mysterious, but it is destined to be destroyed by the Imperial Army, and the treasures of the Immortal Sect and even the inheritance of the exercises can be seen by those who see it. 99% of all the strong sects present at the scene believe that the Immortal Sect was simply unable to withstand the attack of the Imperial Army. That is the two top armies of the Empire attacking at the same time. Even if they are big sects, they have to tremble. Since the birth of the 5 top armies of the Empire, there has never been a situation where the 2 top armies have gone out to one faction together. This Immortal Sect, even if it is destroyed by the Imperial Army, is enough to be proud of it. Speaking of which, this Immortal Sect is also amazing. It was unknown at first, and when it was born, it directly destroyed the 3 top sects, shocking the world, but after all, it still can't match the Supreme Majesty. Jiang Tian, the sect master of Tianqin sect, stared at the dark cloud above the valley of Shengxianzong, and whispered. His eyes were extremely deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The sharp edge is too revealing, and it gave that person a chance. That person's will is already very obvious. I wonder what plan sect master Jiang has. Another top sect master said. What plan can you have? That person is like the sun in the sky, shining everywhere, and we should be bathed in the sun and follow that person's will. Jiang Tian clasped his fists slightly toward the east and said loudly. That demeanor was like a dog-licking gesture. Fuck. Jiang Tian, I trust you, why are you playing tricks with me? The top sect master roared in his heart, glanced at Jiang Tian with disgust, and lost his interest in talking to Jiang Tian. The other major sect masters also twitched the corners of their mouths and remained silent. That person's will is so firm, they all want to find a way out for themselves and even the sect. Confrontation is impossible, unless they want to die. Look at this Immortal Sect, there are 5 powerhouses at the peak of the Xianwang realm, they are a blockbuster, shocking the world, but now, they are not about to be destroyed. No matter how powerful the power of the sect is, how can it be stronger than the power of the entire empire? When the several sect masters were testing each other, Chenlai led the 2 legions and also appeared above the pavilion where Wang Feng was. Chenlai looked down at Wang Feng and the others condescendingly, with a sneer on his face. In front of the will of the empire, any sect was like a chicken and a dog, easily pushed horizontally. I don't know why General Chen came to my Immortal Sect with such a big fanfare. Why? Facing Chenlai, who was arguing, Wang Feng asked with a smile. That gesture, as if not facing his own enemy, but reminiscing with old friends for many years. Wang Feng, you really don't know. General Chenlai shouted in a condensed voice, those eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person, without the slightest emotion. What he disliked most was Wang Feng's indifferent attitude. He was a great general of the empire. Wherever he went, wasn't he treated respectfully? Wang Feng was the first person who ignored him. Now that he led the 2 top legions to come, Wang Feng was not frightened, but he was still in this attitude. This made Chenlai unable to feel the sense of accomplishment of crushing a powerful enemy, and he was naturally very unhappy in his heart. Wang Feng shook his head and looked at General Chenlai indifferently. That attitude, calm, made Chenlai feel as if he was not looking down at Wang Feng, but Wang Feng was looking down at him, which made Chenlai even more unhappy. Your Immortal Sect has 3 sins. It is a crime of great disrespect to despise your majesty and not follow his majesty's will. Accepting the remnants of the Ling family for 1 sin, challenging his majesty's authority. Destroy the imperial marquis with 1 crime, and kill the imperial army. 3 sins stand together, and the sin is unforgivable. Your Immortal Sect is daring, and today Japan will lead 2 major legions to sanction your Immortal Sect. Can you accept it? Chenlai's eyes stared at Wang Feng, and he shouted in a deep voice. The sound was like rolling thunder, and it exploded in the entire Shengxianzong valley. At this time, Chenlai was standing in the void with his hands behind his back, and behind him stood the 2 great legions of the empire, carrying an unparalleled general trend, coercing the entire Immortal Sect. That look of contempt in all directions made many strong sects hundreds of meters away, shaking their hearts. As expected of a general of the empire, he knows how to get ahead. If it were an ordinary sect, facing Chenlai, he would be scared to death, but Wang Feng, still very indifferent, he glanced at Chenlai with a faint smile on his face. There is no one in this world who can make Ben Zong serve. Did he sit in that seat for too long and really thought he could control the world? Wang Feng, you are arrogant. Up to this point, you don't know how to repent, yet you dare to despise your majesty. Chenlai roared loudly, his eyes flashed with anger. He did not expect that under such circumstances, Wang Feng would dare to be so arrogant. A fierce killing intent burst out from General Chen Lai's burly body and vein, and the two major legions behind him also burst out with a terrifying killing aura. At this moment, the temperature in the entire Shangxianzong Valley dropped to zero, causing people to shiver involuntarily. After hearing Wang Feng's words, the powerhouses of several sects in the distance shook their heads in disappointment. They thought that the Immortal Sect would be able to shock the entire Yari Empire in such a short period of time, which must be extremely extraordinary. But now it seems that he is just an arrogant madman who is immersed in the glory of his own sect. Elder One, if possible, save Tianqin later. Jiang Tian stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the Immortal Sect, and said lightly. Sect Master, that cheap servant betrayed the sect www.novel.com. Why? The beautiful woman in Taoist robe, Elder One, who was immersed in the joy of the Immortal Sect's imminent destruction, changed her face, puzzled. A big man has taken a fancy to her, wash her clean, and can't be hurt a little, even a hair-like wound can't appear, it will affect the beauty. For this sentence, Jiang Tian used sound transmission. And this sentence made Elder One feel mad. Why is this cheap servant always so lucky? To make the suzerain call a big man, that is really big to the sky. Although she is Li Tianqin's master on the bright side, she doesn't like seeing Li Tianqin very much, and she only wants to borrow Li Tianqin's beauty and cling to the powerful. When Li Tianqin betrayed the Tianqin sect, the two of them were completely torn apart. Elder One only wanted Li Tianqin to die at the moment, so she followed him. She wanted to see the bleak appearance of Li Tianqin's death under the imperial army, and may even suffer even more inhumane treatment. Seeing it with her own eyes made her feel good. But Elder One did not expect that this lowly servant would escape the disaster again. On the other side, when Wang Feng heard General Chen Lai's words, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He looked at General Chen Lai as if he was mentally retarded, and said loudly, General Chen, you are also a general of the empire, no matter what. To think so naive and ignorant. That shit, your majesty, let people come and kill my Immortal Sect, and you want this sect to respect him. Are you living in a dream? Just relying on him, is it worth making this sect regret? It's ridiculous. Benzone wants to try it. What would it feel like to pull down an empire's lord? It would be very cool to think about it. Wang Feng's wild voice echoed throughout the world. Chapter 83 Chen Lai shudders. After hearing Wang Feng's words, General Chen Lai's state was a little strange. Instead of the violent rage he imagined, he regained his calm, and the whole person no longer felt the slightest anger. Chen Lai suddenly felt that his grade was low, and he had been talking nonsense with a dying person for so long. As for those big sect powerhouses hundreds of meters away, when they heard Wang Feng's words, they were completely speechless, and everyone looked at Wang Feng as if they were dead. In their entire lives, they had never seen someone who danced like Wang Feng, and they could not imagine how Wang Feng survived until now. It's useless to talk too much. Show your trump card of the Immortal Sect, and let me see if your Immortal Sect is worthy of His Majesty's caution. General Chen Lai looked at Wang Feng indifferently, and whispered softly. His voice sounded like a thunder, and it exploded in the Immortal Sect. This time, he was carrying the 2 top legions of the Empire, as well as the 5 peak elders of the Empire's elders group, which made Chen Lai confident. Even if the Immortal Sect had 5 peak Xianhuang realm powerhouses, Chen Lai did not think that the Immortal Sect could resist the power behind him. The reason why the top legion can be called a top legion is because every top legion has experienced countless battles. Every top legion soldier may not have the terrifying qualifications of those top talents, but their combat experience is absolutely the strongest in its class. The 2 top legions behind him, each of them are powerhouses above the stage of entry. What does this Immortal Sect use to stop him? Hearing General Chen Lai's words, Wang Feng smiled and didn't say a word. Kill. Seeing Wang Feng's appearance like this, Chen Lai was impatient. He stretched out his hand and pointed at it from afar. A terrifying sound exploded in an instant, and the 2 soldiers of the 2 legions behind Chen Lai roared in unison, bursting out with fierce power. The power that erupted from all the soldiers of the 2 major legions was condensed together. When this power erupted, the entire void trembled. Even the powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm felt this terrifying power and would do it. Trembling. The strong killing energy swept the whole world with the outbreak of the 2 army soldiers. This killing energy alone was enough to affect people's minds and make people tremble. Feeling the power of these 2 legions, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to underestimate the strength of the imperial army. He could feel that the 2 legions were like 2 terrifying beasts awakening at this time. The power of the soldiers awakened from the bodies of these soldiers. When the power of the two major legions broke out, General Chenlai also surged with a violent power, covering the entire divine Immortal Sect, and his spiritual sense was also mixed with this power. Before, he did not dare to act rashly, for fear of being noticed by Wang Feng, but now he can finally search the entire Immortal Sect with the outbreak of the two major legions behind him. When the aura of Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, was not found in the Immortal Sect, General Chenlai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Her Royal Highness the eldest princess had not sneaked into the Immortal Sect to investigate, otherwise, if they were discovered by the Immortal Sect, they would probably have to tied up. But Chenlai didn't know that when his breath broke out, the eldest princess Yushuang had already noticed it, and restrained her own breath to the extreme, coupled with the suppression of Wang Feng, a powerhouse in the Xuanzun realm, causing the aura of Princess Yushuang was something that Chenlai could not perceive at all. Wang Feng, it's not easy for your Immortal Sect to develop to this level. I will give you one last chance, obediently, and I will be the imperial capital, and forgive your sins in front of your majesty. Maybe your majesty is generous and can forgive you, and the Immortal Sect is a way of life. After not finding the aura of the eldest princess, Chenlai was completely relieved. He stared at Wang Feng and shouted loudly. After all, the Immortal Sect also has 5 peak Xianwang realm powerhouses with extraordinary strength. If they can take down the Immortal Sect without bloodshed, General Chenlai will naturally be extremely happy. On the other hand, Wang Feng, after hearing the words of General Chenlai, looked at General Chenlai like a fool, and didn't even bother to pay attention to General Chenlai. How stupid would it have to be to say such self-righteous things? Seeing Wang Feng's attitude, the General Chenlai shook his head, and there was a hint of regret in his eyes. He felt sad for the disciples of the Immortal Sect, and finally gave his life to such an arrogant sect master. Then, General Chenlai waved his hand gently. Boom. An extremely terrifying power burst out from the two major legions in an instant, and all the soldiers of the two major legions of Flame and Frost flew out in an instant, one left and one right, surrounded Wang Feng and others. The terrifying power swept the entire mountain, making the space where Wang Feng and others were filled with an extremely heavy pressure, as if a giant mountain was suppressing them. But whether it was Wang Feng or Shimin Chueshue and the others, after feeling the pressure, their faces were extremely dull. Even Yimuqing, who had no cultivation at all, was smiling all over the pretty face at this time, and was not nervous at all. This is really incredible. The power condensed by hundreds of thousands of powerhouses in the phase entry realm, even the powerhouses in the Xianwang realm will tremble, and Yimuqing, a mortal-like figure, can actually face this terrible pressure so easily. After the two major legions completely surrounded Wang Feng and others, the General Chenlai narrowed his eyes, and an unprecedented majestic momentum erupted from him. He stretched out his hand and pressed down hard. In the void, a giant golden palm suddenly appeared. This golden giant palm, carrying a fierce power, pressed down towards Wang Feng and others. The void was constantly distorting and collapsing, and a trace of void ripples swayed as the palm print was pressed down. In the sky over the valley where the entire Immortal Sect was located, the situation was reversed, and all directions roared, as if the sun and the moon had dimmed a bit. The power of the powerhouse at the peak of the profound Emperor realm is so terrifying. With this palm, Chenlai didn't hold back and used all his strength. As a top-ranking powerhouse of the Xianwang realm in the Radiant Sun Empire, the strength that Chenlai burst out with all his strength was very terrifying. At the very least, those great sect masters hundreds of meters away felt their hearts tremble after feeling the palm of Chenlai's eruption. All flashed with fear. As expected of General Chenlai, his strength is truly terrifying. Yeah, this kind of strength, in the entire Shining Sun Empire, is probably second only to your majesty. The name of the god of war of the Shining Sun Empire is not just a talk. This Immortal Sect is really sad. It just became famous and shocked the entire Shining Empire, but it turned out to be a flash in the pan, destined to be destroyed today. Those big sect powerhouses sighed one by one, with disdain for the Immortal Sect in their tone. None of us top sects dared to compete with the Empire. You, the Immortal Sect who suddenly appeared, are so hard-hearted. Doesn't this show that our top sects are incompetent? Your Immortal Sect is not dead, who will die? Sect Master, give this person to me. Facing Chenlai's terrifying slap, Wang Feng and the others remained calm, and Chong Feng, who stood behind Wang Feng, took a step and said in a stern voice. Since he has joined the Immortal Sect, the enemy of the Immortal Sect is his enemy. It just so happened that he hadn't fought for a long time, so he practiced with this so-called general. Okay. Hearing Chongfeng's words, Wang Feng nodded. Regarding Chongfeng's strength, Wang Feng still believed that although Qianlai was strong, he might not be able to defeat Chongfeng. Now, apart from the powerhouses of the profound venerable realm, his divine immortal sect does not count. Among the powerhouses at the peak of the profound emperor realm, Shimin Chueshue and other characters he summoned are ranked in the first echelon, and after that, the King of Swords, the Chongfeng Blade. Several strong ones. It can be said that any of the peak Xianhuang realm powerhouses in his immortal sect are capable of causing a huge storm, and each of them is a top genius. After obtaining Wang Feng's approval, Chongfeng slowly unfastened the big sword behind him and slammed it into the ground. With a bang, the entire mountain shook, and the place where the big sword landed exploded directly. A big pit. www.novel.com. The gravel splashed. At the same time, within Chongfeng's body, profound energy was running wildly. He held the great sword in both hands, raised the great sword that was taller than his entire body, and an unprecedented cold sword energy erupted. Suddenly, Chongfeng slashed with his sword in both hands. This sword is unremarkable, without the slightest power blooming, nor any edge. But a dazzling sword energy erupted. This sword chi stirred the situation, like a terrifying dragon, roaring away towards the giant palm in the void with its teeth and claws. Boom. A sword and a palm collided together, and under the incredible gaze of everyone, the giant golden palm was directly disintegrated by the sword chi, and the sword chi crushed the palm print into nothingness. How is it possible? The palm of the general was torn apart by the sword of the Immortal Sect powerhouse. Hey! The powerhouses of the Immortal Sect are so terrifying. When many powerful sects hundreds of meters away saw this scene, their pupils shrank and exclaimed again and again, as if only in this way could they release the shock in their hearts. Especially a few sect masters, there was a flash of fear in their eyes. They asked themselves, even themselves, facing the palm of General Qianlai, they had to be careful, even to a large extent, is unstoppable. And the strongman of the Immortal Sect, with such an understatement, slashed out a sword, and directly tore the palm of the General Qianlai. And Qianlai himself was directly shocked by Chongfeng's sword, his brain was buzzing, his eyes were about to pop out, and the whole person shuddered. Although his palm is not the strongest move, it can be broken so easily, right? To be so outrageous. The most terrifying thing is that Qianlai discovered an amazing thing. Chapter 84 Imperial Elders Take Action. Qianlai discovered that the Immortal Sect powerhouse that this sword smashed his palm print into pieces was not one of the 5 powerhouses that had appeared before, but another Immortal Sect powerhouse he had never seen before. That is to say, the Immortal Sect has a total of 6 powerhouses at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, and their strength is extremely terrifying. How is this possible? At this moment, Qianlai was trembling all over, and a strong unease surged in his heart in vain. He and even His Majesty seemed to have underestimated this mysterious Immortal Sect. Qianlai was stunned, but Chongfeng was not. He glanced at Qianlai and said indifferently, "The power and heritage of the Immortal Sect is not something you can imagine." Boom. After the voice fell, an invisible air force swept out from Chongfeng's body. Like the power of heaven and earth. Thrilling. As for Qianlai, his scalp exploded even more. After Chongfeng burst out with that invisible energy, all the hairs on his body stood up, and even goosebumps appeared. From this invisible energy, he felt a strong crisis of life and death. Boom. Chongfeng swung out a sword, and unlike the previous sword, although this sword is still ordinary, just a glance can make people feel the endless edge contained in this sword. It's just that this endless edge is introverted in this sword light, and it does not escape. When this sword slashed towards Qianlai even felt that the surrounding void was constantly shrinking, as if he had an incomparable edge, forcibly bursting the void around him. In the face of this terrifying sword, Qianlai calmed down. After all, he is an imperial general who has experienced countless killings, and he knows that in the face of a powerful enemy, the last thing he should have is fear. Majestic power burst out from his body, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, a long black sword suddenly emerged from the void, and was caught by Qianlai. It was a 2-meter-long broadsword, as big as Chongfeng's sword. The whole body was pitch black. The body of the sword was engraved with mysterious lines. There was no burst of sword energy, but it made one's heart tremble at a glance. After holding this long sword, Qianlai's whole aura changed, and a fierce and tyrannical sword intent burst out from Qianlai's body. When he felt this sword intent, Xiao Shiyilang, who was standing behind Wang Feng, squinted slightly, and the long sword behind him was shaking slightly. Chenlai looked at the big knife in his hand, and a complex color flashed in his eyes. He didn't know how many years it was, and no one could force him to use this knife. But now, facing the heavy front, he restarted the sword. Only the General Chenlai who really held the sword is the strongest god of war in the Shining Sun Empire. At this moment, Chenlai's face was incomparably serious, and his eyes were even more flickering with cold light. It was as if the whole world was torn apart. With Chenlai as the center, the surrounding void was torn apart by these blade chi, with dark cracks. It was as if the end of the world had come, causing many sectarians hundreds of meters away to tremble. Chenlai at this moment is the imperial of war in their hearts. The officers and men of the two major legions who surrounded Wang Feng and others were looking at Chenlai with admiration at this time. This is the god of war of the Shining Sun Empire and the commander-in-chief of the imperial army. The surprise and worship of everyone did not affect Chenlai in the slightest. At this time, there was only that sword light and only that silhouette in his eyes. He held the long knife in both hands, and the power in his body was vented wildly, pouring into the dark long knife in his hand. Glittering dazzling light. Infinite blade air appeared around Chenlai, as if forming a blade domain. Hum. Chenlai slashed violently, and the terrifying sword light shot out in an instant, and the countless sword energy around him also rushed out with this sword light, just like a general with an entire army, sweeping with unparalleled power. When this sword light rushed out, it seemed that there was a peerless fierce beast, roaring in the dark clouds, and the entire Immortal Sect was filled with a terrifying coercion. Fortunately, at this time, except for Li Qing, the eldest disciple of the Immortal Sect, the rest of the disciples accepted the task and went out to clear the imperial spies around the Immortal Sect. Otherwise, this coercion alone would be enough to make the disciples of the Immortal Sect blatantly change their color. This knife is invincible. Like a knife slashed by an ancient god, it makes people tremble. Boom. Under the eyes of the public, the sword collided violently, and the whole world was silent for a moment, and then there was a deafening explosion. Even the many strong sects hundreds of meters away can feel a terrifying force sweeping through like a stormy sea, causing those sectarians to change color and quickly run their power to protect themselves. The strange thing is that this terrifying force impact, when sweeping through the buildings of the Immortal Sect, did not cause any damage to the buildings of the Immortal Sect, as if there was an invisible force that guarded the buildings of the Immortal Sect. Boom. A loud bang exploded, and the figure of General Chenlai flew out from the center of the explosion, and turned several somersaults in the void before barely stabilizing his body. There was a wisp of scarlet blood spilling out of the corner of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. He looked at Zhong Feng with trembling. Chenlai did not expect that even when he brought out this knife, he was not even Zhong Feng's opponent. Is the powerhouse of the Immortal Sect really so terrifying? Impossible. I wouldn't believe you are so powerful. General Chenlai roared, holding a long sword, and charged towards the heavy front. And Zhong Feng did not retreat at all. He stepped out one step, and the whole person appeared directly in the void, like an arrow from the string, charging towards the General Chenlai. Boom. Boom. The two collided fiercely in midair. Every time they collided, endless sword chi and sword chi swept out, tearing apart the void and bursting the earth. The large powerhouses hundreds of meters away were staring at the two figures colliding wildly in the void at this time, and their hearts were shaking. They thought that the Immortal Sect was decisively killed by the two major legions led by the General Chenlai, but now it seems that the power of this Immortal Sect is far beyond their imagination. A strongman who appears at will is enough to fight a character like General Chenlai so fiercely. Isn't this too terrifying? At this time, the eyes of those big sect masters were both shaking and flashing with inexplicable light. If the Immortal Sect could block the Empire's attack, then these sects might be able to set a benchmark. It's my turn to wait. The 5 elders of the Empire, who were standing quietly in the void, looked at each other and said solemnly. These 5 Empire elders were also shocked by the strength of the Chongfeng outbreak. Boom. 5 terrifying might burst out from the body of the 5 Imperial elders, and that mighty might, like a tornado, swept the entire valley. At this moment, the 5 Empire elders had nothing to hide, and the aura of cultivation at the peak of the Xianwang realm burst out without reservation. Shake the whole world. Hey! This are these 5 powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm. That not only sent 2 top legions, but also sent 5 peak Xianwang realm powerhouses. Hey! Can this Immortal Sect still resist? That person's will is so decisive. The direct use of 5 peak Xianhuang realm powerhouses is something that has never happened in hundreds of years. The large powerhouses hundreds of meters away felt the power of these 5 terrifying. Chi took a breath of cold air, and they were shocked. Those big sect masters even more abruptly smothered the thoughts that just emerged in their hearts. 5 peak powerhouses of the profound Emperor realm, plus the 2 top legions, and the great General Chenlai, this kind of power is enough to destroy any of the top sects in the Shining Sun Empire. As for the Immortal Sect, although there are 6 peak Xianhuang realm powerhouses, the 2 top legions of the Empire are not something ordinary people can resist. According to the current situation www.novel.com, the possibility of Shengxianzong's defeat is still very high. Outside the pavilion, Wang Feng felt the power of the 5 peak Xianhuang realm powerhouses, and a sneer appeared on his face. That His Majesty is indeed cautious, but he never thought that the Immortal Sect was an existence that he and even the Shining Sun Empire could not afford to provoke. The 5 peak powerhouses of the profound Emperor realm plus the General Chenlai and the 2 top legions, this kind of power is enough to make any top sect in the Empire despair, but in front of his Immortal Sect, it is vulnerable. Choose your own opponent. Wang Feng still stood with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently. Even if there are 5 more powerful experts at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, he, Wang Feng, and his Immortal Sect, are not afraid. Shimin Chuishue, Yi Guqing, Xiao Shiyilang, Wuxiang Seng, and the Sword Emperor looked at each other and rushed out. The power in their bodies burst out, and the power of the powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm swept across like a stormy sea. Out. The power of Shimin Chuishue's 5 people collided with the power of the 5 elders of the Empire, and the void was twisted in a form that was visible to the naked eye. The pupils of the 5 imperial elders shrank suddenly. Although they knew that the Immortal Sect had 5 powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, but they really felt the power of Shimin Chuishue and others, they only knew that the 5 profound Emperor realm of the Immortal Sect had. How extraordinary is the peak powerhouse! The 5 Empire elders looked at each other with solemn expressions on their faces, and they each found an elder of the Immortal Sect. The leader of the Empire elders faced Dao Huangan Dao, and the other 4 Empire elders faced Shimin Chuishue. Knife Emperor Yen Dao, how dare you betray your majesty? When the leader of the Empire elder saw the true face of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao, he couldn't help exclaiming. He pointed at the Sword Emperor Yen Dao, and his entire body was shaking. Chapter 85 The Strength of the Sword. When the exclamation of the Empire elder sounded, the General Chenlai and the other 4 elders of the Empire suddenly turned their heads. When they saw that the Sword Emperor Yen Dao really betrayed the Empire and joined the Immortal Sect, the General Chenlai and the other 4 elders of the Empire were both angry and fearful. The name of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao may not be well known in the entire Yari Empire, but it is very famous among the high-level empires, even the General Chenlai, who is guarding the Sword Emperor Yen Dao in Yaoshui City. Very apprehensive. This is a real Dao of the Blade Master. Even Chenlai, the great general, has no certainty that he can defeat the Sword Emperor Yen Dao in the way of the sword. One can imagine how powerful Yen Dao is. You, how dare you? The leader of the Empire elder roared at the Sword Emperor Yen Dao. This elder did not know, when his majesty heard the news, how furious it would be. What your majesty hates most is the betrayal. The betrayal of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao makes his majesty even more angry than killing the imperial prince. In the face of the roar of the imperial elder, the Sword Emperor Yen Dao did not answer. His face was indifferent, and he used actions to express his determination. I saw that he stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a golden long knife appeared in the void. When the long knife appeared, the entire void was constantly shaking. With the golden long knife as the center, there were several void cracks, ripped apart violently. This knife, without exuding any edge, makes the void split open on its own. How terrifying! Breaking Heaven Golden Saber. When the Imperial Elder saw this golden long sword, his whole body trembled. He couldn't help exclaiming, and there was a flash of fear in his eyes. The Broken Heaven Golden Saber is the divine weapon of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao, with an unparalleled edge, ranking first in the Sword Dao profound soldiers in the Shining Empire. Even the Black Jade Sword in the hands of the great General Chenlai is not comparable to this golden sword. But this Broken Heaven Golden Saber is really famous not because it is the #1 swordsman in the Empire, but because it is the sword of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao. Ordinary swordsmen who get this broken golden sword may be famous in the world because of their ranking of the most profound swords in the Empire, but the Sword Emperor Yen Dao got this sword, but it was because of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao. Famous all over the world. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The Sword Emperor Yen Dao stretched out his hand to hold the broken heaven golden saber, and the aura of the whole person changed suddenly. A terrifying chill that seemed to come from Jiuyo burst out from his body. This bone-chilling chill made the Empire Elder shudder involuntarily. When the Sword Emperor Yen Dao was holding the broken heaven golden sword, he slashed it down with a single slash, without the slightest procrastination. This knife, unremarkable, did not radiate the slightest edge, as if a gentle light shone out. Wang Feng, who was beside the pavilion, saw this knife of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao, and his face showed satisfaction. He really found a treasure. When the Sword Emperor Yen Dao cut out the sword, there was no trace of sword intent and sword energy permeating his entire body. Only by controlling his own sword way to the extreme can he achieve this level. Wang Feng even felt that even Xiao Shiyilang, in the Dao of the sword, would not be able to defeat the Sword Emperor Yen Dao. And the Elder of the Empire, after feeling the knife of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao, his face changed greatly. This knife is very ordinary, but the more ordinary it is, the more frightened the Empire Elder is. Although he has not personally tested the strength of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao, but in the entire Yari Empire, among the peak Xianhuang realm masters, only the Sword Emperor Yen Dao has been praised by His Majesty, and even highly praised. From this, it is enough to see the Sword Emperor Yen Dao was terrifying. If it weren't for the Sword Emperor Yen Dao being withdrawn and extremely ungrouped, at this time, Chen Lai would not be able to sit in the position of the great general of the empire. Boom. At the same time of trembling, the Empire Elder did not hesitate, and the power of the whole body erupted directly, and the majestic power burst out from his old body, shaking the entire void. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist violently, and a dazzling light bloomed from his fist, like a small sun, extremely dazzling. When the unremarkable knife of the Emperor Yen Dao was about to fall on the body of the Imperial Elder, he slammed a punch. In the void, a huge fist mark suddenly appeared. When the fist mark was blasted out, a large black hole was directly blasted out of the void, and the power like a storm swept the four directions. Boom. A bang. The Imperial Elder's pupils shrank suddenly, his entire body trembled with fear, and the ordinary sword light continued to enlarge in his pupils. Then, this unremarkable sword light penetrated his body abruptly, slashed on the ground in the distance, and cut a crack more than 10 meters long on the ground. Trees are pierced. Hey! The Sword Emperor Yen Dao actually joined the Immortal Sect. The powerhouse at the peak of the profound Emperor realm punched with all his strength, but was actually crushed by the Sword Emperor Yen Dao. Is this the strength of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao? It's so terrifying. The name of the King of Swords is well deserved. This time, the Empire's attack on the Immortal Sect, I am afraid it is hanging. The big powerhouses hundreds of meters away had their eyes bulging out and their mouths grew big, and the whole person was extremely shocked. As the powerhouses of the top sects, many of them have heard the name of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao, because Yen Dao is the first peak powerhouse of the Xianhuang realm to be given the title by His Majesty, so it naturally attracts the attention of many powerhouses. But no one has seen the strength of the Sword Emperor Yen Dao with their own eyes, not even those big sect masters. The title of the Emperor of the Sword makes many experts at the peak of the Xianhuang realm jealous, but no one dares to challenge the Sword Emperor Yen Dao, because this title is bestowed by His Majesty, which is equivalent to a protective umbrella. Who dares to challenge the Sword Emperor Yen Dao? With that His Majesty's temperament, if anyone dared to challenge him, he would be wearing small shoes. But now, these big powerhouses know that the title of the Sword Emperor is not exaggerated in the slightest, and the strength displayed by Yen Dao is enough to be worthy of this title. You. The Elder of the Empire stretched out his finger and pointed at the Sword Emperor Yen Dao. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. His pupils were dilated, and he seemed to see his head and left his body. The Elder of the Empire died and was beheaded by Yen Dao. His head fell vertically from a height of several hundred meters. Along with his head, there was also his body. Boom. With a bang, the corpse of the Empire Elder smashed directly to the ground, smashing the ground into a big pit, and blood flowed all over the floor. Elder. When the Elder of the Empire died, General Chen Lai and the other 4 elders had their eyes cracked, their eyes flashed with crimson, and a fierce killing intent burst out from all over. The Empire does not know how many years there has been no death of a peak Xuan Wangjing Elder. Even for the Empire, the death of a peak Xuan Wangjing Elder is a huge loss. Chen Lai and the 4 elders of the Empire did not dare to imagine how furious His Majesty would be after returning home. Yen Dao, you are courting death. General Chen Lai suddenly looked at Sword Emperor Yen Dao and roared. These words full of killing intent resounded throughout the entire Shengxianzong Valley.
Dead. Dead. A powerhouse at the peak of the profound emperor realm, so easily killed by Yan Dao. Even if it's killing chickens, it's not so fast, right? The big sect powerhouses hundreds of meters away were all stunned. They looked at the sword Emperor Yan Dao, and then looked at the big pit where the elders at the peak of the empire's Xianhuang realm were buried, and they were more shocked. As for the big sect masters, the thought in their hearts suddenly became active again. At this point, they all knew that the General Chenlai and others had no choice but to win the Immortal Sect. But they still need to wait and see, because something big is going to happen next. It's an earth-shattering event. The Sword Emperor Yan Dao betrayed the Shining Sun Empire, joined the Immortal Sect, and personally killed a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor Xianhuang realm in the empire. These big sect masters seem to have been able to see how angry the Supreme Existence will be. They are afraid that with a wave of their hands, millions of troops will descend on the Xingyao Mountains and besiege the Immortal Sect. The death of a powerhouse at the peak of the profound Emperor realm has touched the bottom line of that majesty. And the divine Immortal Sect, the real crisis has come. Only by resisting this crisis, can the Immortal Sect be reborn from the ashes and truly stand above the entire Shining Sun Empire, and the thought in their hearts can also act. On the other side, after killing the Imperial Elder, the Sword Emperor Yan Dao withdrew the sword and stood up. Facing Chenlai's anger, he ignored him and just watched indifferently. Flame, frost, I will besiege the Immortal Sect, and I will leave no armor. Seeing the attitude of the Emperor of Swords Yan Dao, Chenlai was completely furious. He roared loudly, and the rolling sound swept the four directions. He was dragged by Wang Feng, and he couldn't get away at all. The strength of Wang Feng was beyond Chenlai's imagination. He had to be cautious with every move. Middle. Chenlai can only hope that the top armies of the two empires will be able to surround and kill everyone in the Immortal Sect, but the Sword Emperor Yan Dao. No matter how powerful the Sword Emperor Yan Dao is, it is absolutely unbearable in the face of the top legions of the two empires. Chenlai originally wanted to separate one of the other four elders of the empire and lead the two top legions to surround and kill the people of the Immortal Sect and the Sword Emperor Yan Dao. But at a glance, he found that the four elders of the empire were also in danger, with large and small scars on their bodies, while the powerhouses of the divine Immortal Sect were able to do it with ease, apparently playing tricks on the four elders of the empire. This made Chenlai angry, and at the same time his heart was half cold. This time, Chenlai is afraid that he will be planted. Thinking of him, Chenlai, in all directions, on the battlefield, he looked at him with contempt. Even the powerhouses of the other two great empires had never let him be defeated so badly, and this mere sect actually made him taste the first in his life. The taste of failure. Chapter 86 Army Strength. Although his heart was half cold, Chenlai still did not give up. It's a joke, he is the of war of the dignified empire, and the general who commands the entire empire's army. In his dictionary, he did not give up these two words. On the contrary, the fighting spirit that Chenlai burst out was even more violent. Even if he could not destroy the Immortal Sect, he would still kill several strong men of the Immortal Sect to avenge the elders of the empire. Boom. The endless anger did not make Chenlai lose his mind, but instead made Chenlai burst into stronger power. The surging power like a spring burst out from Chenlai. The black jade sword in his hand shone with dark rays of light. The ultimate sword light shot out from the black jade sword, and the sharp blade ripped apart the void. He raised the black jade knife in his hand high and slammed down towards the heavy front. Where the knife light passed, the void was neatly cut into a huge hole. Facing Chenlai's ferocious knife, Chongfeng's expression did not change in the slightest, and he was still as calm. This sword intent did not reveal the slightest edge, but there was a heavy and grand aura that permeated from this sword intent. The heavy sword has no edge, but it can also hurt people. Chong Feng also slashed out a sword, and a huge sword light shot out in an instant. This is the collision of knife and sword. Boom. When this sword and sword collided, the shock of power like a turbulent wave spread out in all directions, tearing the entire void apart, and the layers of power ripples, at the same time, destroyed everything. The terrifying power shock made everyone present look sideways. Only those few battlefields were still fighting in full swing. Facing Shimin Chueshue and other Shangxianzong elders, the four elders of the empire did not dare to be distracted at all. Only when they really face Shimin Chueshue and others can they feel the horror of Shimin Chueshue and others. The fierce sword energy seemed to penetrate their souls at any time, causing their entire souls to tremble. In this case, if they were distracted again, it would be tantamount to courting death.
The two major legions were attracted by the collision between Chen Lai and Wang Feng for a moment. After that, they recovered their coldness, and they flew towards Wang Feng and others with murderous aura. Every soldier's body burst out with a fierce and powerful aura, and the killing aura swept the quartet, which was very moving. This is a warrior who has really gone through the battlefield. Each of them has an incomparably terrifying combat power. Ordinary powerhouses in the phase entry realm are not their opponents at all, and they can't even catch one of their moves. If it weren't for the inappropriate situation at this time, Wang Feng wanted several disciples of the Immortal Sect to fight with these imperial soldiers, so that the disciples of the Immortal Sect could understand what the real killing technique was. These soldiers may not have the gorgeous moves possessed by the top geniuses, but every move of them is born to kill people. They have simplified and refined their moves to the extreme. Fighting against such a strongman can be truly tempered. It's a pity that Ling Feiwu and others are temporarily unable to fight against this level of powerhouse. There are thousands of warriors who enter the phase. Even if all the disciples of the Immortal Sect join forces, they are not opponents. Although Wang Feng wanted the disciples of the Immortal Sect to gain experience, he did not want the disciples of the Immortal Sect to die. When the two top legions attacked Wang Feng and others, they did not spread out, but still gathered together. The soldiers of these two top legions are very clear that only when they gather together can they burst into the strongest power. If it is scattered and besieged, it is easy to be divided and killed by the Xianhuang realm powerhouses of the Immortal Sect. This is the top legion. Even if there is no general to lead, they can still accurately find an attack method that is beneficial to their side. The two top legions, the Flame Legion attacked and killed Wang Feng and others, while the Frost Legion attacked and killed the Sword Emperor Yendao. Even in the face of a strongman like the Sword Emperor Yendao, the Frost Legion did not have any fear, but instead fought with high spirits. Although this is the first time they have fought against a powerhouse at the peak of the Profound Emperor realm, the soldiers of the entire Frost Legion regard the Sword Emperor Yendao as a stepping stone. The Sword Emperor Yendao, facing the Frost Legion that attacked and killed, still stood calmly in the void, but he held the hand of the Broken Heaven Golden Saber even tighter. When the Frost Legion descended in front of the Sword Emperor Yendao, layers of ice crystal seemed to condense in the surrounding heaven and earth, and a terrifying cold air swept across the four directions in an instant. As if to freeze everything. With the Frost Legion as the center, the white cold air spreads rapidly, like a cold wave invading. The 5 top legions of the Empire, the profound arts practiced by each top legion are different, but the profound skills practiced by each top legion soldier are the same. Perhaps, the level of the profound arts they practiced is not high, but they have cultivated this profound skill to the extreme. A whole army can practice one kind of profound arts at the same time, and they eat and sleep together. When they break out into battle, the resonance is enough. Multiply their combat power. And that's what makes the Empire's top legions truly frightening. Even the Sword Emperor Yendao, after feeling this cold air, his entire body shook involuntarily, and his eyes flashed with a solemn color. Kill! The soldiers of the Frost Legion shouted in unison, and the momentum shook the whole world. They all burst out with exercises and the same moves. The moves erupted by hundreds of soldiers in the phase entry realm shot out in an instant, overwhelming the sky, but the strange thing was that these erupted moves were also attracting each other while flying in the air. Gradually, the two moves merged into one, forming a more terrifying move, followed by 3, 4, 5. The moves burst out by the soldiers of the entire Frost Legion were completely condensed into one move, and a terrifying sword light appeared in the void. This sword glow seems to be an essence, and there is an icy chill blooming on it, like an ice crystal long sword, brazenly slashing towards the Sword Emperor Yendao. The entire void was directly torn apart by a huge opening. This sword beam was like a broken bamboo, as if it was going to destroy everything. In the face of this terrifying knife, the Sword Emperor Yendao frowned, holding the knife in both hands, holding it high above his head. The power in his body continuously surged out, and merged into the golden knife of breaking the sky in his hand. A golden sword light burst out. This is the first time that the Sword Emperor Yendao has used his full strength. Even when he faced the Empire Elder just now, he did not use his full strength. But when facing the Frost Legion, Yendao did not dare to hold back at all. He knew very well how terrifying the Empire's top legion was, and it was definitely not something that could be resisted by personal force. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Yendao slashed straight down, and the huge golden sword light swept out and slammed into the ice crystal long sword fiercely, and the speed was extremely fast. Between the heavens and the earth, it seems that there are only 2 sword lights left, gold and white. Boom.
When the two sword lights collided, a terrifying explosion occurred in the whole world, and the deafening roar resounded in all directions, making those large powerhouses hundreds of meters away, somewhat deaf. The violent power was vented in all directions. Without that invisible power, the entire building of the Immortal Sect would have been guarded, and the building of the Immortal Sect would have been destroyed by this force long ago. Centered on the Sword Emperor Yandao and the Frost Legion, the void within a kilometer radius shattered directly, as if the sky had collapsed, making people tremble and frightened. Boom. After a stalemate for a while, the ice crystal long knife shattered the golden light of the sword that erupted from Yandao, turned it into a little golden light, and dissipated between the heavens and the earth. And the ice crystal long knife continued to slash towards Yandao, and the incomparably sharp blade light made Yandao's skin a little stinging. www.novel.com. Yandao's face was still so calm, as if as a result, he had long expected that he would hold the heaven-breaking golden saber across his chest, and when the power in his body poured into the heaven-breaking golden saber, it would make the heaven-breaking golden saber shine brightly. When the ice crystal long knife slashed down, Yandao directly blocked it with the heaven-breaking golden saber. Clang! A golden sound exploded. A huge force was transmitted to Yandao's body through the broken sky golden saber, and directly forced Yandao back several hundred meters. A trace of scarlet blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were even colder, and his eyes were fixed on the many soldiers of the Frost Legion. He was looking for an opportunity to defeat the enemy. Ha ha ha, Yandao, even if you are strong, so what? In front of the Imperial Legion, personal force is like an ant, and it is useless. And Chen Lai, the general who fought against the heavy front, suddenly laughed loudly when he sensed this scene. His laughter was full of joy. The Sword Emperor Yandao dared to betray his majesty, then he must die. Only in this way can he go back and return to his majesty and calm down some of his majesty's anger. However, Chen Lai only had time to let out this sarcasm, so he quickly resisted the terrifying sword move from the heavy front. When the Frost Legion and Yandao collided, the Flame Legion also descended in front of Wang Feng and others. A scorching aura swept across the four directions in an instant. The temperature of the world where Wang Feng and others were located rose in vain, as if they were in a furnace. No, a place of flames more terrifying than a furnace. When the Flame Legion came, Wang Feng ignored it and watched the battle between Yandao and the Frost Legion, but when Yandao was repelled by the Frost Legion, Wang Feng sighed softly. In front of the real top Legion, even if the cultivation base is higher than 2 realms, it still cannot stop the strength of the Legion. Chapter 87. One Finger, the world is shocked. Wang Feng didn't want to reveal the strength of the Xuanzun, but looking at the current situation, it would be impossible not to expose it. He underestimated the strength of the top Legion of the Empire, and the powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm could not fight against the top Legion. War. If the sound like a bell exploded in the whole world, all the soldiers of the Flame Legion burst out with fierce power, and their eyes flashed with coldness. The hot breath instantly filled the 4 directions, and this piece of heaven and earth was like a furnace, scorching incomparably hot. The Flame Legion did not burst out moves one by one like the Frost Legion, but put their hands on the shoulders of the previous soldier, and the power surged out of the body, and finally converged on the head of the Flame Legion soldier. The vast power burst out from that soldier, and at this moment, even the powerhouses at the peak of the profound Emperor realm were deeply shocked. How terrifying is it that the power of an entire legion converges on one person? The sky is shaking. When this power swept over, the void in front of Wang Feng and the others distorted in a visible manner. Hey! This is the power of the Empire's top legion. Yeah, I can't even resist the Sword Emperor Yandao, which kills the powerhouse at the peak of the profound Emperor realm with one blade. If this Immortal Sect has no other cards, then the Immortal Sect may be in big trouble today. It's already terrifying that the Immortal Sect can achieve this level. It can only be said that the power of the Empire is too powerful, and it is simply not something that a mere sect can resist. If even such a powerful Immortal Sect can't resist, then I will wait. After feeling the power of the Frost Legion and the Flame Legion, the large powerhouses hundreds of meters away changed their faces and talked in shock. Even those suzerain-level figures were trembling at this time. After seeing the power of the Sword Emperor Yandao to kill the elders of the Emperor at the peak of the Xianhuang realm, these arrogant suzerain-level powerhouses all lowered their arrogance. If they were replaced by them, they had absolutely no confidence that they would be able to resist Yandao, and even such a powerful existence as the Sword Emperor Yandao could not resist the Imperial Legion, so they were even more unstoppable. How could it not make them tremble? That person's will is already clearly revealed. If there is no benchmarking sect to resist that person's will, then they will probably only sink under that person's will. These sovereign-level powerhouses were also unwilling to be shaken by the terrifying power of the Imperial Legion. Except for the sect master of Tianqin sect, the eyes of other sect master-level powerhouses almost flashed unwillingness. No one is willing to bow their heads and become ministers, and let their sects, which they have been fortunately inherited, become the lackeys of the empire. But in the face of death, who can easily be right? Boom. When many major powerhouses were shocked, the Flame Legion did not stop at all. The headed soldier, with fierce killing intent in his eyes, pulled out the long knife attached to his waist, and terrifying power poured into his hand. In the long knife, the whole long knife is constantly trembling. This knife is very ordinary, so ordinary that any strong person in the profound sovereign realm can easily crush it, but the sharpness that bursts out from this knife at this time is enough to make any profound sovereign realm peak. The strong are trembling for it. When the power of an entire legion is concentrated on one person, the grade of the knife in his hand is no longer important. Tear. The soldier's eyes narrowed, and he slashed down. Before the sword light burst out, a huge gap was already split in the void, 100 meters long, as if the whole world was torn in half. Generally. In vain, a flashing dazzling sword light shot out in an instant. If Changhong shocked the sky, in the blink of an eye, it had already descended in front of Wang Feng and others. The sharp and terrifying sword light made Yao Yue and the others behind Wang Feng tense involuntarily, with solemnity and fear flashing in their eyes. In the field, the only people who remained calm were Wang Feng, Zhang Sanfeng, Ding Peng, and Yi Muqing. The first three are because their cultivation bases have reached the level of Xuanzun realm. No matter how terrifying the power of the soldiers of the Flame Legion is, they still haven't reached the Xuanzun realm. This seems to be enough to slash the world in half with a terrifying knife, but to Wang Feng and the others, it is insignificant. Yi Muqing, on the other hand, looked a little weird. She didn't seem to feel the terrifying edge of this knife. In other words, her whole body seemed to have an invisible mysterious force protecting her. This power is not the power emitted by Wang Feng and others, but the power that naturally spreads out of her body. In the field, even Wang Feng did not sense Yi Muqing's strange state. At this time, they all subconsciously ignored Yi Muqing. Feeling to a minimum. Even the existence of Zhang Sanfeng's level did not find Yi Muqing's abnormality. Boom. That sword light slashed towards Wang Feng and the others with an unparalleled power. Yao Yue and others behind Wang Feng were preparing to break out with all their strength to block this terrifying sword light, but were stopped by Wang Feng. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stood with his hands behind his back, with a very indifferent expression. Even if the sword light was only 1 meter away from him, he still looked like a light cloud. When the sword light was about to slash on Wang Feng slowly stretched out a finger, just like that ordinary point on the sword light. Then, the terrifying sword light that was enough to make the powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm panic, turned into a little starlight, and dissipated between the heavens and the earth. It's like this sword light is really just a light, and it dissipates with a light touch. Quiet. Deathly silence. All the soldiers of the Flame Legion were shocked. Chenlai was shocked. The 4 imperial elders were shocked. The Frost Legion was shocked. The large powerhouses hundreds of meters away were also shocked. They opened their mouths wide, their pupils widened, and looked at Wang Feng, who was still holding a finger outstretched, with a blank head. This is the power gathered by an entire top legion. Is he a god? This question is echoing in everyone's mind. No one can imagine what level of existence is required to achieve this level. Wang Feng's performance has exceeded the cognition of everyone present. They don't know how to describe the shock in their hearts. At this moment, the only thing they can do is look up. How is it possible? I don't know how long it took before an exclamation sounded in this world, and it was General Chenlai who made this exclamation. At this moment, General Chenlai was trembling all over, fear flashed in his eyes, and the black jade knife in his hand was even a little unsteady. Not only Chenlai, but the 4 elders of the empire were also trembling at the moment, and they even had the idea of escape from this place immediately. God. The sect master of the Immortal Sect is so powerful. Yes, the Immortal Sect has a total of 6 powerhouses at the peak of the Xianhuang realm. How can it be that they are not strong enough to be the sect masters of such sects? This time, the empire is afraid that it is going to make a big upswing.
Yeah, as long as the Immortal Sect does not continue to kill and chooses to truce with the Empire, then the Empire will not want to face such a terrifying sect. When the strength reaches a certain level, it is enough to be detached from the outside world, and the Immortal Sect has such qualifications at this moment. That person's will definitely does not dare to extend above the Immortal Sect. As long as the Immortal Sect stops immediately, this sect can be sure that General Chenlai will follow this step. After the shock, the large powerhouses hundreds of meters away suddenly discussed one by one, as if only in this way could they completely vent the shock in their hearts. Will the Immortal Sect stop? Probably so. At this level, there is actually no need to fight anymore. The strength displayed by the Immortal Sect is enough to bring a great shock to the Empire. In this case, as long as that person is not a fool, will choose to truce with the Immortal Sect. When this group of sect powerhouses were talking, a group of people seemed a little out of place. It was the many powerhouses of Tianqin Sect. www.novel.com. If you say that among these sect powerhouses, the most shocking is Tianqin Sect people. From the very beginning, Tianqin Sect, from the sect master to the disciples, believed that the Immortal Sect couldn't stop the Empire's conquest, and believed that the Immortal Sect was just like a chicken. But now, Wang Feng's finger really scared them. The beautiful woman in Taoist robe, who had always been very unhappy with the Immortal Sect, was trembling and her face was pale. Ever since she became the elder of the Heavenly Heart Sect, she has never been as frightened as she is now. Even when facing the high-ranking elites of the Empire, she has never been so frightened. Wang Feng's finger shattered all the thoughts in her heart. When many strong people were trembling and talking, Wang Feng did not stop, and there was an indifferent killing intent in his eyes. He didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, but since this Flame Legion dared to take action against him and even the Immortal Sect, it would have to bear the price. Wang Feng's heart was very uneasy. He knew that if he dropped his finger again, these hundreds of soldiers of the Flame Legion would surely die. Since he came to this world, he has personally killed less than 10 people in total, but now, he has to kill hundreds of people with his own hands. If it is not a burden, it is impossible. But Wang Feng knew that he had no choice. To blame, only the faction that the Flame Legion is in is wrong. Wang Feng no longer thought about it, and pointed out with a finger. This finger is still the same as the previous finger, unremarkable, without the slightest power permeating, and there is no breath. But when Wang Feng pointed this out, all the soldiers of the Flaming Army were immediately suppressed, as if there was a 10,000 Zhang mountain pressing down on them, making them unable to move. Chapter 88 Adversity Breakthrough. Even the Legion of Flames, who had experienced countless killings and walked out of the sea of blood from the mountain of corpses, panicked at this moment. They are terrified. They tremble. They struggled desperately to resist. However, the terrifying pressure surrounding them was still firmly suppressed on them, and even if they tried their best, they were still unable to resist. They could only watch helplessly as Wang Feng's unremarkable finger pointed towards them. Even until this moment, Wang Feng's finger still did not exude the slightest breath or power fluctuations, as if it was an extremely ordinary finger. But the people present, whether it was the Flaming Legion facing this finger, or the big powerhouses hundreds of meters away, all knew that Wang Feng's finger must contain earth-shattering power. After Wang Feng easily smashed the finger that erupted from the Flame Legion, everyone in the field knew that Wang Feng was the most hidden Shengxianzong powerhouse. It is a terrifying powerhouse that can cover the sky and the world. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wang Feng's finger finally touched the bodies of many soldiers of the Flame Legion. The leading soldier was the first to touch this finger, and then the others disappeared. Without any blood and minced meat, it turned into a little starlight, and dissipated directly into the void, without causing a little bit of waves. After that, the soldiers of the Flame Legion also dissipated in this form. In just a short moment, it was enough to destroy the flames of the top legion of a top sect and disappeared without a trace. Not even a sound was heard. It seems that the Flame Legion is not a real person, but just a dream bubble. When the Flame Legion disappeared, Wang Feng's finger also disappeared, neither piercing the void nor shooting the ground, just disappeared like that. It came and walked gently, without causing any waves, just like the spring breeze. The people present were immediately stunned. The whole world was quiet, so quiet that it was a little scary. At this moment, several battlefields that were fighting in full swing all stopped and looked at Wang Feng blankly. The big powerhouses hundreds of meters away were also staring at Wang Feng at this time, and they did not sigh. As if any of their sighs were an insult to Wang Feng. Chen Lai's entire body was shaking. He wanted to calm down in his heart, but his body was not under his control at all and kept shaking like that. The remaining 4 elders of the empire were also in the same state. They didn't know how to express their feelings at this time. Are you afraid? No. Are you afraid? Neither. It was a blank mood, a blank that already knew that he was going to die, and could not give birth to any thoughts at all. The Frost Legion that was besieging the Sword Emperor Yindao was also stunned, and they shuddered. At this moment, there really seemed to be a chill to the bones, surging from the soles of their feet, straight to their brains. Everyone present, if they have thoughts at this time, there is only one. I can't believe it. There are such powerful people in this world. Wang Feng stood with his hands behind his back. Even if everyone was watching, he was still very indifferent, as if he killed a top legion, but it was insignificant, like squeezing an ant to death. That air of contempt for the world was born spontaneously, like a god, and people could only look up. Impossible. Impossible. How could such a terrifying powerhouse appear in this world? What kind of magic did you use? General Chenlai seemed to be insane. While trembling all over, he questioned Wang Feng. His face was hideous, and his eyes were even more red. Wang Feng's 2-fingered offensive directly destroyed all the pride and even confidence of General Chenlai. At this time, the general seemed to have lost his mind and went crazy. The general's roar and questioning brought everyone from the dreamy scene just now to reality. Hiss! 1 finger to kill the top legion of the empire, such strength. From now on, there will be a gigantic tyrant that even the empire can't do anything about. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The opportunities for many of my sects have come. With the terrifying strength of the Immortal Sect, I am afraid that he will never dare to shoot easily. It's just that I've been mocking the Immortal Sect so much before, and I don't know. Many powerful sects hundreds of meters away began to discuss one after another, and their words were filled with shock, fear, joy, etc., which were extremely complicated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Legion for the first time, and getting 3 random summon opportunities. While many sect powerhouses were discussing, the cold voice of the system suddenly sounded in Wang Feng's mind, but at this time Wang Feng ignored the voice in his mind and looked at Chenlai indifferently. Those indifferent eyes made General Chenlai tremble involuntarily. He seemed to see the of death staring at him, and his whole soul trembled. You and others are high above, thinking that you are the top of the food chain in this world, but you never thought that in the real powerhouse, the so-called Sunshine Empire, like a frog at the bottom of a well, is ridiculous and not self-important. Your Majesty, since you dare to take action against my Immortal Sect, then this sect can assure you that my Immortal Sect will surely become the nightmare of the Shining Sun Empire, and it will surely become the nightmare of His Majesty. There was a sneer at the corner of Wang Feng's mouth, and he said indifferently. Although the words were light, they clearly resounded throughout the world. If Wang Feng hadn't exploded his strength before, he would have made everyone laugh, but at this time, they couldn't laugh at all, and even a faint sense of approval was born in their hearts. When General Chenlai heard Wang Feng's words, his whole face darkened. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to refute. The strength shown by Wang Feng is enough to make him qualified to say these words. The existence of Wang Feng's level is not something that Chenlai can talk to. Thinking of him, Chenlai, ranked as the great general of the empire. In the entire Shining Sun Empire, he had a high position and authority, and could be called one person under 10,000 people, but now, he didn't even have the qualifications to talk to Wang Feng. This made Chenlai feel a sense of powerlessness. No matter how high the power, how high the status. In front of a real powerhouse, he is not even qualified to talk. This world, after all, still speaks with strength. With strength, the status is naturally noble, and they naturally hold power. Only those who have no strength will desperately want to seize power and status. At this moment, Chenlai actually saw through it a little, and his state of mind was sublimated at this moment. At this moment, an inexplicable aura appeared on his body. When this inexplicable aura burst out, the profound energy that strayed from the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something, and gathered towards Chenlai. Boom. A bang. In the blink of an eye, above Chenlai's head, a huge vortex suddenly appeared. It was a vortex condensed entirely by rich profound energy. These profound energy poured into Chenlai's body crazily. A vast and majestic power gradually recovered from Chenlai's body, as if a peerless beast was about to wake up. Feeling the abnormality that erupted from Chenlai's body, Wang Feng, Ding Peng, and Zhang Sanfeng narrowed their eyes at the same time, and took a deep look at Chenlai. A playful smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. He was worthy of being a general of the empire. Under such circumstances, he actually realized it and directly broke through the Xuanzun realm. Yes, at this time, Qianlai was in a state of breaking through the Xuanzun realm. It has been hundreds of years since Qianlai reached the pinnacle of the profound sovereign realm. During these hundreds of years, Qianlai has been thinking about breaking through the profound venerable realm all the time. But there is always an inexplicable barrier that isolates him firmly from the Xuanzun realm, making him unable to break through to the Xuanzun realm even if he tries his best. And this inexplicable barrier is nothing but Qianlai's obsession with power and status. After becoming the general of the empire, Qianlai enjoyed the worship of the world and everything brought by the supreme power, which made Qianlai lose his eyes and lose the original intention of cultivation. He is not cultivating to become stronger, but cultivating to gain higher power. It was precisely because of this that Qianlai was unable to break through, and the desire to obtain higher power www.novel.com firmly bound him, making him unable to break free from this layer of shackles. And Wang Feng smashed the flaming legion with one finger, which made Qianlai terrified, but also pulled Qianlai back from the desire for power. Qianlai was completely enlightened. It is really Wang Feng who loses, and Wang Feng who succeeds. Things change, nothing more than this. This is. Oh my God, General Qianlai is going to break through to the Xuanzun realm. Hey! I didn't expect the general to break through in such a desperate situation. It is worthy of being the general of the empire. It's so terrifying. I thought that the Immortal Sect had secured the victory, but I didn't expect such an accident. Those suzerain-level figures hundreds of meters away, sensing Qianlai's state at this time, immediately exclaimed. Although they themselves have not reached the level of the Xuanzun realm, and even in the three major empires today, they do not know if there are experts in the realm of Xuanzun realm, but as strong sects with a long heritage, they still learn from some ancient books that they have broken through the mysterious realm. The state of honor. When a powerhouse at the peak of the profound emperor realm breaks through to the profound venerable realm, he will be sheltered by heaven and earth, and he cannot be interrupted in the process of breaking through. That is to say, as long as you can comprehend the mystery of the profound venerable realm, it is almost 100% able to break through to the profound venerable realm, and no one can interrupt your breakthrough. But the step of comprehending the mystery of the profound sovereign realm is the most difficult. Everyone's understanding of the Xuanzun realm is different. Only by finding the path that belongs to him most can he fully understand it. These suzerain-level figures, shocked, envious, trembling, etc., have different expressions. Chapter 89 God of the Sky, you have to lower your eyebrows when you meet me. Sect Master Wang just stood there quietly, without any intention of interrupting Qianlai's breakthrough. Perhaps for ordinary people, the barrier of heaven and earth that appeared when Qianlai broke through the Xuanzun realm could not be interrupted, but for Wang Feng, it was something that could be done with a small price. He has the existence of the system, which is equivalent to a bug. It is still possible to use some system power to interrupt the heaven and earth barrier protecting Qianlai. It's just that Sect Master Wang thinks that this is not necessary. His Immortal Sect and him are included, but he has three powerhouses in the Xuanzun realm, and one of them is at the peak of the Xuanzun realm. It is not easy to kill a powerhouse who has just broken through to the Xuanzun realm. Wang Feng didn't move, Ding Peng and Zhang Sanfeng didn't move either. Everyone present quietly waited for Qianlai to break through. While waiting, the eyes of those powerful sects hundreds of meters away also flashed with envy. That is the Xuanzun realm. In the territory of the three major empires, there is absolutely invincible existence. Once this state is reached, at least in the eyes of these great powerhouses, not even the empire dares to act rashly, directly above the three major empires, detached from things. What a lofty position. It can be called the ultimate goal of all practitioners in the three empires. And now, Qianlai, the great general of the Shining Sun Empire, is about to open the door to this ultimate goal. How could they not be envious? Boom. At this moment, a sound like a dull thunder exploded in the whole world. The barrier of heaven and earth that guarded Qianlai disappeared, and a powerful and majestic power swept the whole world in an instant. Stock power. Xuanzun realm. All the people present had this thought in their hearts. They looked at Qianlai in shock, and complex colors flashed in their eyes. The invincible powerhouses in the three empires were born like this, some ordinary and some unexpected. Standing in the air, Qianlai felt the huge power flowing in his body, his whole mentality changed, he became extremely confident, and he regained the calm attitude of the general of the Shining Sun Empire. He looked at Wang Feng indifferently, with no joy or sadness on his face. After breaking through to the Xuanzun realm, Qianlai no longer put Wang Feng in his eyes. Xuanzun realm, the invincible existence in the three empires, what else does he need to be afraid of? Even though Wang Feng's strength was extremely terrifying before, at least, at this time, Qianlai did not perceive that Wang Feng had the aura of the Xuanzun realm. Therefore, he thought that Wang Feng might be the Xianhuang with powerful combat power. Only the peak powerhouse. Previously, he shuddered at the strength Wang Feng showed. But now, after reaching the Xuanzun realm, his mentality has naturally changed, and a calmness arises spontaneously. Sect Master Wang, subject to the Empire, I would have been able to tell your Majesty, spare your Immortal Sect's life, and let your Immortal Sect still exist in this world. After all, I will be able to break through to the Xuanzun realm. In the final analysis, it is also thanks to the pressure from Sect Master Wang. As long as Sect Master Wang is willing to surrender, I will be able to promise Sect Master Wang that the Empire will be immortal, and your Immortal Sect will also be immortal. Qianlai stood with his hands behind his back, and Wang Feng, who was staring at him, said calmly, without the slightest turbulence in his tone, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. Qianlai now understands why Wang Feng has always been calm, even in the face of him leading the top legions of the two empires, he is still calm. When the strength reaches a certain level, it is natural to be able to be calm, and that is the confidence in one's own strength. Hearing Qianlai's words, the corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that Qianlai, who was trembling and fearful just now, regained his self-confidence as soon as he made a breakthrough. But also, for ordinary people, the existence of the level of Xuanzun is like the sky, which can only be looked up and cannot be touched. It seems that breaking through to the Xuanzun realm has brought great confidence to General Chen. But in this world, no one is qualified to submit to my Immortal Sect. Even gods must bow their eyebrows when they encounter this sect. If you don't believe me, General Chen can try it. Wang Feng looked at Qianlai with a smile and said softly. Although its voice was light, it was like a thunderous explosion, and it exploded in the ears of everyone present. They looked at Wang Feng with trembling, with incredible expressions on their faces. Unexpectedly, after General Chen broke through to the Xuanzun realm, Wang Feng was still so strong. Is he dying? Don't you know that the powerhouses of the Xuanzun realm are invincible in the three major empires? In addition to the people from the Immortal Sect, many people present were very puzzled, wondering why Wang Feng dared to be so strong under such circumstances, and dared to offend Qianlai so much. These great sect masters would tremble all over when they thought of Qianlai reaching the Xuanzun realm, let alone disobeying Qianlai. Qianlai narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Wang Feng. Reading www.yuyukangshu.com. Qianlai also wondered in his heart, after he broke through to the Xuanzun realm, how could Wang Feng be so arrogant? It seems that in these three major empires, there has been no Xuanzun-level powerhouse for too long, causing the world to lack the respect that the Xuanzun realm powerhouse should have. Worth mentioning, then let him, Qianlai, let the world feel the terror of a powerhouse in the Xuanzun realm again. Boom. After thinking for a while, Qianlai's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying and majestic aura rose up in an instant. This aura, like a storm, immediately shattered the void around Qianlai as soon as it appeared. At this moment, Qianlai is like a standing in the dark starry sky, looking down at the world's red dust. Destroy. Qianlai put one hand behind his back, slowly stretched out the other hand, facing the direction where Wang Feng and others were, and gently pressed down. That attitude is extremely contemptuous. But none of the people present thought that Qianlai's attitude was wrong. The Xuanzun realm should have this kind of aloof attitude when dealing with the Xianhuang realm powerhouse. Boom. The profound energy of the whole world swept over in an instant, and a huge palm print appeared in the void in front of Qianlai, covering the sky and the sun. A huge shadow shrouded, and the sky of the entire Immortal Sect suddenly dimmed. Like the hand of God. The endless storm swept through the entire Shengxianzong Valley, and even those strong sects hundreds of meters away could feel the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth contained in this huge palm print. They stared at each other, their whole hearts raised, and they were all worried that the aftermath of the power of this palm would hit them. These sect masters couldn't help but look at Wang Feng, wanting to see if the sect master Wang, who had dominated the world before, would be afraid. Chapter 91 Sword of the King. At a glance, many major powerhouses were stunned. The sect master Wang was still in a calm attitude, as if the palm was not erupted by a powerhouse in the profound venerable realm, but just an attack from an ant. The kind of attitude that Taishan collapsed in front of and did not change his face, deeply impressed these large powerhouses. If it was them, they would have been scared to pee. Even if they were hundreds of meters away, they felt the power contained in the giant palm, and their souls were trembling, not to mention facing it directly. And Sect Master Wang, faced with this devastating palm, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he raised his hand gently. The iconic scene appeared again. An illusory palm print appeared in front of Sect Master Wang. This palm print, like the previous 2 fingers, did not emit any aura fluctuations, and was extremely restrained, as if there was no trace of power. 2 palm prints appeared in the void, one seemed to destroy the world, and the other was like a calm lake, without a trace of waves. Between the two, it is like a static and a moving, diametrically opposite. When Wang Feng burst out that palm, everyone present immediately became nervous, and they stared at the 2 palm prints that were about to collide in the void. As for Chen Lai, seeing Wang Feng burst out this palm, there was a look of disdain on his face. In front of his Xuanzun realm powerhouse, Wang Feng dared to be so careless, he really didn't know whether to live or die. After breaking through to the Xuanzun realm, Chen Lai's confidence expanded unprecedentedly, and he had already forgotten the nightmare that Wang Feng had brought before. Boom. Under the eyes of the public, the 2 diametrically opposed palm prints collided. The whole world was silent at first, and then a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. At this moment, the world was shaking. A ripple of power spread out in all directions in a way visible to the naked eye. Wherever it goes, everything is destroyed. The entire void, like a broken mirror, cracked inch by inch. That terrifying situation made the hearts of many strong people present tremble. The valley where the Immortal Sect is located is constantly shaking. If there is always an invisible force that protects the Immortal Sect would have been destroyed by the impact of this terrifying force. Hiss. In vain, there was a neat sound of sucking in the cold air, which was exactly the sound of those large powerhouses and the soldiers of the Frost Legion. Their pupils widened, watching the scene in heaven and earth in disbelief. I saw that after the 2 palm prints collided for a short time, Wang Feng's palm print, which seemed to have no power at all, easily destroyed the palm print burst out by Chen Lai, a powerhouse in the Xuanzun realm. After the destruction, that palm print, still unabated, bombarded Chen Lai directly. The whole process was incomparably fast. Only between the light and flint, they saw Wang Feng's palm slamming towards Chen Lai, and Chen Lai's palm had already turned into a little starlight, dissipating between the heavens and the earth. The disdainful sneer on Chen Lai's face stopped in an instant, as if he had seen a ghost. His face changed drastically. He is a powerhouse in the Xuanzun realm now, even if it is just a random blow, it is not something that a peak powerhouse in the Xuanzun realm can resist. What kind of monster is this Sect Master Wang of the Immortal Sect? Although the vibration was very strong, Chen Lai also burst out with power in time, and the majestic power instantly offset Wang Feng's palm, but Chen Lai also took a few steps backwards. With every step, a pitch-black pit was stepped out of the void, as if a huge force pushed him back abruptly. Are you also a powerhouse in the Xuanzun realm? Chen Lai stared at Wang Feng and asked in shock. Although he was asking, his tone was extremely certain. At this moment, if Chen Lai couldn't understand anymore, then he didn't deserve to be the general of the empire. Only a powerhouse at the level of the Xuanzun realm can resist the palm of his hand in such an understatement. Otherwise, no matter how defiant his talent is, at the peak level of the Xuanzun realm, he may be able to withstand the powerhouse at the Xuanzun Zhang realm. But definitely not easy. Facing Chen Lai's question, Wang Feng smiled slightly, shrugged, and didn't say anything. But Wang Feng's eyes gradually became sharper, and he had had enough fun. It was time to end it all. It just so happened that he had just broken through to the profound venerable realm, so it was not bad to use this Chen Lai to practice his hands. He once said that anyone who dared to take action against the Immortal Sect would have to die. Even if this Chen Lai is a general of the empire, even if this Chen Lai breaks through to the Xuanzun realm, he will have to die. Boom. After thinking about it, Wang Feng didn't hesitate any more. His face was still indifferent, but an inexplicable power emerged from his body. When this power emerged, the void around Wang Feng was distorted with the naked eye. Stand up. Wang Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In the void, a long sword suddenly appeared. This long sword was entirely formed by the condensed profound energy. It was not a sword but was better than a sword. The sharp edge burst out from the long sword. www.novel.com. A dark crack spread out. The outbreak of Sect Master Wang was very sudden, and everyone present did not react, and they saw Wang Feng swing a sword straight. What kind of sword is this? No one can describe it. This sword can no longer be described in words. This sword, Guanghan's entire world, also made everyone present shudder. This sword also did not burst out any breath. It was very ordinary, but it was like the most dazzling existence in the world. As long as you looked in that direction, at first glance, it must be that sword. Everyone present could not feel the terrifying power of that sword, but they knew at a glance that this sword could bring them to hell. As for Chen Lai, who was facing this sword, his entire body was tense. He also couldn't perceive the power of this sword, but this sword made his whole soul tremble. While Chen Lai couldn't believe it, he quickly prepared to resist. He didn't have time to think about why Wang Feng could break out such a strange and terrifying sword, and he didn't have time to think about whether he could block the sword. Chen Lai broke out without reservation. The powerful aura of Xuanzun realm swept the whole world, and the majestic power condensed on his palm, clenched his fist and blasted it out. Flickering fierce fist light shot out in an instant. This punch contained unparalleled power, and the void was directly blasted out of a hole. Even though Wang Feng's sword was very strange, Chen Lai was still very confident about his punch. This was a punch that he put all his strength into. Although he has only just broken through to the Xuanzun realm, his strength should not be underestimated. Even the powerhouses of the Xuanzun realm who have broken through before him have to be cautious as long as they have not reached the middle stage of the Xuanzun realm. At this moment, between heaven and earth, there is only one punch and one sword left, which gathers everyone's attention. Chapter 91 Not like a mortal. The sharp sword light and the domineering fist collided together, and the whole world suddenly set off a storm of power, stirring everything around. This is a terrifying storm formed by the intertwining of countless sword chi and fists. Just as soon as it swept out, it made everyone present tremble. Do not. Suddenly, a mournful wailing like a cuckoo wailing blood resounded in the whole world. Many powerhouses who were shocked by the storm of power were all frightened by this mournful cry, and they looked at the sound. Then, they are stupid. While they were all paying attention to the storm of sword energy and fist edge, there was a sword light slashing straight towards Chen Lai. No one knew how this sword light came from, not even Chen Lai, the person involved, because he was also attracted by the fist edge and the sword chi storm. It was not until the sword beam had been cut in front of him that he reacted impressively. And the terrifying power contained in that sword made Chen Lai's whole soul tremble. He desperately wanted to explode his strength to resist, but as soon as his power burst out, it was all crushed by the sharpness contained in that sword glow. His power, in front of this sword glow, was like a bubble, and it shattered at a touch. This sword is coming to the extreme. Chen Lai didn't even know why his body rose up unconsciously. When he burst out to resist, his body was already shrouded by the countless sword chi in that sword glow, and he didn't have time to make a move. Any reaction. Just as Chen Lai's mournful howl sounded, his body was cut in half, and the incision was extremely smooth. Even when Chen Lai's body fell to the ground, there was not even the slightest bleeding. Sect Master Wang pulled back his hands and stood with a weird smile on his face. Ming Xiu's plank road crossed Qinsong secretly. Fighting also requires art and strategy. With the first sword, he used Huaguang Kendo, which attracted everyone's attention. Then, he used Yan Shisan's 13th killing sword, which was also the sword that killed Chen Lai. Although Sect Master Wang had only broken through to the Xuanzun realm a few days earlier than Chen Lai, Wang Feng's strength was not comparable to that of Chen Lai, who had just broken through to the Xuanzun realm. Although Wang Feng hadn't really found his own way at this time, all of his mysterious skills were summoned by the strong, and they were only condensed through countless drills. The sharpness of the horse. After killing Chen Lai, Wang Feng pointed out again that the Frost Legion was also killed cleanly. The entire Immortal Valley was filled with a strong smell of blood, and blood flowed all over the land of the Immortal Sect. However, Wang Feng pointed another finger and killed the 4 elders of the Empire, and all the Empire powerhouses who had committed crimes against the Immortal Sect were completely dead. During the whole process, those large powerhouses hundreds of meters away were stunned, their minds were blank, and their bodies were shaking involuntarily. Something big is about to happen. Within the territory of the 3 major empires, there has been a giant that none of the 3 empires can do. After today, the Immortal Sect is destined to be famous among the 3 major empires. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Chen Lai, the general of the Sunshine Empire and the Frost Legion, and getting the reward for killing high-level figures from the hostile forces. 5 random summon opportunities, 1 designated summon opportunity. Ding, the host killed Qinlai, the general of the Shining Sun Empire, and completely opened the prelude to the war with the Shining Sun Empire. The disciples in the sect will get rewards for every time they kill a strongman of the Shining Sun Empire. The host and even the elders of the sect will get rewards for killing the Bright Sun Empire. The higher the cultivation base and the higher the status of the enemy killed, the more generous the reward. The cold voice that sounded in his mind made Wang Feng's eyes flash with a ray of light, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This Shining Sun Empire is destined to become a stepping stone for his Immortal Sect. Those who were hundreds of meters away were still staring blankly at Wang Feng, who was standing with his hands behind his back. Who would have thought that the Imperial General would lead the 2 top legions, as well as the 5 top powerhouses of the Xianhuang realm? Here, I want to destroy the Immortal Sect. Instead, he was killed by the Immortal Sect, and even Qinlai, the general who broke through to the Xuanzun realm in the battle, died. These big powerhouses seem to have been able to foresee that when this news spreads, what kind of storm will be set off in the Shining Sun Empire and even the 3 major empires. These big powerhouses can no longer imagine, and the next thing is not something they can participate in. Today, it is a game between Xuanzun and Yeri Empire. On this chessboard, there are only these 2 players, and the rest are only worthy of becoming chess pieces. This is the real peak matchup, the only real peak war in the 3 empires for thousands of years. Even if it was 1,000 years ago, the battle between the great Emperor Yari and the great demon of the Xuanxia, in terms of rank, was not comparable to the game that was about to break out www.novel. These large powerhouses do not know it is Yari the Empire or the Immortal Sect can win this game, but no matter who wins and who loses, this game is destined to be watched by everyone. Just when these great powerhouses were shaking, someone trembled and pulled these great powerhouses back from the shock, and then they felt a gaze falling on them. That gaze was extremely flat, without the slightest fluctuation, but it made the bodies of all the major powerhouses froze. It was the gaze of the Sect Master Wang, who was in the air every second. Sect Master Wang is truly an unparalleled power. When I first saw Sect Master Wang, I was struck by the light on Sect Master Wang. At that time, I was thinking, there are such extraordinary people in this world. Now, seeing Sect Master Wang's great power, easily killing the generals of the Empire, and killing the 2 major legions of the Empire, Sect Master Wang is not like a mortal person. In this world, there is simply no room for such a stalwart existence as Sect Master Wang. All the great powerhouses looked towards the men who spoke. In many of my sects, there are such outstanding talents. Is this licking? Of course, but to be able to lick so fresh and refined like this brother, that is not something ordinary people can do. Today, seeing such immortals as Sect Master Wang, I admire them extremely, but I am afraid that I will wait for ordinary people and contaminate the eyes of Sect Master Wang, so I will leave after waiting here. But don't worry, Sect Master Wang, I will pass on the victory of Sect Master Wang, so that the world will know about the immortal and divine figures of Sect Master Wang, and let the world revere Sect Master Wang like me. The man said again, his demeanor was extremely serious, and his eyes flashed with devotion. Even if he was hundreds of meters away from Wang Feng, he would respectfully bow, and when he spoke, his body was also bowed. Chapter 92 Xuanzun trembles. The man's voice fell, and the crowd looked at him again. Brother, you are really good. If you can talk, talk more. Even Wang Feng looked at the men who spoke out in astonishment, but Wang Feng did not expect that there are such outstanding talents among these great powerhouses. Wow, that makes Wang Feng feel at ease. Unlike people in the world, there is a stalwart like a fairy. Look, this is how to speak. Except for the Tianqin sect, the rest can leave. Wang Feng glanced at the many powerful sects and said solemnly. Revenge is not overnight. He didn't go to the Tianqin sect before, he wanted to do his best to deal with the conquest of the Yari Empire. Now he has destroyed the conquest power of the Yari Empire. Naturally will not let go. As for other sects, there is no grievance and no enmity. Wang Feng is not an indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Yes, I'll leave after this. Hearing Wang Feng's words, those sect masters suddenly became happy and said quickly, and then they dispersed as birds and beasts, and left as if they were fleeing. They know that Xuanzun is over. Although they are also the top sects of the Shining Sun Empire, they never thought of helping the Tianqin sect. Jokes, they were lucky enough to escape this diabolical place. How could they possibly provoke Wang Feng again? Trouble. Moreover, if Tianqin sect was really killed by Sect Master Wang, it would also be beneficial to them. The sect master of Tianqin sect and many experts of Tianqin sect trembled when they heard Wang Feng's words, and fear flashed in their eyes. Even the sect master of Tianqin sect, who was so arrogant and mocked Xuanzun sect before, his entire body trembled involuntarily. He witnessed with his own eyes that the Immortal Sect turned corruption into magic, reversed the situation, and defeated the power of the empire. Such an existence wants to trouble their Immortal Sect. How can they not tremble? The sect master of Tianqin sect suddenly regretted, why did he keep the lowly servant Li Tianqin at the beginning, which caused them to bring so much trouble to Tianqin sect at this moment because of her. I don't know if sect master Wang left me to wait, what's the matter? After thinking about it, the sect master of Tianqin sect dared to ask, even if he knew that Wang Feng might have left his Tianqin sect because of Li Tianqin. But as long as Wang Feng didn't pierce this layer of window paper, the Tianqin sect master would never take the initiative to mention it. He even hoped that Wang Feng just wanted to stay and ask some things about the Sunshine Empire. The beautiful woman in Taoist robe beside the sect master of Tianqin sect, her head was almost lowered to her chest. She did not dare to let Wang Feng realize her existence, and tried her best to make herself a transparent figure. She was the one who mocked Xuanzun sect the most at the beginning. As a thief, she was naturally more afraid. Killed. Wang Feng glanced at the sect master of Tianqin sect indifferently, and said coldly, he was not even interested in talking to the sect master of Tianqin sect. He promised Li Tianqin that he wanted to avenge her, but also to keep her family safe and sound, and destroying the Tianqin sect was the best way to do it once and for all. No one can move a person from his immortal sect. As long as he enters his immortal sect, no matter the past, present or future, if anyone dares to move his immortal sect, he will have to pay it back 100 times 1,000 times. When Wang Feng's voice fell, Ximen Chuexue and Yi Guqing, who were standing behind Wang Feng, moved instantly. Their figures flashed, and they appeared in front of many strong people in Tianqin sect. With a long sword, 2 terrifying sword beams shot towards many strong people in Tianqin sect. The sharp edge split the void into a dark crack. From Wang Feng's words, to Ximen Chuexue's 2 shots, it was only a few short breaths. As a result, many powerhouses in Tianqin sect had just reacted, and Ximen Chuexue's offensive had already fallen. Although it was not Wang Feng who took action personally, many experts from Tianqin sect have also witnessed the terrifying strength of Ximen Chuexue and Yi Guqing. Even the sect master of Tianqin sect was horrified at this time, and there was a flash of fear in his eyes. He didn't have time to think about other things, and he hurriedly activated the power in his body. The sect master of Tianqin sect guessed that Wang Feng might plan to take action against his Tianqin sect, but he did not expect that Wang Feng was so straightforward that he did not even want to be euphemistic. This made the sect master of Tianqin sect feel ashamed, and at the same time trembled. He tried his best to resist the moves of Ximen Chuexue and Yi Guqing, and the Tianqin sect powerhouses behind him also broke out their attacks with all their strength. They are indeed afraid, but when they really face it, no one is willing to sit still and give it a try. How can they know that they can't do it? Boom. The majestic power immediately permeated from the Tianqin sect master and many powerhouses of the Tianqin sect, shaking the whole world. This time, the Heavenly Heart sect came to watch the powerhouses of the empire's encirclement and suppression of the Immortal Sect. In addition to the sect master of the Heavenly Heart sect and the beautiful woman in Taoist robes, there were also 4 elders of the Heavenly Heart sect, all of whom were experts in the mid-stage Xianwang realm and above www.novel.com. In the entire Tianqin sect, there are a total of 6 elders of the Xianwang realm. Except for 1 elder who stayed behind the Tianqin sect, the entire Tianqin sect high level has gathered in the Shangxianzong Valley. It can be said that as long as these people die, the Heart sect will basically be abolished that day. Even if the Immortal Sect does not take action, the Heavenly Heart sect will be cannibalized by other top sections. Boom. The sword moves of Ximen Chuexue and the 2 people collided with the sword moves of many experts of Tianqin sect, and the terrifying power fluctuations spread in all directions. Although Tianqin sect has a peak powerhouse of the Xianwang realm and 5 elders of the Xianwang realm, the number is far more than Ximen Chuexue and Yi Guqing. However, the sharp sword moves that Ximen Chuexue and the 2 of them erupted were still able to easily destroy the moves that were erupted by many experts in the Tianqin sect. The moves that a powerhouse at the peak of the Profound Emperor realm led by 5 powerhouses at the mid-level and above of the Profound Emperor realm broke out like a bubble in front of the sword moves of Ximen Chuexue and the 2 of them. Those 2 swords gleaming sharply slashed towards the many powerhouses of Tianqin sect like a broken bamboo. How is it possible? The sect master of Tianqin sect was trembling all over. His pupils were wide and his face was full of disbelief. If Wang Feng took action, he would never be surprised, but Shimin Chuexiue and Yiguqing were only the elders of the Immortal Sect, and there were also such terrifying strength. The sect master of Tianqin sect has only heard of the terrifying strength of Shimin Chuexiue and Yiguqing from others. In the confrontation with the elders of the empire, Shimin Chuexiue and Yiguqing did not show their true strength. Therefore, the sect master of Tianqin sect did not expect it at all. The two elders of the Immortal Sect were actually so terrifying. The incomparably swift sword glow fell straight down under the incredible gaze of many experts in the Tianqin sect. Chapter 93. The Emperor was shocked. Empire 2 Phase. The sword glow flashed past, and many strong men of Tianqin sect, including the suzerain of Tianqin sect, flew up neatly with their heads. This scene is extremely spectacular, as if they were kicked and thrown into the distance. With a bang, the bodies of many experts in Tianqin sect smashed to the ground, raising a layer of dust. Even if it is death, the eyes of the sect master of Tianqin sect still stare at the boss, and he can't rest his eyes. What kind of existence is this Immortal Sect? Any two people who come out can kill his Heavenly Heart sect. This is too outrageous. Ding! Congratulations to the host's subordinates, Shimin Chuexiue and Yiguqing, for killing 6 powerhouses in the profound Emperor realm, and obtaining 50,000 sect value rewards. In Wang Feng's mind, the sound of the system sounded, and Wang Feng was already calm about this. Xuanxia, clean up well, don't let the smell of blood stain the air of my Immortal Sect. Wang Feng glanced at the blood-red land hundreds of meters away, and said to the big demon of Xuanxia behind him. Yes, Sect Master. The great demon Xuanxia did not dare to neglect, and responded quickly. Afterwards, Wang Feng waved his hand and signaled that everyone could disperse. He took Yimuqing and walked directly to the sect master's hall. He rushed to check the quest rewards this time, not even the captured profound Emperor realm peak powerhouse. Trial. Let him hang out for a few days. When Wang Feng and Yimuqing returned to the sect master's hall, those strong sects who left also passed on the results of the battle between the Shining Sun Empire and the Immortal Sect. As the excellent brother said, even if Wang Feng didn't say it, they would pass the news on. In the territory of the Shining Sun Empire, such a high-spirited sect has finally appeared. How could they still hide it? What's more, that person's will has always been stuck in his throat. If he doesn't kill that person's prestige, and let him dispel that idea, these sects will have bad luck. In fact, before these big powerhouses had passed the news, the one in the imperial capital had already received the news. Inside the splendid palace, Emperor Yari Yuhao held a piece of purple gold paper in his hand, and looked at the lines of words flashing on the paper over and over again. The Supreme Emperor's face twitched. This is the highest level secret report of the Empire, and everything, in front of this level of secret information, must give way. It is precisely because of this that the Supreme Emperor has already learned the results of the Shengxianzong battlefield before those big sect powerhouses have passed the news. The entire hall was filled with a heavy and depressing aura, as if a volcano was about to erupt. As long as people in this hall felt chills for no reason. Boom. Looking for death. Looking for death. The Immortal Sect is so courageous. The Supreme Emperor, who no longer had the majesty of the Emperor at this time, vented his anger, and he suddenly kicked the table made of precious materials in front of him. Immediately, all the eunuchs and maids serving in the hall fell to their knees on the ground, not daring to breathe. The Emperor was furious, and the corpse was over 1,000,000. Anyone who dares to disturb the Emperor at this time, looting the family and destroying the family, is light. After tearing up the purple gold paper, Emperor Yari glanced at the paper all over the floor, and said coldly, "There is a crack when I put it together, and I took off my head." Yes. Several eunuchs stepped forward with their heads lowered, picked up every piece of paper very carefully, and carefully spliced them together. In less than a moment, a piece of purple gold paper, which was completely framed as before, appeared in the hands of the great Emperor Yari again. He took a few more glances and tore the secret report to pieces with a livid look. Okay, very good. There are such lawless rebels and thieves in our empire. Kill my 2 top legions, kill my general. Oh well. The Supreme Emperor let out a roar, like a roar of a dragon, resounding throughout the hall. The eardrums of the many eunuchs in the hall and the maids serving them were shattered, and strands of blood leaked from their ears. Even so, they still knelt respectfully, even if it was extremely uncomfortable, they had to endure it and dare not make any sound. Not only the eunuchs and maids in the hall were kneeling, but the guards outside the hall were also kneeling on the ground, and no one dared to make a sound. Go ask the left and the right to come over. Emperor Yari suppressed the anger in his heart and said. A bowed respectfully and walked out quickly. Anger is very angry, but the Supreme Emperor used his anger to cover up the fear in his heart. The General Qinlai, who broke through to the Xuanzun realm, was killed by the sect master of the Immortal Sect, and he was easily killed. The horror of this Immortal Sect far exceeded the expectations of the Emperor. He originally thought that even if the Immortal Sect had 5 peak Xianwang realm powerhouses, under the power of the Empire, they were nothing but ants that could be pinched to death. Unexpectedly, this ant turned into a giant in the blink of an eye. Reading www.uukangshu.com. The death of the 2 top legions of the 2 empires and the death of the great General Qinlai was a shame for the entire Shining Sun Empire, and even more a shame for his Shining Sun Emperor. The divine Immortal Sect slapped him fiercely on the face without a trace of fear. The entire hall was covered with dark clouds, and lightning flashed and thundered. No one dared to speak out easily, and the whole body lay directly on the ground. Even so, they still didn't feel respectful enough. These eunuchs and maids felt extremely cold on their necks, as if a knife was lying across their necks, ready to move their heads at any time. The entire hall was filled with a ferocious and chilling aura. It wasn't until the 2 figures entered that the aura in the hall recovered a little. It was 2 middle-aged men. The one on the left was wearing a brown robe, with a burly body and a firm face. The one on the right was wearing a plain robe, with a thin body and a public face, but in those eyes, there was a twinkle in it. With a wise color. Sir, see your majesty. As soon as these 2 people stepped into the hall, they went straight to the great Emperor Yari and saluted respectfully. After these 2 stepped into the hall, the many eunuchs and maids in the hall were slightly relieved. With these 2 present, His Majesty's anger would not spread to them. In the entire Emperor Yari, there are 2 people who must not be provoked. It was these 2, Ning Changgong, the left minister of the empire, and Zhong Yong, the right minister of the empire. These 2 are truly one person and more than 10,000 people. Even His Majesty is polite to these 2. The status of General Qinlai is not comparable to these 2. The 2 gentlemen are free of gifts. The great Emperor Yari stretched out his hand to caress and smiled. The Emperor's mood, like the weather, is unpredictable. Your Majesty summoned me to wait, but what happened? Zhuxiang Ning Changgong asked. Chapter 94 Ancient Land. I shouldn't have let you guys take action at this time, but... Emperor Yari said with a gloomy expression as he looked at the 2 prime ministers who were his right-hand men. The appearance of the Immortal Sect disrupted all his deployments. He could not wait to smash the corpse of the Immortal Sect into tens of thousands of pieces, but the strength of the Immortal Sect shocked the great Emperor Yari. In the entire empire, except for him and these 2, there were no one can deal with the Immortal Sect. Is it really possible to use the power of the country to deal with the Immortal Sect? How can it be? The great Emperor Yari would rather expose some trump cards than use the power of his country to deal with the Immortal Sect. Once the power of the country is poured out, the level of the war will be different. This is a national war. Even though the Immortal Sect was mysterious and unfathomable, Emperor Yari still believed that the Immortal Sect did not have the qualifications to allow him to start a war at the national level. In this ancient land, only the other 2 major empires are qualified for him to start a war at the national level, but whether it is the Shining Sun Empire or the other 2 empires, they are all preparing for that event. How could it be? Is it easy to start a national war-level war? Moreover, even a mere sect had made him start a national war-level expedition with fear, so what would the other 2 great emperors think of him? His face was about to be lost. Your Majesty, although I have been hiding the incident for so many years, if there is a major change, it would be okay for me to expose it. Hearing the words of the great Emperor Yari, Ning Changgong and Zhong Yong looked at each other, their faces became solemn, and Ning Changgong said directly. In the entire empire, only the 2 of them knew how terrifying this majesty was. Others, even the prince, even the queen, did not know the real details of this majesty. Qinlai is dead. The 2 armies of frost and flame are also destroyed. The eyes of the great Emperor Yari flickered with a touch of coldness, and he said coldly, a chill that pierced the whole hall as the words of the great Emperor Yari fell. Fortunately, those eunuchs and maids had already retreated when the 2 prime ministers entered the hall, otherwise, they would have been frozen into ice sculptures directly by this piercing chill. What? Ning Changgong and Zhong Yong suddenly trembled, and looked at each other with a look of shock on their faces. Say who? How dare you despise the empire so much? How dare you risk the world like this?
Since the two of them were hidden behind the scenes, the most powerful person in the empire was Qinlai. General Qinlai, in the entire empire, has enormous power, and is the absolute pillar of the empire. Who would be so bold and dare to kill General Qinlai? Moreover, in the territory of the three major empires today, the real powerhouses are preparing for that event, and there are still people who can kill the General Qinlai who has reached the peak of the Xianhuang realm. After the rise of the generals, the two of them have been hidden behind the scenes, but they occasionally pay attention to the empire. The two of them once thought that Qinlai might become the next one of them, but they did not expect that Qinlai died. Your Majesty, in this ancient land, the powerhouses of that level are all preparing for that event. Who else can kill Qinlai? And also destroy the two top legions at the same time? Wuxiang Ning Chonggong wondered. Whether it was Ning Chonggong or Chongyong, at this moment, although they were surprised, they were not angry. The Immortal Sect. The sect that appeared recently, and after Qinlai broke through to the Xuanzun realm, he was easily killed. Emperor Yari said gloomily. He could already imagine how the other two empires would laugh at him when this matter spread out. Whether or not he destroyed the Immortal Sect to avenge Qinlai, his face was already lost. What? Ning Chonggong and Chongyong's pupils shrank. The words of Emperor Yari, like a boulder, fell on the calm lake in their hearts, setting off waves of turbulent waves. Although they learned of Qinlai's death just now, they were only slightly surprised and curious, but now, their whole bodies trembled involuntarily. Even if he just broke through, he is still a powerhouse in the profound venerable realm. How terrifying is it to easily kill a powerful person in the Xuanzun realm? Even the two of them are not necessarily confident that they can easily kill the powerhouse in the Xuanzun realm who has just broken through. Your Majesty, this Immortal Sect, could it be? At this moment, Ning Chonggong seemed to have thought of a certain possibility. His expression changed, and he exclaimed. Except for the Hidden World Sect, this emperor really can't think of any other sect that would explode with such terrifying power in a short period of time. The great Emperor Yari nodded gloomily. In this ancient land, there are many unbelievable existences hidden, but the world can only see the most superficial layer. Only the real powerhouse can know how unfathomable this place is. That incident is approaching, and these shadows that have been hidden for a long time are about to emerge. Just why does the empire have a grudge against the Immortal Sect? Right. Prime Minister Chung Yong sighed www.novel.com and then said puzzled. In the entire empire, only these two dare to speak to Emperor Yari like this. This Immortal Sect is a dignified and hidden world sect, and even sent people to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference, and also took in the remnants of the Ning family, and even killed the Marquis of Chonglin. It's simply a loss of the face of the Hidden World Sect. Hearing Chung Yong's words, Emperor Yari couldn't bear it any longer and roared directly. Of course, his anger was not at Chongyong, but at Shengxianzong. Fuck. The dignified and hidden sect still needs to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. Moreover, the Hidden World Sects should all know the hidden power of their three empires, and they dare to provoke him like the Sunshine Empire like this. It is really courting death. That matter is near, and these bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods have also appeared, but anyone who dares to stretch out his hand will definitely chop it up. Your Majesty, is it possible that this Immortal Sect knows the connection between the Ling family and that incident? So? Ning Chonggong's expression changed, and he said solemnly. Impossible. This emperor has exhausted everything and secretly searched countless years to find out the relationship between the Ling family and the incident. This Hidden World Sect has been hiding in the shadows. How can he know? It's just a coincidence. In the beginning, the son of Marquis Chonglin was chasing the remnants of the Ling family, and it happened when the Immortal Sect was revived, so this happened. Emperor Yari shook his head and said with certainty. However, when it comes to this matter, Emperor Yari is also mad at the son of Marquis Chonglin, and he can't wait to pull the son of Marquis Chonglin out and whip the corpse. Wouldn't it be better to bring the Ling family's remnants back directly? I had to play tricks, but I ended up playing myself dead. What is so special about success and failure? If he died, he would die, and he also caused such a great enemy to the Shining Sun Empire, and even the key keys fell into the hands of this great enemy by mistake. Chapter 95 Sunrise in the East, Only I Am Undefeated. Hearing this, Ning Chonggong and Chongyong looked at each other, and felt that His Majesty's inference was right. Although they did not know how much power His Majesty had used, they found out the relationship between the Ling family and that incident. But they knew that there were so many terrifying beings who were running around for that incident, but no one had found out the relationship between the Ling family and that incident. Your Majesty, since this is the case, then I suggest not to take action against the Immortal Sect for the time being. After thinking about it, Wuxiang Zhang said. Why? Emperor Yari looked at Chongyong and asked. In the entire empire, there are probably only the two people in front of him who can make him speak so kindly. If it were someone else who dared to say these words in front of him, and he would not be tortured, he would not be able to offset his anger. Immortal Sect slapped him in the face like this, can't he take revenge? So what did the emperor do? 1. The details of the Immortal Sect are unknown and unfathomable. It can easily kill Qinlai who has broken through to the Xuanzun realm. To take action against the Immortal Sect, the price is too high. That matter is approaching. I should concentrate all my energy on that matter. That is the real peak chessboard. 2nd, sometimes, you don't have to shoot yourself in order to kill the enemy. If you use the knife well, you can easily kill the enemy. As that event approaches, those who are hidden in the shadows can't help but emerge. Thirdly, at this critical moment, it would be better if His Majesty's reputation was ruined, just to show the enemy's weakness and make it easier for us to act. A gleam of fine light flashed in Chongyong's eyes, and he said in a deep voice. Although he didn't make it clear, both Emperor Yari and Ning Changgong, Prime Minister of the Right, knew what he meant. What I Ching said is reasonable, and it's up to you to handle this matter. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the great Emperor Yari, he nodded and said aloud. Although Xuanzun made Emperor Yari very angry, just as Chongyong said, all his current energy should be focused on that matter, rather than entangled in the enmity of Xuanzun. The minister obeys the order. Zhongyong bowed his hands in a salute and said respectfully. That minister is going to prepare now. Iching, let's go. The great Emperor Yari waved his hand and said. Afterwards, Chongyong and Ning Changgong bowed their hands to the great Emperor Yari again and exited the hall. Neither Emperor Yari nor Ning Changgong doubted Chongyong. They knew very well that the ability of Chongyong, the Immortal Sect, was mysterious and unpredictable, but in front of Chongyong, he was still a little tender. This right minister used to be, but he killed the enemy with fear. It can be said that half of the achievements of the Shining Sun Empire were achieved by this right minister. Countless mysterious beings are all vying for this ancient land, but in the end, only their three major empires have successfully established a foothold in this ancient land. Only they themselves know how much they paid for it. Succeed in this world. In the Immortal Sect, Sect Master Wang Da was sitting in the Sect Master Hall and asked. System, specify the summoning opportunity, can this host summon whoever he wants? No, when the host uses the designated summoning opportunity, the system will list 5 powerhouses, and the host can designate one of the 5 powerhouses to summon. Although he was very dissatisfied with this restriction, Wang Feng was not frustrated. At least there were more choices than random summons, and, perhaps, among those 5 people, there were talents he liked. Can the designated summoning opportunity be merged with the 5 random summoning opportunities to form a high-level designated summoning opportunity? Wang Feng's eyes flickered with a ray of light, and asked. Can. When this cold voice sounded, Wang Feng was very excited and said quickly, fusing the designated summoning opportunity with the 5 random summoning opportunities. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting an advanced designated summoning opportunity. System, use the advanced designated summoning opportunity. Wang Feng said without hesitation. Ding, the host can call one of the following 5. Sword Emperor Xiaofeng. East is undefeated. Yanghua. Xiaofeng. Guojing. When he saw the virtual panel that appeared in front of him, Wang Feng's face suddenly became tangled. If possible, he really wanted to summon all 5 of them, but it's a pity. Of these 5, 4 of them are the protagonists of the destiny, and there is one who is not the protagonist but more like the protagonist. It is only undefeated in the Sunrise East, how domineering. Mass, this Go system can really torture people. Wang Feng secretly spat. After pondering for a while, Wang Feng made up his mind. Although the other 4 protagonists of destiny were very good, Wang Feng preferred Dongfang Invincible. Everyone who has seen the world where Dongfang Invincible lives will have a special feeling for Dongfang Invincible, and Wang Feng is no exception. Dongfang Invincible has never lost to anyone, she just lost to herself. And Wang Feng wants to make Dongfang Invincible shine again in this world. www.novel.com undefeated as always, but the former Dongfang Invincible was the Demon Sect's Eastern invincibility, but now, it is him the East of the Immortal Sect is undefeated. Even Wang Feng thought about the invincible person in the East, the executioner of the Immortal Sect. After thinking about it, Wang Feng did not hesitate, and said directly, "System, designated to summon Dongfang undefeated." Ding, congratulations to the host for summoning to Dongfang undefeated. May I ask the host to check its attribute panel? The cold voice that sounded in his mind made Wang Feng's eyes flash with a gleam of brilliance. He nodded without hesitation, looking forward to it. Ding, the East Invincible attribute panel is as follows. Name, East Invincible. Title, Leader of the Sun and Moon Sect. Cultivation, the peak of the late Xuanzun realm. Profound skill, Sunflower Collection. Supernatural powers, the transformation of heaven and men, the growth of all things. Xianbing, embroidery needles. Looking at the attribute panel that appeared in front of him, Wang Feng was shocked. Although Dongfang Invincible was not as terrifying as Zhang Sanfeng, it was beyond Wang Feng's expectations. Who is Zhang Sanfeng? In the history of martial arts of the Eastern Empire, there are few people who can surpass this legendary martial arts master. Dongfang Invincible is weaker than Zhang Sanfeng, so it's not surprising. However, Wang Feng was very concerned about one thing. He asked, "System, the summoned Dongfang Invincible, is it a male or a female?" Ding, the summoned Dongfang Invincible is a comprehensive version, and the gender is female. Hearing the cold voice in his mind, Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction. He didn't want a yin-yang person to appear in his Immortal Sect. In addition to the summoned Dongfang Invincible, his Immortal Sect now has 4 powerhouses in the Xuanzun realm. Wang Feng would like to see if the so-called Yuri Empire would dare to attack his Immortal Sect. If he came, Wang Feng would be happy, just to let him get another wave of prestige. Chapter 96. The storm is coming. In the depths of the Imperial Palace of the Shining Sun Empire, there is an absolute forbidden area. The security here is heavily guarded. An ordinary guard soldier is a master of the Xianwang realm. If this place is exposed, it will shock the world. In the entire royal family, only the great Emperor Yuri could enter. Behind the tall city wall, there is a paradise. There are several thatched cottages by the clear lake, and Ning Chonggong, the left minister of the empire, and Zhongyong, the right minister, lived in seclusion here. The order goes on, no one is allowed to reveal the detailed battle situation of the Immortal Sect this time. Inside the thatched cottage, a ray of light flashed in Zhongyong's eyes, and he whispered softly. "Follow the order." When Zhongyong's voice fell, an ethereal voice sounded. At the same time, send someone to tell the prince of the Kamikaze Empire that his brother has risen completely. Don't use our people. Yes. Zhongyong didn't speak, his face was incomparably indifferent, and there was no sense of accomplishment at all. The Immortal Sect may be mysterious and powerful, but in the face of the real power of the Empire, it has no power to resist. When the Empire is really about to take action on an enemy, it will be shattered. Something happened. What? The Immortal Sect actually killed the generals of the Empire, and also destroyed the 2 major legions of the Empire. Oh my God, did the Immortal Sect eat the gall of a bear's heart and a leopard? So terrifying. So terrifying. The Emperor's monstrous wrath, can this Immortal Sect bear it? The battle is about to start, the battle is about to start. When the news of the Immortal Sect's destruction of the Imperial General and the 2 top legions spread, the entire empire was in an uproar, boiling like a pot of boiling water. In the 5 big cities in the empire, all the cultivators talked a lot, and everyone was horrified. The news was like a thunderous shock, and many strong people were stunned. Everyone was so frightened that their souls were about to fly. For many years, they had never heard such news that shook their souls, and even the powerhouses of the Xianwang realm were trembling. There is only one place, even when the news is heard, it is as silent as death. It was the imperial capital of the Shining Sun Empire, Shining Sun City. All the powerhouses in the city were also shocked by the news, but no one dared to speak out. The entire Yuri imperial city was as usual. But there was an invisible and oppressive aura that swept the entire imperial capital of Shining Sun, and the sky of the entire imperial capital was dimmed. That heavy and depressing aura made every practitioner in the imperial capital nervous. All the people in the imperial city knew that the war was about to start, and that ignorant sect dared to provoke the empire like this. With the character of that majesty, this time, no blood flowed into a river, and it was impossible to offset that anger. Even, this news is gradually spreading to the other 2 empires. The Immortal Sect was completely famous, and so was Wang Feng. But the strange thing is that no one knows the specific details of this battle, only that Shengxianzong killed the generals of the empire and killed the 2 major legions of the empire.
Everyone was shocked by the strength of the Immortal Sect, but there was no one person or force to curry favor with the Immortal Sect. Even those big sect powerhouses who had been intimidated by Wang Feng before, did not try to curry favor. It's not that they don't want to, it's that they don't dare. This time, although the Immortal Sect was powerful, it also completely angered the dragon that had been lying down for a long time in the empire. When the dragon was completely angry, no one could resist this monstrous rage. Even the Immortal Sect is the same. When the world was shocked by the Immortal Sect, Wang Feng was looking at the red shadow in front of him. She was dressed in red clothes, her facial features were exquisite, her skin was crystal clear, her figure was graceful, her face was no weaker than Aoyue, and she was even better than her. But Wang Feng didn't feel anything when he saw it. It was really strange. Even if it was Yaoyue, when he first saw it, Wang Feng would have a feeling of palpitations. It's innate and almost every man has it. Seeing a beautiful woman, even a gentleman, will throb in your heart. But now, when Wang Feng saw such a moving Dongfang invincible, he didn't even feel the slightest bit in his heart. What the heck? Then, Wang Feng discovered that it was not his problem, but Dongfang invincibility's problem. She had a temperament. That is, you know she is beautiful, but you have no idea, even if you stand naked in front of you, you will not feel it. Wang Feng suddenly felt that Dongfang invincible might be more suitable to call Dongfang Buerd. See Sect Master. The undefeated Dongfang, who was as proud as an iceberg, lowered his head in front of Wang Feng. Dongfang Invincible's voice is like the sound of heaven that can penetrate the human soul, but even so, Wang Feng still doesn't feel anything. Don't be too polite. Wang Feng chuckled and stretched out his hand to caress. From now on, you will be the third guardian elder of my Immortal Sect. Follow the orders of the Sect Master. Then you can go down and find a room by yourself. Yes. Looking at the back of Dongfang Invincible leaving, Yu reading www.yukangsha.com. Wang Feng secretly relieved. He did not hate Dongfang Invincible, and even admired it, but the strange temperament of Dongfang Invincible made Wang Feng very not fit. Ma Dan, this is the first time since the great Sect Master Wang came to this world that he has kept a distance from a peerless beauty. Metropolitan. It was at this moment that the voice of the great demon Xuanzun sounded outside the hall. Enter. Wang Feng sorted out his thoughts and stopped thinking about the strange temperament of the East. Sect Master, all the disciples have successfully completed several missions. Each disciple has killed at least 5 Imperial spies. Among them, Li He performed the best. After entering the main hall, the great demon Xuanzun did not hesitate and spoke directly. Wang Feng nodded. He was not surprised by this result. Li He, as a reincarnator of a powerhouse at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, has such achievements, it is nothing at all. If not, Wang Feng will feel strange. What's going on in the empire? Wang Feng's eyes flashed and he asked. Compared with the trials of many disciples, Wang Feng is more interested in the trend of the empire. With the power of the empire, I am afraid that the news has already been received after the large powerhouses have just left. Now the cultivators in the entire empire are talking about my Immortal Sect. This time, my Immortal Sect is completely famous and truly shocks the world. But the empire hasn't moved, not even the slightest sign of dispatching troops. The great demon Xuanzun said with a solemn expression. As the former opponent of the great Emperor Yari, the great demon Xuanzun knew the character of the great Emperor Yari very well, being greedy and good-natured. Today, the Sect Master stomped his face on the soles of his feet, and with the character of Emperor Yari, he didn't even take revenge, which is very unusual. Chapter 97 Disciple Recruitment Meeting. Wang Feng smiled and didn't care. Although he was also a little surprised that the person didn't take revenge, he was also happy to relax. Moreover, in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy will be in vain. Xuanzun, release the news. 10 days later, my Immortal Sect will officially recruit disciples, no matter what kind of cultivation base, no matter what talent, as long as you pass the test of the Immortal Sect, you can join the Immortal Sect. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Today, his Immortal Sect has the momentum of destroying the general and the 2 major legions, and his reputation is flourishing. Even if there is a hidden danger of revenge from the Empire, this time is also the best time for his Immortal Sect to recruit disciples. Yes. Hearing this, the great demon Xuanzun said quickly. Even though the great demon Xuanzun reacted very solemnly to the Emperor, he would only support Wang Feng's decision and would not have any doubts. During this period of time,
especially when Wang Feng would easily kill Qinlai, the general who had broken through to the Xuanzun realm. The great demon of Xuanxia was deeply convinced by Wang Feng. After that, the great demon Xuanxia didn't stay any longer, he just withdrew and went to prepare for the upcoming disciple recruitment conference. And Wang Feng, after the great demon of Xuanxia left, went to the Alps to deepen his relationship with Yimuqing. He seemed to have forgotten that he had captured a mysterious peak Xianhuang realm before, and the eldest princess of the empire also stayed in the room where she was imprisoned. Even if there was no one to guard her, she did not escape. The eldest princess of the empire knew that she had no chance of escaping at all. The Xuanzun sect did not shy away from the news that Qinlai and the two major legions were easily killed by Wang Feng. This news shocked the eldest princess of the empire and made her firmly plan to stay in the Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect, let her see hope, the hope of getting rid of that ruthless tiger. Have you heard? Xuanzun dares to openly recruit disciples. I really don't know whether to live or die. I just slapped your majesty in the face, and you still dare to recruit disciples. Who dares to join the Immortal Sect now? Isn't this courting death? Once His Majesty settles, the Immortal Sect will have only one death. However, with His Majesty's character, it should have launched a large army to destroy the Immortal Sect. Now there is no movement at all. Isn't it? Maybe it is precisely because His Majesty is silent that the Immortal Sect dares to be so arrogant. It's just a clown jumping on the beam. It won't be long before the land of the Immortal Sect will be reduced to ruins. When the great demon Xuanxia passed the news that the Immortal Sect was going to recruit disciples, the entire empire was shocked again, and everyone was talking about it. The words were full of disdain and cynicism. In this game between the empire and the Immortal Sect, no one is optimistic about the Immortal Sect. Even if the Immortal Sect shows extraordinary strength, no one is optimistic, because the foundation of the Immortal Sect is too shallow. How can it be compared with the ancient empire? Moreover, before the Immortal Sect became famous, who knew what the Immortal Sect was? Now this unknown sect has suddenly risen, and the rise is so fast, although it is shocking, but it also makes many people unhappy. Why? Just jealous. We old-fashioned forces, fortunately, worked hard, and climbed up bit by bit to have the status we have today. Your Immortal Sect has suddenly become a giant in the world, and you will be the pinnacle as soon as you are born. Who is not jealous? Especially when the Immortal Sect still has stronger enemies, they will continue to belittle the Immortal Sect to curry favor with the stronger forces. And the Empire is the stronger force. All of them live on the dragon of the Empire. Facing the Empire and the Immortal Sect, fools know how to choose. In the palace, when Emperor Yari heard the news that the Immortal Sect was going to recruit disciples, a sneer flashed on his face. This Immortal Sect was really rampant. I just slapped Jin in the face a few times, and dared to recruit disciples. This simply does not put him in the eyes of the emperor. If it was placed before, the great Emperor Yari would definitely be very angry, but now, he can only sneer and ridicule. This Immortal Sect does not know it when it is about to die, which is sad. There is a kind of young shot, the mind of the great Emperor Yari is no longer placed on the Immortal Sect. When the right Prime Minister steps out, the Immortal Sect will surely die. How can a dying person get into his eyes? The style of his shining emperor is not so low. Have you checked the movements of the eldest princess? Emperor Yari narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. The eldest Princess Yushuang is not only his sister, but also related to his grand ambitions. Fortunately, there was no news of the death of the company eldest Princess Yushuang. Otherwise, he would really go crazy. Once he went crazy, it would really bleed into a river. On that day, Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, went to the Immortal Sect to investigate in person because she did not know the details of the Immortal Sect, but there was no news. Before General Qin came to the Immortal Sect, there was a mysterious peak powerhouse of the Xianhuang realm. Who came to the Immortal Sect? That sect master Wang has been captured. www.novel.com. The subordinate guesses that the mysterious powerhouse of the Xianhuang realm is His Royal Highness the eldest princess. When Emperor Yari's voice fell, a dark figure flashed out, kneeling respectfully in front of Emperor Yari, and said aloud, "Court death. The Immortal Sect is courting death." The great Emperor Yari roared, and the entire hall was filled with a terrifying pressure, causing the dark figure to tremble involuntarily, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although it was just a guess, Emperor Yari was almost certain that the mysterious powerhouse who was captured was his sister, Yushuang, the eldest princess of the empire. This made Emperor Yari's entire Tianling Gai almost explode with anger. Even if Chen Lai's death, even if the two major legions were destroyed, did not make him so angry. A terrifying power burst out from Emperor Yari's body and swept the entire hall. Boom. When this power swept in, the pitch-black figure flew upside down, smashed on the pillar, and spurted scarlet blood. Even though the body was in great pain, the pitch-black figure still kneeled respectfully after landing. He didn't even let out a whimper, biting his mouth tightly. He knew that once the screams were made, the others would be gone. What did Wuxiang do? Emperor Yari asked while holding back his anger. Masters Wuxiang first ordered to block the specific information of that battle, and then sent someone to inform the Prince of the Kamikaze Empire about Xiao Yunfeng's news. Since Wuxiang has already taken action, it is not easy for me to intervene. But the eldest princess must be brought back safe and sound. Isn't his Immortal Sect going to hold a disciple recruitment conference? Cheng, this emperor will fulfill him. Send a ghost army of the underworld to sneak into the Immortal Sect during the conference and bring the eldest princess out. Remember, you only have one goal, which is to rescue the eldest princess, and don't worry about the rest. Emperor Yari said coldly. Chapter 98 Corpse. The ghost army of the underworld, the most mysterious army of the Shining Sun Empire, was terrifying as soon as it was born. No one had seen the true face of the ghost army of the underworld, and everyone who had seen it had died. Therefore, the underworld ghost army is also called the Army of Death, and when it appears, it represents the coming of the of Death. The underworld ghost army has only been used twice since its inception, once to kill a top sect, and in just one night, the top sect was bloodshed and turned into ruins. The other time, it was to deter the other two empire, fight against the top legions of the other two empires. Now, the underworld ghost army has used it for the third time. Even if it's just a guard, it has an incomparably terrifying power. Back then, when the top sect was destroyed, the underworld ghost army only used one guard, but no one knew about it. Yes. Hearing this, the dark figure trembled. Get out. Emperor Yari snorted coldly. And that pitch-black figure really got out of the hall, and the power of Emperor Yari was evident. Yushuang, my good sister, you can't escape my palm. Emperor Yari's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes seemed to pass through many obstacles, and when he saw the Immortal Sect, he whispered softly, and his words contained endless coldness. Since the news that the Immortal Sect wanted to hold a disciple recruitment conference was completely spread, the entire Shining Sun Empire was boiling, and countless people were talking about it, but no one went to the Immortal Sect to congratulate. Even the powerful sects who were once intimidated by the Immortal Sect didn't even send a single person. The entire empire was filled with a turbulent atmosphere. Any Tianjiao who is a little famous will only sneer when he hears this news, without a trace of temptation. Now the Immortal Sect seems to be majestic, but in fact, it is half a foot into hell, and whoever goes will die. Outside Yale City, one of the 5 major cities in the empire, several ferocious figures surrounded a plainclothed man, and swords were drawn in the field. This plainclothed man was only 23 or 4, with disheveled hair and a face full of vicissitudes. Behind him was a tall black coffin, which looked very strange. Corpse Soul, you are also a well-known loose cultivator in my Yale City. How dare you go to the Shenzhen Sect's Disciple Recruitment Conference? You've lost my Yale City's face. The Immortal Sect is not far from death. If it is normal, if you want to seek death, I will not care about you, but now, my 5 major cities have decided not to let anyone participate in the recruitment conference of the disciples of the Immortal Sect, which will make the Immortal Sect lose face. Even if you are a loose cultivator, you are not allowed to go. As long as you are from Yale City, you are not allowed to go, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The figure at the head scolded with a cold face, and his words were full of endless domineering. After the news of the Divine Immortal Sect Recruiting Disciple Conference came out, there was no communication between the 5 major cities of the empire, and a tacit understanding was naturally formed, preventing the top talents in the city from participating in the Divine Immortal Sect's Disciple Recruiting Conference. Even if His Majesty did not order, but as courtiers, they realized that Tianqin is the most basic principle. How could they let the Tianjiao of their city participate in the Disciple Recruitment Conference of the Immortal Sect, when His Majesty blames, who can afford it? Corpse Soul, loose repair, but a legend in Yale City. Rumor has it that he was inherited from ancient times and possessed strange and mysterious skills, so he carried a black coffin on his back every day. He calls himself a corpse, a madman who is looking for people everywhere to challenge, and almost all the geniuses in Yale City have been challenged by him. Every time he fights, he will sing that sentence in his mouth. My coffin, buried your corpse. Who is who, come to the coffin. Niobe Koko, domineering. All the arrogances of Yaofeng City, when they heard these two sentences, were all terrified. If the background is small, if challenged by the corpse soul, he will lie in his coffin. If the background is large, he will not die, but will also have less skin. The cultivation level of the corpse soul is not high, only the phase entry realm, but in the phase entry realm, it is an invincible existence. At least, in the entire Yaolei City, all the heavenly talents in the phase entry realm are not his opponents. Although the corpse soul has never fought against the arrogance of the princely realm, those arrogances of the princely realm are also very jealous of the corpse soul, and even deliberately avoid it, for fear that this lunatic will come to the door. But all the practitioners of Yaolei City did not expect that this lunatic who only knew a few challenges would not hesitate to attend the disciple meeting of Shengxianzong without any hesitation. Selection. This made the city lord of Yaolei City suddenly furious. Over the years, if it wasn't for his secret protection, with the character of the corpse soul, he would have been torn to pieces by the forces in Yaolei City. At the beginning, when the corpse soul was famous, it was caught by the city lord of Yaolei City, but the city lord of Yaolei City did not directly recruit the corpse soul, but let the corpse soul grow and used the corpse soul to deter the forces in Yaolei City. The city lord of Yaolei City has already decided that after the corpse soul has broken through to the princely realm, he will personally appear to recruit www.novel.com to absorb the corpse soul, a top-notch scattered cultivator, and become his right-hand man, helping him rule the whole Yaolei City. But the city lord of Yaolei City did not expect that the madman, the corpse soul, would actually want to join the Immortal Sect, which made the city lord of Yaolei City feel a kind of betrayal, even if the corpse soul was not his at all. How could he let the corpse soul participate in the disciple recruitment conference of the Immortal Sect? Not to mention the tacit agreement of the 5 major cities, just because of the hard work he has paid for the corpse over the years, he can't let the corpse go. If you can't get it, it will be destroyed. Therefore, the city lord of Yaolei City sent 5 peak powerhouses of the princely realm to intercept the corpse soul. The corpse soul, the Lord City Lord appreciates you very much. As long as you give up attending the Shenzhen Sect Disciple Recruitment Conference, and allegiance to Lord City Lord, from now on, in this Yaolei City, you will be one person below 10,000 people. The strongmen in Yaolei City Lord's mansion, headed by him, said earnestly to the corpse soul. As the confidant of the City Lord, he knows very well how much the City Lord cares about the corpse soul. Although the City Lord and the corpse soul have never met, over the years, the corpse soul has challenged those powerful people and indirectly helped the City Lord. The Lord of the City has also secretly sheltered the corpse many times. It can be said that the corpse soul and the City Lord's mansion have long had a lot of fetters. Even in the eyes of outsiders, although the corpse soul is nominally a loose cultivator, in fact, it has long been a person from the City Lord's mansion of Yaolei City. Step aside. The corpse soul raised his head, glanced lightly at the chief of the City Lord's mansion, said hoarsely, his voice was indifferent, and he had no emotion at all. Lord City Lord really doesn't want to kill you, but if you are courting death yourself, then don't blame me for waiting. The leader of the City Lord's mansion heard the words of the corpse soul, his eyes narrowed, his eyes flashed with a cold color, and he said without any emotion. Chapter 99 But in my hands, bury the soul and seal the coffin. After the voice fell, the leader of Yaolei City, without hesitation, directly took out a sharp sword and slashed towards the corpse soul. The other 4 Yaolei City powerhouses also offered their sharp swords in response to the leader and bombarded the corpse soul. In an instant, the 5 long swords, like the scorching sun in the sky, flashed with dazzling cold light, extremely fierce. Everything that needs to be said has been said. Since the corpse is looking for death on its own, they will no longer worry about it. Lord City Lord does appreciate corpse souls, but he does not need a disobedient subordinate. The corpse soul is indeed very strong, but it is only in the phase entry realm. How can the corpse soul block the 5 of them at the peak of the princely realm? After this blow broke out, the 5 powerhouses of Yaolei City did not make another move, because they had foreseen that the corpse soul would die tragically under this blow of the 5 of them. Even the arrogance of the princely realm in Yaolei City, in the face of this attack by the 5 of them, must blatantly change color and flee, not to mention the corpse souls of the mere mortal realm. In the face of these 5 incomparably fierce attacks, the corpse soul's eyebrows moved slightly, and his face was extremely indifferent, without the slightest fear. My coffin contains your corpse. Lin Fengchen, come to the coffin. It's coming, it's coming. When the hoarse voice of the corpse sounded, the black coffin behind him vibrated violently, and then fell down instantly, smashing the ground into cracks like spider webs. Afterwards, the black coffin rose to the ground in an instant and bombarded the 5 sharp swords. Boom. The black coffin and 5 sharp swords collided in the air, making a muffled sound like thunder, and the surrounding profound energy instantly became chaotic. An invisible ripple of power spread out in all directions, and the entire void trembled slightly. Puff. The corpse soul was directly shaken by this invisible power ripple and kept going backwards, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face instantly turned pale. But the corpse soul is still indifferent, unmoved, not even a little bit of pain is revealed. This scene made the head of Yaolei City Lord's mansion, Lin Fengchen's pupils shrink, and his face flashed with shock. The other 4 Yaolei City powerhouses also looked at the corpse in disbelief. They thought that this blow could easily kill the corpse soul, but they did not expect that the corpse soul was actually blocked, and they were only slightly injured. How is this possible? They are the peak powerhouses of the princely realm, and all 5 of them were besieging the corpse soul together, but they were all blocked by the corpse soul. Is it so scary? At this moment, Lin Fengchen felt a little terrified. He found that everyone, including the lord of the city, had underestimated the talent of this corpse soul. Although he was frightened by the talent of the corpse soul, Lin Fengchen was not afraid, because he still thought that the corpse soul could not stop the 5 of them. Corpse soul, I will give you another chance to surrender to the lord of the city and join me in the city lord's mansion of Yaolei City, otherwise, you will surely die. Lin Fengchen stared at the corpse soul, and shouted coldly. Lin Fengchen believed that if the lord of the city knew the true talent of the corpse soul, he would be like him and would not bear to kill it. Tianjiao is easy to obtain, but evildoers are hard to find. This corpse soul is the real monster. War. In the face of Lin Fengchen's solicitation, the corpse soul directly showed his will with his actions, worthy of being a fighting lunatic. I saw that he jumped up in an instant, grabbed the pitch-black coffin, and smashed it directly at Lin Fengchen. A strong force shook the void to constantly tremble, and Lin Fengchen felt that the pitch-black coffin, like a mountain, was pressing towards him. Hemp, what a fighting lunatic, if he doesn't agree, he will shoot. Lin Fengchen snarled in his heart, holding the long sword. The power in his body was vented frantically, and a cold sword intent burst out from his body, and above the sword tip, a sword beam like a long rainbow rushed out. Since you are courting death, it will fulfill you. Lin Fengchen's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. He raised his long sword and slashed down, a huge sword beam shot out in an instant, and the endless edge swept the 4 directions. Boom. A huge sound exploded, and the endless power fluctuations lifted the gravel off the ground. With Lin Fengchen and the corpse as the center, a large pit was cracked on the ground. The corpse's face was flushed, and after colliding with Lin Fengchen's sword glow, he only felt a terrifying force bombard him along the coffin, shaking his internal organs as if they were about to shift, and his tiger's mouth shook directly. It cracked, and blood flowed down the palm of the hand onto the coffin. Happy, come again. The corpse soul didn't have any fear, instead, his blood was boiling, and the fighting spirit rushed to the sky. He let out a long whistle, grabbed the black coffin with both hands, and slammed it towards Lin Fengchen again. The pitch-black coffin was like a brick, smashed by corpses. Court death. Lin Fengchen was frightened and angry at the same time. He was a dignified and powerful man at the peak of the princely realm, and he couldn't even win a phase entry realm. If it was spread out, where would he have a foothold? He held the long sword www.novel.com and swiped again and again, and the sharp long sword split into dozens of sword chi in an instant, shrouding the corpse soul. This time, Lin Fengchen learned to behave, and instead of confronting the corpse, he directly bombarded the corpse with powerful profound energy. God is pitiful to see, this is the first time that Lin Fengchen has not dared to confront a strong person in the phase entrance realm. Kill. The other 4 Yaolei City powerhouses looked at each other, shouted violently, and killed the corpse directly. Everyone exuded a fierce and terrifying aura, and the long swords in their hands were even more cold. A cold radiance shot out. If it is an ordinary powerhouse of entering the phase, facing such a siege, it is absolutely powerless to return to the sky, and there is absolutely northwest burial place to die. But the corpse soul, in the face of this terrible siege, calmed down instead, and didn't even take action against Lin Fengchen. Boom. The black coffin that he was holding with both hands was placed on the ground by him in an instant, smashing the entire ground. The sky has eyes, and the fate is determined in a few days, but it falls to me, and the soul is buried in the coffin. The corpse murmured softly, and a mysterious aura emerged from his body, and his power continued to flow into the black coffin along the hand supporting the coffin. At this moment, the entire black coffin was trembling constantly, and a ferocious and cold aura swept the whole world in an instant. The temperature of the surrounding world dropped directly to zero, and even layers of ice crystals appeared out of thin air. And strong men like Lin Fengchen and the others shivered involuntarily. They stared at the black coffin, and there was a strong sense of unease in their hearts, as if something terrifying was about to be born. Creak. With a light sound, under the horrified gazes of Lin Fengchen and the others, the lid of the black coffin slid open by about a third, and a hand covered with green hair stretched out from the black coffin. Chapter 100 Kamikaze Prince. When the long-haired, green-haired hand stretched out, an extremely and suffocating aura swept out in an instant. In an instant, Lin Fengchen and other 5 strongmen of the city lord's mansion only felt their hearts tremble, and the profound energy in their bodies swept out. At this moment, all stagnated. That weird hand, with extreme speed, instantly grabbed towards Lin Fengchen and the others. The speed was so unbelievable that Lin Fengchen and others did not react, so they were directly caught by this weird hand. Then, a horrifying scene appeared. Lin Fengchen and the others didn't even have time to let out their screams. In just a moment, Lin Fengchen and the others were left with only a bare skeleton. After absorbing the flesh and blood essence of Lin Fengchen and others, the hand quickly retracted, and the dark coffin lid was closed again. The whole process only took a few breaths. And this count of breaths directly led to the death of the 5 peak powerhouses of the princely realm, or died in such a miserable way. If anyone saw such a scene, they would be scared to tremble. The corpse soul glanced at the 5 skeletons indifferently, and his face did not fluctuate in the slightest. He gently grabbed the black coffin, turned his back and walked towards the direction of the Immortal Sect. Under the setting sun, his shadow stretched long. In the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Empire, in a splendid palace, the Prince Wuxiang is sitting at the desk reading a book. He is only 25 years old. He is very handsome. The imperial robe he wears is inlaid with various jade beads, adding a touch of luxury air and majesty. Under the pair of sword brows, his eyes focused on the book in his hand, and there were 2 beautiful palace maids beside him, rubbing his shoulders and beating his back. The book he read was the Empire magazine Weird Talk. For a prince, such a book was simply a waste book, but he read it very seriously. "Prince, the guillotine asks to see you." A little ran in and said softly. Wuxiang didn't look back, waved his hand, and said softly, "Let him in." Guillotine, these 3 words are simply taboo in the Kamikaze Empire. This is not a knife, but a nickname for a person. He is a powerhouse at the level of the Xianwang realm. He burns, kills, loots, and commits all kinds of evil. Once he is targeted by a guillotine, even death is a luxury. At the same time, he also established an organization of killers called the Decapitation Organization, which decapitated the head immediately after the knife was fired, and accepted various assassination missions. The success rate of assassination was over 90%, and it was well known throughout the Kamikaze Empire. But no one could have imagined that the organization was under the control of Wuxiang, the prince of the Kamikaze Empire. Soon, the guillotine knife walked in with great steps. He was dressed in a red robe, as if bathed in blood. Beneath his long black and beautiful hair, there was a stern face, and a scar spanned his entire face, making him he looked extremely vicious. He also had a machete as long as a man on his waist. As soon as he entered the palace, a chill appeared out of thin air, causing the 2 palace maids to tremble involuntarily. This hall didn't say, "There is nothing important, don't come to this hall." Wuxiang glanced at the guillotine and said casually. The guillotine knelt down on one knee and said solemnly, "Your Highness, there is news for the 5th prince." Hearing this, Wuxiang immediately put down the book in his hand, looked up at the guillotine, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and asked with a frown, "Tell me, where is the 5th brother in this hall?" The 5th prince of the Kamikaze Empire is famous in the entire Kamikaze Empire, but his name is not a prestige, but a laughing name. Just because the cultivation talent of the 5th prince of the Kamikaze Empire is extremely low, he is like a waste, and he is ridiculed by countless people. In the imperial family, but without the slightest cultivation talent, it will only be a nightmare. If it weren't for the 5th prince's mother, but the current queen, the 5th prince would have been expelled from the royal family long ago. People in the entire Divine Wind Empire knew that if it wasn't for the low cultivation aptitude of the 5th prince, Wuxiang would not be able to hold the position of the prince at all. The 5th prince joined the Immortal Sect.
Guillotine said quickly. The Immortal Sect. Is it the Immortal Sect that has recently gained fame and even killed the general of the Shining Sun Empire and the 2 top legions? Wuxiang's body sat up a lot, his brows furrowed deeper, and he opened his mouth to ask. An inexplicable chill appeared in the whole hall. Both the Guillotine and the 2 palace maids couldn't help shivering. The Prince of the Divine Wind Empire, Wuxiang, has the most terrifying cultivation talent among all the princes of the Divine Wind Empire. Even the princes of the other 2 great empires cannot compare to Wuxiang. He is now 25 years old, but his cultivation has reached the late stage of the Xianhuang realm, and his strength is even more unfathomable. When he does things under his hands, everyone is walking on thin ice, even a figure like a guillotine. Wuxiang said the wrong thing in front of him. Guillotine did not answer. He understood that Wuxiang was not asking him www.novel.com but thinking. Apart from that, is there any news? Wuxiang narrowed his eyes and asked aloud. The 5th prince followed the disciples of the Immortal Sect to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference of the Shining Sun Empire, showing the cultivation of the princely realm and winning the top 3 names in the Demon Sealing Conference. Guillotine hurriedly said, his head was lower, and the whole person was extremely respectful. When they heard the words of the guillotine, the expressions of the 2 palace maids also changed, and the hands they were kneading became extremely soft. Wuxiang's expression did not change, but at this moment, a bone-piercing cold swept the entire hall, and the temperature in the hall dropped a lot at this moment. There was also a heavy repressed breath, which made the guillotine and the 2 palace maids almost out of breath. Qianlong Xingyuan, these 5 brothers in this hall are lucky. A sneer appeared on Wuxiang's face, and he said without the slightest emotion. Did Hidden Wind Pavilion also get the news? The Hidden Wind Pavilion, the largest intelligence organization in the Kamikaze Empire, is under the control of Emperor Kamikaze, and together with the Falcon Pavilion of the Shining Sun Empire and the Chasing Cloud Pavilion of the Qingyun Empire, it is called the most terrifying intelligence organization in the 3 empires. Yes. The guillotine felt trembling all over his body. The prince didn't have the anger he imagined, but it scared him even more. Prince Wuxiang is moody. When he is angry, he may be fine, but when he is neither happy nor sad, he really doesn't even know how he died. 1 second you are still admiring you, the next second, your head may move directly. After raising you for so long, it's time for you to act. Wuxiang glanced at the guillotine indifferently, and muttered softly. This subordinate understands that this time, the subordinate let Duan Hunwai and Duan Mingwai take action, and the subordinate has spent a lot of wealth to hire the sky-splitting organization. Guillotine respectfully saluted. Chapter 101 Jade Cream's Prison. Inside the Immortal Sect Master Hall. Sect Master Wang did not know that a turbulent undercurrent was coming towards his Immortal Sect. At this moment, he was looking at the attribute panel that appeared in front of him, thinking. Ding, the Shengxianzong attribute panel is as follows. Sect, Immortal Sect. Sect level, 2nd class. Sect Master, only Wang Feng, early stage of Xuanzun realm. Dharma protecting elders, up to 5 Zhang Sanfeng, the peak of the Xuanzun realm, Dingpeng, the peak of the early Xuanzun realm, Dongfang unbeaten, the peak of the late Xuanzun realm. Elders, up to 10 Yiguqing, Xianhuang peak, Shiminchueshue, Xianhuang peak, Yaoyue, Xianhuang early stage, Yin Queen Zhuyuyan, Xianhuang peak, Yan Shisan, Xianhuang peak, Xiao 11 Lang, Xianhuang period, Wuxiang Monk, Xianhuang peak. Disciples, up to 100 Li Qing, owner of the mysterious immortal body of the turtle spirit, Ling Feiwu, the peak of entering phase, Li He, reincarnation of Emperor Xian, Mu Yunfei, Li Tianqin, Wen Yan, Yan Shen, Xiao Yunfeng, Xian Great Demon, Chong Feng, Yan Dao. Zhongmen Hall, Mission Hall. Zhongmen Station, the outer valley of the Xingyao Mountains. Looking at the sect attribute panel, Wang Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Now his immortal sect is very strong, but his disciples are few, and the palaces in the sect are not complete. A complete sect, in addition to the basic hall, should also have an alchemy hall, an artifact refining hall, a trial hall, a test hall, and so on. But now his immortal sect only has 1 mission hall, and there is still a long way to go to truly develop the immortal sect. I hope this time, we can recruit a few more disciples. Wang Feng sighed lightly. He didn't know that the 5 major cities of the Shining Sun Empire had blocked the disciples of Tianjiao, so that those Tianjiao basically did not come to Shengxianzong to participate in the disciple recruitment conference. However, there will still be some people who come to Shengxianzong to participate in the disciple recruitment conference.
After all, Xuanzun Zhang is indeed powerful and famous. It is true that they are facing endless crises, but some people who have lost hope will still choose to come to Shenzhen. Zhong hit his luck. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the quest. In the Disciple Recruitment Conference, if you recruit 10 disciples, you can get quest rewards, 3 random summon opportunities, Zhongman Alchemy Hall, completely equipped, including Alchemy Furnace, Fire Pulse, Zhongman Test Hall. Fully equipped. When Wang Feng's soft murmur fell, the cold voice that sounded in his mind shocked Wang Feng. This system is really timely. He was worried that the Immortal Sect was not perfect, and the system sent it to him immediately. It is not so easy to build alchemy halls and other sect halls, just like the alchemy hall, not only the alchemy furnace, but also the fire pulse. Fire veins, like profound stone veins, are naturally generated by heaven and earth, and possess the natural fire of heaven and earth. Only by building an alchemy hall on top of fire veins, can the best effect be achieved, and it has a great auxiliary effect on alchemy. Of course, in the entire 3 empires, alchemists are rare, and the alchemy hall with fire veins is even more rare. For alchemists, the alchemy hall with fire veins is like a cultivator's paradise. Alchemy, if there is divine help. Not only is it very helpful for alchemy, but it is also very helpful for their cultivation. It is for this reason that Wang Feng did not build a sect hall casually. His Immortal Sect was determined to become the first sect in the mainland, so how could he be casual? Anything must be done to the extreme. There were still 5 days before the disciple recruitment meeting. Wang Feng thought about it, got up and left the sect master hall and walked towards the attic where the eldest princess of the empire was imprisoned. For Wuxiang, these few days in the Immortal Sect were the most relaxing moments in her life. In the past, as Her Royal Highness the eldest princess of the empire, she always wore a mask, but in this Immortal Sect, she became herself, which made Wuxiang very happy. She did not have any anxiety or fear of being imprisoned. It seems that they all regard this Immortal Sect as their own home. At this time, Wuxiang was sitting at the table reading a book. The book she was reading was a strange story in the magazine of the Shining Sun Empire, and she read it with great interest. She took off her uniform, but she looked very quiet, without the majesty of the female general before. She still wears a veil, and the veil that occasionally flies up, revealing her snow-white skin as jade, is thought-provoking. Creak. But at this moment, the sound of opening the door came, and a shadow shrouded Wuxiang. She looked up and saw Wang Feng's incomparably handsome face, those eyes as vast as a starry sky, looking at her indifferently. This sect has no time to spend with you. First, who are you? Second, what is the purpose of coming to my Immortal Sect? If you don't say it, you will die. The extremely indifferent voice came from Wang Feng's mouth, causing the entire body of the imperial eldest princess Wuxiang to tremble. She knew that this time, Wang Feng was serious, and the words without the slightest emotion made the eldest princess of the empire tremble. Even if Wang Feng didn't radiate any killing intent at all www.novel.com, but Wuxiang knew that if she didn't say anything, she would really only have a dead end. Bengong, the eldest princess of the empire, Wuxiang. Wuxiang put down the book and sat upright, looking straight at Wang Feng with a pair of beautiful eyes, and said neither humble nor arrogant. Although she was flustered in her heart, she was calm on the surface. Wang Feng's pupils shrank, but he did not expect that the mysterious powerhouse he had captured was actually Her Royal Highness the eldest princess of the empire. Ma Dan, he really has a relationship with the Shining Sun Empire. He killed the prince of the empire, slapped the face of the lord of the empire, killed the generals and legions of the empire, and captured the eldest princess of the empire. This hatred cannot be solved. The eldest princess of the dignified empire, coming to my Immortal Sect alone, is not small, but she is extremely stupid, but it's okay. This sect would like to see, what price can that great emperor pay for you? A sneer appeared on Wang Feng's face as he joked. No. I don't want to leave, I want to join the Immortal Sect. Originally, Wuxiang was still very angry when she heard Wang Feng's previous sentence, but Wang Feng's next sentence made Wuxiang tremble, with a flash of fear in her eyes, and exclaimed. Wuxiang's abnormality made Wang Feng frown and said, Benzong is not in the mood to joke with you, and Aizong is too lazy to kill you. As long as your brother can pay enough price, you will be safe and sound. It's not that Wang Feng is soft-hearted, but that he wants to use Wuxiang's identity to make some articles. Killing her is easy, but if it can be used to the extreme, it is naturally better. Death, sometimes, is the best ending. You know, I don't want to be the eldest princess of the empire at all.
I wanted to escape from that prison countless times, and now I finally escaped. I would rather die than go back. Yushuang's beautiful eyes stared at Wang Feng, said sadly. Chapter 102 Die in Bloom. Wang Feng frowned slightly. From the words of Yushuang, he could hear some hidden secrets, and it seemed to be the secret of the imperial family. As the eldest princess of the empire, who would dare to imprison you? Wang Feng stared at Yushuang, and asked in a deep voice. Although his immortal sect is now hostile to the Yari Empire, Wang Feng has to admit that in this area, the prestige of the Yari Empire is unparalleled. Even though the immortal sect has become so powerful now, its prestige is still inferior to that of the Shining Sun Empire. And Yushuang, as the eldest princess of the empire and the younger sister of the great Emperor Yari, has a high status, second only to the great Emperor Yari. Under such circumstances, who would dare to touch the eldest princess of the empire, Yushuang? Empire eldest princess. Hey, if it's possible, I'd rather not have this status. Yushuang sneered when she heard Wang Feng's words, and said sadly. Hearing this, Wang Feng didn't say anything, just looked at Yushuang quietly. He had a hunch in his heart. The next words, I'm afraid it is the real secret of the Yari royal family. I want to join the Immortal Sect. However, Yushuang did not continue to explain, but looked at Wang Feng. A pair of beautiful eyes shone brightly, and said loudly. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched, and he took a deep look at Yushuang. Interesting, on the side of his Immortal Sect, dared to talk to him about conditions. This sect doesn't care about the so-called secret, let alone your life and death. What qualifications do you have to join my Immortal Sect? I am a powerhouse at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, and my status allows the Immortal Sect to do a lot of things. Wang Feng's words made Yushuang's delicate body tremble, but she did not retreat. She opened the mouth and said, her eyes flashing with a determined color that would not give up until the goal was achieved. The peak of the Xianhuang realm. This sect can kill you with one hand. Your identity, in the eyes of this sect, is worthless. Wang Feng said indifferently. If it was an ordinary sect, it would be very happy to be able to stand by Her Royal Highness the eldest princess of the empire, thanking the ancestors for blessing. Now that the Immortal Sect is hostile to the Yari Empire, although the identity of Princess Yushuang can allow Wang Feng to do some articles, it is not absolutely necessary. However, when Wang Feng's voice fell, his pupils shrank suddenly, and an incredible color flashed on his face. I saw that the eldest princess of the empire turned around after Wang Feng's voice fell. Then, she actually started undressing. Damn, Wang Feng is stunned. Is this really trying to seduce him? Hey, this sect is not a man you can get, don't think about it. Wang Feng scolded while his eyes were about to straighten. Is the eldest princess of the Shining Sun Empire so open? Are you going to take off your clothes to seduce you if you don't agree? Wang Feng's words failed to stop Yushuang. She was still taking off her clothes. The plain long dress was quickly removed by half, revealing her flawless shoulders first, and then her beautiful back as smooth as jade. Of course, Yushuang's turbulent waves were wrapped in a layer of flexible white cloth, and Wang Feng did not see it. At this time, Yushuang's face hidden under the veil also became extremely red. This is definitely the first time she has revealed herself to a man. In order to join the Immortal Sect, in order to get rid of that prison, she also fought hard. Originally, Wang Feng was still admiring Yushuang's beautiful back, but when he saw Yushuang's complete back, Wang Feng's pupils shrank, a dignified expression appeared on his face, and he asked, "What is this?" At the position of Yushuang's waist, there is a pair of strange pictures and texts, one after another of dark runes, like chains, forming a circle, printed on Yushuang's waist, and within this circle, there is a bud. Spooky flowers waiting to be released. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary pattern, similar to the tattoo of Wang Feng's previous life, but at second glance, those runes seem to have come to life, and their positions have changed. In addition, there is a strange fragrance, emanating from that budding flower. Wang Feng couldn't tell what kind of fragrance it was. His nose didn't smell any fragrance, but his heart smelled it. This feeling was like seeing a ghost. Even Wang Feng felt a little terrified at this time. This is my destiny and my prison. When this flower blooms, it is when I die. A miserable smile appeared on Yushuang's face, and she said sadly. Who would have thought that the eldest princess of the dignified and shining empire would have such a strange thing on her body? As you are, how could such a strange thing be planted? What is this? Wang Feng's face was so solemn, he dared not look at the pattern behind Yushuang, but looked at Yushuang, asked. This is the eclipse magic flower,
and those runes are the eclipse magic pattern. My Yu family, inherited from the ancient Yari clan, practiced the Yaotian Dafa and Rifutianjue handed down by the Yari clan. The ancient Yari family is divided into two veins, and my Jade family is also divided into two veins. One is called the Yaomai, the other is called the Japanese vein, and I belong to the Yaomai, and the great Emperor Yari belongs to the Japanese vein. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Wuxiang paused when he said this, while Wang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked, "You and the great Emperor Yari are not brothers and sisters, so why are they in different veins?" The so-called Yamai and Suanmai are not based on blood, but their own innate attributes. Which bloodline they fit is the person of which bloodline. Hearing this, Wang Feng nodded, expressing his understanding. I don't know how many years ago, a senior of my Yari family fell in love with the princess of the devil at that time, and was not tolerated by the world, and also by the Yari family. The Yari clan publicly tried the senior, cut the princess of the devil's way in front of him, and beat him to death, and the senior was also abolished and expelled from the Yari clan. I thought this matter was over, but I didn't expect that senior, although his cultivation base was abolished, but his memory was not abolished. He, who was gifted with detachment, comprehended the memory in his mind to the extreme in order to take revenge. The practice of the Japanese clan is integrated with the magic method. Finally create a solar eclipse magic technique that destroys humanity. Having said that, Wuxiang stopped, and a pair of beautiful eyes flashed with deep hatred, and she didn't know whether she hated the senior of the Yari family or who she hated. Solar eclipse magic. Wang Feng wondered, he had a hunch in his heart, this is probably the source of the strange pattern on Wuxiang. Solar eclipse magic art, there is no grade, only the people of the Yari family with pure blood can cultivate, others, even if they get it, it will have no effect at all. It can be said that this art was created to deal with from the Yari clan. Although this practice is very demonic and evil, if you really practice it, you can get far more benefits than other practices. Wuxiang said coldly, if it weren't for the evil exercises that this world cannot tolerate, how could she have ended up in such a field? Chapter 103 Empress Training. How? Wang Feng asked with great interest. It wasn't that he took a fancy to this practice, it was just pure curiosity. Joke, he needs to rely on evil exercises to improve his strength. Hearing this, Wuxiang did not shy away from it, because even if Wang Feng wanted this technique, he would not be able to practice it at all. Only the members of the Yari family could practice. She said directly, in this solar eclipse magic art, those who need to cultivate use the blood of their relatives as seeds and cultivate themselves with their own fruits. Once they truly succeed, they will be able to break through because of this practice, but their relatives will also be directly swallowed up. There is no place for burial. How evil. Hearing Wuxiang's words, Wang Feng couldn't help but spit. This is at the expense of the lives of his relatives to achieve himself, not only evil but also evil. Of course, Wang Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with the senior of the Yari clan. The woman he loved was killed in front of him by his relatives, and whoever changed it would be crazy. What Wang Feng disliked most was the kind of person who pretended to be a righteous person, but did something that was more devilish than a devil. In Wang Feng's opinion, the senior of the Yari clan was too kind. Although this technique was evil, if he really dared to practice it, not only would he not be in trouble, but he would make a breakthrough in his cultivation and soar into the sky. For some dehumanized people, it is a great opportunity. If you want to change to Wang Feng, he will not be surnamed Wang without destroying the entire Yari clan. Relatives, they all want to kill their own women and abolish themselves, so what kind of relatives are they? Hi. Emperor Yari got this technique. Suddenly, Wang Feng seemed to think of something, his pupils shrank, he gasped and exclaimed. Yeah, he got this practice. For his grand ambitions and hegemony, he took me as the seed and himself as the fruit, and cultivated this practice without hesitation. Wuxiang said with a bleak smile, a sadness pervaded her entire body. To be sacrificed by his own brother, anyone would despair. If Emperor Yari told her uprightly, for the sake of the Yari Empire and the glory of the Yu family, she might also agree to sacrifice herself. But Emperor Yari didn't tell her at all, and he planted the seeds on her secretly. If she hadn't noticed it by chance, after bold assumptions and careful verification, she'd still be in the dark. Ruthless, so ruthless. Such a delicate little sister can do it. Emperor Yari really opened Wang Feng's eyes. Then why do you think that my Immortal Sect can help you get rid of your fate? You have been planted now, so I am afraid you are powerless to return to heaven. Wang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, looking at Xuanzun and asking. Because your Immortal Sect is the only sect that dares to take action against the Yari Empire, and it is still the kind that will never die, and your Immortal Sect's strength is also mysterious and unpredictable, so it is most likely to help me. The solar eclipse magic art has two sides. As long as the strength of the seed surpasses that of the cultivator, it will be able to devour its body, turn passive into active, and allow the seed to develop the fruit and devour it. Xuanzun put on her dress, turned around, and stared at Wang Feng with a pair of beautiful eyes, said solemnly. Hearing this, Wang Feng had a look of interest on his face, and jokingly said, "Can you do it?" When he shot me without any scruples, I gave up. He can do it, why can't I? Xuanzun asked back, her words were extremely cold, without the slightest emotion. After Emperor Yari shot her, in Xuanzun's heart, her brother was already dead. Wang Feng nodded and said, "It's still the same sentence, what will this sect get if I accept you?" His sect master Wang is not a good person. Although Xuanzun's experience is tragic, there are many miserable people in the world. If he sees one, he will help one without dying from exhaustion. How did his Immortal Sect develop? How could his sect master Wang become stronger? 1. My cultivation base has reached the peak of the profound Emperor realm, not to mention how high, but at least for the Immortal Sect, is it useful? Xuanzun Mimi stared at Wang Feng and said. Wang Feng shrugged, noncommittal. It is true that the powerhouses at the peak of the Xianwang realm are likened to him, but they also have a lot of help for the Immortal Sect. Secondly, as the eldest princess of the empire, I have the top bloodline of the Yari family. Once Sect Master Wang helps me get rid of my fate, and even helps me pull Emperor Yari off his horse, with my bloodline, I will be able to inherit the Yari Empire in an instant. The position of the Lord, from now on, the Shining Sun Empire will follow the leader of the Immortal Sect. When he heard Xuanzun's words, Wang Feng's eyes brightened and his heart moved. Empress raised. This seems to be very feasible. Thirdly, it seems that I only control the Frost Legion, but in fact, after knowing my fate, I have already started to prepare. At least 1/10 of the people in the Empire are my people, and they are true loyalists. www.novel.com. Once the Immortal Sect wants to take action against the Shining Sun Empire, what role these people can play, I think Sect Master Wang should know. Xuanzun's sweet and melodious voice sounded in the entire hall. At this point, Xuanzun almost dragged out all her details. If Wang Feng still doesn't agree, it can only be said that she deserves her life. And Wang Feng, after hearing Xuanzun's words, took a deep look at Xuanzun. She is indeed the eldest princess of the empire. This courage is really not a cover. Don't underestimate the 1/10 of the people in this area. This is 1/10 of all the high-level powerhouses in the Shining Sun Empire. The role that these people can play is incomparably huge. Although Wang Feng did not know exactly where these were, but Wang Feng knew that once his Immortal Sect really went to war with the Shining Sun Empire, at a critical moment, if these people rebelled, it would even affect the entire battle situation. Okay, this sect can let you join the Immortal Sect, but it can only be a disciple. Wang Feng pondered slightly, then looked up at Xuanzun, and said solemnly. Jade Xuanzun Sect Master. Hearing this, Xuanzun's eyes flashed with joy, and she quickly cupped her hands. Xuanzun has a request, and I hope the Sect Master can agree. Then, without waiting for Wang Feng to speak, Xuanzun said again. Oh. You talk about it. Wang Feng cast a playful glance at Xuanzun and asked. Xuanzun hopes that if the Immortal Sect and the Yari Empire become enemies in the future, they will only punish the first evil, and not hurt the innocent. Hearing this sentence, Wang Feng glanced at Xuanzun with admiration, and after suffering such a tragic encounter, he still did not forget his heart. As expected of Her Royal Highness the eldest princess of the empire. Benzong promises you. Wang Feng said without hesitation. I personally train a female emperor and send her to the throne. Such an achievement is a feeling to think about. Chapter 104 How can this dark cloud stop my light? After accepting Xuanzun, Wang Feng released Xuanzun's restrictions. Do you know the true strength of the Shining Sun Empire? Wang Feng looked at Xuanzun and asked. Xuanzun shook her head and said, in his eyes, I'm already a dying person. How can he tell me the true strength of the empire? In the entire empire, he is the only one who knows the true strength of the empire. Oh, no, there's the empire left and the empire right. Ah. Is there a prime minister in the Sunshine Empire? Hearing Xuanzun's words, Wang Feng's expression changed and he asked in surprise. He had never heard of the prime minister of the Bright Sun Empire.
he thought that the General Chenlai was already the highest minister of the Bright Sun Empire. The Empire Left Prime Minister and the Empire Right Prime Minister are the most mysterious existences in the entire Shining Sun Empire. They retired 1,500 years ago. No one knows where they are, and no one knows what their cultivation base has achieved. Degree. Yushuang said softly, even she, the eldest princess of the empire, had never met the two prime ministers of the empire. Hearing Yushuang's words, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the Yari Empire. Yushuang seemed to think of something. Her face changed slightly. She looked at Wang Feng and hesitated. Now that you are a member of my Immortal Sect, just say anything. Wang Feng glanced at Yushuang and said solemnly. I'm afraid he already knows the news of my Immortal Sect. Next. Yushuang's eyes flickered and she said weakly. Hearing this, a playful smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. Is this woman still playing with his sect master Wang? Don't worry, since this sect accepts you, it will naturally keep you safe. No one can take you away from my Immortal Sect. Thank you, Sect Master. Hearing Wang Feng's promise, Yushuang's face was overjoyed, and she quickly thanked her. Hello, take a rest, and then the sect will let Xuanxia come over to show you acquainted with the sect and all the brothers and sisters. Wang Feng shook his head and laughed, and said. Yes, send Sect Master. Wang Feng turned and left, waved his hand gently, and did not look back. Ding, congratulations to the host for accepting Yushuang, the peak of the Xianwang realm, and obtaining 30,000 sect value. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission to kill the incoming enemy, and completing the mission reward, Zongmen Trial Hall, Zongmen Refining Hall, a special summon opportunity. When Wang Feng walked out of the hall where Yushuang was located, the cold voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind, causing Wang Feng to sneer. Yushuang guessed right, that one really sent someone. It's just, how could his Immortal Sect come as soon as he wants, and leave as soon as he wants? If you want to treat his Immortal Sect as a soft persimmon, you have to weigh whether you have that strength. After returning to the Sect Master's hall, Wang Feng directly called the Great Demon of Xuanxia. See Sect Master. The Great Demon Xuanxia saluted meticulously. How are the preparations for the Disciple Recruitment Conference? Wang Feng nodded and asked. Back to the Sect Master, I only owe Dongfeng to have everything ready. This time, the disciples will divide the recruitment conference into 3 steps, talent test, perseverance test, and physical strength test. Xuanxia Demon said quickly. Remove the talent test and change it to a comprehension test. Wang Feng said solemnly after pondering for a while. With a system, why should he care about the talent of his disciples? As long as he wants, he can help his disciples to improve their cultivation. But comprehension and perseverance are not something he can help. Even if it is a system, it can change talent and blood, but it cannot change comprehension and perseverance. Therefore, when recruiting disciples, Wang Feng placed the first emphasis on comprehension and perseverance. Sect Master, the talent test is equally important. Or, in addition to the talent test, perseverance test, and physical strength test, there is an understanding test. Great Demon Xuanxia hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and suggested that Great Demon Xuanxia knew very well that in the entire cultivation world, talent may not be the most important, but it is the standard for measuring a person's achievement. Without talent, no matter how tough your will is, it will be extremely difficult to reach the peak. Talent. As long as the sect wants, you can give it at any time. Picking the sun, moon, and stars, there is no person like me in the world. Xian Sha, your vision is still limited. Wang Feng glanced at the Great Demon Xuanxia and said softly. Wang Feng's voice, like a thunderbolt, exploded in the ears of the Great Demon of Xuanxia, and a storm surged in his heart. At this time, the Great Demon Xuanxia only felt that the Sect Master Wang, who stood with his hands behind his back and fluttering white clothes, was like an immortal king approaching the dust. His domineering side leaked. Disciple obeys. After the shock, the Great Demon Xuanxia did not hesitate any more and said directly. Although he didn't really believe what Sect Master Wang said, even if the Sect Master's words were wrong, he had to be right. He had already suggested it once, and if he suggested it again, it would be to question the Sect Master's decision. At the time of the conference, I'm afraid it won't be calm. You go to inform the elders and let them guard the quartet of the Immortal Sect during the conference. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered softly. Hearing this, the Great Demon Xuanxia was shocked, and quickly said, Disciple, I will go to inform the elders. Don't be too nervous, you can just do what you need to do. The other elders www.novel.com are here. After this disciple recruitment conference, this sect will help you restore your peak cultivation. Wang Feng slowly he walked to the front of the temple, staring at the sky in the distance, without looking back, he said directly. But these words made the great demon Xuanxia tremble all over, with a touch of excitement on his face. He respectfully bowed to Wang Feng and said, "Disciple, thank you sect master." The great demon Xuanxia did not doubt Wang Feng's words, nor did he doubt whether Wang Feng could do it. The sect master, who could even kill the powerful Xuanzun realm, would help him recover to his peak, which was easy. What really makes the great demon Xuanxia happy is not the cultivation that can be restored to the peak, but Wang Feng's approval. With the unfathomable cultivation of the sect master, to help him recover to the peak of cultivation, he can already help, why wait until now? In the final analysis, it is that the great demon of his mysterious temple has not been truly recognized by the suzerain. You old devil, you were alone thousands of years ago, and now that you have joined the Immortal Sect, consider the Immortal Sect as your home. In the future, the heights that the Immortal Sect can reach will definitely have a place for you. Wang Feng laughed softly. Disciple, thank the sect master. The great demon Xuanxia trembled, knelt down on one knee, and said heavily. In the past few days since joining the Shenxian sect, the great demon of the Xuanxia temple has been forced from helplessness at the beginning, to the worship after that, and until now, he has regarded the Shangxianzong as the home of the great demon of the Xuanxia temple. The only thing he desires is he was recognized by Wang Feng, and now, he finally got it. How could he not be excited? Okay, let's go to work. Yes, sect master. The great demon Xuanxia bowed and retreated. Wang Feng stared at the sky in the distance and whispered, "How can these dark clouds block the light of my immortal sect?" Chapter 105 If you enter my immortal sect, you will become an immortal. The recruitment meeting for the disciples of the Immortal Sect began. In front of the Shangxianzong Valley, a huge high platform was temporarily built. There were several chairs on the high platform. The great demon of Xuanxia sat on the top, and Ling Feiwu and other disciples sat on both sides. Sect Master Wang did not come in person. His Immortal Sect is now one of the three major empires of Megatron, and a mere disciple recruits a conference. Is it worth his Sect Master Wang to come out? But Wang Feng was also watching secretly. The entire Divine Immortal Sect looked calm, but in fact, all the elders of the Divine Immortal Sect and even the Dharma-protecting elders were dispatched to set up a net of heaven and earth. Anyone who dared to destroy the first disciple recruitment meeting of the Divine Immortal Sect, Wang Feng, would give him a taste of life rather than death. Taste. On the high stage, Ling Feiwu and the others were excited, whispering and chatting. This was the first time that the Immortal Sect had recruited disciples, and it was also the first time they had recruited disciples as brothers and sisters. No matter where it is, the new recruiting meeting is sacred, not only because it is adding fresh blood to one's own sect, but also because of the vague sense of expectation. It's like Ling Feiwu and others will think, what do the junior brothers and sisters look like, whether they are good-looking, whether they are talented or not, and so on. An hour later. No one has come to participate in the disciple recruitment conference of Shangxianzong. Sitting in the first place, the great demon Xuanxia's face sank, but he didn't move, and still waited quietly. As for Ling Feiwu and others, the excited gestures have also decreased a lot. 2 hours later. Still no one came. The face of the great demon Xuanxia was much ugly, but he still didn't move. And Ling Feiwu and others were no longer excited, and their faces became serious. 3 hours later. Still no one came. The whole face of the great demon Xuanxia was gloomy. Ling Feiwu and the others sat upright with a deep expression on their faces. The entire platform was dead silent. The great demon Xuanxia couldn't bear it any longer. He was about to move when a voice came from his ear, which made the great demon Xuanxia hold back his anger and waited again. Don't move, keep waiting. The person who spoke out, Wang Feng, who was officially secretly peeping. Wang Feng had already anticipated such a scene. Although he didn't speak, his subordinates were not fools. How could he just watch Tian Jiao in his jurisdiction come to attend the disciple recruitment conference of his Immortal Sect? How could such a small scene move the heart of his great sect master? The sun rises in the east, the scorching sun hangs high, and then the sun sets in the west. The great demon Xuanxia and others waited for 8 hours, but no one came to attend the disciple recruitment meeting of the Immortal Sect. At this time, the great demon of Xuanxia, Ling Feiwu, and the others were already like a volcano about to erupt, raging into the sky. The entire high platform was filled with a depressing atmosphere. And many of the Empire's big spies and imperial spies who were visiting secretly all sneered, and this was the end of offending the Empire. Even if His Majesty did not order, this immortal sect would be difficult to recruit alone. This is the majesty of the Empire, and this is the deterrence of the great Emperor Yaori. They added oil and vinegar one after another, passed the news back, and said how the immortal sect was broken. After waiting for several hours, no one came to participate. This was probably the most miserable disciple recruitment meeting in the entire empire. It is foreseeable that if the immortal sect does not admit a single disciple today, the immortal sect will surely become the laughingstock of the three major empires. The spies of the major forces hiding in the dark looked mocking. Your immortal sect is powerful, awesome, amazing, and even the prestige of the empire has been suppressed by your immortal sect, but so what, at this moment, it is not so miserably oppressed by the empire. Even that His Majesty has not ordered, the immortal sect has already broken down to this point. In the face of the peak power, strength is sometimes useless. Tread, tread. When the spies of the major forces mocked and sneered, a slight footstep sounded outside the valley of Shengxianzong. The disciples such as the great demon Xuanxia and Ling Feiwu suddenly sat up, staring at the direction of the footsteps. Under the eyes of the great demon Xuanxia and others, a dull boy in linen slowly appeared. Whether it was the great demon Xuanxia or Ling Feiwu and others, it was obvious at a glance that this young man only had the Foundation Establishment realm. If it were other major sects, the practitioners of the Foundation Establishment realm would not even be qualified to become a miscellaneous servant. But now, after a few hours of despair that no one came, the appearance of this young man is like a ray of warm light shining on the dark fog in the hearts of the great demon Xuanxia and others. Please. Excuse me, this is Immortal Sect. The boy in linen saw great demon Xuanxia and the others at a glance, and asked nervously. He, not only was his cultivation base low, but also stuttered. Originally, the spies of the major forces were extremely gloomy and angry when they saw this young man appear. Someone dared to despise the orders of the major city lords and come to participate in the disciple recruitment conference of the Immortal Sect. But now www.novel.com they forcibly restrained their desire to laugh, and looked at the great demon Xuanxia and the others mockingly. A stuttering waste, this is a great shame to the Immortal Sect. If the Immortal Sect recruits this rubbish, then their Immortal Sect will surely become the joke of many monks after dinner. Yes, this is the Divine Immortal Sect. This seat is the person in charge of the Divine Immortal Sect Disciple Recruitment Conference. Are you here to participate in the Divine Immortal Sect Disciple Recruitment Conference? The great demon Xuanxia did not discriminate, but instead said to the linen-clad boy with a genial look. Yes, it's better than nothing. Moreover, according to the suzerain's disregard for talent, as long as this young man can withstand the test of his Immortal Sect, what if he stutters? His Immortal Sect photo is correct. His Immortal Sect is not supported by the children of Tianjiao, but as long as he is a person, as long as he passes the test and can join his Immortal Sect can cultivate him into a top Tianjiao. Even if it is a waste, it can turn into a real dragon when it enters the Immortal Sect. If you enter my Immortal Sect, you will become an immortal. The words spoken by the great sect master Wang resounded in the mind of the great demon Xuanxia, and the whole person became calm, and the eyes of the young men were also very kind. This may be the charm of Shengxianzong. Everyone in the world seeks the innate talent that defies the sky, and everyone seeks the supreme arrogance. Only his Immortal Sect treats all living beings as equals. The linen-clothed boy nodded and stood beside him at a loss. You wait for a while, and when everyone is ready, start the test. The great demon Xuanxia said kindly. The young man did not speak again, and stood silently on the high platform. His face was dull, but if you look closely, you can find that deep in his eyes, there is a look of determination. This linen boy seems to be a fuse. With the appearance of this linen boy, in less than a moment, several young girls came one after another. Chapter 106 The corpse arrives, the feast begins. A total of 5 teenagers and 3 young girls came, all of whom were basically at the foundation building realm. You are all here to attend the disciple recruitment conference of the Immortal Sect. The great demon Xuanxia glanced at the 8 young girls and asked aloud. Yes. The 8 boys and girls replied in unison. Let's wait aside, and when everyone is together, it will officially begin. The great demon Xuanxia nodded and said with satisfaction. It's really weird sometimes. After experiencing the despair of no one coming, and a few people come, you will feel satisfied, and the anger in your heart will disappear. Just like the great demon of Xuanxia at this time, he knew that only these few people came to participate in the Divine Immortal Sect Disciple Recruitment Conference, which was still a shame for the Immortal Sect. But he was also satisfied. At least some people would rather go against the blockade orders of those city lords and come to attend the Disciple Recruitment Conference of the Immortal Sect. From this point of view, the Immortal Sect was successful. The Immortal Sect quietly ripped apart the terrifying majesty of the empire that had long been in the hearts of the people. As soon as this opening is opened, it means that the empire will no longer be like a bright sun shining in the sky, and the Immortal Sect will slowly replace it. Nearly an hour later, more than a dozen teenagers and girls came one after another, and without exception, they were all at the Foundation establishment realm. Today, in the open space in front of the high platform, there are more than 20 young girls standing. Although it is still not as grand as when the empire's large sects recruited disciples, they also preserve some of the face of the Immortal Sect. Under the tacit blockade of several major city lords in the empire, there are still more than 20 teenagers and girls who come to participate in the Disciple Recruitment Conference of the Immortal Sect, which is impossible for other major sects to do. Today's events, once spread out, people who really understand will know that this Immortal Sect not only did not sink under the suppression of the empire, but became more and more courageous. 10 miles away from the Xuanzun Valley, the spies leader of Yaofeng City was furious. Looking for death. These people are really looking for death. Several major city masters are jointly blocking them. They dare to participate in the Disciple Recruitment Conference of the Immortal Sect. How dare they? They don't care about the major city lords, their sins are unforgivable, their sins are unforgivable. A series of low-pitched roars came from the mouth of the spy leader. He glanced at the 20 or so young girls, and his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Beside him, there were several spies from Yaofeng City, who were shivering and didn't dare to speak. Go check it out immediately, find out the identities of all these people, and destroy the family. Anyone who dares to disobey the orders of several city lords will have to die. The spy leader didn't look back, he still stared at the group of teenagers and roared. If eyes can kill people, under the cold and sharp eyes of the spy leader, this group of young girls would have long since died. Of course, with the spy leader's cultivation, his eyes could really kill people, but he didn't dare to shoot. It is ridiculous to say that the countless powerhouses in the empire sneered at the Xuanzun and tried their best to belittle them, but when they really faced the powerhouses of the Xuanzun, they shivered and wanted to be a little transparent. Are you deaf? Why don't you let me check? Without getting a response from the spies leader was instantly angry, and turned around while berating. Then, he was stunned, and his entire body froze. Shimin Shueishue, the sword elder of Xuanzun who was famous in the empire, stood quietly behind them. Shimin Shueishue didn't say anything, not even a trace of breath from his body, but all the spies, including the spies leader, were trembling in their souls. You. The spy leader wanted to say something, but just as he opened his mouth, a ray of light flashed past, and his words came to an abrupt end. The spy leader and the spies fell down neatly, and their heads rolled onto a tree. Down, blood dragged the ground. From beginning to end, Shimin Shueishue did not say a word. He came softly, and left softly. The great demon of Xuanxia on the high platform glanced in this direction, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. He glanced at the many teenagers and girls, and felt that it should be almost the same, no one would come, and he was about to announce the official start of the Xuanzun Disciple Recruitment Conference. Damn it, this is probably the first Disciple Recruitment Conference in the Empire from daytime to nighttime. Boom. Just as the great demon of Xuanxia was about to announce, a soft sound came from the dense forest in the distance. The great demon Xuanxia suddenly looked in that direction, his eyes narrowed. And Ling Feiwu and others, as well as many young girls, were also alarmed and looked in that direction. Li Hei's entire body was tense, and he felt a strong breath coming from that direction. In fact, there was no aura at all in that direction, but Li Hei just felt a terrible aura coming from that direction, and he seemed to smell the smell of an invincible powerhouse. Under the eyes of everyone, a figure in plain clothes suddenly appeared. The strange thing was that behind him, Yu Kanshu www.yukanshu.com was carrying a tall pitch-black coffin. The visitor is the corpse soul of Yaolei City Corpse Taoist. With a face of vicissitudes and disheveled hair, he walked slowly towards the high platform. As he approached, the boys and girls retreated one after another, looking at the corpse in awe. Such a strange existence has a huge deterrent effect on these young and immature teenagers. It's as if the students see the dean, even if the dean is just a bad old man, it will still make the students afraid. Corpse Soul, come to attend the Divine Immortal Sect Disciple Recruitment Conference. Approaching the high platform, the Corpse Soul stopped, looked at the great demon of Xuanzun sitting in the first place, and said solemnly. His voice was hoarse in vicissitudes, as if it was not like what he could make at his age. Great demon Xuanzun was excited. He took a deep look at the Corpse Soul and nodded. This one is the first and perhaps the last one to participate in the Divine Immortal Sect's Disciple Recruitment Conference. This seat announces that the recruitment conference for the disciples of the Immortal Sect has officially started. This time, the selection of the disciples of the Immortal Sect does not look at talent, but only on perseverance, understanding, physique, and wisdom. As long as you pass these 4 tests, you will be able to become a disciple of my Immortal Sect. The great demon Xuanzun glanced at the many young girls and corpses, and said loudly. On the other side, at the entrance of the Xingyao Mountains, a group of men in black robes stepped into the Xingyao Mountains silently. There are about 100 of them in this group, and the leader is the guillotine that made the practitioners of the Kamikaze Empire terrified. The direction they were heading towards was the direction of the Immortal Sect. At the same time, a group of people wearing blood-red robes and grimace masks also headed towards the Immortal Sect from another direction. The feast for the Immortal Sect was officially opened. Chapter 107 Qin Guang Ghost King. Now start the first test, the Perseverance Test. Outside the Shengxianzong Valley, the great demon Xuanzun glanced at many young girls and said loudly. This test will be tested by your senior sister Ling Feiwu. She is at the peak of the phase entry realm. As long as you can survive the pressure she burst out for 10 minutes, you will pass this test. The great demon Xuanzun continued to say that there are many ways to express perseverance, and the great demon Xuanzun chose the simplest and rude way to resist the pressure of the strong. Ling Feiwu's cultivation base has reached the peak of the phase entry realm, which is 4 major realms away from these young girls in the foundation building realm. In this case, unless someone with perseverance, he can't bear the eruption of Ling Feiwu at all. Of coercion. As for those young girls, their expressions changed when they heard the words of the great demon Xuanzun. Some of them even started to retreat, while some still had a firm look in their eyes. Resisting the coercion of the strong can sometimes kill people, especially when the gap is so large. Although some teenagers and girls were already retreating, they did not leave early after all. Originally, when they came to Shengxianzong to participate in the Disciple Recruitment Conference, they had already suffered a great price. If they retire without even taking the test, it will not only be sorry for themselves, but also for their families who support them. This is the same as the Chinese college entrance examination on the Blue Planet. Although you are a scumbag, even though you know that you will not be able to get into the university, you still have to take the exam. If you close your eyes and fill in blindly, you will fill in everything correctly. If you don't even take the exam, you will be sorry for your 9-year compulsory education, and sorry for the parents who are waiting for their sons to become dragons behind their backs. Thinking of this, the boys and girls who were retreating gradually became firmer and did not flinch. You, let me, the elder of the Immortal Sect, ask the elder to test it personally. Then, the great demon Xuanzun looked at the corpse and said. With the cultivation of the corpse soul, it is useless for Li He and others to take action, or even himself. Only the elders of the Xianhuang realm can deter the corpse soul enough. The corpse nodded, did not speak, and stood quietly under the high platform. Seeing this, great demon Xuanzun's lips moved slightly. In less than a moment, a beautiful figure that crowned the world suddenly fell from the void, like a fairy in the 9 heavens. The moment it came, all the boys and girls looked straight. Only the corpse soul still has a dull face. Even Yao Yue's peerless face that amazes the world did not make him have any emotion. This is definitely that indifferent existence. While those young girls were still shaking at Yao Yue's peerless appearance, Ling Feiwu's figure swayed and appeared in front of these young girls in an instant, and the pressure of the peak of entering the phase swept out. Thump. The boys and girls who were caught off guard stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Ling Feiwu's coercion was like a mountain pressing down on them, making them almost breathless. But just for a moment, most of the young girls gritted their teeth, trembled, stood up, and their eyes flashed with tenacity. In their hearts, there is only one thought, fighting for the fate of being wiped out by the city lord, and running to participate in the selection of disciples of the Immortal Sect. They must join the Immortal Sect. Even if they die, they must join the Immortal Sect. Only in this way can they be worthy of the parents who support them. On the other side, Yao Yue swayed her graceful figure and walked slowly towards the corpse soul. With every step she took, the coercion emanating from her body became stronger. When Yao Yue stood 1 meter in front of the corpse soul, all the coercion of the Xianhuang realm broke out on Yao Yue's body. Under this terrifying pressure, the dull face of the corpse soul finally changed, his body trembled a little, but he did not retreat, and abruptly endured the terrifying pressure of Yao Yue. Yao Yue glanced at the corpse with admiration, and the power on her body became stronger. Although Wang Feng did not show up at the disciple recruitment conference, he still saw the scene on the high platform at the moment when he was in the sect master's hall. He nodded with satisfaction. Whether it was the young girls or the corpse souls, the perseverance displayed was extremely extraordinary. Perhaps it was because of their perseverance that they could withstand the pressure of the empire and come to participate in his immortal sect. Disciple recruitment conference. Not to mention how talented these young girls are. Just because they would rather withstand the pressure of the empire and participate in the disciple recruitment conference of his immortal sect, they are qualified to join his immortal sect. Sect Master, some mice are coming. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng's figure appeared in the hall in vain, and said to Wang Feng. Finally here. Come and entertain our guests with Ben Zong. Hearing Zhang Sanfeng's words, Wang Feng's mouth twitched, and he sneered www.novel.com after the words fell. He and Zhang Sanfeng disappeared at the same time. At the back of the Xianzun Valley, 20 silhouettes emerged from the void. These 20 silhouettes, wearing blood-red robes and grimace masks, were receiving instructions from Emperor Yaori to come to Xianzun to find the eldest princess of the empire. The Underworld Ghost Army. This time, Qin Guangwei, one of the 10 guards Underworld Ghost Army, was dispatched, led by the leader of Qin Guangwei, the Ghost King of Qin Guang. The Ghost King Qin Guang stared at the Immortal Sect's residence below the valley, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. If it wasn't for His Majesty's intention and only brought back His Royal Highness the eldest princess, he would definitely lead Qin Guangwei to kill the Immortal Sect. 7 in and 7 out. The 5 major legions of the Empire and the other 4 top legions are considered the legions of the Empire, and only the Ghost Army of the Underworld is the legion of the Royal Family and the legion of His Majesty. They are the absolute loyalists of the great Emperor Yaori, humiliating the great Emperor Yaori, making them even more angry than killing them. But now, at the Demon Sealing Conference, he blatantly refused to accept the great Emperor's award and insulted the great Emperor. From that moment on, in the hearts of the Underworld Ghost Army, the Immortal Sect was the mortal enemy. The Ghost King Qin Guang waved his hand, ready to lead Qin Guangwei to sneak into the Immortal Sect and rescue His Royal Highness the eldest princess. But at this moment, the pupils of the Ghost King Qin Guang shrank, his eyes fixed on the front, where several figures appeared. My Immortal Sect has always been a hospitable person. If you want to come to my Immortal Sect as a guest, you can come in directly from the gate. Why do you have to be so sneaky? A hearty laughter resounded in this area. The person who spoke out was the Sect Master Wang. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng, Wuxiang Monk, Xiao Shiyilang, and Yiguqing were next to him. He looked at the Ghost King Qin Guang with a playful look on his face. The Ghost King Qin Guang didn't speak. He stared at Wang Feng, his forehead was sweating, and his whole body was even more tense. Chapter 108 Buddha and Ghost Army. Every strongman in the empire hated Xianzun to the core, and could not wait to go to Xianzun to fight and show his loyalty to the great emperor who was like the sky. But in fact, everyone is in awe of Xianzun like a tiger. The Immortal Sect was the only sect force that dared to confront the empire for so many years, and it was still alive and well after it was over. On the surface, it seems that any strong person can kill Xianzun back and forth, but in fact, whether it is the imperial powerhouse or those large-scale powerhouses, they are trembling for the powerhouses of Xianzun. Just like the Ghost King Qin Guang, what he was thinking just now was that he wanted to kill the Immortal Sect, but when he really faced Wang Feng, his whole soul was trembling. Others don't know, but he knows very well that the Sect Master Wang will easily kill Chen Lai, the general who broke through to the Xuanzun realm. Although his strength was even stronger than that of the General Chen Lai, his cultivation was still at the peak of the Xianhuang realm. It seems that this sect still underestimated the power of the empire. Wang Feng glanced at the Ghost King Qin Guang and Qin Guangwei behind him, and sighed. Wang Feng was really surprised. The 20 powerhouses who came to his Immortal Sect were all above the Xianhuang realm. In addition to the Qin Guang Ghost King who had reached the peak of the Xianhuang realm, there were also 5 late Xianhuang realm peak powerhouses and 10 the early stage of the 5 Xianhuang realm. Such strength is far more terrifying than those in the empire. After he killed the empire's General Chen Lai and the 5 peak powerhouses of the Xianhuang realm, the empire was still able to send such a lineup casually. The water in this empire is really deep. Sect Master Wang, Your Majesty sent me to come here. I just want to take back Her Royal Highness the eldest princess. I have no other intentions. I also ask Sect Master Wang to open up and let me wait to take back Her Royal Highness. The Ghost King Qin Guang wanted to point at Wang Feng's nose and scolded him, but when the words came to his mouth, his taste changed. Hemp egg, the Ghost King of Qin Guang kills people like hemp, and he has cut off more heads than he has eaten. But now facing Wang Feng, the whole soul trembled involuntarily, and even said nothing sincere. What a hell! His Royal Highness Princess. My Immortal Sect doesn't have any Her Royal Highness. Hearing this, a playful look appeared on Wang Feng's face, and he wondered. Sect Master Wang, Ming people don't speak secretly. A few days ago, there was a mysterious powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm who offended the Immortal Sect. That person was His Royal Highness the eldest princess. He also asked Sect Master Wang to hold your hand high and let me take you back to the eldest princess. Just mention what condition Sect Master Wang has. As long as it's not too much, I will be able to agree to Sect Master Wang. The Ghost King of Qin Guang endured his anger and said to Wang Feng. The murderer who can make the child stop crying, can endure this level, it is already the limit. Oh, so it's that person. Any conditions are fine. Wang Feng suddenly realized and asked. The Ghost King Qin Guang nodded and stared at Wang Feng with red eyes. If he wasn't afraid of Wang Feng's unfathomable strength, he really wanted to crush Wang Feng's dog's head with one palm. What's so special? He Qin Guang Ghost King has lived until now, and no one has ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. In the past, just one glance from him was enough to make anyone kneel and bow their heads and tremble. Dead. This Immortal Sect must die. When His Majesty destroys this Immortal Sect, he will take the lead in the Ghost King of Qin Guang, and let the people of the Immortal Sect experience the taste of life as death, in order to avenge his revenge today. Then you can kill yourself. If you die, this sect will let that person go. Isn't this too much to ask for? The eldest princess of the empire, the entire Shining Sun Empire is under 10,000 people, and you are just mere slaves. With your humble lives, it should be no more than a person as honorable as the eldest princess of the empire. Points. Wang Feng glanced at the Ghost King Qin Guang, and joked with a smile that was not a smile. You wanna die? The Ghost King Qin Guang couldn't bear it any longer. With a roar, the power of the peak of the Xianhuang realm burst out in an instant, and a black mist emerged from him, and an incomparably dark aura swept the whole world. Qin Guangwei, who was behind him, also burst out with an extremely dark aura, shaking the whole world. At this moment, there seems to be a shrill mourning looming in the world, and the whole world seems to have turned into a ghost realm, which makes people tremble. The Ghost King Qin Guang directly slapped his palm, and a large dark handprint appeared, covering the sky and the sun, and suppressing Wang Feng and others. And the 20 Qin Guangwei also broke out the offensive at the same time, and the dense offensive swept out like a wave. The entire void was distorted in a manner visible to the naked eye, and the gloomy aura swept through, causing the temperature of the entire world to drop to zero. Amitabha, your sins are monstrous, so let the poor monk come to save you. Facing the terrifying blow from the Ghost King Qin Guang and Qin Guangwei, Monk Wuxiang moved and appeared directly in front of Wang Feng, his hands folded. www.novel.com said loudly. His words, like the Sanskrit sound, were filled with soul-stirring. The body of Wuxiang Sang suddenly burst out with dazzling light. This is the light of Buddhism, and the runes of Buddhism and Tao burst out from Wuxiang Sang's body. At this moment, Sang Wuxiang was as if the Buddha was alive, bursting with endless Buddha power. Seeing Sang Wuxiang erupting in such power, Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction. He was indeed a holy monk of Shaolin. This Buddhist and Taoist cultivation is really not something that can be built. Wang Feng could have killed the Ghost King Qin Guang and Qin Guangwei with one palm, but since Wuxiang Sang shot, Wang Feng did not make another shot. As soon as the King's Sect Master made his move, he was destined to be watched by everyone, and he was destined to enjoy the worship of the world. This is not good. Occasionally, the elders in the sect have to show their performance, and they can't lead the way. Buddhist Taoist. When the Ghost King of Qin Guang saw Wuxiang Seng's outburst of monstrous Buddha power, he exclaimed directly, and there was a flash of fear in his eyes. Not only him, but the 20 Qin Guangwei were also trembling and frightened, and even behaved more than he did. When I saw Wang Feng, I was even more afraid. Without him, it is only because the exercises they cultivate are the most mean and evil, and the most incapable of facing is the strong Buddhism and Taoism. In the face of the most masculine existence of the Buddhist and Taoist powerhouses, the power they can burst out has dropped by at least 30%, or even more. The Ghost King of Qin Guang did not expect that this immortal sect actually has Buddhist and Taoist experts who have reached the peak of the Xianhuang realm. Boom. Wuxiang Seng ignored the fear and trembling of Qin Guang's Ghost King and others. He folded his hands and sat cross-legged in the void, like a Buddha sitting. The power in his body surged wildly, and a huge Buddha image burst out from him in an instant. Out. This Buddha figure, without any other movement, just sat straight towards the Ghost King Qin Guang and the others, with that posture, as if he was going to sit the Ghost King Qin Guang and the others to death. Chapter 109 Weakness is the original sin. The huge Buddha shadow flew away, the palm of Qin Guang's Ghost King and the attack of the 20 Qin Guang Wei. After encountering this huge Buddha shadow, there was no accident, it was like a bubble is broken. If it were replaced by other peak powerhouses of the Xianhuang realm, even Xiao Shiyilang's level, they would not be able to smash the attack of the Qin Guang Ghost King and the others so neatly. But Wuxiang Sangha is easy to do. Buddhism is the most young and just, and it is the nemesis of all evil and worship in the world. And Wuxiang Sangha, as a Shaolin sage, is a true master of Buddhism, far from being able to compare with those in this world who rely on a little bit of Buddhism and Tao to cultivate and cultivate. Although it had been expected, when they actually saw the Buddha shadow shattering their offensive so easily, the Ghost King of Qin Guang and the 20 Qin Guang Wei shuddered. Every Qin Guang Wei, including the Ghost King Qin Guang, wanted to escape from here, but their feet seemed to be locked by something and could not move. When they looked up, the huge Buddha shadow had already appeared above them, and the endless Buddha's might, like the collapse of the Tianhe River, was suppressed. Their world collapsed instantly when Nafawai fell. Do not. The Qin Guang Ghost King had only time to burst out this roar filled with endless unwillingness, and was overwhelmed by the endless power of Buddhism and Taoism. And the 20 Qin Guang Wei, from their appearance to their death, were unable to say a word. Wang Feng, who was not far away, couldn't bear to shake his head. He died so tragically that he couldn't even say a last word. Boom. The huge sound exploded in all directions, and the entire mountain shook out of thin air, and at the top of the mountain, there was a big pit like a butt. Namo Amit Ba Yedwa Tagadoi. After killing the Ghost King Qin Guang and those Qin Guang Wei, Wuxiang Seng did not leave directly, but still sat cross-legged in the void, and the Sanskrit sounds came from his mouth. He could see at a glance that whether it was the Ghost King Qin Guang or the 20 Qin Guang Weis, they had all killed a lot of people. Not only that, but he also felt the ghostly aura of the Ghost King Qin Guang and others. So he is angry, this is the anger of the Buddha, how can Xie Chong stop it? The wicked have been punished, and he will save those unjust souls and let them live in bliss. With the recitation of Wuxiang Sang, this area is full of warm Buddha light. Wang Feng and others seem to see that there are countless figures above the void, smiling and waving at them. Weakness is the original sin. Wang Feng sighed softly and left with Zhang Sanfeng and others, leaving behind the monk Wuxiang, who was reciting the Sutra of Rebirth. Congratulations on passing the first perseverance test. On the high platform, the great demon Xuanzun glanced at the 20 young girls and corpses below, and said loudly. In the first pass, 5 teenagers were excluded, and they lacked talent and perseverance. How could they enter the Immortal Sect? Therefore, the great demon Xuanzun ignored the pleadings of those teenagers and expelled them directly. At first, those teenagers were unwilling to leave like this. After all, they came to participate in the Shangxianzong Disciple Recruitment Conference and took great risks. Until the great demon of Xuanzun said to them, you can rest assured, although you have no chance to enter my Immortal Sect will not watch you die because of my Immortal Sect. If someone comes to join my Immortal Sect, the disciples of the sect will be recruited, and my Immortal Sect will definitely support you. It was these words that made the 5 teenagers leave with peace of mind. The second level, the physical fitness test, officially begins. This level is a test of your physique and endurance test. As long as you can lift the boulder in front of you and support it for 10 minutes, you will pass. If you can't hold it, don't force it, otherwise, it will be crushed, and my Immortal Sect will not be responsible. In addition, if you fail this test, you can still participate in other tests. As long as you pass other tests, you can join our Immortal Sect. The great demon Xuanzun glanced at the many young girls and said indifferently. In front of these young girls in the Foundation Establishment realm, each placed a boulder as tall as half a person, and in front of the corpse soul, there was a boulder with a height of 3 people. Hearing the words of the great demon Xuanzun, the dangling hearts of these young girls suddenly relaxed. The boulder in front of them weighed nearly 500 kilograms. With their foundation building level, they had to lift it up. It's not big, but it's a bit difficult to hold on for 10 minutes. Start. Following the order of the great demon Xuanxia, these young girls raised the boulder in front of them one after another, and the corpse soul also lifted the boulder that was 3 times his height. After only 3 minutes, some of the teenagers' faces were flushed and their foreheads were sweating, but they didn't give up and still held on. Although this level has not been passed, they can continue to test, but they still have to reach their limits. And this scene also made the great demon Xuanxia nodded in appreciation. If he feels he can't hold it, he will just give up www.novel.com. Although the great demon Xuanxia will still let him participate in the next test, even if he can pass the next test, the great demon Xuanxia will still make some means to make it impossible. If you don't even have the courage to challenge your own limits, how can you join his immortal sect? But at this moment, the great demon Xuanxia raised his head sharply, his eyes narrowed, and his face flashed with a cold look. Above the sky, there is a dark cloud that is slowly drifting towards the immortal sect. The eyes of the great demon Xuanxia, through the barrier of the dark clouds, saw countless figures standing in the sky, and these mice really came. Dare to destroy his divine immortal sect's disciple recruitment conference, he really doesn't know whether to live or die. The great demon Xuanxia didn't move. He knew that the sect master had already arranged everything and was waiting for these mice to dig into the trap. The funny thing was that these mice were so obedient that they couldn't wait to die. As the great demon Xuanxia had expected, when the dark cloud floated over, Wang Feng, who had returned to the sect master's hall, had already noticed it, and a sneer appeared on his face. These people really think that his immortal sect is a soft persimmon, just pinch it if you want. It's over, isn't it? Wang Feng's figure flashed and disappeared again. This time, Wang Feng did not bring Zhang Sanfeng and others, he brought Dongfang Invincible. Let these people feel how bitter the torture of the demon sect leader is. In addition, Shimin Chuishue, Yan Shisan, and Ding Peng, who were originally guarding the gate of Shengxianzong Mountain, also flashed out and stood above the void. Above the dark clouds, the guillotine stood in the first place, and beside him stood 2 men in black robes with masks, and behind him, there were more than 100 men in black robes with terrifying breath. The guillotine looked down and looked at the fairyland-like palace complex. He licked his lips and showed a cruel smile, hoping that the blood of this person from the immortal sect would be fragrant enough to make him drink better. Chapter 110 Arrogant Guillotine. Although, recently, the prestige of the immortal sect has risen, and the 3 major empires have been shaken. But the guillotine scoffed at this. People in the world like to repeat what others say and exaggerate the truth. Perhaps, the Shengxianzong really killed Qinlai, the general of the Shining Sun Empire, and also really destroyed the 2 top legions of the Shining Sun Empire, but the guillotine absolutely did not believe that the Shengxianzong killed it himself. Although he has never fought Qinlai, the general of the Shining Sun Empire, he has some understanding of Qinlai's strength. Although he is very confident in his own strength, if he is asked to fight against Qinlai, it will only be 5 or 5. Open result. What made him disdain the most was that there were rumors that Qinlai, the general of the Shining Sun Empire, broke through to the Xuanzun realm, and was easily killed by the sect master of the immortal sect. It's so funny. Xuanzun realm, what kind of existence is that? A terrifying powerhouse that is invincible in the regions of the 3 major empires. Even such absurd rumors can be spread. One can imagine how much water there is in the battle between Shengxianzong and the general of the Shining Sun Empire, Qinlai. Although His Highness only asked me to wait and bring back the 5th prince, but they have all come, then I will destroy the immortal sect by the way, just so that the immortal sect, which has just had a great reputation, will become a stepping stone for us, and let the decapitation be cut off. The organization is completely famous for the 3 major empires. Guillotine stared at the palace group of Xianzong, and there was a cold glow on his face, and he said coldly. Guillotine has a grudge against Shengxianzong. No hatred. Even before, he didn't even know the sect of Shengxianzong. But he still wanted to destroy the immortal sect. Why? It's just that the immortal sect is unhappy. What kind of character is his guillotine? The decapitation organization he created made many sects and even the powerhouses of the Kamikaze Empire terrified. But even his decapitation organization is not famous among the 3 major empires. This immortal sect is just a small sect that emerged from the corner of the knot. He was lucky enough to kill Qinlai, the general of the Shining Sun Empire, and was blown away by the world. There is in heaven and nothing on earth. Think about it, how ridiculous. The people in black robes behind the guillotine did not speak, but a cold killing intent emerged from each of them. They are cold and ruthless killers who will kill anyone as long as they have a mission. The guillotine is their king. The guillotine is the supreme will. If the guillotine asks them to kill the people of the Immortal Sect, then they will kill them. Anyway, it is only a few more lives. Interesting, this is the first time I have seen someone dare to be so arrogant on the side of my Immortal Sect. But at this moment, a sneer resounded through the whole world, causing Guillotine and the two black-robed men beside him to stare at him. In the void dozens of meters in front of them, the figure of Sect Master Wang appeared in an instant, and beside him stood Dongfang Invincible, Shimen Chueshue, and others. This world, there are such unparalleled beauties. Guillotine didn't look at Wang Feng, his eyes were tightly attracted by Dongfang's undefeated peerless face, and his heart trembled. His guillotine can be said to have passed through 1,000 flowers, and the leaves do not touch his body, but this time, the first time he saw Dongfang Invincible, he fell. He has been a killer for hundreds of years, and the number of people he has killed ranges from tens of thousands to thousands. He thought that his heart had turned into an iceberg, and no woman could melt. But the appearance of Dongfang Invincible made the iceberg in his heart melt in an instant. This beauty is mine. A oath-like thought appeared in Guillotine's heart. Even the two men in black robes beside the guillotine who never spoke were trembling when they saw Dongfang Invincible for the first time. Who are you, who dares to be presumptuous in my Immortal Sect? Wang Feng frowned and shouted. He originally thought that the Khmer was the army of the Yari Empire, or the strong team that the Yari Empire sent to attack his Immortal Sect, but he did not expect that it was a group of strangers he had never seen before. Even though Wang Feng didn't know all the high-level figures in the entire Shining Sun Empire, he could tell that Guillotine and the others were definitely not high-level figures in the Shining Sun Empire at a glance. They don't have that kind of extravagance, only cold killing intent and terrifying suffocation. They are obviously killers. Could it be that the Shining Sun Empire has been reduced to inviting killers to deal with his Immortal Sect? When Wang Feng's words sounded, Guillotine barely moved his gaze away from Dongfang Invincible's exquisite and delicate body. He glared at Wang Feng viciously, already thinking of hundreds of ways to torture Wang Feng, his grandma's bear, dare to disturb him to see the beauty. The sin is unforgivable, the sin is unforgivable. Are you the sect master of the Immortal Sect? The Guillotine held his head high, his nostrils turned to the sky, and said contemptuously. If it weren't for the fact that the Immortal Sect provided him with such a peerless beauty, the Immortal Sect would not even have the qualifications to speak to him. Exactly, who are you? Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. To tell the truth, the Guillotine is definitely the most arrogant person Wang Feng has seen since he came to this world. Even Chen Lai, the great general of the Shining Sun Empire www.novel.com, would not dare to be so arrogant in front of him. Don't care who this seat is, this seat will only tell you a word, hand over Mu Yunfei obediently, and then punish yourself. Kill you, this seat dislikes dirty hands. The Guillotine waved his hand impatiently and scolded. Crack! Crack! The crisp applause sounded in this piece of heaven and earth. Wang Feng clapped his hands and looked at the Guillotine jokingly. It's really arrogant. This is definitely the first time Wang Feng has seen someone who can't wait to find death. Wang Feng is not angry. Why is he angry with a dead person? He just didn't understand that when his Immortal Sect was shaking the world, there were still people who dared to be so arrogant on the territory of his Immortal Sect. Is this stupid? Or stupid? Boy, what do you mean? In the imagination, Wang Feng's shivering appearance did not appear, but instead laughed and applauded, which made the Guillotine suddenly angry. A pair of tiger eyes stared at Wang Feng, snorted coldly, and an icy killing intent burst out from the entire body. Let's leave it to you, don't let them die so quickly, use the means of your demon sect leader and let them feel it. Wang Feng was too lazy to look at the Guillotine. He turned to look at Dongfang Invincible beside him, and muttered softly. Ha 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 ha. What kind of cultivation is the Guillotine? Although Wang Feng's words were light, he could clearly hear him. Instead of being angry, he laughed. That wild laughter resounded throughout the world. Some people think that they are really invincible in the world with a little luck. Brothers, let this kid feel what despair is. Guillotine sneered. Boom. When his words fell, a terrifying power burst out from the hundreds of black-robed men behind him. Chapter 111 Youthful Vigor, Sword Drawn. The whole world suddenly changed, with lightning and thunder. An extremely depressing breath swept the whole world. The boys and girls who were trying out below were all shaken. They looked up at the sky one by one, watching the terrifying scene of the black cloud crushing the city. As for the corpse soul, a ray of light flashed in his eyes, staring at the dark clouds above, and he could feel that there was an extremely terrifying aura pervading the dark clouds. Don't panic, it's the sect master of my immortal sect and a few elders who are driving away some mice, please continue the test. When many young girls were shaking, a sound like a bell resounded, making their trembling hearts calm down a little. But whether it was these young girls or corpses, they immediately thought of some situations. I was afraid that some people would not see the immortal sect recruiting disciples. Although they really want to see the divine power of the sect master of the immortal sect and the elders of the immortal sect, the most important thing for them at present is to pass the second test. The devastation-like scene on the top of the head, although it affected these young girls, it actually inspired their firm belief in joining the immortal sect. Everyone doesn't let them join the immortal sect, so they want to join the immortal sect. This is the rebellion of the youth, but also the pride of the youth. Others dare not, I dare. Others don't let me do it, I do it. I am me, walking on an extraordinary path that shocks the world. This is the vigor of teenagers. A few teenagers who were almost unable to hold on at first, under the blessing of this will, broke their limits and successfully held it for 10 minutes. This scene made the great demon of Xuanxia on the high platform very gratified. These teenagers may have low talent, but their will is far beyond those of the so-called Tianjiao. They are children who have really experienced hardships, and they have different characteristics from those teenagers who were born in brocade and jade robes. On the ground, it is a scene where the youthful youth break through their own limits. In the sky, the sword is drawn and the murderous aura spreads. The guillotine stands before the mighty power in the sky, like an immortal who leads the heavenly soldiers and generals. The background is so powerful that it bursts. He stared at Wang Feng with a pair of eagle-like eyes. If his eyes were fixed on someone else, he would definitely be shocked, but Wang Feng was still calm. The eyes of the dead can also deter him, the great sect master. Kill. The guillotine stretched out his hand and shouted coldly. The voice fell, and the decapitated organization powerhouse behind him moved instantly. Knives, spears, swords, and other weapons flickered out of their hands, and the fierce cold light shook the world. Holding their weapons one by one, they rushed out in an instant, waving the weapons in their hands, bursting out with terrifying moves, attacking Wang Feng and the others. That scene was horrifying to those who saw it, and moved to those who heard it. These decapitation organizations, the weakest, all reach the princely realm, and the strongest have the cultivation of the Xianhuang realm. Only the guillotine and the two black-robed men beside him did not move. And these two men in black robes are the second-in-command of the Severing Head organization, the Soul-Breaking Sword and the Life-Breaking Sword, and they are also the killers of the Megatron Kamikaze Empire. The Broken Soul Guards, Broken Life Guards and Guillotine Guards led by them are collectively called the Guillotine Organization. Splitting the sky, it's time for you to take action. After letting the Decapitation Organization take action, a wicked smile flashed on the face of the Decapitation Knife, and said loudly. He wants to completely crush the Immortal Sect, so that the ants in the dust of the Immortal Sect understand that if you don't have strength, don't want to be famous in the world. Ha ha ha, since the Broken Head brother has spoken, then this seat will naturally not stand by. When the voice of the guillotine fell, a hearty laughter sounded in the heaven and earth, and then, dozens of figures appeared out of nowhere in the void. Rough. Go, give the brothers of the Decapitation Organization a raid. As soon as the beginning appeared, the Splitting Day waved his hand and said loudly. When his voice fell, the dozens of figures behind him flashed out without any hesitation, and bombarded Wang Feng and the others together with the more than 100 strong men of the Beheading Organization. The Sky-Splitting Organization, the killer organization in the Kamikaze Empire second only to the Severe Head Organization, is also a terrorist organization that makes many sects in the Kamikaze Empire terrified. Whether it's Sky-Splitting or Guillotine, they didn't put Xuanzun in their eyes. The reason why they dispatched such terrifying power is to reassure His Royal Highness, and the second is to completely step on the Immortal Sect and become their stepping stone. Neither of these two major organizations has been able to be famous among the three major empires. What qualifications are there to be famous among the three major empires in this mere small sect of Xuanzun? When their two major organizations took action, what nonsense Immortal Sect was simply vulnerable. Brother Guillotine is really a big hand. He dispatched such power just to trample such an ant to death. Is it worth it? Splitting the Sky stood beside the guillotine with a relaxed expression, and said with a loud laugh www.novel.com he didn't even know it. Going to see that battlefield, What is there to see in the battle where the outcome is already known? There's no way. Brother Splitting Sky should also know that when you do things under that person, you have to do your best in everything. Even if you just trample an ant to death, you have to do your best, otherwise, that person will be unhappy. Guillotine shrugged, helplessly. Splitting nodded, his expression slightly condensed, although he didn't do anything for that subordinate, but he also understood the temperament of that person. Companion King is like Companion Tiger. The other side. The Decapitation Organization and the many powerhouses of the Sky-Splitting Organization have already rushed in front of Wang Feng and others, and the terrifying force swept through them, causing the void in front of Wang Feng and others to distort with naked eyes. Although none of this group of people is a powerhouse at the peak of the Profound Emperor realm, the power that they have released together is enough to make any powerhouse at the peak of the Profound Emperor realm tremble. Facing the shock of such terrifying power, Wang Feng still didn't move. Even those cold and ruthless killers were captured by Wang Feng's detached gesture. It was at this moment that Dongfang Invincible's mouth twitched, revealing a beautiful smile that made Manhwa pale. She stretched out her slender hand and waved it gently. I don't know, she thought Dongfang Invincible was driving away mosquitoes. However, Wang Feng could clearly see that under Dongfang Invincible's wave, countless little cold lights shot out, attacking those killers at a speed so fast that they were almost invisible. This is the undefeated signature offensive embroidery needle of the East. Wang Feng shook his head. Pity these killers, they didn't even know they were dying. Chapter 112. This one kneeling, simply neat. The countless tiny embroidery needles wielded by Dongfang Invincible stabbed towards those killers at an unparalleled terrifying speed. With the cultivation base of those killers, these embroidery needles could not be perceived at all. Without exception, the embroidery needles that symbolized death penetrated the eyebrows of these killers and pierced their souls. The killers who were originally murderous suddenly stopped, and they even maintained the posture of rushing to kill. What's going on? Kill these ants soon. I don't have time to play games with these ants. The abnormality of these killers was noticed by the guillotine who was chatting with Zhitian. He frowned and scolded. The gloomy voice resounded throughout the world. When this gloomy voice resounded, it seemed to startle the killers, causing the posture they were holding to collapse instantly, and the whole person appeared in a free fall posture. More than 100 strong men fell down like dumplings. On the ground, many teenagers have passed the second test, and they are taking a short rest to prepare for the upcoming third test. Boom. Boom. But at this moment, a roar made the hearts of these young girls jump. They stood up suddenly, looked up at the sky, and were suddenly stunned. One after another, the corpses fell straight down, one by one, and a huge pit was smashed into the entire ground. More than 100 corpses were piled up into a hill. This is the first time these teenagers and girls have seen such a terrifying scene, but the strange thing is that these teenagers and girls are not afraid, but are very excited. Among the more than 100 corpses, there is no corpse of a strong Xuanzun, that is to say, Xuanzun once again repelled a strong enemy. As expected of a powerful sect that dares to stand up to the empire. These teenagers and girls clenched their pink fists, their faces were excited, and they were more determined to join the Immortal Sect. Many major sects in the empire regard them as waste. Only the Xuanzun is still willing to recruit them. The most important thing is that the Xuanzun is not a small sect, but a sect of the 3 major empires. If they can join such a sect, how lucky they are. What's the matter with death? Finally, a powerful sect who didn't like his talent appeared. If they didn't catch it, wouldn't they have to regret it for the rest of their lives? Originally, I wanted to say something to comfort the youngsters, so that these youngsters don't panic. The great demon of Xuanxia was stunned for a moment. The first reaction of these youngsters who had never seen corpses after seeing the more than 100 corpses, it's not panic, but excitement. Are the teenagers of today's era so arrogant? The corpse soul on the other side, after seeing the more than 100 corpses, the whole person is ready to move. His eyes are staring at the more than 100 corpses, flashing hot light, as if the more than 100 corpses, not a corpse, but something delicious. The abnormality of the corpse soul made Yao Yue, who was standing quietly on the high platform, aware of it. She took a deep look at the corpse soul and the black coffin behind him, and some guesses emerged in her heart. Above the sky. Deathly silence. The guillotine, the life-breaking knife, the soul-breaking knife, and the splitting sky were all shocked. They didn't even react, and the whole person was stunned on the spot. What sorcery did you use? The guillotine looked in horror at the beautiful woman who made his heart flutter, trembling. Although he didn't look at the entire battlefield carefully just now,
Yu Guang also saw that it was Dongfang Invincible's shot, his subordinates and the powerhouses of the sky-splitting organization, who died so strangely. The guillotine trembled. For the first time in his life, the woman who made him, the ultimate killer, be so terrifying. Compared with the trembling and panic of the three of guillotine, after the initial panic, Splitian stared at the corpses on the ground, his eyes passed through the layers of obstacles and scanned the corpses. He saw that these corpses, except for a little red dot above the eyebrows, had no injuries, and it was the red dot that caused the death of the powerhouse of his sky-splitting organization and the powerhouse of the decapitation organization. This small weapon not only pierced through their heads, but also directly shattered their souls. When he noticed this situation, the split sky also shuddered, and he even had a thought of escaping from this place in his heart. How terrifying is it for an existence that can kill so many strong people in an instant? He couldn't imagine splitting the sky at all, but he was sure that the powerhouse at the peak of the Xianhuang realm would never be able to do it. That is to say, the woman who is as beautiful as a fairy in the sky is a strong person in the Xuanzun realm. Fuck, cut off Nima's knife, you killed Lao Tzu. This guess made Rifshan roar wildly in his heart, and he glared at the guillotine, wishing to kill the guillotine 1,000 times. When guillotine came to him to deal with the Immortal Sect, splitting heaven was still very hesitant. After all, the Immortal Sect could be famous for the three major empires, even if it was a bit exaggerated, but it was not groundless, and its strength was definitely not simple. But Guillotine, the dog, desperately said in his ear that the Immortal Sect was just an ant, and Yukanchu www.ukangsha.com was unknown before. How could it suddenly become famous all over the world? But it was just an exaggeration. It was as if he had been brainwashed, and the generous reward given by the guillotine made him agree directly. But now, splitting the sky regrets it. What is this special ant? The sect with the Xuanzun realm is an ant. Damn, cracking the sky can't wait to slap the head knife twice. Let him see what the ants are like. Sect Master Wang, I am so confused that I was instigated by the guillotine, and I offended the Immortal Sect. I also ask Sect Master Wang to forgive me. As long as Sect Master Wang is willing to spare my life, let me do anything. Splitting the sky directly knelt down. He just knelt in the void. His 5 bodies were thrown into the air, and he said loudly, "If you kneel, you may live. If you don't kneel, you will surely die." Therefore, the splitting sky kneels neatly. Brother Splitting, you. The guillotine and others on the side were stunned to see the cracked sky like this, and looked at the cracked sky in disbelief. It is true that they were shaken by the death of many of their subordinates, but they are not so humble and begging for mercy, right? Guillotine and others are also very afraid at this time, but they will never beg for mercy like splitting the sky. Who is he? He is the big guy in charge of the decapitation organization, and behind him stands His Highness the Crown Prince of the Kamikaze Empire. This Immortal Sect is strong, but dare to touch him. Brother, you are paralyzed. I am not your brother. Sect Master Wang, I have nothing to do with this dog. He paid a huge price to hire me. My sky-splitting organization is a killer organization. If someone pays, they have to do it. If they offend Sect Master Wang, the death of those killers should be regarded as an apology for Sect Master Wang, and Sect Master Wang will let me Sect Master Wang go. Splitting roared at the guillotine, and then quickly said to Wang Feng, for fear that Wang Feng would misunderstand that he had something to do with the guillotine. Chapter 113. The first-generation killer turned out to be an old man sweeping the floor. Split sky is very open. He feels that life is the most important thing in a person's life, and nothing else matters. When life is gone, everything is gone. When life is there, there are infinite possibilities. So he knelt very thoroughly and sold the guillotine very thoroughly. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist, and Splitting completely understands the essence of this sentence. Splitting the sky, as the leader of the second largest killer organization in the Kamikaze Empire, you are so useless, you really lose the face of the killer. Seeing the cracked sky like this, the guillotine burst into the sky with anger, staring at the cracked sky with a pair of eyes, and scolded. Guillotine is completely unimaginable. This man who has always been domineering and sidelined, and is regarded by him as the biggest opponent in the killer, is so greedy for life and fear of death. Splitting sky ignored the guillotine's anger, and he still threw his body into the air, looking at Wang Feng humbly. As for Wang Feng, a look of surprise flashed across his face at this time, and he looked at Rifshan with great interest, but he did not despise Rifshan's confession, but rather appreciated it. Wang Feng and Split Sky thought that life is the most important thing, and the so-called dignity can sometimes be abandoned. Endure the humiliation and bear the burden, and take courage. It's easy to say, but it's very difficult to do.
Anyone who can do it is a person with a tenacious heart. If it was him, Wang Feng, he would also admit it, but in this world, there is no one who can make him Wang Feng admit it. Only. This sect can spare your life, but for my Immortal Sect, the lives of those killers alone are not enough. Wang Feng looked at the Split Sky indifferently and said coldly. Wang Feng does admire Split Sky's temperament, but it is an extrajudicial grace to spare his life if he commits a crime against his Immortal Sect. I understand. Splitting Sky has a request, and I hope Sect Master Wang can agree. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Splitting the Sky trembled, and the whole person was a lot decadent. He looked at Wang Feng and said hoarsely. You say. Wang Feng did not agree directly, but chuckled lightly. I am willing to abolish my cultivation base and end this grievance with Xuanzun. But I want to ask Sect Master Wang to let me split the sky and join the Xuanzun, even if it's just a servant, so that I can split the sky and spend the rest of my life in peace. When the words of splitting the sky sounded, Guillotine and others were shocked, and even Wang Feng was surprised. Although Wang Feng wanted to punish Rifshan, at most he would break his arm or break his foot, but he never thought of abolishing Rifshan's cultivation. For cultivators, without cultivation, it would be even more uncomfortable than death. After enjoying the powerful power and the increased lifespan of the cultivation base, no one can return to the mortal era with only a mere 100 years of lifespan. This cracking sky is really cruel to himself, but he is also a sensible person. At least, at this moment, in the heart of Sect Master Wang, the knot that caused the splitting of the sky to offend the Immortal Sect has been eliminated. A person who would rather abolish his cultivation and end his grievances with his Immortal Sect, what else is unforgivable? Crack the sky, are you crazy? Guillotine looked at the split sky in disbelief and exclaimed. Guillotine was really frightened by splitting the sky. He would rather abolish his cultivation and end his grievances with the Immortal Sect. It was like a dream. Is this Immortal Sect so scary? Although the strength displayed by Dongfang Invincible was so terrifying that Guillotine and others trembled, Guillotine was not afraid of the Immortal Sect. Behind him stood the Prince of the Kamikaze Empire. The status of the Prince of the Divine Wind Empire is enough to rank in the top 10 in the 3 major empires. With such a person as a backer, how dare you touch him in this mere Shenxian sect? Thinking about it, Guillotine's eyes lit up in vain, looked at the splitting sky, and said, Splitting the sky, don't be afraid, you should know who is standing behind this seat. As long as you join my decapitation organization, to serve that person, the Immortal Sect would never dare to touch you. That's right, the guillotine wants to take down the sky. Don't look at the fact that Splishan was so greedy for life and fear of death just now. Moreover, in terms of killers, his talent is even higher than his guillotine. Even the guillotine himself would not dare to say that he would be able to win the sky. If he could absorb the sky into his decapitation organization, he would serve His Royal Highness the Prince. Then his failure this time is enough to offset it, and he will not be punished by His Royal Highness. Moreover, to make this one who is the biggest opponent of the killer and become his subordinate is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And when the guillotine's words rang out, Sect Master Wang glanced at the guillotine strangely. To tell the truth, he had never seen such a stupid person. Splitting ignored the guillotine, and he kept staring at Wang Feng. Splitting the sky knows that the identity of the Crown Prince is indeed noble, but in the face of absolute strength, any status and status are all bullshit. That woman is at least a strong person above the Xuanzun realm. Such a character, the Prince of the Divine Wind Empire, is also in front of her, and there is no comparison. Moreover, so far, no one knows the real details of the Immortal Sect. www.novel.com. One can imagine how terrible the Immortal Sect is. My Immortal Sect still lacks a floor sweeper. Finally, Wang Feng looked at Split Sky and said lightly. Splitting the sky, thanks Sect Master. When he heard Wang Feng's words, he bowed his head and said loudly. Then, he straightened up, gritted his teeth, his palm suddenly contained terrifying power, and slapped his dantian violently. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out from the mouth of the cracking sky like a blood arrow, and all over his body, the majestic profound energy suddenly escaped, and his cultivation base aura weakened at an extremely terrifying speed. In just a moment, the burly Rifshan turned into a rickety old man with white hair and a shawl. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Guillotine and the others couldn't help but take a deep breath. They never thought that Split Sky would be so decisive. At the same time as the shaking, the guillotine and the others were also terrified. It was really scary to be so cruel to oneself. Why? Why would you rather abolish your cultivation base than join my decapitation organization and work for His Royal Highness? After the shock, the guillotine roared at the splitting sky inexplicably. He really couldn't understand why Splitting Sky would rather abolish his cultivation base than submit to him. Hearing the roar of the guillotine, Splishin glanced at the guillotine, but did not speak, then turned to look at Wang Feng and bowed respectfully. And this look made Guillotine's whole heart tremble. He knew the meaning of this look, because he often used this look. It was the look he would have before every murder, a look that looked dead. From now on, you will be the sweeper of my Immortal Sect. Wang Feng stretched out his hand and waved, and a force held up the sky and said loudly. Chapter 114 Wang Zhongzhu wants to win the admission rights of 2 countries. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Split Sky bowed again and did not speak. The dignified generation of killers has become an old man sweeping the floor. He is sad, but he is also lucky. At least, he does not have to die. Cracked Sky was held by Wang Feng with strength, and Cracked Sky, who was standing beside Wang Feng, looked at the guillotine and sighed lightly. Guillotine sees him as a great enemy on the killer's side, so why isn't he? It's a pity that after today, this great enemy is afraid that it will disappear, and he himself will be reduced to a sweeping old man. The guillotine, at this moment, was extremely uncomfortable, just because of the look in Splishin's eyes just now and the regretful look now. Ma Dan, Lao Tzu Guillotine is the leader of the dignified Kamikaze Empire's #1 killer organization, and the #1 of His Royal Highness. How dare you look at Lao Tzu with the eyes of a dead man, and why do you feel sorry for Lao Tzu? Let's go. The guillotine glared fiercely at the sky, and waved his hand. Ma Dan, I didn't complete the mission this time, and I'll be scolded to death by His Royal Highness when I go back. At the thought of being reprimanded by His Royal Highness, the guillotine couldn't help trembling. As for Wang Feng, seeing that the guillotine still wanted to leave, he immediately laughed. This person is really living in a dream woven by himself. He didn't yell in anger either, just gave Dongfang Invincible a wink. Dongfang Invincible nodded, his figure moved slightly, and he landed in front of Guillotine and the others like a fairy descended from the earth. And the Guillotine, who was about to leave, saw that Dongfang was undefeated, and his heart trembled. He wanted to bypass Dongfang Invincible, but no matter how he went around, Dongfang Invincible appeared in front of him. Guillotine is angry. He turned to look at Wang Feng and said angrily, "What do you mean? Do you know who is standing behind Lao Tzu? Say it and scare you to death, His Royal Highness Prince of Kamikaze Empire. Quickly let Lao Tzu go, otherwise, His Royal Highness will blame you, and you will feel better." Wang Feng was really convinced. He didn't know how to describe this guillotine. This guillotine simply subverted Wang Feng's perception of a killer. Let this person living in a dream wake up well. Wang Feng waved his hand and said softly. After Wang Feng's voice fell, Dongfang Invincible moved, but with a flash, the life-breaking knife and the soul-breaking knife both made a free-fall movement and fell straight into the void. There was a red dot between their eyebrows, and the moment they fell, their souls had already collapsed. The guillotine was not dead, but he felt that he would rather die at the moment. A small embroidery needle was nailed to his hands and feet. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't be able to see the embroidery needle. At this time, Guillotine had no intuition in his hands and feet, as if there were thousands of ants eating away at his flesh and blood. It was extremely itchy and the pain was unbearable. Not only that, the power from these 4 embroidery needles continued to rage in his body, as if cutting his marrow bit by bit. What? An extremely loud scream came from the cutting edge of the decapitated knife, shocking the whole world. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his face was pale, and his body was constantly shaking. In the past, he enjoyed the thrill of tormenting people and tortured his target person with all his might, but now, when it was his turn to be tortured by others, he just wanted to die quickly. He finally knew why those who had tortured him in the past wanted to give his wife to him in exchange for an easy death. Spare me. The guillotine looked at Wang Feng, shrank his body, and trembled. He came out of the sea of corpses and blood, and he couldn't bear the torture of Dongfang Invincible, and this was only Dongfang Invincible's lowest level means. What's the matter with you looking for Mu Yunfei? Who asked you to come to Mu Yunfei? Wang Feng's face was calm, he glanced at the guillotine and asked indifferently. No matter who it is, if they want to take action against the disciples of his Immortal Sect, they must first pass the level of the great sect master. Hearing this, the guillotine fell silent, even though his body was in great pain, he did not speak. Even at this moment, he still remembers that he is the #1 son of the Crown Prince of the Kamikaze Empire. Ambitious. Bone is hard. Wang Feng took another look at Dongfang Invincible. What? In the heaven and earth, a wailing sounded again. Guillotine really felt that he was going to die, and he had never felt so close to the of death for a moment. At this moment, his heart seemed to be crawling with countless insects, and his soul seemed to be biting by countless insects. He shuddered, he was terrified, he gave in. Yes, it was the Prince of the Kamikaze Empire who asked me to take Mu Yunfei away. Why? Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and asked aloud. When he accepted Mu Yunfei, Wang Feng knew that Mu Yunfei's identity in the Kamikaze Empire was definitely not simple, and it was probably the only possibility that the Crown Prince of the Kamikaze Empire could be so fearful. Mu Yunfei is the 5th Prince of the Kamikaze Empire and the son of the Empress of the Kamikaze Empire. www.novel.com. In terms of identity, he is more noble than the Crown Prince, and he is also the prince who is most likely to compete with the Crown Prince for the throne. Ben. Originally, Mu Yunfei's aptitude was low and he was like a waste, so the prince gave up the idea of dealing with him, but this time, Mu Yunfei became famous in this dazzling empire, and the prince could no longer bear it. The guillotine really couldn't take it anymore, so it was dragged out completely. Going to be the first son of a under the prince, I'm going to die, who cares about the prince? Wang Feng nodded, and there was a flash of coldness on his face. As expected, he was in the emperor's family, and there was really no family affection to speak of. Even his own brother was put to death. Wang Feng is not angry. This situation is normal in the emperor's family, but if it is bullied on his disciples of the Immortal Sect, it will not work. Anyway, since you have already planned to develop a female emperor, then you can help Mu Yunfei to the throne. At that time, even the emperor of the empire is a disciple of his Immortal Sect, so people from these two great empires don't join his Immortal Sect. Can it be done? He has the right to recruit the two empires at once, and it is absolutely unshakable. Thinking about it is a joy. Well, just do it. Wang Feng's eyes were certain and he made a decision directly. He glanced at the guillotine that was about to die, and waved his hand. Dongfang Invincible waved his hand, the guillotine completely died, and the first killer of the dignified Divine Wind Empire died in such a miserable way. If it spreads out, the Divine Immortal Sect will shake the 3 empires again. The dark clouds surrounding the Immortal Sect also dissipated at this moment, revealing the beautiful stars in the sky. Wang Feng looked up at the stars in the sky and smiled. No one can cover the sky of his Immortal Sect. This feast aimed at the Immortal Sect not only failed to make the Immortal Sect lose a bit, but it completely lost the prestige of the Immortal Sect. Chapter 115 The King of God Sees Me Smiling. Now start the final assessment wisdom test. On the high platform outside the Shengxianzong Valley, the great demon Xuanzun glanced at the young girls and said loudly. The results of the second physique test were unexpectedly good. Not a single person was eliminated, but in the third comprehension test, 10 people were eliminated. And these 10 people, without any accident, were also expelled. Today, there are only 13 boys and girls and corpses left. After the words of the great demon of Xuanzun fell, Ling Feiwu took a pile of test papers and distributed them to the young girls. This test paper was written by Sect Master Wang himself. When the corpse soul got the test paper, he glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. There are only 3 questions on the test paper. The first question, what do you want to do after joining the Immortal Sect? The second question, are you willing to recommend friends around you to join the Immortal Sect? If so, please give reasons. The third way, please write a poem with the 3 words Shengxianzong. To tell the truth, when the great demon Xuanzun got this test paper, he was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know what the sect master was thinking. There were 3 questions, and the third question was barely related to wisdom. But now, after a moment of stunned, the teenagers and girls who got the test papers were ecstatic. I thought that this wisdom test would be extremely difficult, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. It is simply a test of spirit possessed, capable of thinking quickly, and writing like a spirit. In less than half an hour, these teenagers and girls had already written the test papers and handed them in. Sect Master Wang has specially emphasized that the examination papers of these disciples will be reviewed by him personally, and if the great demon of Xuanzun dares to neglect them, they will be delivered to Sect Master Wang as soon as possible. And Sect Master Wang looked at the test paper in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. In the past life, he was an examiner, but now in this different world, he has to be a test paper person no matter what. Think of those examiners in the previous life, who, while approving examination papers, hated that iron is not steel, and said that no one knows this question, and rotten wood can't be carved. Oh, I really miss it. Wang Feng sighed lightly. He was not just having a bad taste, but wanted to remind himself not to forget that he is a native of the earth and a Chinese. Even in another world, his heart is still in China. Wang Feng casually looked at these test papers. In fact, he never thought about the thrilling answers that these teenagers and girls could write. Sure enough, the first question on these exam papers is either to cultivate or to become stronger. Only the answer of the corpse soul is interesting. He said, "Find yourself." This made Wang Feng a little stunned. Come to his immortal sect to find himself. Wang Feng shook his head. He couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it. Anyway, if this corpse soul joined his immortal sect, he would know sooner or later. As for the second question, Wang Feng was even more confused. He had no friends. Was it so miserable? Don't have a friend. Also, with the qualifications of these young people, very few people are willing to be friends with them. Then, when he saw the third question, Wang Feng was shocked. The poems written by every young man are excellent. At least, Wang Feng, a genius of science, can't write it if he asks himself. The king of gods smiled when he saw me. Fairies have many sentiments. The ministers want to dance the sword of thousand toes. Take beauty to ride the wind thousands of miles. Awesome. Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and informed the great demon Xuanzun of the results. In fact, if these young girls passed the first 3 tests, they were already qualified to join his immortal sect. It's just an addition. Congratulations, you passed the test and officially became the outer disciple of my immortal sect. On the high platform, the great demon of Xuanzun, who received the news from Wang Feng, looked at the boys and girls and said loudly. And the voice of the great demon Xuanzun also made these young girls look excited. The boulders in their hearts completely fell, and they finally joined the immortal sect. Under the enormous pressure and the expectations of the relatives, it is not easy to finally be admitted to the immortal sect. Starting tomorrow, the inner disciples will take turns leading you to practice. Only by becoming an inner disciple can you be qualified to become an elder's disciple. So, youngsters, work hard. The great demon Xuanzun said again. When his voice fell, every young man's eyes flashed with determination. They must become the inner disciples of the immortal sect, and they must become the disciples of the elders. Every elder of the immortal sect is a strong person in the Xianhuang realm. Once they become elder disciples, their status will definitely rise. Not only can they honor their ancestors, but also become stronger. Mu Yunfei, take these disciples to choose a place to live. Yes. Mu Yunfei left with many young people, and the first disciple recruitment conference of the immortal sect also ended completely. The news that the immortal sect had recruited 14 disciples also spread completely. Some people were angry, some sneered, some ridiculed. In short, the immortal sect shook the empire once again. Under the tacit repression of the 5 city masters of the empire, Xuanzun was able to recruit 14 disciples, which deeply shocked many people who knew it. The Imperial Palace www.novel.com. The great Emperor Yari had a gloomy face. He failed again, and an entire army of ghosts in the underworld died in the immortal sect. His dignified emperor, the supreme existence of the entire Yari empire, was humiliated one after another by the immortal sect, which made Emperor Yari furious. If it weren't for that incident, he really wanted to launch an army and completely encircle and suppress the immortal sect. Your Majesty, you shouldn't send the ghost army of the underworld. The strength of the immortal sect is unfathomable. Unless you send a large army or I wait to make a move, you will not be able to shake the immortal sect. Wuxiang Zhong sighed and said. How long will this emperor endure? Emperor Yari shouted angrily. The entire palace trembled because of this shout, and the guards outside the palace even knelt down. Your Majesty, the minister has asked the Prince of the Divine Wind Empire to inform the Prince of the Divine Wind Empire. The news of Mu Yunfei does not expect the Prince of the Divine Wind Empire to cause too much trouble for the Xuanzun sect, but just wants the Xuanzun sect to have one more enemy. Now that the incident is approaching, since our Shining Sun Empire has become an enemy of the Xuanzun sect, it is fortunate that the Xuanzun sect will have more enemies. At that time, even if the Xuanzun is strong, I will not let my Shining Sun Empire fight against it alone. Before that matter is over, we should also accumulate strength. The so-called Immortal Sect, in front of that matter, is simply insignificant. The right minister said in a loud voice. Why wasn't he angry? Shang Xianzong humiliated the empire so much, not only slapping the emperor's face, but also slapping their face, but he still endured it, just to prepare for that event with all his strength. I will endure. When that matter is over, I will let the Immortal Sect die. The great Emperor Yaori gritted his teeth. In today's world, there is only the Immortal Sect who can make his existence like a great sun so angry. Chapter 116 Emperor will die. Inside the Immortal Sect. Mu Yunfei took the newly added outer disciple to choose a place to live. There is still one left. He took this disciple to stand in front of a house and said, Junior brother, this is your residence. The young man nodded, looked at Mu Yunfei, took out a letter, handed it to Mu Yunfei, and said, Senior brother Mu, someone asked me to bring you a letter. Mu Yunfei stretched out his hand to take the letter. When he saw the unique logo on the envelope, his expression changed and he quickly asked, Who gave this letter to you? I don't know, he gave me a profound stone and asked me to find an opportunity to give you this letter. The boy shook his head and said, Okay, senior brother knows, you can go, have a good rest, and start practicing hard tomorrow. Yes, brother. Looking at the young man's back, Mu Yunfei's face was heavy, and he hurriedly returned to his residence. After returning to the residence, Mu Yunfei's hands trembled as he slowly opened the envelope. Emperor, I am very pleased to hear that you can cultivate. I know that you have always felt that your talent is not suitable for being a prince, and you will bring shame to the royal family, so you are madly running away from this place that damages your self-esteem. But you know, I have never thought of giving up you because you couldn't cultivate. You are my son, no matter how trash you are still my son. Tiger poison doesn't eat children, let alone me. Over the years, I have been indifferent to you. It's not that I don't care about you. On the contrary, among my many sons, I care about you the most. But I can't show it, otherwise you will be more dangerous. I originally thought that if you can't cultivate, then I will let you live a glorious life, but I didn't expect that you will rise up after all. Huanger, come back, Xingqian is not suitable to be the emperor, he is too tyrannical. Mu Yunfei's eyes were wet, his father always understood him, but he always thought that his father was ruthless, and when he couldn't cultivate, he was indifferent. Father, this son is wrong. Mu Yunfei couldn't bear it any longer, he looked towards the east, bent down 90 degrees, and trembled. After a long time, Mu Yunfei wiped away his tears and calmed down. He took a deep look at the words on the letter again, and then suddenly put it on the lamp. There was no accident, the letter burned instantly, but when the letter was completely burned, a few lines of words suddenly appeared in the void. Boom. When he saw these few lines, Mu Yunfei's whole body softened, and he fell directly to the ground, his head blank. I failed, and the 5 declines of heaven and men took my life. It won't be long before I will die. If you have enough strength, then you will come back to fight for this emperor. If not, just stay in the Immortal Sect. Your mother, I have already arranged it. If you don't come back, I will let someone take her to the Immortal Sect and take good care of her. I am ashamed of her and also ashamed about you. Although these words have disappeared, they echoed in Mu Yunfei's mind over and over again. How is it possible? How can you die? How can you die? Mu Yunfei murmured in despair, his whole sky collapsed. Especially after Mu Yunfei knew that he had wrongly blamed his father, and then learned that his father was about to die, the kind of guilt, the pain of not waiting for a child to be raised, tormented Mu Yunfei constantly. For a long time, the great Emperor Kamikaze, like a vast sun, shone on the entire Kamikaze Empire. Mu Yunfei couldn't even imagine what would happen to the entire Kamikaze Empire once the father emperor went away. In Mu Yunfei's mind, he kept recalling those 2 lines, and every time he recalled it, his pain deepened. From childhood to adulthood, even if he couldn't cultivate, even if he was insulted, he had never been in such pain, and this time, it was heartbreaking. The Immortal Sect. Yes, the Immortal Sect. Sect Master is so powerful, there must be a way. Suddenly, Mu Yunfei seemed to think of something, and growled. He rushed out of the door and ran directly towards the Sect Master's hall with extreme speed. Splitting the Sky, who was sweeping the floor, glanced at Mu Yunfei who was in a hurry, shook his head. Young man, Frizzy, the old man just swept the ground, and he had to sweep it again. After just one night, the shadow of the top killer could no longer be seen from the split sky. In the Sect Master's hall, Wang Feng looked at the great demon of the mysterious temple below and said with a smile, "This sect promises you that after the disciple recruitment conference, I will restore your cultivation base. Are you ready?"
When Wang Feng's voice fell, the great demon Xuanxia was all excited, and he quickly said, "Sect Master, the disciple is ready. System, spend 10,000 sects and open 10 random draws." Wang Feng smiled and nodded, thinking inwardly. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 1/10 of Dongfang's undefeated cultivation base. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the sunflower collection. Ding. In Wang Feng's mind, 10 system prompts sounded one after another. Except for the sunflower collection www.novel.com, the other 9 times were all cultivation bases. This time, Wang Feng did not dare to bless himself with the sunflower collection. Ma Dan, the saying in the previous life that if you want to practice this skill, you must first come from the palace is like a curse, which is deeply imprinted in Wang Feng's mind. Even though he knew that this sunflower collection might have been perfected by the system, he still dared not. The system will bless the extracted cultivation base on the great demon of Xuanxia, and stop it when it recovers to its peak. The remaining cultivation base will be blessed on Yaoyue and Xiao Shiyilang. Wang Feng secretly said. Dongfang Invincible is a peak powerhouse in the late stage of Xuanzun realm. Even if it is only 1/10 of the cultivation base, it is extremely terrifying. And the peak period of the great demon of the profound temple was only the peak of the profound emperor realm, and the cultivation base that was extracted could not be used up at all. Now, except for Yaoyue and Xiao Shiyilang, the other elders of his immortal sect have reached the peak of the Xianwang realm. Therefore, the cultivation base extracted this time not only restores the peak of the Xuanxia great demon, but also allows Yaoyue and Xiao Shiyilang and the two reach the peak of the Xianwang realm. Boom. When Wang Feng's voice fell, a terrifying force emerged from the void like a river of heaven and poured directly into the body of the great demon of Xuanxia, frantically impacting the seal in the great demon of Xuanxia and repairing some of his body. Old wound. The great demon Xuanxia trembled, did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly ran the exercises to guide this power. In less than a moment, a breath of the peak of the Zhuan Wangjing burst out from the body of the Xuanzi great demon. At the same time, the attic where Yaoyue and Xiao Shiyilang were located also burst out with the peak of the Zhuan Wangjing. Breath. Thank you, Sect Master. The great demon Xuanxia suppressed his excitement, bowed respectfully towards Wang Feng, said loudly, and looked at Wang Feng with gratitude. On his own, if he wants to regain his peak, he still doesn't know it will be the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Chapter 117 Irreversible. Seeing the attitude of the great demon Xuanxia, Sect Master Wang nodded with satisfaction. He could feel that the great demon Xuanxia was surrendering to him from the bottom of his heart. Make persistent efforts, this may be your peak once, but it is not your current peak. Joining my immortal sect, the peak of the Xianwang realm, is just the beginning. Wang Feng glanced at the great demon Xuanxia and chuckled lightly. The great demon Xuanxia trembled, he didn't say a word, he bowed respectfully towards Wang Feng, and his eyes flashed with determination. He thought that he was destined to endure endless loneliness as a great demon, but he did not expect to find his true home after the seal was broken. From now on, the Immortal Sect will be the home of the great demon of the mysterious temple. At this moment, in the heart of the great demon Xuanxia, these words were like an oath. Metropolitan. Just when Wang Feng was about to say something, Mu Yunfei hurried in. He knelt down and slid directly in front of Wang Feng. At this moment, Wang Feng's face condensed and he stared at Mu Yunfei. He didn't blame Mu Yunfei for being so flustered, but said softly, "Don't panic, say something slowly, everything has its own origin." The great demon of Xuanxia on the side also had a heavy expression on his face. Although he didn't talk much to Mu Yunfei, among the elders of the entire Divine Immortal Sect, he was the one who had been in contact with Mu Yunfei and other disciples for the longest time. He was very aware of Mu Yunfei's character. If it wasn't for a really big event, Mu Yunfei would never be in this state. At this moment, Mu Yunfei's eyes were empty and expressionless, as if his soul had been hollowed out, and his entire body was constantly shaking. "Don't panic, this sect is here, what happened?" Wang Feng stepped forward, patted Mu Yunfei's shoulder lightly, and said softly. Wang Feng's words were like a warm current, moisturizing Mu Yunfei's mind and making his state of panic and heartache ease a little. "Sect Master, do you have a way to heal those who have been damaged by the 5 decays of heaven and men?" Mu Yunfei asked, looking up at Wang Feng with hope in his eyes. 5 declines of heaven and men. The 5 decays of heaven and men. The previous question was sent by Sect Master Wang. He came to this world in just a few months. Although he has now reached the terrifying cultivation level of the early stage of Xuanzun,
he is still a rookie in the cultivation knowledge of this world. The latter exclamation was made by the great demon Xuanxia, who stared at Mu Yunfei with a stern look on his face. Although the great demon of Xuanxia is only at the peak of the Xianwang realm, he is a true older generation powerhouse, and what he knows is far from what Wang Feng can compare. Wang Feng looked at the great demon Xuanxia with a questioning look in his eyes. The great demon Xuanxia noticed Wang Feng's gaze, and his face did not change in the slightest, but a strange feeling rose in his heart. Like the way of practice. Sect Master, the 5 declines of heaven and men are the peak powerhouses of the Xuanzun realm. It is a kind of ordeal that must be experienced to break through to the legendary Xianqing realm. The supreme profound sage who penetrates the sky and the earth, if he can't survive it, he will die and disappear. Although it was incomprehensible, the great demon Xuanxia explained. Xianqing, the supreme, is the real power. Once you reach Xianqing, you can break mountains and rivers and destroy the void. In the entire 3 empires, from ancient times to the present, there has never been a powerhouse at the level of Xianqing. The 5 declines of heaven and men refer to physical decline, qi decline, soul decline, life decline, and heaven decline. No one knows the specific manifestations of the 5 declines of heaven and men, but once you experience the 5 declines of heaven and men, you will either succeed or die. And there is no other way. Result. The great demon Xuanxia said again. While speaking, the great demon Xuanxia also flashed shock in the eyes that looked at Mu Yunfei. He never imagined that Mu Yunfei's background was not so simple, that he actually had a strong backer who could experience the 5 declines of heaven and men, and looking at Mu Yunfei's state, the existence of this experience of the 5 declines of heaven and men must be extremely important to him. People. Wang Feng nodded, looked at Mu Yunfei, and asked, but your elders experienced the failure of the 5 decays of heaven and men. Yunfei is the 5th prince of the Kamikaze Empire, and it was my father, the Emperor Kamikaze, who experienced the failure of the 5 decays of heaven and men. Mu Yunfei nodded and said. This is extremely secret, and even the news that once exposed will cause the entire Kamikaze Empire to shake, was told to Wang Feng by Mu Yunfei without reservation. For Wang Feng, Mu Yunfei trusted him incomparably, even more than he trusted himself. What? The big demon of Xuanxia shrank and exclaimed. He did not expect that the Divine Wind Emperor would reach the peak level of the Xuanzun realm, and he had the courage to experience the 5 declines of heaven and men. Everyone knows that the strongest emperors of the 3 major empires are only at the peak of the Xianwang realm. And Sect Master Wang was also shocked. He thought more deeply. If it wasn't for Mu Yunfei, he was the 5th prince of the Kamikaze Empire. www.novel.com. He probably didn't know that the Emperor Kamikaze had reached the peak of the Xuanzun realm. And the other 2 great emperors, who are as famous as the Kamikaze Great Emperor, would they also hide such terrifying cultivation? Does his great enemy, the Great Emperor Yari, also hide terrifying strength? Originally, Wang Feng was still very confident in his current strength of the Immortal Sect, but at this moment, a crisis arose in his heart, and he found that he seemed to underestimate the Yari Empire and the 3 major empires. The strength displayed by these 3 major empires is probably only the tip of the iceberg. You want me to save your father? Wang Feng suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, looked at Mu Yunfei, and said. Mu Yunfei nodded and looked at Wang Feng hopefully. Impossible. On the other side, the great demon of Xuanxia heard Wang Feng's words and said it decisively. The 5 decays of heaven and men are the tribulations of heaven and earth for practitioners. They are naturally born from the rules of heaven and earth. In order to suppress the elements of power beyond the control of heaven and earth, once one falls into the 5 decays of heaven and men, it is impossible to crack them. This is a level of power that is far from being recognized by human beings. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever been able to save a person who has suffered from the 5 declines of heaven and men. It is true that the sect master is very terrifying, his strength is unfathomable, and the entire Immortal Sect is also extremely mysterious, but if the sect master can save people who have fallen into the 5 declines of heaven and men, then the great demon Xuanxia will definitely not believe it. This is no longer something that can be done by human beings. This is the power of heaven, and it is the punishment of heaven on practitioners. If you want to crack the 5 declines of heaven and men, it means to fight against heaven. But how is this possible? No matter how powerful a cultivator is, he can't compete with the sky. The so-called going against the sky is just a cultivator's idea of deceiving himself and others. All beings are under the sky. Chapter 118 Departing Kamikaze Empire. In fact,
Mu Yunfei also knew that he had fallen into the 5 decays of heaven and men, and it was impossible for him to be rescued, but he still wanted to give it a try. The sect master is so mysterious, so unfathomable. What if the suzerain can really create miracles that no one has ever done since ancient times? Even if there was only a slight possibility, Mu Yunfei had to give it a try. Wang Feng was thinking on the surface, but in fact, he was asking the system. System, can there be a way to rescue those who have fallen into the 5 decays of heaven and men? Ding, it depends on the situation. If you fall into the 5th of the 5 decays of heaven and men, you can't be cured with the current cultivation base and system level of the host. If you suffer from decay, you can still heal at a certain price. Before this, the scanning function needs to be turned on. The cold voice that sounded in his mind made Wang Feng's face happy. He was indeed the father of the system, and he could even save the 5 failures of heaven and men that no one could solve since ancient times. Scanning function. However, Wang Feng was also puzzled. Ding, the scanning function is originally a reward for the host to upgrade the system to level 3, but if the host wants to activate it in advance, it will cost 100,000 sects, or the host will directly upgrade the system to level 3. But the host needs to be reminded that a person who has fallen into the 5 decays of heaven and men will die in less than a month. What are the requirements to upgrade the system to the 3rd level? Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and asked. Ding, you need 200,000 sects and more than 50 disciples. The cold voice that sounded in his mind changed Wang Feng's expression. Now that the Shining Sun Empire has tacitly suppressed his Immortal Sect, it is very difficult to recruit disciples. The first disciple recruitment conference held by his Immortal Sect was only possible. Only 14 disciples were recruited. However, he wanted to save Emperor Kamikaze, but he only had less than a month. During this time, he could not recruit 50 disciples at all. Just turn it on in advance. System, spend 100,000 sects to open the scanning system in advance. Wang Feng said without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, if a huge sum of 100,000 was spent all at once, Sect Master Wang would definitely feel distressed. But this time, it was to save Mu Yunfei's father, the Kamikaze Emperor of the Kamikaze Empire, and Sect Master Wang was really stingy, but he didn't feel bad about some major events. If Emperor Kamikaze can be rescued, his Immortal Sect will have a terrifying and unfathomable ally. In Wang Feng's view, this is simply not comparable to a mere 100,000 sect. Even without this, Mu Yunfei alone is a disciple of his Immortal Sect, and his father is about to die. If he has the ability, Wang Feng will do his best to save him. Ding, congratulations to the host for turning on the scanning function. Every time you use the scanning function, it will cost 10,000 sections. When the host uses the scanning function, you can see through a person's state and even his body meridians. The limitation is that when the person scanning exceeds the host's realm, they will not be able to see through. The sound of the reminder sounded in his mind, which made Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed the function of the system, and it is really powerful. What is the concept of being able to see through a person's state and even the meridians of his body? It means that as long as Wang Feng turns on the scanning function, he can easily see through a person's weakness and the running route of his exercises. Although this does not directly improve Wang Feng's strength, it indirectly improves Wang Feng's combat power. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the quest, rescuing Emperor Kamikaze, and completing the quest reward, a chance for a high-level special summon, 50,000 sect value. When Wang Feng secretly vibrated for the scanning function, the sound of the system sounded again in his mind, which shocked Wang Feng. It seems that this trip to the Kamikaze Empire is a must. Only 50% of this sect can save your father and emperor. Specifically, we need to see your father and emperor before we can know. Wang Feng looked at Mu Yunfei and said, he didn't say too much. After all, if Emperor Kamikaze happened to experience the decline of the sky, then Wang Feng could not save him. Wang Feng's words sounded like a thunderclap in the ears of Mu Yunfei and the great demon Xuanxia, causing them to tremble. Rao was that Mu Yunfei hoped that Wang Feng could rescue his father, but when Wang Feng said that he was 50% sure that he could be rescued, Mu Yunfei really seemed to be dreaming. The great demon of Xuanxia even stared wide-eyed and looked at Wang Feng in disbelief. It was the 5 failures of heaven and men. Really, that means it was Wang Feng who said this. If it were an ordinary person, the great demon Xuanxia would definitely scold him. Such a bull would not dare to brag like that. Really, really. Mu Yunfei's eyes widened, staring at Wang Feng, and asked inarticulately. He was both scared and excited.
I was afraid that he had hallucinations, and I was afraid that the sect master would joke again. Wang Feng didn't answer, just nodded slightly. I begged the suzerain to save my father. As long as the suzerain can save my father, I, Mu Yunfei, are willing to be a bull and a horse for the suzerain. If I violate this oath, my soul will be broken. Mu Yunfei directly fell to the ground. Yu reading www.yuyukeangshu.com said loudly, his entire body was shaking. When he learned the news that his father was about to die, Mu Yunfei's whole world was really dark, without a trace of brilliance, but now, Wang Feng's words are like a bright light, illuminating his already dark heart. You are a disciple of my Immortal Sect, and this sect will take action. This sect has said that no disciple of the Immortal Sect will be wronged. Wang Feng stretched out his hand, and a force directly lifted Mu Yunfei up, he said softly. Although the voice was light, it hit Mu Yunfei's heart heavily, causing him to tremble. He didn't speak, but his eyes flashed with determination. In this life, life is a person of Xuanzun, and death is a ghost of Xuanzun. Being able to enter the Immortal Sect is his luck to Mu Yunfei, the blessing of the Kamikaze Emperor, and the blessing of the Kamikaze Empire. It's not too late, we will go to the Kamikaze Empire after this sect has arranged it. Wang Feng said. Sect Master, the disciple also wants to follow. At this moment, the great demon Xuanxia spoke out. The great demon of Xuanxia was really too curious. How did the sect master save thee of wind from the 5 declines of heaven and man? This is the suffering of heaven and earth that no one can save from ancient times to the present. If the news spreads that Wang Feng wants to save the person who has fallen into the 5 declines of heaven and man, I am afraid that the whole world will sneer at Wang Feng for being too self-aware. This is obviously impossible. Anyone who dares to say such a thing will only be bragging, or eat several bear galls. Okay, you can go too. Wang Feng glanced at the great demon of Xuanxia and nodded, and then Wang Feng sent a voice transmission to Dongfang Invincible, and asked him to follow him to the Divine Wind Empire, and then transmitted the voice to Zhang Sanfeng, and let him sit in the Xuanzun. Chapter 119 The Extraordinary of Mrs. Wang. Wang Feng did not intend to bring too many people to the Kamikaze Empire. The speculation in his heart made Wang Feng attach importance to the Yari Empire to a new level. During this period of time, the Shining Sun Empire was eerily calm. Except for the 21 people who were sent to take away the eldest princess of the empire, no powerhouses were sent. This exceeded Wang Feng's expectations. Under normal circumstances, if he tramples on the dignity of the empire like this, the great Emperor Yaori should be furious and send hundreds of thousands of troops to encircle and suppress his Immortal Sect. It's not that Wang Feng is looking for abuse. Rather it is the Emperor, the Lord of Creatures, the Sect of Prosperity. The supreme pronoun, like the vast sun, illuminates the 4 directions, and the world cannot fail to follow. Such an existence, even if it belittles a sentence, is a great humiliation. Ordinary people, speaking their names bluntly, is a kind of disrespect. What's more, Wang Feng stepped on Emperor Yari's face one after another and ravaged him. However, the supreme existence did not utter any roar, not even a trace of army mobilization, which made Wang Feng feel a conspiracy. Before a storm comes, it is often very calm and without warning. Under such circumstances, how dare Wang Feng bring too many people to the Kamikaze Empire? What if the Supreme Majesty suddenly attacked when he went to the Kamikaze Empire? Therefore, this time, Wang Feng only took away Dongfang Invincible, a powerhouse at the peak of the late Xuanzun realm, the great demon of Xuanzi, and Mu Yunfei, and Wang Feng did not take any of the rest, and let them guard the entire Immortal Zone. This Immortal Sect is the root of his great sect master. Except for Zhang Sanfeng and other Dharma-protecting elders and the elders, no one in the Immortal Sect knew that Wang Feng had left. Ling Feiwu and others, in accordance with the rules set by Wang Feng before, began to take turns teaching the outer disciples who had just joined the Immortal Sect. And Li Qing, the eldest disciple of the Immortal Sect, is still suffering from Elder Yaoyue's torture. Those new disciples don't even know that they have a mortal master. But as Li Qing's mentor, Yaoyue was extremely shocked. Now Yaoyue has reached the peak of the Xianhuang realm, but she bombarded Li Qing with all her cultivation, and Li Qing was unscathed. What a hell! Even Ye, who is like a goddess of icebergs, is speechless in her heart. Is this special physique really so powerful? Master, when can I start practicing? Li Qing asked weakly. Even if Yaoyue's attack was nothing to him at this time, he was still afraid of Yaoyue, just like a student would still be afraid of the teacher no matter how good the exam was. Yaoyue glanced at Li Qing, and didn't want to pay attention to him. She was so powerful without cultivation. If she cultivated, wouldn't she surpass her teacher in minutes? She invites the moon to be shameless. I have seen Mrs. Just when Yao Yue was about to scold Li Qing, she caught a glimpse of a handsome figure coming from the corner of her eyes, and hurriedly bowed. And Li Qing also looked slightly startled, turned to look, and quickly followed. I have seen Madam. Everyone in the Immortal Sect already knew Yi Muqing's identity. She was the little wife of the sect master. Even if this little wife did not have any cultivation, no one dared to disrespect her. You guys continue, I'm bored, and just take a look. Yi Muqing smiled. Although Yi Muqing felt depressed at the moment, and blamed Wang Feng for not taking her out to play, she still smiled again and again in the face of outsiders. If Wang Feng knew what Yi Muqing was thinking, he would probably be wronged. He would not want to be with this petite wife all the time, but this time, he was going to save people, and he still fell into the existence of the 5 evils of heaven and man, not to play. Yes. Yes. Yao Yue nodded and looked at Li Qing abruptly. A cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. This kid deserves a beating. She stretched out her slender hand and rushed towards Li Qing without hesitation. She didn't hold back any hands and used all the strength of the peak of the Xianwang realm. Boom. The terrifying slap hit Li Qing abruptly, and Li Qing flew away unsurprisingly. During this period of time, the floor of the back mountain of the Immortal Sect has been repaired many times. In just a moment, Li Qing was jumping up and down again, and then he was bombarded with the moon, back and forth dozens of times. Yi Muqing looked at this scene with strange eyes. This kind of cultivation method is very strange. However, why didn't Elder Yao Yue beat him 3 inches above his waist? Thinking about it, Yi Muqing spoke up. Elder Yao Yue hit him 3 inches above his waist. When Yi Muqing's voice fell, Yao Yue and Li Qing were stunned and looked at Yi Muqing together. Seeing Yao Yue's eyes, Yi Muqing's big watery eyes blinked, as if to say, why didn't they fight? Yao Yue sighed, you still have to listen to what Madam said, anyway, it's a fight wherever you go. So, Yao Yue moved her body, turned her strength, and slapped Li Qing's waist 3 inches above the waist. www.novel.com. After this palm bombardment, Li Qing's entire face was directly distorted. He flew upside down, and an arrow shot above the void, hitting the ground ruthlessly. This time, Li Qing couldn't get up again. Excruciating pain, like a bone-shattering pain. Li Qing didn't know how long it had been since he felt such severe pain. Although it was so painful that he couldn't breathe, Li Qing had a feeling that something in his body seemed to be opened. On the other side, Yao Yue looked at her fair and flawless hand, and suddenly looked at Yi Muqing, her eyes flashing with incredible color. In the past few days, all of her bombarded Li Qing with the strongest strength, but Li Qing never vomited blood. She was only blown away, and then she was alive again. Yao Yue was even thinking about whether she was looking for the Dharma protector to beat Li Qing. But Yao Yue didn't expect that this seemingly mortal sect master's wife, with just one sentence, made her beat Li Qing to the point of vomiting blood and could never stand up again. Same power, but different effects. For the first time, Yao Yue felt the extraordinariness of this sovereign's wife. Madam, did you just say something casually, or did you see something? Yao Yue couldn't help but ask aloud. Weakness, he still has many weaknesses. Only by constantly polishing these weaknesses can his physique truly awaken. Yi Muqing blinked her eyes and said softly. Yao Yue's body was shocked. She glanced at Yi Muqing blankly, and asked cautiously, aren't you immortal? Why do you know this? I don't know either. When I saw him, this information came to my mind. Yi Muqing said innocently. Chapter 123 Great Imperial City. Yao Yue took a deep look at Yi Muqing and didn't speak. The lady looked like a mortal, but her body was shrouded in a mysterious veil. She was at the peak of the profound sovereign realm, and she still couldn't see through Li Qing's body, but Madame could see through it at a glance, which was simply incredible. Yao Yue has a faint hunch in her heart that the sect master, this little wife, may shock the world in the future. If Madame has nothing to do recently, can you come and give pointers to my incompetent disciple? Yao Yue looked at Yi Muqing and asked respectfully. She had a hunch that if all the weaknesses in Li Qing's body were tempered by what Madame said, then her disciple would probably ascend to heaven. Okay. Yi Muqing's eyes narrowed like a crescent moon, revealing a beautiful smile. That Wang Feng didn't take me to play, and I, Yi Muqing, didn't have time to talk to him, but I was very busy. The territory of the Kamikaze Empire is located in the due north, and the 3 major empires appear to be 3 kingdoms.
And Wang Feng and others, bypassing the ancient land of Shinjue, went to the Divine Wind Empire from the other side of the Xingyao Mountains. Although the journey was longer, their speed was faster. In just 3 days, Wang Feng and others arrived at Kamikaze City, the imperial capital of the Kamikaze Empire. The 3 cities in the world, Shining Sun City, Divine Wind City, and Qingyun City. These 3 cities have no precedence, but are the most brilliant cities in this world. In this world, only these 3 cities are qualified to be called imperial cities. Ashamed to say, although Sect Master Wang has slapped the Yari Empire one after another, he has never seen Yari City, the mighty imperial city in the world. And now, he saw this Divine Wind City, which was no less than Shining Sun City. It was truly magnificent. The entire city is majestic and magnificent, and the whole body is pitch black. Not only did it not weaken the momentum, but it became more powerful and domineering. Even though Wang Feng had imagined many times the appearance of the 3 imperial cities in this world, he was still shocked when he stood above the void and overlooked the entire Divine Wind City. So spectacular, so grand. The population of this city should be tens of millions, and the circumference of the city wall is even more than 10,000 miles. When he landed on the ground, Wang Feng felt a peerless emperor's aura coming towards his face. Standing in front of the tall city gate, he really felt like an ant. Wang Feng stared at this magnificent city and sighed softly. His Immortal Sect is indeed extremely powerful now, but in terms of its background, it is not comparable to the 3 major empires. This city alone is far from his Immortal Sect. The resident is comparable. However, Wang Feng is not depressed. He has only been in this world for a few months. Sooner or later, his Immortal Sect will definitely surpass the 3 major empires, so that the city in front of him will bow his head in front of his great sect master. Mu Yunfei, who was standing beside Wang Feng, looked at this familiar and unfamiliar city, and his entire body was shaking slightly. He is finally back. 5 years ago, he left the city as a waste. Now, when he returned from Nirvana, he was a little excited, but very calm. There is no such thing as imagined, and I can't wait to let the entire city know that Mu Yunfei has returned, and he has transformed into a king's mind. What he was excited about was not that he had transformed back and was about to start the mode of pretending to slap his face, but that he had returned to his homeland and brought the hope of his father. On the contrary, the great demon of Xuansha and Dongfang are invincible, and they are much calmer. They all have had many experiences, and this city alone cannot cause their psychological fluctuations. It is worth mentioning that when he came, Wang Feng had already made Dongfang invincible put on a veil, but even so, the people passing by were still looking at Dongfang invincible frequently, and there was a hint of drooping color in their eyes. This scene did not escape Wang Feng's eyes. He curled the corner of his mouth and stood with his hands behind his back. My sect master Wang was accompanied by peerless beauties. After enjoying the worship of the world for a while, Sect Master Wang waved his hand and led Mu Yunfei and the others into the imperial city. Previously, although Mu Yunfei was famous throughout the Divine Wind City, in fact, not many people had seen Mu Yunfei. Therefore, Mu Yunfei's return did not make any waves. Of course, if it wasn't for the situation of Emperor Kamikaze, Mu Yunfei wouldn't mind putting on a drama about the return of the king, but now, he has no such mood at all, and his whole heart is on Emperor Kamikaze. Mu Yunfei led the way, and the group ignored the lively Shenfeng Street and walked straight towards the palace. This Divine Wind City is really too big, and the Divine Wind Street is too long. Even though Wang Feng and the others walked very fast, they walked for nearly an hour before they reached the palace. The entire palace is huge, and the city walls are thousands of zhang high. At first glance, it is terrifying. Stop, the important part of the palace, don't get close. When Wang Feng and others were 100 meters away from the palace gate www.novel.com, they were directly stopped by a group of soldiers wearing black armor. The leader was a middle-aged man with a resolute face. His eyes were sharp, and he didn't reveal a trace of breath from his body, but it was scary at a glance. This man must have killed a lot of people. Wang Feng could see at a glance that the middle-aged general's cultivation was at the peak of the late Xianhuang realm. This kind of existence that is powerful enough outside is just a gatekeeper in this palace. The power of the empire is really unfathomable. General Lan Lin, stay safe. At this moment, Mu Yunfei stood up from behind Wang Feng, looked at the middle-aged general, and greeted with a chuckle. And General Lan Lin, the head guard of the Kamikaze Imperial Palace, first glanced at Mu Yunfei in doubt, then his pupils shrank, and he clenched his fists and said, "My minister, I have seen His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince."
I have seen His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince. Although those soldiers were incredible, they still flew towards Mu Yun neatly and respectfully. This scene made Wang Feng's eyes slightly narrow. This General Lan Lin seemed to be very respectful to Mu Yunfei, but in fact, the expression in his eyes did not show any respect. It's like that feeling, I know you are noble and I can't afford it, but I don't look down on you either. I want to see the Emperor, are you going to stop me? Mu Yunfei nodded, glanced at General Lan Lin indifferently, and said, I dare not, but these people. Although General Lan Lin didn't finish his sentence, his meaning was obvious. He didn't dare to stop Mu Yunfei, but Wang Feng and the others would never even want to step into the palace. They are my friends, and they came here under the secret order of the Royal Father. If you want to stop you, but I will report to the Royal Father. If the important affairs of the Father are delayed, your whole family will be gone. Chapter 121 Who says the royal family is ruthless? General Lan Lin was shocked, and he took a deep look at Mu Yunfei. He didn't have much contact with Mu Yunfei, but for Mu Yunfei's name, it could be said that he was very familiar. Such a waste, living in the royal family, is simply an insult to the royal family. But I didn't expect that after the fifth prince disappeared for a while, he came back so strong. In the end, General Lan Lin got out of the way, not because he was afraid, but because there was no need to provoke a prince, even if the prince was a waste. He hadn't seen that Mu Yunfei was no longer what it used to be at this time. With the influence of Sect Master Wang and Dongfang's invincible aura, how could he be at the peak of the late stage of the Xianwang realm? Mu Yunfei glanced at General Lan Lin lightly, and without speaking, took Wang Feng and others directly into this palace, which symbolized the supreme power of the Kamikaze Empire. After Mu Yunfei and others stepped into the palace, General Lan Lin continued to dutifully guard in front of the palace, but several guards quietly left and ran in different directions. How could it be possible to hide the departure of these guards from General Lan Lin, but he pretended not to see it. Wang Feng and the others followed Mu Yunfei into the palace, and they saw a solemn avenue. This avenue was very long, and at the end was a majestic black palace. The palaces of the Kamikaze Empire were not as magnificent as Wang Feng had imagined. They were still dark, but mysterious runes were engraved on the walls of these palaces. Wang Feng could feel that these runes contained some kind of power, which was not only the imperial palace of the Kamikaze Empire, but also the foundation accumulated over the countless years of the Kamikaze Empire. Every palace contains an unknown power. Along the way, the guard level became higher and higher, but Wang Feng and others were never stopped again, and the flow was unimpeded. As he went deeper and deeper, Wang Feng felt a different atmosphere, and the entire void was filled with a dignified aura. It stands to reason that this is the highest power center of the Kamikaze Empire. Even if it is heavily guarded, it is not to this extent. It was almost 5 steps and 1 guard. The guards and soldiers even reached the late stage of the Xianwang realm in the end. Wang Feng also felt that there were several mysterious auras hidden in the dark. It's like resisting some kind of upheaval. On the surface, this divine wind city seems to be very lively, but in this palace, I am afraid that it is ready for the upheaval of the empire. Wang Feng and others walked a long, long way, encountered many palaces, and finally stopped in front of a dark palace. The blackness of this palace is not ordinary black, but so bright that it is so dark that it seems to make people sink into it. And in front of the palace, stood 2 old men. These 2 old men made Wang Feng's eyes narrow. The powerhouses in the middle stage of the Xuanzun realm personally guard the gate. It seems that the real powerhouses of the Kamikaze Empire know the situation of Emperor Kamikaze. Mu Yunfei stood in front of the palace and respectfully saluted the 2 old men. He didn't know who these 2 were, so he didn't speak. Only His Highness can enter, and the rest will have to wait for His Majesty's summons. One of the old men glanced at Mu Yunfei and said lightly. Mu Yunfei glanced at Wang Feng, who nodded lightly. Then, Mu Yunfei took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked in. After Mu Yunfei disappeared completely, Wang Feng took his eyes back. He looked at the 2 old men in front of him and smiled. The Kamikaze Empire is hidden. Hearing this, the 2 old men glanced at each other, not surprised. One of the old men cupped their hands and said, "Since there is a big change, the Emperor cannot receive Sect Master Wang in person, and I ask Sect Master Wang to forgive me. It doesn't matter. When I came, Yunfei had already told the sect that this time, the sect came not only to Yunfei, but also wanted to see if he could be of any help." Wang Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, "Many thanks to Sect Master Wang for escorting His Royal Highness the 5th Prince, but I am so busy that Sect Master Wang may not be able to help."
The old man cupped his hands and said again. Whether it is Wang Feng or the old man, they are very clear. They are very clear that the Divine Wind Empire and the Divine Immortal Sect cannot be enemies in a short period of time, and may even become allies. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that the two old men could not perceive Wang Feng's specific cultivation, but they could feel that Wang Feng was a powerhouse of the same level, it would have been impossible for Wang Feng to receive such courtesy from these two powerhouses of the Xuanzun realm. This world is so realistic, the level is not enough, and even the most basic respect cannot be obtained. Not necessarily. Wang Feng smiled and shook his head. After Mu Yunfei stepped into the palace, his whole heart was lifted, and his body was trembling slightly. He stepped on the screen and saw the Supreme Being, as well as his mother, the Queen of the Kamikaze Empire. This is a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman, dressed in a black dress, full of charm. She also saw Mu Yunfei, and her beautiful eyes showed excitement, but she didn't say anything and still sat beside the bed. She stared at Mu Yunfei tightly, as if to see if Mu Yunfei was thin. This was her only son. After 5 years, she finally saw her son again. When Mu Yunfei saw the appearance of that Supreme Being at this moment www.novel.com, he couldn't bear it any longer. He knelt down heavily, tears could not stop falling, and trembled. My son, the minister sees the father, the queen, and the mother. The son is not filial, it is too late. At this moment, Mu Yunfei's heart was twisted like a knife. In the past, how heroic and majestic the father was, but at this moment, the father was lying quietly on the bed like a dying old man. This is the horror of the 5 declines of heaven and man. If anyone can't stop it, there is only one way to die. Didn't I tell you not to come back? Why don't you listen? Why don't you listen? Emperor Kamikaze didn't get up, he couldn't get up anymore, and even his voice was very weak, as if he would die at any time. His tone was full of reproach, yet there was a hint of relief, extremely complicated. Father, in the past, my son was ignorant and failed to perform filial piety in front of you, but this time, no matter what, my son will accompany the father. Mu Yunfei raised his head, his eyes were moist, and he said very firmly. You, ugh. Emperor Kamikaze raised his hand tremblingly, pointed at Mu Yunfei, and wanted to blame, but in the end it turned into a sigh. He was very relieved in his heart, but he didn't want to see Mu Yunfei appear here. Okay, don't be angry, the emperor is also a filial piety. No matter how difficult it is, our family can get through it. If we can't get through it, it's better to die together. The queen held Emperor Kamikaze's hand, patted the back of Emperor Kamikaze's hand gently, and said softly. Mu Yunfei's eyes were flushed. At this moment, he truly felt the warmth of home. This warmth filled his dark past. Chapter 122 Trust and Hope. In the prince's mansion, a soldier in black knelt in front of Prince Wuxiang and said respectfully, His Royal Highness, the 5th prince has returned to the palace to meet His Majesty. This sentence made Wuxiang, who was originally focusing on reading, put down the book in his hand. He raised his head and glanced at the soldier in black, and laughed. Interesting, really interesting. The temple sent someone to invite him back, but instead of coming, he killed all the people in the temple, and now he has sent him to the door himself. The soldier in black lowered his head and dared not speak. The 5th brother is back, how can I, the elder brother, not go to visit? Wuxiang smiled, turned away from the desk, and went to the apse to change clothes. And the soldier in black was still kneeling. The prince didn't let him get up, so he had to kneel. Royal father, this time the son is back, and the sect master has followed him. He is 50% sure that he can save you. Mu Yunfei wiped away tears and said. After his voice fell, Mu Yunfei could feel that the void in the palace was shaking, and the queen looked at Mu Yunfei in disbelief. At the same time, 5 figures appeared in the palace. Each of these 5 figures was wearing black robes and could not see their faces clearly. Mu Yunfei didn't even know how they appeared in the palace. Emperor Huang, is this true? The queen of the Kamikaze in the mother world, her voice was trembling, her beautiful eyes stared at Mu Yunfei. If it wasn't for Mu Yunfei but her own son, she would really shoot the person who said this to death. From ancient times to the present, no one has been able to solve the 5 failures of heaven and man. These words, like a nightmare, are deeply imprinted in the minds of every cultivator. Once someone says that he can solve the 5 evils of heaven and man, no one will be excited or shaken, but will only regard this person as a fool and play them. When the queen asked, the 5 men in black robes all looked at Mu Yunfei. These 5 glances made Mu Yunfei's whole body tense, as if his back was on his back.
Although these 5 people didn't say anything, he had a hunch that even if he was the prince, as long as he dared to speak nonsense, he might die on the spot. The sect master said so. My son believes in the sect master. Mu Yunfei almost fell to the ground, speaking out. The queen's whole body was trembling. She looked at the Emperor Kamikaze lying on the bed, and the 5 men in black robes also looked at the Emperor Kamikaze. In fact, neither the queen nor the 5 black-robed men believed that Wang Feng had such means, but even if there was only a slight possibility, they were willing to give it a try. In case these 2 words clearly explain everyone's luck. He is the emperor's suzerain, the emperor believes in him, and the emperor also believes in him, let him give it a try. Emperor Kamikaze said weakly. He didn't hold any hope, he just didn't want to let down Mu Yunfei's first and last filial piety. Anyway, it was the worst result. After trying it out, it was all the emperor's filial piety, why not? My concubine, go and greet sect master Wang. The queen got up and said, and then walked out directly. Mu Yunfei didn't move, he still knelt there, and the 5 black-robed men didn't move either. Outside the door, the 2 old men were still chatting with Wang Feng. During the chat, Wang Feng also learned the names of the 2 old men, very simple names. The one on the left is named Mu Yi, and the one on the right is named Mu Er. I didn't expect that the great demon of Xuanxia, who ravaged the Shining Sun Empire 1,000 years ago, actually entered the Immortal Sect. Mu Yi took a careful look at the great demon of Xuanxia next to Wang Feng and said with a smile. The real powerhouses of the 3 major empires all know that the so-called Xuanxia great demon who ravaged the Shining Sun Empire back then was just a joke. But the great demon of Xuanxia is quite powerful, far from what the ordinary peak of the Xianhuang realm can compare to. It's all appreciated by the sect master and accepted the homeless Xuanxia. The great demon of Xuanxia gave Wang Feng a respectful look and said. Wang Feng smiled and said nothing. Creak. At this moment, the door opened, and the graceful Kamikaze queen appeared in front of Wang Feng and others for the first time. I have seen the queen. To Mu Yunfei, Mu Yi and Mu Er did not salute, but to Empress Kamikaze, Mu Yi and Mu Er saluted extremely respectfully. The 2 elders don't need to be too polite. The queen said softly, and then looked at Wang Feng. She recognized Wang Feng at a glance. When the Immortal Sect became famous among the 3 empires, Wang Feng's portrait had already spread to the top of the 3 empires. Sect Master Wang, the reception is not good, I hope Sect Master Wang will forgive me. The queen gave Wang Feng a salute and said. It's the sect who took the liberty to visit and harass the place, and I still look to Haiyan. Wang Feng returned the salute. Please come with me, Sect Master Wang. The queen glanced at Wang Feng and said in a gesture of invitation. Wang Feng nodded, and followed the queen into the palace with Dongfang Invincible and the great demon Xuanxia. It didn't take long for Wang Feng to see Emperor Kamikaze. Although Wang Feng knew that the 5 decays of heaven and men were terrifying, he did not expect that a strong person at the peak of the Xuanzun realm would be devastated by the 5 decays of heaven and men into this appearance. It is indeed the suffering of heaven and earth. I have seen the emperor. Wang Feng bowed to Emperor Kamikaze who was lying on the bed www.novel.com with a hint of respect. The great demon of Xuanxia and Dongfang Invincible also bowed at the same time. Even if the emperor is already dying, as long as he is not dead, he is still the of Wind, and is still one of the 3 supreme emperors in this ancient land. Many thanks to Sect Master Wang for taking care of my incompetent emperor. I'm ashamed to say that I couldn't entertain Sect Master Wang in person. Emperor Kamikaze said weakly, it was really hard for him to say such long words. He was almost half-footed on the edge of hell. I heard that Sect Master Wang has a way to save His Majesty. Before Wang Feng could answer, the queen on the side couldn't wait to ask, her beautiful eyes staring at Wang Feng. The 5 black-robed men also stared at Wang Feng. They desperately hoped to get Wang Feng's answer, and even more hoped that Wang Feng was not joking. Although they thought it was incredible, they really hoped that Wang Feng could heal Emperor Kamikaze, and they were willing to pay any price. Wang Feng smiled and didn't answer, but walked towards Emperor Kamikaze. However, just as Wang Feng took a step, he was stopped by the 5 men in black robes. Wang Feng glanced at the 5 men in black robes. On the surface, they were calm, but their hearts were extremely shaken. 2 were in the late stage of the Xuanzun realm, and 3 were in the middle stage of the Xuanzun realm. Today, there are 7 powerful Profound Venerable Realm experts in the Divine Wind Empire, plus the Divine Wind Emperor, the peak of the Profound Venerable Realm, and the auras of the Profound Venerable Realm that I have felt along the way. These empires, one by one, are hidden deep in Nima. This sect needs to check the emperor's body to confirm it further. Wang Feng glanced at the 5 black-robed men and said lightly, "Get out of the way, this emperor believes in sect master Wang." Emperor Kamikaze's weak voice sounded, and the 5 black-robed men immediately moved away. Chapter 123 Heaven or Hell. Looking at Emperor Kamikaze in front of him, Wang Feng couldn't help feeling the terrifying power of heaven and earth. In front of heaven and earth, people are really ants. This supreme emperor, His Majesty, was destroyed into this appearance in front of the power of heaven and earth. If the Emperor Kamikaze can walk to the empire at this moment, I am afraid that no one in the Kamikaze Empire can recognize this old man, who is their supreme emperor. System, scan the Kamikaze Emperor. When Wang Feng's voice fell, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and then, a virtual panel appeared in front of Wang Feng. Name, Kamikaze the Great. Occupation, ruler of the Kamikaze Empire. Cultivation, peak of Xuanzun realm. Status, experiencing 5 declines of heaven and man, the 2nd decline of Qi. Seeing the attribute panel of Emperor Kamikaze, Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Emperor Kamikaze only failed in the 2nd decline. If it was the 5th decline, even Wang Feng would be weak. System, how to save Emperor Kamikaze. Wang Feng secretly said in his heart, the system once said that as long as it is not the 5th decline, it can be rescued by paying some price. Ding, if you want to save the Divine Wind Emperor, who has experienced the 2nd decline of the 5 declines of heaven and human beings, you need 2 things, one is luck, and the other is the most powerful body-quenching medicine. The 2nd decline is actually the decline of luck, and Emperor Kamikaze, although he is the emperor of the Kamikaze Empire, has the luck of the entire Kamikaze Empire, but when he experienced the 5 declines of heaven and man, Emperor Kamikaze did not use the luck of the entire Kamikaze Empire. Because, once the luck of the entire Kamikaze Empire is used, not only will the strength of the 2nd decline increase, but if he fails, the entire Kamikaze Empire will be destroyed by heaven and earth. The 1st decline is also the decline of the body. Although Emperor Kamikaze survived the 1st decline, his failure in the 2nd decline also affected the 1st decline, and the 2 collapses broke out, directly taking his life. So, in order to save Emperor Kamikaze, we need to heal Emperor Kamikaze's chi fortune and body destroyed by these 2 declines at the same time. When Wang Feng's voice fell, the cold voices of the system sounded in his mind one after another. After receiving the explanation from the system, Wang Feng was not at all happy, but became more and more solemn. The 5 declines of heaven and man, unless they are overcome in one go, once any failure fails, it will affect the other ones that have already passed. This is the real horror of the 5 declines of heaven and man. Qi luck is illusory, invisible and intangible, but it is real. How could he find Qi luck to save the Kamikaze Emperor? As for the 2nd type of Xian refinement medicine, it seems to be better, but in fact it is extremely difficult. Of peerless treasures. System, can the luck accumulated by this host be used to save Emperor Kamikaze? Wang Feng asked secretly, as if thinking of something. Previously, when he participated in the Demon Sealing Conference, he captured the luck of several Tianjiao, and many top Tianjiao joined his Immortal Sect, which also caused his luck to skyrocket. Of course, these fortunes are not only for Wang Feng, but for the entire Immortal Sect. Wang Feng was reluctant to use this luck unless it was a last resort. This represented the future luck of his Immortal Sect, so how could he use it easily? Although this Divine Wind Emperor was the father of his Divine Immortal Sect disciple Mu Yunfei, to tell the truth, he really wasn't worthy of Wang Feng's use of Divine Immortal Sect's luck. Yes, but the loss of the god's luck will affect the gods, unless the host can make up for the god's luck in a short period of time. Hearing the system's explanation, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and fell silent. Besides, can the Qi movement of the Kamikaze Empire be used? Wang Feng asked again. Yes, but the host does not have the ability to use the Kamikaze Empire's luck at present. Unless the Kamikaze Emperor is willing to rely on the Kamikaze Empire's national luck on the host can use the Kamikaze Empire's luck. Asshole, it's really hard. Wang Feng could imagine that once he said that he needed the national fortune of the Kamikaze Empire to save Emperor Kamikaze, the entire Kamikaze Empire would regard him as an enemy, and even his disciple Mu Yunfei might doubt his purpose. What is national fortune? It is the supreme throne of the Kamikaze Empire. This position condenses the beliefs of the people of the Kamikaze Empire, and it is more appropriate to say that it is the fortune of the country. But he couldn't use it, and he couldn't even open his mouth. Once he said it, the nature would change.
Even if this luck was really needed to save Emperor Kamikaze, it was impossible for the Kamikaze Empire to hand over the fate of the country. He belongs to an outsider like Wang Feng. During the time when Wang Feng was silent, the Empress Kamikaze, the 5 black-robed men and even Mu Yunfei dared to breathe and held their breath, for fear of affecting Wang Feng, and were extremely nervous. Wang, Sect Master Wang, but, is there a way? Queen Kamikaze couldn't bear this deadly silence. She looked at Wang Feng and said in a trembling voice. It can be saved, but... Wang Feng glanced at the crowd and said condensedly. But what? As long as Sect Master Wang has any needs, www.novel.com, my Kamikaze Empire will do my best to satisfy Sect Master Wang. Just ask Sect Master Wang to save my majesty. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Queen Kamikaze burst into tears with joy. She stared at Wang Feng and said without hesitation. As for Mu Yunfei, after hearing Wang Feng's words, he fell directly to the ground. If he could save him, he could really save him. He did not look at Wang Feng, but at Emperor Kamikaze, his eyes full of excitement. The great Emperor Kamikaze and the 5 black-robed men were also startled, looking at Wang Feng in disbelief. If you want to save Emperor Kamikaze, you need luck and body-refining medicine. As long as you have these 2 things, this sect can guarantee that you can definitely save Emperor Kamikaze, and even bring him to a higher level. Wang Feng faintly rode. As soon as Wang Feng said this, the expressions of the Queen Kamikaze and the 5 black-robed men changed. They felt that they had risen from to heaven but fell from heaven to hell. Luck is illusory. How can I get it? How to find it? Body-refining magic medicines are also extremely scarce. His divine wind empire has stood in this ancient land for so long, and he has never found a single body-refining magic medicine. No, is there no other way? Queen Kamikaze asked with a trembling voice. Wang Feng shook his head. Empress Kamikaze was stunned. Her beautiful eyes could no longer hold back, leaving behind crystal tears. Why is God so cruel? Give them hope, but let them watch hope slip away from them. It's okay, this is what this emperor ordered. Sect Master Wang, this emperor wants to ask you one thing. Take Yunfei and the queen to Shengxianzong. Emperor Kamikaze sighed, stared at Wang Feng, and said. Once he is immortal, the prince will surely ascend to the throne. At that time, Mu Yunfei and the queen will definitely not be able to live. Although these elders can change the prince's mind, they will never do it. Chapter 124 Sect Master Wang is omnipotent. Emperor Kamikaze knew very well that if he had any hope of living, these elders would do everything in their power to save him, but if there was no hope, the crown prince could only inherit the throne. As for the Kamikaze Prince Qing not clearing up the prince who threatens him, it is not within the consideration of these elders. They only care about the Kamikaze Empire. Chen and concubine don't leave, let Yuner go. If your majesty dies, Chen and concubine will go with his majesty. Empress Kamikaze said firmly with tears in her eyes. You, alas. Emperor Kamikaze wanted to scold, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't get out of his mouth. This is his wife who has been with each other for hundreds of years. His other concubines cried so much when they learned of his accident, but they turned around and let their son go to curry favor with the crown prince. Only the queen was the only one. From beginning to end, he was cared for by his side. How many concubines did Emperor Kamikaze have? There are many, but less than 10 have given birth to sons. His cultivation is too high. Even the queen has worked for hundreds of years before giving birth to Mu Yunfei, and she is still a waste. Fortunately, God bless him, let him nirvana, and finally be able to practice. Emperor Kamikaze glanced at Mu Yunfei lovingly. Although this son was a waste before, he cared that Mu Yunfei surpassed the other sons, even the crown prince. Sect Master, you have a solution, right? With tears streaming down her face, Mu Yunfei climbed to Wang Feng's side, hugged Wang Feng's thigh, and begged. He really couldn't imagine how dark his world would become if Emperor Kamikaze died. Even though he still has the Immortal Sect is only the Immortal Sect after all, and relatives are relatives. Yuner, don't embarrass Sect Master Wang, it's all fate. Empress Kamikaze glanced at Mu Yunfei and whimpered. Wang Feng patted Mu Yunfei's shoulder and sighed lightly. This sect can indeed be saved. Wang Feng's words were really like a thunderbolt, causing Empress Kamikaze, Mu Yunfei, and the 5 men in black robes to tremble. They looked at Wang Feng in unison, their pupils widened, and their faces were incredible. No words could describe their shock at this time.
Although Mu Yunfei begged Wang Feng, he didn't have any hope in his heart. After all, luck was too illusory. If there were traces of the magical medicine for body refining, then the luck really didn't know how to find it. Sovereign, it is truly omnipotent. I beg Sect Master Wang to heal His Majesty. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. My Kamikaze Empire will do everything to satisfy Sect Master Wang. The Kamikaze Queen stood up directly, bowed 90 degrees to Wang Feng, and said sincerely, I beg Sect Master Wang to heal His Majesty. The 5 men in black robes also saluted Wang Feng in unison and said aloud, Emperor Kamikaze is the real pillar of the empire. Only when he is there can he suppress everything. Once Emperor Kamikaze dies, the entire Kamikaze Empire will inevitably set off stormy waves. The most terrifying thing is that the other 2 empires will take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. If there is a slight chance, no matter what the cost, these imperial elders will save Emperor Kamikaze. This sect has 3 requirements. Wang Feng conveyed a force to help the Queen of Kamikaze, glanced at the Queen of Wind and the 5 elders of the Kamikaze Empire, and said solemnly. Originally, Sect Master Wang didn't want to waste the luck of Xuanzun to save Emperor Shenfeng, but in the end he couldn't hold back a trace of compassion in his heart. Just like in a previous life, he knew that saving the old man might be blackmailed, but there were still people who didn't hesitate. Saved, not stupid, but for the bottom line of conscience in my heart. Of course, for salvation, the luck lost by his Xuanzun had to be recovered from the Kamikaze Empire. No, it was doubled. Brothers still clearly settle accounts, not to mention that although Mu Yunfei is a disciple of his Immortal Sect, this Divine Wind Emperor is just a stranger after all. In Mu Yunfei's face, his King Sect Master doesn't count as a shot fee. The world is as good as he is to his disciples, and I am afraid that there is only his King, the Great Sect Master. Sect Master Wang, please speak. The Empress Kamikaze and the 5 elders of the Empire stared at Wang Feng and said solemnly. Emperor Kamikaze lay on the bed, opened his eyes diligently, and stared at Wang Feng. If he could not die, who would die? Don't look at what Emperor Kamikaze said so nicely, but who is not afraid of death? Especially the Emperor, who is more afraid of death and enjoys the supreme power, who can calmly let go. First, after this sect rescues Emperor Shenfeng, the Shenfeng Empire will become an ally with our Xuanzun. If our Xuanzun is in trouble, the Shenfeng Empire needs to help us unconditionally. If the Shenfeng Empire is in trouble, our Xuanzun I will also do my best to help, but the Kamikaze Empire needs to pay my Xuanzun's shot fee. Wang Feng glanced at Queen Feng and others, and stated his first condition. This condition, if the Emperor Kamikaze is nothing, is definitely wishful thinking, but at this moment, both the Queen Kamikaze and the 5 elders of the Empire are quietly relieved. They thought that Wang Feng would speak loudly, but they didn't expect. On this condition, Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com will take the lead and promise Sect Master Wang. After Sect Master Wang saves His Majesty will personally sign an ally contract with Sect Master Wang. Empress Kamikaze first glanced at Emperor Feng, then looked at Wang Feng and said. The second condition is that the Kamikaze Empire needs to use the name of the Empire to convene the gods of the Kamikaze Empire. At that time, let my Xuanzun hold a disciple recruitment conference in the Kamikaze Empire. This conference is entirely voluntary. Tianjiao who joins the sect, wants to join our Xuanzun sect, the Kamikaze Empire and the sects in the Kamikaze Empire, don't stop it. Wang Feng said the second condition, and this condition made the Queen Kamikaze and the 5 black-robed elders frown. Under this condition, if the Immortal Sect only wanted to hold a disciple recruitment conference in the Empire, there would be absolutely no problem, but with the sects in the entire Empire, it would be difficult for the Empire to convene. The most important thing is that once the arrogance of those sects wants to join the Immortal Sect, they have to leave the original sect. This time, the Empire is afraid to be a big villain. If it is like the sects in the Shining Sun Empire, it will be fine. The key is that the sects in the Kamikaze Empire are all guided by the Kamikaze Empire, which makes it difficult for the Empire. However, the Kamikaze Queen and the 5 Imperial Elders only hesitated for less than a quarter of an hour before agreeing directly to Wang Feng. To be honest, even if all the sects in the Empire are added up, they are not as important as Emperor Kamikaze. Hearing the agreement of the Empress Kamikaze and others, Wang Feng's mouth twitched. In fact, this second requirement is the key to making up for his luck in the Immortal Sect. With the help of the entire Divine Wind Empire, even if only 1% of Tianjiao joins his Divine Immortal Sect, it is enough to bring boundless luck. It means that Sect Master Wang seems to use the luck of the Shangxianzong, but in fact he uses the luck of the Kamikaze Empire. Chapter 125 Sealed Heaven and Jedi, the Seed of Destiny. The third condition, you should know that the body-refining magic medicine is very precious. This seed can find the body-refining magic medicine, but you need to exchange it for the equivalent treasure. Sect Master Wang glanced at Queen Feng and the 5 elders of the Empire, and said softly, "For practitioners, the magical medicine for body refining may be hard to come by, but for Sect Master Wang, as long as he really wants to find it, he may not be able to find it. The Emperor's Qi technique and the system scanning function, no matter how concealed the body refining medicine is, it will definitely not escape his eyes." Even though he was able to find the divine medicine for body refining, it did not mean that he could use it so generously for Emperor Kamikaze. No one could get anything from his Sect Master Wang for no reason. Although the divine medicine is more precious than the divine pill, it is also a rare treasure, and it is also the main medicine for refining the divine pill. Such a treasure, how is it possible that he wants his Sect Master Wang to send it out like this? If he doesn't scrape a few pounds of blood from the Kamikaze Empire, he will lose the face of the great Sect Master. Again, although Mu Yunfei was a disciple of his Immortal Sect, he still had to talk about it. Of course, if the Divine Wind Empire can directly submit to the Divine Immortal Sect like the Sword Emperor, then let alone one magical medicine, Wang Feng will give all 10 magical medicines, but this is simply impossible. When Wang Feng's words fell, the Kamikaze Queen and the 5 elders of the Empire frowned, not because they thought Wang Feng's request was too much, but because they were thinking about what treasures in the Empire could rival the body-refining magic medicine. In fact, although Wang Feng's 3 conditions were harsh, they were not harsh at this critical moment, and were even very good. Just like the third request, even if Wang Feng didn't say it, they would take the initiative and take Wang Feng's magic medicine for nothing. His Kamikaze Empire was uneasy. However, the Queen Kamikaze and the 5 elders of the Empire thought about it and found that there was no treasure in the Empire that could compare to the magic medicine. His Divine Wind Empire has indeed been inherited for many years, controls a huge territory, and possesses countless treasures, but in terms of level, it is not comparable to the magic medicine. Xuani, bring the thing that this emperor placed in the deepest part of the imperial treasury. Just as the Empress Kamikaze and the 5 imperial elders were frowning, Emperor Kamikaze opened his mouth, his voice still extremely weak, but at this moment, he had a strong will to survive. "Yes, Your Majesty." Xian Yi, one of the 2 late-stage Xuanzun realm powerhouses among the 5 imperial elders, said respectfully. He took the key that Emperor Kamikaze took out tremblingly, and with a flash, he disappeared directly into the room. The treasure house of the Kamikaze Empire, even the elders of the Empire, could not step into it without the will of the Emperor Kamikaze, and the deepest room of the treasure house was sealed by the Emperor Kamikaze himself. No one knew what treasures Emperor Kamikaze had put in that room. In less than a moment, Xian Yi reappeared in the hall, holding a simple wooden box in his hand. Everyone looked at the wooden box, but with just one glance, everyone looked away again. Although it was just a wooden box, it was engraved with dense and mysterious inscriptions. At a glance, it seemed that the soul was about to fall. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at Emperor Feng. With just that glance, Wang Feng knew that the contents in this wooden box were definitely not simple. Sect Master Wang, this wooden box was obtained by this emperor from a historic site a long time ago, and at that historic site, this emperor broke through to the Xuanzun realm. This emperor has studied this wooden box and even the contents inside it for countless years, but he has not researched even a trace of information, and even this emperor does not know what this thing is. But intuition tells this emperor that this thing is not simple. If Sect Master Wang thinks this thing is worth a magical medicine, then this thing belongs to Sect Master Wang. Emperor Kamikaze's weak voice sounded in the room, causing everyone present to change their expression slightly. It can make a Xuanzun realm powerhouse study for countless years, but he can't study it. The mystery of this thing is beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone present was very curious about what was in the wooden box, but Emperor Kamikaze didn't mean to open the wooden box at all. Without Emperor Kamikaze's will, Xian Yi didn't dare to open it. Wang Feng did not directly answer the great Emperor Kamikaze, but operated the Heavenly Sun's Qi technique. A mysterious light flashed through his eyes, and he looked at the wooden box again. Can't see through. Even with the operation of the Heavenly Sun's Qi technique, Wang Feng still couldn't see through the wooden box, but he didn't have the feeling that his soul was about to fall. System, can you scan the origin of the things in the wooden box?
Wang Feng secretly said that although his intuition told him that the contents in this wooden box were definitely not simple, but whether it was worth a magic medicine, he still had to understand it clearly. Some things seem mysterious, but they are actually worthless, but some things are very ordinary, but they are rare treasures. Look, scanning will cost 10,000 sects. The cold voice that sounded in his mind www.novel.com shocked Wang Feng. Scanning this wooden box would cost 10,000 sects. How amazing is the stuff in here? Scanning. Although the 10,000 sect value made Sect Master Wang a little painful, he still chose to scan. This wooden box is too mysterious, which made Sect Master Wang very curious. Of course, he also wanted to see the contents of the wooden box. Not worth a magic medicine. Ding, scan result. This box is a treasure box that seals the sky and Jedi made by the ancients, which can block all breaths. Inside the box is the seed of destiny. Note, this box can be called a treasure, a seed of destiny, which can grow a tree of destiny. The tree of destiny is one of the 9 divine trees in the world, and it has an extremely magical effect. The cold voice that sounded in his mind made Wang Feng's heart skip a beat. He was so excited that his whole heart was pounding, but on the surface, he was as steady as an old dog, with a calm expression on his face. The Emperor is joking. This wooden box looks extraordinary, but you can't even research anything. What is the purpose of this seat? If not, this wooden box, plus let the sect freely from the treasure house of the Kamikaze Empire choose 3 things, and I will go to find the body refining. Medicine for the Emperor, how about it? Wang Feng glanced at Emperor Feng and said. Although Wang Feng desperately wanted to get the heavenly Jedi box and the seed of destiny inside, he must not show it at this time. The Queen Kamikaze and the 5 elders of the Empire also looked at the Emperor Kamikaze. They didn't know how precious this wooden box was, so they couldn't decide whether this wooden box was comparable to a magical medicine. Of course, judging from the appearance of this wooden box, it is incomparable to a magical medicine. Okay, this Emperor promises you, but how long does it take Sect Master Wang to find the magic medicine? This Emperor's time is running out. Emperor Kamikaze said. Chapter 126 Crack Air Decay. Although he intuitively told Emperor Kamikaze that the things in the wooden box must be treasures, he had studied for so long and could not come up with a reason. Perhaps, this treasure was not related to him. If he could use this wooden box to save his life, it would be worth it, otherwise, his Kamikaze Empire would not be able to come up with any treasures comparable to divine medicine. Don't worry about the Great Emperor, this seat will first heal the Great Emperor with Qi luck. Although it cannot completely heal the Great Emperor, it will allow the Great Emperor to live for a while. During this time, this seat will find the body refining medicine for the Great Emperor has completely cured the 5 decays of heaven and men. Wang Feng glanced at Emperor Feng and chuckled lightly. If it weren't for the fact that he could first heal the Emperor Kamikaze with his luck and extend his life, Sect Master Wang would not dare to accept it. Although he has the function of the Emperor's Qi and system scanning, it is not so easy to find the magic medicine, and in the current state of the wind, it won't take long for him to burp, and what else can he save? Hearing Wang Feng's words, whether it was the Empress Kamikaze or the 5 elders of the Empire, they were all shocked, and their faces showed joy. Especially the Empress Kamikaze. During this period of time, Emperor Kamikaze stepped into with half a foot. She was the one who suffered the most, and she was the one who suffered the most. But now, Emperor Kamikaze was finally saved, her whole body suddenly relaxed, her body was weak, and she almost fell. Her Majesty, her husband, should not die. Emperor Kamikaze also trembled. These 10 days were the 10 days closest to his death. He thought he could face death calmly, but when he was really close to death, he realized that he was also afraid of death. Sect Master Wang, please take action and save His Majesty. Sect Master Wang, please take action and save His Majesty. Afterwards, the Empress Kamikaze and the 5 imperial elders bowed respectfully to Wang Feng and asked. They could all feel that the Kamikaze Emperor at this time had already half-footed into hell. If it was delayed any longer, they were afraid that the Kamikaze Emperor would be gone before Wang Feng could take action. Wang Feng nodded and walked slowly to Emperor Kamikaze. When Wang Feng approached the Emperor Kamikaze, both the Empress Kamikaze and the 5 imperial elders quickly retreated, pulling Mu Yunfei to the back, almost to the edge of the entire hall. The 5 elders of the Empire were running the power in their bodies crazily, guarding them and even the Empress Kamikaze and Mu Yunfei. They held their breath, didn't dare to take a breath, and stared at Wang Feng. This is the power to crack the 5 declines of heaven and men. It can be said to compete with the sky. It must be earth-shattering. If they are not prepared, what will they do if they are affected by this power? Even the 5 elders of the empire still felt unsafe, so they sacrificed treasures and added a layer of protection. And Mu Air, who was guarding outside, also received Xian Yi's voice transmission, and suddenly turned his power wildly to guard the entire hall. In the face of the power of the 5 decays of heaven and men, no one dares to neglect, and Sect Master Wang and others will collide with the power of the 5 decays of heaven and men, and it will be earth-shattering. Wang Feng turned around and glanced at the 5 imperial elders, the kamikaze queen and others who had been hiding far away, with a stunned expression on his face. "What's the matter? You are hiding so far." At this moment, Wang Feng was really a little confused. The Empress Kamikaze and the 5 elders of the empire, seeing that Wang Feng was not concentrating on dealing with the 5 declines of heaven and men, looked at them, and their eyes flashed wildly, indicating that Wang Feng should concentrate on dealing with them and leave them alone. They could resist. Wang Feng was even more stunned. The Queen Kamikaze was just mad at him. You 5 old men were also mad at him. What do you mean? Hemp egg. Wang Feng glared viciously at the 5 Kamikaze Empire elders. Ignoring these nervous people, he turned to look at the Kamikaze Emperor, and said to himself, "System, use the Qi luck of the Immortal Sect to heal the Qi decline for the Emperor God." Ding! The gods of gods have been blessed with luck in the host's hands, and the host can transport the power of the gods into the body of the gods, and the power of the gods' Qi decline can be healed. When this cold voice sounded in Wang Feng's mind, a mysterious brilliance suddenly flashed on Wang Feng's right hand. This brilliance, like an illusion, appears and disappears from time to time, and it is extremely strange. Wang Feng stretched out his right hand and looked at it, but he didn't feel anything. He clearly felt that there was a mysterious force surrounding his right hand, but when he carefully looked at his right hand, he didn't feel anything. The power of luck is beyond Wang Feng's understanding at this time. Without hesitation, Wang Feng stretched out his hand and swiped across Emperor Kamikaze. The power of luck immediately poured into Emperor Kamikaze's body. When this air luck poured into Emperor Kamikaze's body, Emperor Kamikaze's entire body trembled violently, and then a vitality slowly recovered from Emperor Kamikaze's body. Wang Feng knew that the power of Qi decline in the body of the Kamikaze Emperor had already been cracked by him. He glanced at Emperor Feng, then looked at Queen Kamikaze and others in the distance www.novel.com and said softly, "Fortunately, I have not been humiliated, and I have cured the power of Qi for the Emperor." Okay. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the Kamikaze Queen and the others were stunned for a moment and said in a stunned manner. They just saw Wang Feng swipe lightly on His Majesty's body. All right. What about the shocking scene of confrontation with heaven and earth? In their predictions, Sect Master Wang was so angry that he was like a king, fighting against the heavens and the earth. As a result, nothing. Empress Kamikaze and the 5 elders of the empire looked embarrassed, sloppy. Then, they became suspicious again. His Majesty, who is at the peak of the Xuanzun realm, can't resist the power of Qi decline, but Sect Master Wang is cured with a single stroke. Is it too dreamy? Thinking of this, the Kamikaze Queen and the 5 imperial elders hurriedly walked to Emperor Kamikaze to investigate carefully. When they felt the powerful vitality that was gradually recovering in Emperor Kamikaze's body, they were very excited. Although they didn't know what was going on, their Majesty was saved after all. When Empress Kamikaze and the others were excited, Emperor Kamikaze suddenly sat up from the bed, a sharpness flashed in his eyes, and he no longer looked weak and dying before. His old face even recovered a lot. Although he has not completely transformed into his previous mighty and domineering middle-aged appearance, at least he is not as old as before. Many thanks to Sect Master Wang. For this kindness, I will never forget it. Emperor Kamikaze got out of bed, stood in front of Wang Feng, bowed to Wang Feng, and said with full energy. The grace of life, no matter what, can't be repaid. Chapter 127 Prince Shot. In this world, the only person who can make Emperor Kamikaze salute is Wang Feng, who saved Emperor Kamikaze. Wang Feng didn't ask the big one but returned the courtesy slightly and said with a smile, "The Emperor is polite, it's just a transaction." The transaction is a transaction, well, it still has to be remembered. Emperor Kamikaze also smiled. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Mu Yunfei, Sect Master Wang would probably not have had an intersection with his Kamikaze Empire for the time being, and his Kamikaze Emperor would surely die in this 5 declines of heaven and men. Thinking of this, Emperor Kamikaze looked at Mu Yunfei with kindness in his eyes. This son, who had been worrying about him for a long time, finally grew up, and as soon as he grew up, he indirectly saved him. It was really unpredictable. Congratulations to the Emperor. Aware of Emperor Kamikaze's gaze, Mu Yunfei hurriedly bowed, but at this moment Mu Yunfei was rather restrained and did not let go as before. Emperor Kamikaze nodded, then stretched out his hand, forcing out a strand of blood, constantly swiping in the void, and lines of blood-red words appeared in the void. Sect Master Wang, this is the contract between you and our alliance, please see Sect Master Wang. Wang Feng took a deep look at Emperor Feng, without saying a word. He also forced out a ray of blood, which was on the contract floating in the void. The blood reputation contract is recognized by heaven and earth. Once signed, it cannot be changed. When Wang Feng signed the alliance contract with Emperor Kamikaze, the entire hall was shaken, and an unimaginable aura disappeared in a flash. This is heaven and earth, which recognizes the contract between them. When is Sect Master Wang going to look for the body refining medicine? After signing the contract, Emperor Kamikaze looked at Wang Feng and asked. After Emperor Kamikaze's voice fell, Queen Kamikaze and the 5 elders of the empire also looked at Wang Feng. Although Emperor Kamikaze had escaped the fatal danger at this moment, he had not yet recovered. Naturally, the sooner he recovered, the better. Moreover, although they do not know how Sect Master Wang intends to find the magical medicine for body refining, the entire Divine Wind Empire has stood in this world for so long, and has never obtained a single magical medicine, even if Sect Master Wang has a way to find the magical medicine for body refining. This process is bound to be extremely long. Tomorrow, I will set out to find the magical medicine for refining the body. Before that, I need to borrow some books of the Kamikaze Empire to find relevant information. Wang Feng smiled and said. Even if Wang Feng has the Emperor's Qi and system scanning functions, he still needs to understand the growth habit and birth environment of the magical medicine in order to find it in a targeted manner. Otherwise, this area is so large, where can he find the magical medicine? Okay, except for some secret books, the rest of our Kamikaze Empire is open to Sect Master Wang. Xian Yi, you follow Sect Master Wang. What is the need of Sect Master Wang? As long as my Kamikaze Empire can do it, it must be satisfied. Emperor Feng nodded and said. Yes, Your Majesty. Xian Yi said respectfully. Father, I heard that the 5th brother has returned. My son misses the 5th brother and asks to see him. At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the hall. When this voice sounded, both the Emperor Kamikaze and the Empress Kamikaze sank. Especially the Kamikaze Emperor, his disgust was revealed unabashedly. His father, the Emperor, was dying, and the prince did not come in such a hurry, but now, when the 5th Prince Mu Yunfei returned, he couldn't wait to run. Come to think of it, it's really funny. In the heart of this prince, there is only this throne. What made Emperor Kamikaze most uncomfortable was that he couldn't move the prince. In the cultivation world, the saying that the prince is the country's capital is not completely applicable, but it also has some truth. His good prince secretly does not know how many important ministers of the Kamikaze Empire he has drawn, and most importantly, there is a powerful force behind him that even the Kamikaze Emperor cannot see through. Enter. Emperor Kamikaze restrained his expression and said indifferently. Creak. The Divine Wind Crown Prince Mu Xingqian opened the temple door and walked in. This is the first time Wang Feng has seen the Prince of the Kamikaze Empire. At first glance, Wang Feng felt that the Prince of the Kamikaze was a little handsome. Although he was not as good as him, he was considered a handsome man. At second glance, Wang Feng was sure that the Prince of the Kamikaze Empire was a smiling tiger. He looked gentle and dignified, but Wang Feng saw through the ruthlessness deep in his eyes. I have seen the father and the queen, and I have seen the mother. Mu Xingqian, the Prince of the Kamikaze, entered and saw the Emperor Kamikaze standing safe and sound. His pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly saluted respectfully. No ceremony, this is the sect master of the Immortal Sect King. The great Emperor Shenfeng pointed at Wang Feng and said lightly. Xingqian, I have seen Sect Master Wang. Recently, the Immortal Sect is famous all over the world. Xingqian has long admired the Immortal Sect for a long time. I never thought that I would be fortunate enough to meet Sect Master Wang today. Sect Master Wang is indeed like an exiled immortal, and his bearing is extraordinary. Mu Xingqian was startled, but he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he bowed to Wang Feng and smiled. Prince is overrated. Wang Feng stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. Great Emperor, if nothing happens, this seat will leave first.
Wang Feng was too lazy to follow the kamikaze Prince Su and Weisha, and looked at the kamikaze emperor www.novel.com Xian and sent Sect Master Wang for the emperor. The emperor kamikaze nodded and commanded. Yes, Sect Master Wang, please come with me. Xian didn't dare to neglect, he stretched out his hand and led Wang Feng away. Mu Xingqian glanced at Wang Feng's back with deep meaning, and an incomprehensible smirk appeared on his face. Fifth brother, I think you are a brother. Where have you been all these years? You must have suffered a lot. After Wang Feng left, Mu Xingqian stepped forward and hugged Mu Yunfei, saying with a heartache. People who don't know, think how deep their brotherhood is. Thank you for your concern, brother, everything is fine. Mu Yunfei couldn't bear Mu Xingqian's enthusiasm, he took a step back and bowed his hands. It's very good, very good. Now that the fifth brother has returned, just stay with me. My brother will take good care of you. If you need anything, just tell my brother. Mu Xingqian patted Mu Yunfei's shoulder and said boldly. Mu Xingqian didn't ask Emperor Shenfeng if he was all right, and Emperor Shenfeng didn't say either, both of them had a tacit understanding. Emperor Kamikaze knew that no matter whether he said it or not, the ambition of his good son could not be changed. And Mu Xingqian also knew that, no matter if the Divine Wind Emperor was good or not, he still had to do what he should do. Furthermore, Sect Master Wang, as the head of a sect and a sect force of the Shining Sun Empire, entered our Kamikaze Empire without a notice. Wouldn't it be too arrogant? The Divine Wind Crown Prince Mu Xingqian cupped his hands at the Divine Wind Emperor and said. 1 second, it was respectful and polite, and the next second, it was shot. Chapter 128 Imperial Library. The four elders of the Empire watched this scene indifferently, and they would not intervene when it came to the Emperor and the Prince. It's not that they are afraid, but they are avoiding suspicion. They are only loyal to the Empire, only to the Emperor. If they are involved in politics, their nature will change. Because of this, their status is very detached. Emperor Kamikaze glanced at Prince Feng indifferently, his face did not change at all, and said, "What does the prince think?" "My son believes that the fifth brother should be separated from the Immortal Sect. Although Xuanzun has become famous among the three major empires recently, after all, the background is shallow, and the fifth brother's status is noble, so he cannot join Xuanzun as a disciple. As for the sect master of the Immortal Sect, give him a warning and let him know the rules." The Kamikaze prince cupped his hands and said solemnly, as if he was thinking about everything for the Kamikaze Empire and Mu Yunfei. "Brother Huang, entering the Immortal Sect is my own business, and it's not your turn to intervene." Mu Yunfei on the side couldn't hold it any longer, he glared at Mu Xingqian and said solemnly. Joining the Immortal Sect was the most fortunate thing in Mu Yunfei's life, not to mention that the sect master had just rescued his father, he had already sworn that he was a member of the Immortal Sect in life, and a ghost of the Immortal Sect in death. But Mu Xingqian wanted to destroy it, how could he agree? "Fifth brother, you are still young and don't understand the dangers of this world. The sect master of the Immortal Sect just sees your dignity and wants to come to my Divine Wind Empire through you." Mu Xingqian glanced at Mu Yunfei and said bitterly. And Mu Xingqian's words made Mu Yunfei laugh angrily. He took a deep look at Mu Xingqian without saying a word. No matter who it is, he can't shake his heart for the Immortal Sect. "Let's discuss this matter, you go down first." Emperor Kamikaze waved his hand and said solemnly. "Yes, father." Prince Kamikaze was very straightforward, bowed, turned around and left, as if he was just talking casually. "Yunfei, you should go down too. Your mother has been sending someone to clean your residence. You haven't returned for 5 years. You should go and see." The Emperor Shenfeng gave Mu Yunfei a soft look and said, "Yes." Mu Yunfei trembled all over, bowed deeply towards Emperor Kamikaze and Empress Kamikaze, and turned to leave. And the four elders of the empire also left wisely. Emperor Kamikaze wants to live in the two-person world with Queen Kamikaze. If they don't know each other, they still stand dumbfounded. I'm afraid they won't be recorded by Emperor Kamikaze in a small book. "This is my good prince." After everyone had left, Emperor Kamikaze let out a grief and anger. In front of Empress Kamikaze, he never concealed his emotions. "Your Majesty, don't be angry. When you knew concubine Lin's identity, you should have thought of this scene. The power behind the prince may also come from there." Empress Kamikaze gently patted Emperor Kamikaze on the back and said softly. "It was this emperor's fault at the beginning." Emperor Kamikaze sighed softly. Empress Kamikaze cast a blank look at Emperor Feng, and her tender jade hand still gently patted Emperor Kamikaze's back. If you hadn't been interested, how could you be so troublesome now? These years, I have wronged you. Emperor Kamikaze looked at Queen Feng affectionately and said softly. It was the concubine's willingness. Yunfei was in such a situation before. If the concubine showed such a high level of cultivation again, I am afraid that the stars would not be able to be quiet until now. But your majesty, the only weakness of my concubine is you and Yunfei. Now your majesty is no longer in the way, and Yunfei is afraid to get involved in this vortex. In any case, the concubine will not let Yunfei have any trouble, please also your majesty understands. Empress Kamikaze looked at Emperor Kamikaze and said solemnly. It's natural, and I don't want to see something happen to Yunfei. If Xingqian is really mad and takes action against Yunfei, then you don't need to hide, just do what you want. Emperor Kamikaze nodded and said solemnly. Mu Xingqian, who returned to the prince's mansion, did not read any more, and sat quietly in the dark room. Although it's unbelievable, but his 5 declines, I'm afraid he's already healed, if not all, it's half healed. In the pitch-black room, the voice of Prince Kamikaze rang out. It's really amazing, the 5 declines of heaven and men. From ancient times to the present, no one can escape the catastrophe of the 5 declines of heaven and men. Emperor Kamikaze must be the first person in the past. In the darkness, an old voice sounded, and the words of vicissitudes were full of amazement. Gu just tested it out. The reason why he was able to recover is probably related to the sect master of the Immortal Sect. Oh. If he can recover, why should he do this? He has recovered a long time ago, and even improved to a higher level. But he didn't, he has been in a state of dying, and after the sect master of the Immortal Sect came, he recovered a little. Moreover, he, including those imperial elders, has a very different attitude towards the sect master of the Immortal Sect. The voice of the Kamikaze prince sounded again. The Immortal Sect. This sect has a mysterious origin and rose in vain. It is said to be a hidden world sect. If Mu Yunfei has the support of the Immortal Sect, then... What about the hidden world sect? Are you afraid? Then completely cut off Mu Yunfei's thoughts and leave him with nothing. www.novel.com Prince Kamikaze sneered. Also, Gu can see that his recovery is not complete, and the sect master of the Immortal Sect is completely terminated, so that he can't recover, and Gu does not want to wait any longer. Since you have such determination, Uncle will naturally not disappoint you. Thank you, Uncle. The dark room is quiet again. Sect Master Wang was looking at the scene in front of him with a shocked expression. Dongfang Invincible and the great demon Xuanxia stood beside Wang Feng, and in front of Wang Feng was the elder of the Kamikaze Empire, Xian Yi. Sect Master Wang, these are all the books of my Kamikaze Empire, you can read them as you like. Xian glanced at Wang Feng and smiled. Wang Feng nodded subconsciously, and couldn't help but wonder, is this the essence of the empire? The entire imperial library is incomparably vast, and Wang Feng and others are standing on the first floor of the library. In this huge rotunda, there are neat bookshelves, which are full of books, and there is no end in sight. On this first floor, Wang Feng estimates that there are at least millions of books, and it is hard to imagine how many secret books the entire library should have. This is the background that his Immortal Sect lacks. His Immortal Sect may be comparable to the 3 major empires in terms of strength, but in terms of these backgrounds, his Immortal Sect is far from being comparable to it. His Immortal Sect has a long way to go. With a sigh, Wang Feng looked at Xian Yi and asked aloud, is there any record about the magic medicine? Yes, but very few, basically just a few words from some ancient books. Xian nodded and said. Then, with a wave of his hands, the bookshelves in front of him actually moved by themselves, and then several ancient books flew over from a certain bookshelf and gently landed on Xian Yi's hands. Chapter 129 Ancient Mountains of Kings. Xian Yi handed the ancient books in his hand to Wang Feng and said, Sect Master Wang, here are the ancient books that recorded the magic medicine. Wang Feng took over these ancient books and glanced at them. These ancient books did not have titles and were compiled from an unknown animal skin. He opened it and looked at it. The front part basically recorded some ancient places, which were far from the current world. Therefore, Wang Feng didn't take a closer look. He turned quickly, but in vain, his eyes narrowed and he took a closer look. It is said that in the ancient King Mountain range, there is a magical medicine called Nirvana medicine. It is shaped like the ancient divine beast Phoenix, has the power of Nirvana, and can restore vitality. At this point, it was broken, As if the words were forcibly deducted, Wang Feng endured his doubts and continued to read another ancient book without asking. At first, Wang Feng also turned quickly. After reaching a certain page, he stopped again and looked at it carefully. It is said that in the ancient King Mountain range, there is a magical medicine called Xuanwu medicine. It was broken again when he got here again. Wang Feng didn't look at it again, he had already found it. It was this mysterious Xuanwu medicine. He looked at Xuanyi and asked, "Look at this seat, this is all recorded on an ancient king. Mountains, but this world does not have this mountain. Do you know where this mountain is?" Hearing Wang Feng's words, Xianyi shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Once, after obtaining these ancient books, my kamikaze empire also went to look for this ancient king's mountain range, but in the end I couldn't find it." Wang Feng nodded. He had already guessed the result. Otherwise, the kamikaze empire would not have even a single magical medicine. "Find out all the ancient books and let me take a look. Maybe there is any information." Wang Feng looked at Xianyi and said. Xian nodded and waved his hands again. Those bookshelves were moved away one after another. Dozens of ancient books flew out from several bookshelves and piled up in front of Xianyi. "These are all the ancient books of my kamikaze empire. My kamikaze empire sent scholars to read them, but they didn't find any information." Sect Master Wang took a look. "Maybe Sect Master Wang can find different information." Xianyi pointing to the ancient books piled up on the ground, he said to Wang Feng. Wang Feng nodded, then took down an ancient book and read it quickly. With Wang Feng's cultivation base, if he wants to read some books, he can read all the books with just one thought. But these ancient books are all compiled from unknown animal skins, and they seem to have the effect of shielding spiritual sense, so they cannot be seen completely. Wang Feng is afraid of missing any important information, so he can only read them one by one. For a full hour, Wang Feng looked through nearly 50 ancient books, but found no information. Seeing this, Xianyi on the side wanted to persuade Wang Feng to give up, but he didn't say anything after all. After all, the reason why Sect Master Wang did this was for His Majesty. After another half an hour, Wang Feng picked up the last ancient book and flipped through it. This time, he read it slowly. He had a hunch that there might be some information in this ancient book. On that day, the world trembled, and the whole world turned into darkness. Only that bright light descended from an unknown distance. It seemed extremely far away at first, but in just an instant, that bright light was already approaching. With a bang, everyone in the whole world is deaf, no one knows what happened, but the whole earth is trembling, as if the earth dragon turned over, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. After this loud noise, the ancient mountain range vanished into nothingness, and the world was grieved and angry. This natural treasure trove of heaven and earth disappeared like this. From now on, the world will no longer be able to explore treasures from this treasure trove. That place, the world calls it the land of the gods. God, destroying the huge natural treasure house of heaven and earth, but it seems to bring another kind of vitality. This is the information recorded on the last page of this ancient book. Wang Feng read it almost word for word. Although the information did not clearly state the ancient King Mountain range, Wang Feng already had some guesses. He had just visited the place not long ago. He didn't expect it to be the ancient King's mountain range. However, now that place has become bare, like a desert, how could it possibly have magical medicine? Suddenly, Wang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he remembered that there were northwest trees in that place, but dark trees that grew upside down. Kamikaze Empire, is there any book that records the ancient land of Shenlin? Wang Feng looked at Xianyi and asked. There are some, but it is also just a few words. In fact, these ancient places, there are not many books that have records. It seems that they have been erased out of thin air, and there are very few complete information records. Xian nodded and said solemnly. Road. After that, without waiting for Wang Feng's instructions, Yu reading www.yukangsha.com directly waved his hands, took a few books, and handed them to Wang Feng. Wang Feng took over these books, and without any pause, he flipped through them directly. At this moment, Wang Feng was not only looking for information about the divine medicine for the Emperor Shenfeng, but also exploring the ancient history, a history that seemed to be erased out of thin air. On that day, when the gods came to the dust, the entire ancient mountain range vanished. The world said that this was the punishment of the gods. Because of their greedy demands, the gods descended the punishment, and the natural treasure house vanished into nothing, warning the world. Since then, the ancient natural treasure house has disappeared, and a forbidden land has appeared. At first, the world was afraid and did not dare to explore, but in the end, greed overcomes fear, and the world has stepped into the land of God to explore. They didn't find any treasure, but they found another form of treasure. They were ecstatic and stopped one after another, using the power of the land of God to temper themselves and enhance their cultivation. For thousands of years, they have trod every inch of the land of God's land, and have never found anything else, only the forbidden power of the land of God's land. They gave up and honestly enjoyed the tempering of forbidden power. During this period, a strange thing happened. There was a great power who was famous all over the world at the time. Suddenly he went crazy in the forbidden land. He shouted wildly. God took it to the ground and found the door. It belongs to only one person. Everyone, think of him as a lunatic. He shouted 9 times, and then his soul flew away, causing the world to sigh. Wang Feng slowly closed the book, and his heart was shaking. He seemed to have found it, but he didn't seem to find it. Chapter 130 Sect Master Wang can't stand it. At this moment, the lake in Wang Feng's heart seemed to have been thrown from a boulder, causing stormy waves. He didn't know if it was what he thought, but if it was, it would be incredible. How? Does Sect Master Wang have any information about finding the magic medicine? Xian Yi, who was on the side, saw that Wang Feng was no longer flipping through the books, and asked quickly. There is a clue. Specifically, we still need to find it. Wang Feng glanced at Xian Yi and said softly. Xian nodded, cupped his hands and said, there is a Sect Master Lao Wang. Does Sect Master Wang still need to read these ancient books? No need. Xian Yi waved his hand, and the ancient book in front of him flew back immediately. He stretched out his hand to quote, and said with a smile, Your Majesty has arranged a residence for Sect Master Wang. Sect Master Wang, please. Wang Feng nodded, and followed Xian Yi with Dongfang Invincible and the great demon Xuanxia. Wang Feng and the others followed Xian Yi for a long distance before they stopped, and what appeared in front of them was an extremely splendid palace. Sect Master Wang, this is the Hall of Honor where my Divine Wind Empire receives distinguished guests. You and the 2 elders will rest in this hall first. The old man is next door. If you need anything, let me know, and the old man will host Wang Zong immediately. Xian looked at Wang Feng and said. Trouble the elder to thank the emperor for this seat. Wang Feng nodded and cupped his hands. Sect Master Wang is very polite. Xian Yi waited until Wang Feng and others stepped into the palace before leaving. The slaves have seen all the adults. As soon as Shi stepped into the palace, Wang Feng was stunned. How could a young man from China have seen such a battle? A full 20 maids with beautiful flowers, wearing long skirts that are looming, some are holding mysterious fruits that contain pure and profound energy, some are holding snacks prepared by the imperial chef personally, each with a sweet face. Smile, beautiful eyes flashing, there will be trembling electricity. Luxurious, too extravagant. Who does this kamikaze emperor think I, Wang Feng, are? Can I, Wang Feng, resist these 20 beautiful palace maids? Dongfang Invincible looked indifferent, like a proud white swan, looking down at this group of ugly ducklings, a group of cheap servants. How could the sect master be able to seduce them? Great demon Xuanxia's eyes lit up, constantly looking at the 20 palace maids, and commenting on which one was better. Cough, you all go down, this seat does not need to be served. Wang Feng coughed lightly. The 20 palace maids glanced at Wang Feng resentfully, but did not dare to say anything. They all bowed and walked out. Wang Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was quite disdainful of Emperor Kamikaze's behavior. Who is Wang Feng? He only loves Yuqing'er. How can the coquettish in this world shake Wang Feng's heart? The great demon Xuanxia glanced at the palace maids who were swaying gracefully and left with regret. Xuanxia, what do you think of the Prince of the Divine Wind Empire? Wang Feng walked to the first seat and sat down, looking at the great demon of Xuanxia, and said. Hidden a knife in a smile, full of ambition. Great demon Xuanxia straightened his face and said condensedly. Wang Feng nodded. This old demon is indeed a strongman of the older generation, and he can see it clearly. Sect Master, do you really want to find a magical medicine for Emperor Shenfeng? That is a magical medicine. The great demon Xuanxia looked at Wang Feng and said solemnly. How precious the magic medicine is. Every cultivator knows that, even though the great demon of Xuanxia knows that the sect master has always had no idea about this kind of rare treasure, Xian Sha is still shocked by the generosity of the sect master. To tell the truth, if the sect master was his Xian Sha's son, he would definitely twist his head off with one hand. The magical medicine is indeed precious, but I don't take it seriously. If I can exchange the magical medicine for the friendship of the Kamikaze Empire, in my opinion, it is worth it. Wang Feng nodded and said. Of course, the most important thing is that the treasure that Emperor Kamikaze used to exchange this magical medicine made Wang Feng tempted. He was very sure that the value of the Seed of Fate was far beyond the magical medicine. Now, the Shining Sun Empire is completely suppressing our divine Immortal Sect. If you want to develop, you can only find another way, and the Divine Wind Empire is a good opportunity. Wang Feng's eyes flashed slightly, and he said solemnly. Xian Sha nodded, not saying anything. What the sect master decides is not something he can change. The next day, when Wang Feng walked out of the palace with Dongfang Invincible and the great demon Xuanxia, Queen Kamikaze, Mu Yunfei, and several elders of the empire were already standing outside the palace waiting. Sect Master Wang, Your Majesty is unable to send them off due to some important matters. Please forgive me, Sect Master Wang. Empress Kamikaze bowed to Wang Feng and said. It's okay. Wang Feng waved his hand and smiled. Sect Master. Mu Yunfei knelt in front of Wang Feng, whimpering and trying to say something, but Wang Feng stopped him. This seat understands, you just stay in the Divine Wind Empire. When this seat finds the magic medicine and returns, you are going to the Immortal Sect with this seat. Wang Feng patted Mu Yunfei's shoulder and said softly. Yes, Sect Master. Mu Yunfei's body trembled slightly as he bowed respectfully towards Wang Feng. I'm sorry Sect Master Wang, whether or not Sect Master Wang has found the magic medicine www.novel.com. My Kamikaze Empire is an ally of the Shenxian sect. Queen Kamikaze bowed her hands and said very seriously. Wang Feng glanced at Queen Feng, nodded, and with a big wave of his hand, Wang Feng and the three suddenly rose into the sky, and disappeared in the eyes of Queen Kamikaze and others in just a moment. After Wang Feng and others left, the elders of the empire gave a slight salute to the Kamikaze Queen and disappeared immediately. Yunfei, let's go, let the Queen Mother see your achievements during this period. Empress Kamikaze looked at Mu Yunfei, who was still staring at the sky, and said lovingly. Queen Mother, do you think the sect master can find the magic medicine? Mu Yunfei asked the Queen Kamikaze with a serious face. You have to trust Sect Master Wang. Empress Kamikaze patted Mu Yunfei's back and said softly. Hearing this, Mu Yunfei's face is certain, the sect master is unpredictable, he will definitely be able to find the magic medicine, the sect master will never disappoint. Sect Master, where do we go to find the magic medicine? The great demon of Xuanxia, who was flying in the sky, looked at Wang Feng beside him and asked aloud. The great demon Xuanxia has always had a doubt, why is the sect master so sure that he can find the magic medicine? In this world, no magic medicine has appeared so far. At least, he has never seen a magic medicine born in his life. Wang Feng glanced at the great demon of Xuanxia, and continued to fly forward without speaking. Seeing Wang Feng's face, the big demon of Xuanxia narrowed his eyes, did not ask any more questions, and followed Wang Feng closely. Wild Wolf Canyon is located 20,000 kilometers north of Shenfeng City and 10,000 kilometers away from Shenlin Ancient Land. Wang Feng, who was flying above the sky, glanced at Dongfang Invincible beside him, and without hesitation, landed directly on the Wild Wolf Canyon. Your Excellency, you haven't come out to say hello after being with you for so long. Chapter 131 Kanglin Sword Sect.